Aslan has once again been reborn, transported back to the days when he was exiled by his family to the border to cultivate the land 50 years ago. In this desolate region, he once rose to prominence, transforming the impoverished Melro area into the wealthiest commercial city on the continent. In this new life, he has no desire to be a lord or a powerful minister. He aspires to be an emperor. Aslan's famous saying echoes in his mind: "A lord who does not wish to be an emperor is not a worthy lord." Chapter 1. Rebirth. The life of Aslan Sarah can be described as nothing short of extraordinary. Outside the secluded courtyard where the legendary Chancellor Aslan Sarah was imprisoned, a sudden tempest arose, accompanied by torrential rain, causing the soldiers on guard to tremble in fear. Amidst the thunder and lightning, the era of Aslan Sarah came to a close. When Aslan opened his eyes once more, he found himself surrounded by the rugged texture of a burlap sack beneath a tumultuous sky. To his bewilderment, he realized he was lying in a dilapidated cart, its wooden wheels rattling over the stony terrain, the uneven ground causing the old cart to jolt violently. Aslan lay on the sack, his gaze vacant as he stared at the heavens, before instinctively pinching his own face. Ouch! He abruptly sat up, the sharp pain from his wounds serving as a stark reminder that he was indeed alive. Yet, rather than displaying any signs of agony, a peculiar smile crept upon his lips. I have been reborn. In the 21st century, Aslan, an ordinary worker living a mundane life, had perished from overwork while striving to earn a bride price for the woman he loved. His untimely death led him to a different world, where he became a noble lord, rising from obscurity to wield significant power, nearly unifying the northern continent under the kingdom of Cleveland. However, the newly crowned emperor seized the moment of Aslan's downfall, forging an alliance with other ministers to dominate the court. They dispatched royal guardians to hunt him down, and with no escape left, Aslan chose to surrender, accepting the poison offered by the emperor to ensure the future of his loyal subordinates and warriors. Now, he finds himself reborn to the moment of his first arrival in this world, an opportunity to alter his destiny. This time, I have no intention of becoming a mere powerful minister. I shall be the emperor, the architect of the rules of the game. Aslan pressed against his wounds, the acute pain a clear signal that a new beginning awaited him. Presently, Aslan is newly assigned to a border territory as a lord, having suffered defeat in a family feud, a mere exile, if one were to put it plainly. Before his rebirth, he had transformed this border town into a thriving commercial hub. Now he aims to not only reclaim that glory, but to do so as a lord with substantial military power. His tone, imbued with calm and composure, quickly reassured the anxious followers accompanying him, prompting them to organize the caravan and proceed into the town. Aslan's entourage was modest, consisting of 3 worn-out carts, 3 elderly drivers, and a small contingent of under 15, including his loyal knight Arthur, a mid-ranking knight whose strength had gradually waned yet remained steadfastly by Aslan's side throughout the years. Upon their arrival in Melro, a town with fewer than 500 inhabitants, the atmosphere was one of desolation. The town, positioned at the crossroads of the kingdom of Cleveland and the eastern continent, was characterized by barren land and scattered granite, making cultivation exceedingly difficult. The followers, who had been exiled alongside Aslan, wore expressions of despair, yet Aslan alone remained undeterred, his confidence unwavering as he surveyed the surroundings. In his previous life, he had successfully transformed this border town into the kingdom's largest trade city. Now, he was determined to surpass that achievement and become a formidable lord. His demeanor instilled a sense of calm in his anxious companions, who quickly regained their composure as they entered the town. As they progressed, it became apparent that no one had come to greet them. Instead, doors and windows remained tightly shut, with wary eyes peering out from behind them. Melro had long been without a lord, governed instead by a town elder and guards chosen by the residents, who valued their autonomy. The sudden arrival of a designated lord raised concerns among the townsfolk about potential exploitation through excessive taxation or oppressive governance. The kingdom of Cleveland, established over 5 centuries ago, had endured numerous rebellions, all ultimately suppressed by overwhelming force. Now, it languished in decay, its aristocrats indulging in excess, while the common folk regarded them with disdain. Aslan's gaze fell upon a 2-story building home to Claude, the town's most formidable swordsman. In his previous life, Aslan had spent 2 arduous years gaining control of Melro, hindered significantly by Claude's interference, as the town's guard captain was Claude's very own brother. The Lord's manor was unmistakable, standing as the most opulent and tallest structure, a 3-story castle bearing the scars of time. Its weathered walls, now draped in moss and ivy, concealed any traces of its former military strength, lending it an air of pastoral charm. Chapter 2 begins outside the Lord's manor. Aslan's convoy had just come to a halt. Arthur gazed at the desolate entrance of the manor, astonished that no one had come to welcome the new lord. His expression immediately hardened, and he was about to unleash a tirade when Aslan restrained him. There is no rush. After such a long journey, let the soldiers rest properly to ensure they are in good condition for battle. A glimmer of insight flashed in Arthur's eyes, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upwards. This recent defeat and injury had significantly matured the young master. Indeed, the young master, the town magistrate, Aslan, and the captain of the guard, Ronder, rushed out of the manor in a flurry, particularly Ronder, who reeked of alcohol, clearly having indulged excessively. In his previous life, upon arriving in this world, Aslan, having come from a society governed by law, had a distaste for violence. He merely reprimanded Ronder without imposing severe punishment, inadvertently leaving the townsfolk with an impression of weakness. In truth, this was all part of Claude's deliberate scheme to undermine Aslan's authority. He was confident that, no matter how furious Aslan became, he would not dare to exert too much pressure on the brothers. After all, Claude was the most formidable figure in town, and his brother was the captain of the militia. If pushed too far, one could not guarantee that drastic actions would not ensue. The mountains were high, and the emperor far away. Over the years, the people of Melro town had long understood that the nobility behind the Melro region had neglected them for decades, clearly abandoning them. Since the Sarah family had exiled Aslan here, they had no intention of allowing him to live comfortably. The nobility of the Cleveland kingdom was notoriously brutal in their governance of the common folk. Should the populace rise in rebellion, the suppression would be even more sanguinary and ruthless. With the notorious infighting among surrounding nations, it was imperative that these two brothers be eliminated swiftly to seize control of Melro town. Aslan, expressionless, passed by the magistrate and the captain, leaving them in stunned silence. Especially Ronder, who had intended to embarrass the new lord publicly but was taken aback by Aslan's unflinching demeanor, displaying neither anger nor concern. Having been in Melro town for 3 days, Aslan had occupied the lord's manor and expelled the original staff, yet the atmosphere remained tranquil and undisturbed, as if no lord had taken residence at all. This left Claude and his brother feeling as though they had struck a blow against Cotton, powerless. It was only when the prominent figures of the town received an invitation that they began to contemplate the implications. The lord's manor was rather austere, primarily designed for defense, thus lacking in amenities. To facilitate the banquet, Aslan had ordered the removal of superfluous furniture from the hall, leaving only the dining table for guests. Given the constraints of space, Aslan was unable to set the banquet at the manor's entrance, as that would be highly inappropriate. Aslan had painstakingly prepared for this feast, bringing forth all the fine wine he had acquired in the capital, along with a considerable array of delectable desserts, nearly exhausting his provisions. Yet all of this was worthwhile as he observed his guests devouring the food voraciously. He could not help but shake his head at the evident lack of sophistication among these townsfolk, who had been isolated in this remote locale for far too long. A discordant voice suddenly pierced the air. Though it was barely audible, Aslan still caught it. The speaker was Lancelot, the youngest knight of Aslan's order, coming from humble beginnings. Lancelot was not well regarded in the knightly circles of the capital, particularly due to the insufficient resources for his training, which had hindered his growth and left him with little combat experience. In the knightly order, he consistently ranked at the bottom. This unremarkable individual was known only to Aslan, who understood that, with the passage of time, this bright young man would evolve in ways unforeseen. When Aslan faced adversity, Lancelot had not, like Arthur, chosen to martyr himself but had instead swiftly aided Aslan's family in their escape, thus preserving a flicker of hope. In contrast to Arthur's foolish loyalty, Aslan admired Lancelot's adaptability. "I do not wish to hear such words again," Aslan remarked, lifting his wine glass with an indifferent tone. Lancelot, who had been forced to accompany Aslan, felt a surge of life within him, dispelling the bitterness and despair he had previously harbored. Rising from the depths of society, Lancelot's understanding of humanity far surpassed that of the established knight Arthur. From Aslan's detached tone, he perceived a confidence, a mastery over the unfolding circumstances. "Await my command," Aslan instructed before striding toward Ronder, who was engrossed in his meal. Spotting Aslan approaching, Ronder hastily wiped his hands, eager to greet him. "Kill him," Aslan's cold voice whispered to Lancelot. Momentarily taken aback, Lancelot then unleashed his swiftest speed, plunging his sword into Ronder's chest. Ronder's expression shifted to one of shock and terror as Lancelot's blade pierced him, unable even to cry out for help before he was struck down. Claude, who had been observing Aslan intently, was instantly alarmed, his mind racing through various possibilities. Without hesitation, he resolved to flee amidst the chaos, but was blocked by Arthur, who had been watching him closely. Aslan quickly tossed a dagger before Ronder and declared loudly, "How audacious to attempt an assassination against your lord." The stunned onlookers instinctively widened their eyes, yet they collectively accepted this rationale. After all, since Aslan's arrival in the territory, he had issued no decrees, focusing primarily on recuperation until today when this incident occurred. Had it been anyone else, doubts may have arisen. However, given the history of the Ronder brothers, who had long harbored ambitions to dominate Melro town but had faced resistance from the townsfolk, this act was deemed unsurprising. Their notorious past, having already attempted to assassinate a former lord, had instilled fear, causing that lord to flee in disarray from Melro town. Chapter 3. The raised blade. As the death of Ron settled in, the festivities were abruptly shattered by the eruption of a fierce battle in one corner of the banquet. Claude, the mightiest warrior of Melro town, a mid-level swordsman, was locked in combat with Arthur. Swordsmen and knights were fundamentally similar, primarily honing their martial prowess. However, swordsmen often donned inferior gear, primarily leather armor, and lacked the ability to engage in mounted combat, which was a stark contrast to knights like Arthur, who, despite their decline from Aslan, still bore fine armor and shields. With Arthur at his peak mid-level strength, he effortlessly dominated Claude. In this moment, Claude was utterly bewildered, the truth eluding him. The banquet was nothing more than Aslan's cunning ploy, aimed at eliminating the two brothers. In a desperate bid for assistance, Claude soon realized that the remaining knights of Aslan's guard had encircled him. Ultimately, he succumbed, collapsing into a pool of his own blood. Aslan, witnessing the downfall of the two men before him, felt a chill of dread. The newly appointed young lord was excessively ruthless, having swiftly dispatched the most formidable force in the town, leaving Aslan to ponder his own fate. Just as this thought surfaced, Aslan's congenial voice beckoned him. "Aslan, come here," Aslan commanded, his tone disarming. Aslan shuddered, recognizing Aslan's intentions. Yet, confronted by the heavily armed knights surrounding him, he lowered his head and respectfully bowed to Aslan, acquiescing to the lord's directive. Aslan's smile was one of delight. Aslan's behavior mirrored that of a wise elder from a previous life. Once the Claude brothers were dealt with, he promptly aligned himself with the new authority. This astute man had once navigated treacherous waters for 3 long years. Every time Aslan recalled this, he found himself both amused and exasperated. In this foreign realm, wielding formidable power was the cornerstone of survival. This was also the reason why the nobles of Cleveland Kingdom, despite their lavish indulgences, could easily suppress any insurrections that arose. The explanation was straightforward. The nobility possessed high-tier strength and elite equipment, enabling them to dominate the common folk effortlessly. "Aslan, I grant you 3 days to register the entire populace of the town, every last child included. The town guard will be entrusted entirely to my knight, Arthur. Is that understood?" Aslan proclaimed, holding a goblet with a cheerful demeanor, almost conversational in tone. Aslan bowed even lower, responding affirmatively. At his age, he knew better than to mistake Aslan's tone for mere negotiation. The decisive execution of the Claude brothers had made that abundantly clear. "Your will shall be done," Aslan replied hastily. The reason for needing Aslan's consent regarding the guard's command was that the deputy commander was Aslan's own nephew. Upon receiving the order, Aslan promptly summoned his nephew, Willick, to his home. In the confines of Aslan's study, the door was shut tight, while his wife vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Willick, visibly disgruntled, exclaimed, "Why should we fear that lord? With the Claude brothers gone, we will control the entire militia. What can a mid-level knight do? Does he dare to slay us all?" Willick's words caused Aslan to furrow his brow, yet he found himself speechless. He had pondered this issue but sensed something was amiss, unable to pinpoint the disturbance. At that moment, a trusted confidant, Pick rushed in with urgency. What has happened? Why is Pick so flustered? Willick questioned, his gaze shifting to the approaching figure with a hint of perplexity. This is bad, Aslan realized, the pieces falling into place. The Lord was far too knowledgeable about Melro Town. He had swiftly eliminated the primary thorn, the Claude brothers, and was now reaching for control of the town guard. Given Pick's frantic demeanor, it was likely that the Lord had already dispatched someone to take command of the guard. Aslan understood the militia well. They were not a proper army, but rather a band of ruffians, notorious for their abuses against the townsfolk. Their sheer numbers had allowed them to wield power over Melro Town. Deputy Commander, the Lord's Knights have stormed the camp, capturing Eli and Peter. The others have been apprehended as well. It is said the Lord intends to hold a trial. Pick gasped, his eyes wide with fear. Willick erupted in anger, and Aslan hastily followed suit. The Lord seeks to judge these ruffians? Upon arriving at the town square, they found it already thronged with onlookers. 500 people may not seem many, but clustered together, they formed a daunting mass. Aslan's heart sank as he observed the blood staining the ground and the cheers erupting from the crowd. The sight of his old friend, Wilson, standing beside the Lord intensified his dread. Only Wilson could mobilize the entire town so swiftly and enumerate the transgressions of the ruffians with such clarity. Years ago, Wilson's daughter had been defiled by a few of these thugs, leading to her tragic suicide, while the Claude brothers had shielded the culprits from justice. With their demise, Wilson now sought vengeance, aligning himself with the new lord to settle old scores. Wilson's eyes were red with fury as he gazed at the severed heads on the ground. An indescribable melancholy washing over him. The feeling of vengeance, intertwined with trepidation, flooded his being, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Thank you, Mr. Wilson, for ridding us of these blights. I believe Melro Town will flourish from this point onward. Do you not agree? Aslan approached Wilson, a smile gracing his lips. Instinctively, Wilson nodded. Yet as he beheld the gruesome sight of the bloodied heads, a chill coursed down his spine. This young lord was indeed brutally merciless. Since his arrival, he had already taken the lives of numerous men and bound Wilson to his cause, leaving no room for betrayal. Chapter 4. Development Planning Yet. There was a lingering confusion in Wilson's mind as to why the Lord so keenly understood his animosity towards the town guard, igniting his thirst for vengeance with merely a few words. Indeed, I shall exert my utmost efforts to assist you, my lord. At this juncture, Wilson decided to refer to himself as a subordinate. He was a rare sage and scholar in the town of Melro, and in a previous life, he had been Aslan's right-hand man in managing Melro, albeit 2 years earlier than now. Aslan gazed at the throng of dark-clad citizens before him and raised his voice, proclaiming, I, Aslan Sulla, hereby decree that all shall adhere to these 3 laws. First, a murderer shall pay with his life. Second, an assailant shall face justice. Third, a thief shall also be punished. With this utterance, the square fell into a profound silence, and Wilson found himself breathing rapidly. Someone curiously inquired, Does this include you, my lord? Impudent. The Knight's Guard erupted in anger, ready to apprehend the individual, but Aslan intervened. Nodding, he raised his hands and declared, Certainly. Even if I were to commit murder without cause, I must face the consequences. This statement sent shockwaves through the crowd. The citizens, upon hearing this, fervently rallied, chanting, Long live our lord. Aslan had experienced such a scene in his past life. The laws of the Kingdom of Cleveland were designed solely to serve the ruling class. A noble murderer could simply pay a fine, while nobles who harmed others faced no repercussions, as if it were a matter of course. The phrase murder without cause was a mere safeguard for the ruler's position, allowing them to fabricate accusations before committing the act, rendering it not without cause. As the saying goes, what need is there for a pretext to impose a crime? This was a tactic favored by tyrants. Aslan, witnessing the unfolding drama, could not help but sigh. Having managed Melro for over a decade, he had never received such a proclamation from a new lord. He had led the bewildered Willick to pledge allegiance, and now it was not too late. Moreover, the lord had arrived in Melro with a small entourage and would surely require the assistance of the locals. Observing the uncle and nephew kneeling before him, Aslan's lips curled into a slight smile. The stability of Melro was assured. He personally assisted them to their feet and began assigning new roles. Arthur would take charge of the guard starting tonight, with Willick as his deputy. Aslan would continue as the town magistrate, overseeing urban and agricultural development. Wilson would serve as both the sheriff and finance officer, responsible for maintaining order and economic growth in Melro. Aslan began issuing commands. All complied respectfully. And as for the matter of power, Aslan and Willick paid little heed. Melro was not vast, and there were limited affairs to manage. As you command, my lord. The four responded in unison. Excellent. Now, let us discuss the future development plans for the town. Upon hearing the term development plans, the four were momentarily perplexed. Only Workson, the most learned among them, reacted swiftly, gazing at Aslan with excitement, hoping for beneficial proposals from Melro. Over the years, he had contemplated the town's development, but it was difficult to make progress, especially under the rule of Claude and his gang of ruffians, where many of his suggestions had been dismissed as mere folly. Aslan, upon hearing Aslan's words, also adopted a serious demeanor. Aslan produced a rough map of Melro, hastily prepared the previous night. Though it lacked aesthetic appeal, it clearly depicted the town's topography and environment, understandable only to those native to Melro. In this otherworldly realm, where magic and martial prowess coexisted, the populace primarily consisted of ordinary citizens, akin to those in medieval Europe. The greatest concern for these people was merely whether they would have enough to eat each day. Aslan's remarks prompted Workson and Aslan to nod, their initial wariness gradually dissipating, recognizing that the Lord genuinely contemplated the town's development. I have inspected the rocky area, and it is not entirely composed of stones. The majority consists of soil, likely having rolled down from the nearby hills rather than being naturally exposed, Aslan stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Aslan and Workson's eyes brightened. The true cause of Melro's food scarcity stemmed from the lack of sufficient arable land. If the plains were indeed soil, it could significantly alleviate the land issue. My lord, is this truly the case? Workson queried, still somewhat skeptical. Aslan nodded and placed a fruit upon the table. Aslan picked it up, scrutinizing it before dismissively stating, my lord, this is merely an ordinary bulrush fruit. The bulrush fruit grew in a thicket several miles from Melro, its red skin resembling that of a potato, classified as a high-starch food. It had become the primary food source for Melro, however, being wild. Its growth cycle and yield were unpredictable, compounded by the presence of herbivorous animals that also fed on the fruit, often consuming it entirely before humans could harvest it. I have decided to promote the cultivation of bulrush fruit, Aslan resolutely declared. Workson and Aslan were taken aback, but soon their astonishment turned to support for Aslan. The reasoning was simple. Even if they cleared land, barren soil would yield little produce. In contrast, cultivating bulrush fruit, which thrived well and had a decent yield, seemed far more viable. Then I shall mobilize the farmers to clear the fields tomorrow. Aslan began, while Willick added, and I will lead a team to transplant bulrush trees from the Beto forest. The vast plains, in truth, were among the largest farmlands from Aslan's past life, potentially encompassing over 10,000 acres, sufficient to meet Melro's food needs. However, the sheer scale of the barren land posed a challenge. Utilizing it with the current population would be no small feat. Aslan rubbed his temples, contemplating the daunting task ahead. Chapter 5. Mac's village. As fervent discussions unfolded within the Lord's manor, Claude's son, Neji, bribed a guard and successfully evaded the small town. Before departing, he cast a venomous glance at the place where he had grown up. The following morning, Aslan received news of Neji's escape. He merely nodded, appearing unperturbed, as if Neji held no significance in his eyes. My lord, we must eradicate the root of the problem, Arthur suggested, observing Aslan's indifferent demeanor, believing him still too youthful. Aslan chuckled softly, dismissing the concern. What can a mere boy accomplish? Upon hearing Aslan's words, Arthur sighed, convinced that Aslan remained too inexperienced. Gazing towards the distant Gulwan Mountains beyond the town, Aslan smirked coldly. Neji, being a native of Melro town, would prove elusive. Even Arthur might struggle to catch him, especially after a night's head start. Aslan was acutely aware of the potential dangers that might arise. Claude had once been a member of the Cayman bandit group, retreating to Melro town to guard their treasure trove while providing cover for them, as their lair lay less than 30 kilometers away in a desolate mountain. Given Melro town's remote location, it was indeed a desolate place, despite being at the junction of two continents. The Rift Peak Canyon rendered it a dead zone, with only the impoverished Melro town nearby, devoid of any riches. Such a setting was inconceivable as the stronghold of a notorious bandit group. In his previous life, as Melro town began to flourish, Claude frequently acted as an informant for the Cayman bandits, aiding them in plundering territories. Hence, Aslan possessed an intimate understanding of the Cayman bandits, particularly their leader, Cayman, who was known for his cautious nature. Currently, Melro town was destitute, and even if it were to be looted, little wealth could be extracted. Furthermore, with Arthur, a mid-tier knight, stationed there, any losses incurred would be a grave miscalculation. Thus, the town remained safe until it developed further. Before that, Aslan focused on bolstering military strength, gathering the remaining town guards, eliminating the elderly and the infirm, leaving him with 43 capable individuals. In the courtyard of the Lord's manor, Aslan surveyed the group of young men before him, most of whom were older than he. "Do you wish to become swordsmen? Perhaps even knights?" Aslan proclaimed with fervor. The youngest militia members raised their heads, their eyes sparkling with ambition. The kingdom of Cleveland was a martial society. With sufficient strength, one could ascend to nobility. Upon reaching the rank of a great knight and pledging loyalty to the kingdom, one could obtain a fief and become a revered noble. This dynamic was the cornerstone of Cleveland's enduring dominion. Absolute power, a strength unattainable by commoners. As the saying goes, a soldier who does not aspire to be a general is no good soldier. In this alternate world, commoners could only learn combat techniques through military service. And their arduous journey here was driven by the desire to master combat skills, to become great swordsmen, or even knights. Think. The atmosphere among the militia ignited as Aslan raised his hand for silence. From this day forth, the town guard would advance through military merit, with ranks and rewards corresponding to their achievements in martial training. With a mere statement from Aslan, the spirits and enthusiasm of the militia soared. What do employees fear most when entering a company? The absence of advancement prospects and a bleak future. Such companies, relying solely on empty promises, will ultimately lose their workforce. Aslan offered these militia members hope and opportunity, motivating them to strive diligently. Under Arthur's guidance, training commenced in an orderly fashion, a scene previously unseen in Melro town. Early in the morning, many residents, having just opened their windows, beheld a neatly dressed town guard engaged in a morning run. Their footsteps were light, their attire simple, yet exuding a sense of reliability. Standing by the window of the Lord's manor, Aslan observed the town guard gradually disappearing from sight, nodding with satisfaction. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Aslan's gaze shifted to the parchments scattered across his desk, records of events and matters he had meticulously compiled throughout the night. He feared that, with the passage of time, he might forget crucial occurrences. His attention then turned to the villages surrounding Melro town. Indeed, it was the neighboring villages he contemplated. Though Melro town was remote and impoverished, it possessed an advantage absent in more prosperous areas: the absence of nobility. No nobility signified no exploitation, no wars, and no persecution. This place had become a sanctuary for many refugees. Although life was arduous, it offered tranquility compared to the larger cities in the kingdom. In his previous life, Aslan had unified the villages surrounding Melro town, significantly increasing its population, an unfathomable feat at the time. The concealed populations within many villages far exceeded anyone's expectations. At noon, under the blazing sun, Aslan completed his daily tasks and set forth towards a village situated less than 30 miles from Melro town. Though termed a village, it rivaled Melro town in scale. Max Village, founded over 30 years ago by the first village chief, Max, who led nearly 100 refugees to establish this settlement, had now become one of the most formidable villages in the vicinity. The only distinction from Melro town was their absence from the kingdom's records, rendering them unable to engage with local merchants or resources. While capable of self-sufficiency, they frequently needed to procure goods from Melro town. Mid-month was the busiest time for Melro town, as villagers from surrounding areas flocked there for the market, even attracting bandit groups seeking to dispose of their plunder. Aslan, accompanied by Arthur and his contingent, arrived at the entrance of Max village. The tall wooden palisade elicited a shake of Aslan's head. In this regard, Melro town fell far short, possessing only its legitimate status, while lacking even the foundation of a village. Chapter 6. Lianing Village. The creaking sound echoed as the wooden gate of Maze Village slowly swung open. A fully armed militia emerged, accompanied by an elderly man leaning on a cane. His hair was gray, and his posture slightly hunched, yet the penetrating gaze of his sharp eyes commanded respect. Aslan was well aware of this elder's capabilities. In his past life, he had encountered him. His name was Johnson, a figure renowned within 100 miles of Melro town, whose contributions were pivotal to the development of Maze Village. Johnson held another esteemed title, that of a formidable magician, although he was merely of intermediate rank. In the impoverished region of Melro, Even a high-ranking swordsman would think twice before crossing him. This aspect of Johnson's identity was known to only a select few in May's village. Aslan's awareness stemmed from a past conflict where his army had forced Johnson to reveal his prowess. "Forgive the lack of proper welcome upon your arrival, my lord," Johnson remarked, fully cognizant of the young man before him. The new lord had just arrived in Melro town, swiftly dismantling the local tyrant, Claude, and reforming the town guard, rejuvenating the entire settlement. "Meeting you in person is more impressive than mere reputation," Aslan responded with a smile, unfazed by the gravity of the situation. Johnson, however, had no intention of inviting Aslan into the village, instead blocking his path at the entrance and inquiring with an expressionless demeanor, "What brings you to May's village, my lord?" Aslan paid little heed to the question, well aware of the neighboring village's reluctance to acknowledge Melro town's authority. Recognition would necessitate tax payments and compliance with Melro's directives, which would jeopardize their current freedoms. After exchanging a few polite remarks, Aslan departed, maintaining the facade of a young visitor paying respects to an elder, never broaching the subject of official matters. Watching Aslan's retreating figure, Johnson was filled with confusion. What could this young lord be plotting? Initially, he assumed Aslan aimed to persuade May's village to align with Melro town or forge an alliance. Yet, throughout their interaction, Aslan had not uttered a single word on these topics, leaving the astute Johnson feeling vexed. Aslan's reasoning was simple. Johnson was inherently suspicious. By fostering this doubt, he could secure valuable time for his forthcoming actions. His true objective lay with Lianing village. Lianing village was a native settlement of Melro town, or perhaps more accurately, a clan of barbarians. With a modest population of around 100, they ranked among the top 3 in combat prowess within the Melro region. The village chief, a high-ranking swordsman, wielded a massive bone hammer with such might that none dared to contest him, earning him the title of the foremost warrior in Melro. Aslan, aware of his own limitations, did not aspire to subdue the chief. Rather, he sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with Lianing village. Their primary challenge was food scarcity. Despite their small number, the barbarian clan was notorious for their voracious appetites and lack of agricultural practices. Though they were exceptional hunters, their success was often dictated by luck, leading to frequent instances of hunger. As Aslan and his companions approached the entrance of Lianing village, they were swiftly encircled by a dozen barbarian warriors, causing Arthur to tense with apprehension. Among the encircling warriors were 2 intermediate swordsmen, armed primarily with bone clubs and stone spears. Yet, in the face of their robust physiques, even a mere wooden stick could wield terrifying power. "Is this how you greet your friends?" The leading barbarian warrior, taken aback by Aslan's calm demeanor, broke into a hearty smile and waved his comrades away. "Our chief has been expecting you." Aslan nodded, following the warrior into the village. Their words did not stem from any exceptional strategy, but rather from their possession of formidable strength. Each month, villages were required to pay a protection fee. Failure to comply could result in these starving warriors storming in to seize food. They regarded Aslan as merely another individual come to deliver protection payments. After all, in the past, Claude had personally delivered food each month, albeit in small quantities, signifying a form of respect. If the nominal leader of the Melro region was obliged to pay, other villages would think twice before refusing. Upon entering the village, Aslan was taken aback by the barbarian dwellings, which could hardly be termed as structures. They resembled tents, many of which were poorly constructed and drafty. It was a wonder that the robust inhabitants did not succumb to illness in such conditions. "Our new lord," the chief Lianing boomed as he settled heavily on the ground, his massive frame towering just slightly over Aslan's standing height. Aslan estimated Lianing to be at least 2.5 meters tall. Wielding a large bone club adorned with iron spikes, a single blow could reduce a person to pulp. "No, you misunderstand. I come seeking a transaction with you," Aslan replied with a smile. Lianing's expression instantly hardened, his eyes widening in a menacing glare that suggested he might resort to violence. "Ah, are you considering confrontation? I advise you to think carefully. I hail from the Seraph family of the capital, backed by a formidable mage, not just 1 or 2, and with dozens of great knights at my disposal. Should you harm me, I assure you that within 3 days, Lianing village will be reduced to ruins, with none of its warriors surviving. The might of our human army transcends mere numbers." Aslan remained unperturbed, locking eyes with Lianing. The chief's gaze slowly reddened, causing Arthur to feel a chill. Yet, in the next moment, Lianing burst into laughter. "I was merely jesting with you, my lord. Pray tell, what sort of transaction do you propose? You must be well aware of our dire circumstances. We are utterly destitute. Chapter 7. The gifted divine art Lai Anning was certainly not one to be compared to the cunning Johnson. He was oblivious to the intricate machinations among the nobility. Any respectable human of noble descent would deduce that Aslan had been relegated to this desolate corner due to a familial feud. It was only among the barbarians that Aslan dared to flaunt his family's insignia with such audacity. This was a vestige of his previous life, when his eyes narrowed. It signified his intent to deceive. Food. Lai Anning fell silent. When it came to sources of meat, indeed, the entire Melro region was less stable than Lai Anning village. Yet, mere consumption of meat would not suffice to sate hunger. If they could exchange for a substantial amount of grain to accompany the meat, it would allow them to fill their bellies with ease. We require a significant quantity of grain, Lai Anning declared, his gaze unwavering. Aslan nodded, fully aware of the barbarian's appetite. In his past life, he had gradually tamed these savages using this very method, transforming them into the most formidable vanguard of the Melro Legion. However, I need time. My crops have only just begun to be sown. Time is essential. That is of no concern. It is the same for us, Lai Anning replied generously. He understood the challenges of cultivation, especially in the Melro region. If Aslan could indeed succeed in farming, it would bode well for them. If it pertains to the boar-like creatures, living specimens fetch a higher price than the deceased. Aslan emphasized, the boar-like beasts were known for their rapid growth and omnivorous diet, making them easy to raise. In his previous life, Aslan had relied on them as a primary source of meat, ultimately becoming the largest pig farmer in the Kingdom of Cleveland due to mass breeding. Very well. Lai Anning personally escorted Aslan out of the village. Before departing, Aslan, driven by curiosity, expressed a desire to touch Lai Anning's bone staff. Lai Anning, displaying an unexpected glint of cunning in his eyes, graciously handed the staff to Aslan. However, Aslan nearly lost his balance as he fumbled with it. My lord, Arthur was taken aback by Aslan's predicament. Throughout the journey, Aslan remained silent, his gaze occasionally becoming vacant. The members of Arthur's nightly guard were increasingly concerned. Aslan's eyes gleamed with brilliance as visions of the staff's shape and construction flooded his mind, particularly a 3D model akin to that of a magical construct. He was astonished, recalling a treatise on gifted divine arts he had encountered in his former life. Divine talent, a gift only awakened by magicians. Out of thousands of magicians, perhaps one might awaken such a talent. The most striking of these divine talents was the mimetic divine art. It earned the title of divine due to its inexplicability by magic. It allowed the host, upon awakening their talent, to produce items using materials of the same rank. On the continent of Zino, it could only be described as divine, yet in Aslan's view, it resembled a 3D printer. As long as he possessed a complete mental image of the item, he could conjure it using his mental strength and materials, akin to alchemy, albeit with a higher success rate and swifter execution. Could it truly be? Without hesitation, Aslan called out to Arthur, Arthur, lend me your sword. Though puzzled, Arthur respectfully presented his sword to Aslan. Taking the sword, Aslan focused his mental energy, beginning to replicate the sword's form in his mind, simultaneously manifesting numerous symbols of magical elements. Magical elements were akin to chemical elements from his previous life, referring to over 100 basic metallic and non-metallic substances, each composed of a single type of atom, with each nucleus containing an identical number of protons. These elements cannot be decomposed using conventional chemical methods and form the basis of all matter. For an ordinary novice magician, recognizing all these magical elements would prove challenging. However, Aslan was no ordinary magician. In his past life, he had been a learned sorcerer, and his familiarity with the periodic table of elements made him well-versed in magical elements. With a bit of calculation, he could spell out the required materials. When Aslan emerged from the room once more, he possessed a knight's crossed sword identical to Arthur's. Yet this sword shone with a freshness and splendor that surpassed Arthur's own. As long as his mental and magical strength were sufficiently potent, the mimetic divine art could even simulate artifacts. The previous night, Aslan had attempted to create new weapons and armor. Unfortunately, the resources required were far too great for Aslan in his current state. The mimetic divine art solely handled the creation of items, leaving considerations of craftsmanship and technique aside. Aslan was only responsible for calculating the necessary materials. This requirement, while seemingly simple, was undoubtedly a nightmarish task for the impoverished Melro town. In the city lord's council chamber, Aslan had the previously chaotic desk cleared, leaving only a large round table with a diameter of 5 meters. Aslan took his seat at the head of the table, elevated above the others, a symbol of nobility. He listened to Eshin's report, but remained silent for an extended period. The reason was simple. The village of Wood, situated 50 miles from Melro town, had audaciously demanded that Melro remit 50 pounds of salt each month. Salt was Melro town's primary source of economic income. Nearly all the inhabitants of the Melro region came to Melro to purchase it. However, Melro could only procure a mere 100 pounds of salt from the citadel each month. The demand for 50 pounds from Wood village was not merely exorbitant, it was an outright provocation to Melro's dominance in the region. Chapter 8. The Woodlanders listening to Essen's report. Aslan narrowed his eyes slightly, an enigmatic glimmer dancing within them. The village of Wood was the first to engage in conflict with the town of Melro in a previous life. Its population was comparable to that of Mac's village. Yet it had produced 6 intermediate swordsmen, including an apprentice mage. This was the very reason for their arrogance. They aspired to supplant Melro town and establish themselves as the rightful authority. Seated in the main chair, Aslan rested his chin on his right hand, his left hand rhythmically tapping the armrest. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Essen, what are your thoughts? Essen, clearly hesitant to accept Aslan's capabilities, stood expressionless. Upon hearing this, his complexion drained of color, and though he opened his mouth, no words emerged. It was evident that the people of Melro town still doubted Aslan's ability to confront Wood village, whose strength was formidable. Essen had long been reluctant to acknowledge that Melro town's continued independence was largely due to the timely tributes sent by the Claude brothers each month. He wished to persuade Aslan to acquiesce to Wood village's demands, but he believed there was room for negotiation rather than conceding 50 pounds outright. He did not view the lord as an easy negotiator. As everyone departed, Aslan remained firmly seated, while Werkson methodically organized his belongings. Once the council chamber was empty, he approached Aslan. My lord, I possess a means to address this matter. Oh, Aslan's interest peaked immediately. In his previous life, it was indeed Werkson who had suggested this course of action to Aslan, and history was repeating itself. However, in that life, it had been approximately 6 months after Werkson arrived in Melro town that Claude had deliberately provoked him, inciting Wood village to trouble Aslan. In this lifetime, the absence of Claude's mediation had allowed Wood village's ambitions to swell unchecked. Aslan understood that Claude had managed to persuade Wood village by leveraging the might of the armored bandits. We could ally with the village of Ryaning. They have long had their eyes set on Wood village, Werkson stated respectfully before taking his leave. Aslan wore a mysterious smile. With the cloak of night falling, he discreetly led Arthur to Ryaning village, where he candidly declared, I require assistance. 20 pounds of salt monthly, sufficient to meet your village's needs. Ryaning regarded Aslan for a considerable time. He had gleaned some information indicating that the fellows from Wood village were indeed overstepping their bounds. The price is insufficient. Ryaning shook his head. It is ample. Gaining my friendship is your greatest reward. Trust me, within a year, I shall forge a brand new Melro town, nay. It shall be Melro City. You will then comprehend the wisdom of your current actions, Aslan asserted with unwavering conviction. Observing the earnest and resolute look in Aslan's eyes, Ryaning felt an inexplicable urge to believe him. Are you truly this confident? Aslan nodded affirmatively. I was born for this place. If you assist me now, your people shall no longer be considered outsiders, but rather members of Melro City, part of the formidable Melro army. Ryaning stared at Aslan, somewhat dazed. The vision painted before him was audaciously grand, far exceeding any unrealistic dream he had ever heard in the decades his tribe had settled in the Melro region. Do you grasp what you are proposing? Although the overall intellect of the barbarian tribes was slightly lower than that of humans, it did not imply they were devoid of intelligence, especially someone like Ryaning, who had attained the rank of advanced swordsman, possessing intellect on par with an ordinary human. Do you not desire to restore the glory of your people, rather than remain confined here? Aslan's fervor intensified. In truth, Aslan's understanding of Ryaning stemmed from his previous life. Superficially, the tribe sought only to ensure their people had enough to eat, showing little interest in other matters. Yet, Ryaning yearned to escape this predicament. Well aware that should a power unify the Melro region, his people, as outsiders, would be the first to face eradication. However, given the voracious nature of the barbarians, no village could sustain them, and their status as outsiders made them easy targets for coalition attacks, forcing them to maintain a facade of neutrality. For Ryaning, Aslan represented an opportunity, a chance to disrupt the current balance. What can you offer me? Ryaning inquired, placing his bone club beside Aslan. His stance was clear. If the answer failed to satisfy him, Aslan would not leave this place alive. Seeing this familiar scene, Aslan smiled, genuinely pleased. I can offer your tribe a place in Melro City, granting you citizenship as long as you remain loyal. Generations of your lineage will enjoy the rights of citizens. At this point, Ryaning's hand instinctively moved towards the club, yet Aslan remained unperturbed and continued. I envision a realm devoid of racial discrimination, where whether barbarian, halfling, or even beastman, all shall be known simply as Melro people. Unconsciously, Ryaning's hand drifted aside, his mouth agape in disbelief as he gazed at the youth before him. The ideal Aslan proposed was monumental, so grand it bordered on the unbelievable. In a world dominated by humanity where the majority of the continent was claimed by human empires, other races were often treated as synonymous with servitude. Ryaning could not deny that despite the ethereal nature of Aslan's dream, he was tempted to believe it. How simple it sounds, given the mere 500 inhabitants of Melro Town. Though his heart stirred, Ryaning remained skeptical and was unwilling to place his entire tribe under Aslan's authority. Not now, perhaps, but what about the entire Melro region? Or even the entire kingdom of Cleveland? Aslan stood, smiling. Ryaning was taken aback by Aslan's ambition. After a long pause, he finally spoke. What must I do? Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to gauge your resolve and capability. Aslan laughed heartily, placing his hands on the table and locking eyes with Ryaning. Join me in a night raid on Wood Village. Upon success, all of Wood Village's provisions shall belong to you, while the land and populace will be mine. As for any repercussions from other factions, Melro Town shall bear the burden alone. Chapter 9. The Jianghu landing was truly provoked by Aslan's determination to launch a nocturnal raid on a village, particularly one of the top 10 in the Melro region, was a feat that even their barbarian tribe could not undertake with absolute certainty. Even if they could overpower Wood Village, it would come at a great cost in manpower. Aslan whispered a few words into Laning's ear before leading his men away. On the way, Arthur, feeling uneasy, inquired, My lord, what if the barbarians betray us? Aslan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he responded softly, causing Arthur's expression to shift dramatically, his gaze toward Aslan now filled with reverence. He never expected this young lord to possess such cunning. Aslan's confidence in Lanning stemmed from a simple reason: for a betrayal to occur, it must be credible enough to be believed. In fact, Aslan could even turn the tables, alleging that Lanning sought to disrupt the stability of the Melro region, inciting conflict that could unite the entire region against him. Given the current strength of the small town of Melro, a surprise attack on Wood Village was utterly impossible. Yet Aslan remained remarkably self-assured. In every society, there exists intrigue, just as Melro Town itself harbored internal strife. One could only imagine the complexities within Wood Village. Wood Village was divided into two major factions. The village chief, Gulen, held the strongest influence, while the elder, Good, was a close second. Years ago, Good had been mercilessly attacked by Gulen in their bid for leadership, and although he had narrowly escaped, he lost his only son in the ordeal. Gulen had executed this act with great subtlety, leaving Good without evidence or the support of the villagers, forcing him to bury his hatred deep within. Over the years, Good had toiled to secure a position capable of confronting Gulen, yet he still lacked the means for revenge. Aslan was well aware of the intricate dynamics of Wood Village. A past internal conflict had severely weakened it, leading to Gud's defeat and subsequent retreat to Aslan's side. It was Gud who had introduced the cultivation techniques for the balu fruit, ultimately resolving Melro Town's food crisis. Although Aslan possessed knowledge of balu cultivation, he lacked expertise, merely understanding the basics. If he could win Gud over, it would be even more advantageous. Unfortunately, Gud was distrustful of Aslan and had declined his request for a meeting. Aslan, however, remained unfazed. Knowing Gud's character, he was certain that opportunity would present itself. Arthur, arrange for a clever individual to deliver this letter to Gud, Aslan instructed. Arthur nodded, ultimately entrusting the task to Lancelot, who had recently demonstrated a commendable blend of prudence and adaptability, distinguishing himself from the typical rigidity of most knights. Much to Arthur's satisfaction. Yet, the thought of giving up did not sit well with him. In Gulen's household within Wood Village, the chief had just consumed a modest amount of low-quality malt liquor, his face flushed, yet his mind was remarkably clear and alert. Recently, Gud had been overly compliant. Melro Town was attempting to negotiate a reduction in the salt supply, evidently realizing their inferiority to Wood Village and making concessions, which greatly pleased Gulen. If he could also bring Good's faction under his control, he would effectively dominate the Melro region. Gulen consciously overlooked Max Village and Lanning Village, as both had consistently maintained a position of absolute neutrality. He believed that as long as they were provided sufficient food, they would remain indifferent. Gulen's calculations, however, were flawed. While they might accept the benefits he offered, they could just as easily accept Aslan's incentives to turn against him. Ultimately, it was a matter of home field advantage. Gulen presumed that Aslan, being new, had yet to establish connections with the other villages, emboldening him to make such bold threats. He foresaw that within a year or so, Gulen would proactively visit the two villages to ensure their neutrality rather than waiting to offer them benefits afterward. Has Good become too quiet? Could there be some underlying scheme? Gulen pondered, glancing at his youngest son. Keely, Gulen's youngest, bore average talent in dueling, having barely reached the level of a swordsman apprentice. Yet he was the intellectual backbone of Wood Village, with many of Gulen's schemes originating from him. Certainly. I've had people keep a close watch on Good's followers these past few days, worried he might ally with Melro Town, Keely replied after some thought. Upon hearing this, Gulen erupted into laughter. Melro Town currently possesses only 1 intermediate knight, 7 junior knights, and 3 novice swordsmen. What threat could they pose even if they allied with Good? Keely considered this and cautioned, it's always wise to remain vigilant. Gulen appreciated his son's cautious nature. He needed that prudence for his own schemes. Outside Wood Village, Aslan and Lanning convened under the cloak of darkness, merely exchanging nods without uttering a word as they stealthily approached Wood Village. The palisade of Wood Village, while not as tall as that of Max Village, had numerous gaps through which one could observe the interior, yet it also allowed those inside to thrust their pikes outward. Aslan began to count silently, having instructed Lancelot to monitor the patrol frequency of Wood Village over the past few days. Now, Aslan whispered. Lanning nodded, gripping his bone club tightly, raising it high before leaping into the air, channeling the force of his descent into a mighty blow against the palisade. A wooden post, as thick as a barrel, splintered under the impact, the resounding crash echoing throughout Wood Village. Good, still in a state of uncertainty, nearly lost his grip on the cup in his hand, spilling water across the floor. The alarm bells rang throughout the village, summoning young men from every household. Weapons in hand. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Good's cousin, Gyut, burst in, wielding a massive sword. Brother, we are under attack. I see, Good replied, nodding to indicate his understanding. Before silently returning to his seat, observing the chaos at his doorstep, while Gyut stared at him in confusion. Brother? Good lifted his head, fire igniting in his eyes as he asked, do we still have a chance for revenge? At this, Gyut fell silent, pondering for a long while before shaking his head. Difficult. Chapter 10. The Traitor in Wood Village. There are now 5 intermediate professionals, among whom are Good and Gut. The remaining 3 are of the Gulen clan. And most notably, Gulen's eldest son, Chris, has also achieved the rank of intermediate swordsman, becoming the youngest intermediate professional in the village's history. There are even rumors circulating that Chris may have the potential to aspire to the rank of advanced swordsman in his lifetime. Should Chris succeed in becoming an advanced swordsman, vengeance would be a mere fantasy, and merely escaping retribution would be considered fortunate. We have no choice but to act, Good declared, drawing his sword and grasping his shield as he strode out of the house. Gut, momentarily taken aback, seemed to comprehend the gravity of the situation and promptly followed. Outside awaited the entirety of their brotherhood's might in Wood Village, 6 junior swordsmen, 15 swordsman apprentices, and over 20 robust young men. In recent days, Lancelot had thoroughly assessed the dynamics of Wood Village. As they stormed the entrance, Aslan, accompanied by Reining and a multitude of followers, charged toward the Gulen residence. Despite being just a youth, the new lord's presence was unmistakable, flanked by a cadre of fully armored knights. However, upon noticing the mage's robe draped over Aslan's shoulders, a wave of astonishment washed over him. He had never expected Melro's town, which had been embroiled in petty disputes with them, to take the lead in this offensive. Yet, that astonishment rapidly morphed into dread as he beheld a figure he least wanted to encounter. The barbarian warrior, Reining. Reining, what are you planning? Are you not afraid of being besieged by the entire human populace of Melrose? Gulen's voice quivered with trepidation. Reining shrugged nonchalantly. Beside him, Aslan replied with a smile. You seem to misunderstand. This operation is entirely orchestrated by me, with Lord Reining merely providing assistance. Upon hearing Aslan's declaration, Gulen nearly choked on his fury. Merely an assist. Yet a high-ranking swordsman, 10 intermediate swordsmen, and over 30 junior swordsmen had been mobilized, alongside the town guard from Melrose. Aslan had summoned more than 100 individuals for this endeavor. The barbarian warriors led by Rhining alone were beyond their capacity to withstand, let alone the Melrose forces advancing from behind. Adorned in mage's robes, Aslan wielded a basic staff and wore a magical ring containing a sealed low-level fireball spell, usable only once every 3 days. This represented all he had taken with him when departing from the Sulla family. Aslan sauntered through the ranks, flanked by Lancelot, while Arthur and the town guard maneuvered closely alongside the barbarian warriors. Gulen, with his remaining fighters, retreated as they battled. It was not out of cowardice, but sheer inability to confront their adversaries head-on. The might of the barbarian warriors was insurmountable in the Melrose region, and a single village stood no chance against them. As Gulen reached the village center, Good arrived with his contingent. Excellent. Good. We shall use the village center as our stronghold. I have already sent a distress signal. Reinforcements will soon arrive. Just as Gulen finished speaking, Good lunged at him with his sword. Had it not been for Chris's quick reflexes, that strike would have pierced him to the core. Have you lost your mind? Gulen exclaimed in shock, then unleashed a torrent of curses. Are you not aware of the external threat? Must we bicker among ourselves at such a time? You question my sanity? It is madness to not avenge the death of my son. Good's fury erupted as he attacked Gulen. Chris attempted to intervene, but was halted by Gut. The fighters under Gulen's command, already reeling from the death of their intermediate swordsman leader at Rhining's hands, were thrown into disarray, leading to a mass rout, only to find their escape blocked by Good and his men. Leading the charge, Aslan remained untouched throughout the skirmish. Mr. Good, you have performed admirably. As per our agreement, you shall be the next village chief of Wood Village. Upon hearing Aslan's words, a battered Gulen let out a hollow laugh, as if he had foreseen this outcome. Yet, for the sake of peace in Wood Village, he had refrained from taking action against Good, never anticipating it would unfold so swiftly. Expressionless, Good stepped forward, his sword stained with blood, droplets cascading down its blade. Thank you, Lord Aslan. I shall handle matters from here. Aslan nodded dismissively, glancing at Rhining, who also acknowledged him. During the assault, Rhining had already arranged for the plundering of Wood Village's supplies, achieving his goal. Withdraw. I hope to see you at the Lord's Manor tomorrow. Aslan stated coolly before turning to leave. Gulen watched Aslan's retreating figure, laughter mingled with tears streaming down his face. His people were lost, with fewer than 10 survivors remaining, including his son, each wounded and too exhausted to continue the fight. As Aslan disappeared from Good's sight, an insatiable bloodlust filled his eyes as he charged at Gulen and his son, accompanied by Gut and other villagers who followed him into battle. A slaughter ensued, devoid of mercy or pleas for clemency. We have won, Aizen replied uncertainly. Indeed, Aslan affirmed with a nod, as a maid promptly brought in water for washing. After a brief freshening up, he settled into the main seat, resting his chin on one hand. In light of this victory, what suggestions do you have? I welcome your thoughts. This time, Aizen spoke decisively. We must consolidate all forces and unify the entire Melrose region. Wilshin nodded in agreement, unknowingly pulling Rhining's village into their fold. At last, a sensible suggestion, Aslan remarked with a rare smile. Report, my lord. Good from Wood Village requests an audience. Understood. Aizen and Wilshin immediately stood respectfully to the sides, while Aslan tidied his attire, preparing himself. Before long, Good entered, his bloodshot eyes betraying his weariness, hair disheveled, and his demeanor reflecting a state of confusion and despair. The great vengeance has been exacted, he declared, as if emptied of all vitality. I, Good, pay my respects to you, Lord Aslan. Good knelt before Aslan, acknowledging his authority. Chapter 11. Taxation. Aslan smiled as he helped Good up, and the two began to engage in casual conversation. However, midway through, Will couldn't contain his anger and exclaimed, Good, you are courting death. Aslan, unfazed by the outburst, continued unperturbed. Good had ventured alone this time, entrusting the entirety of Wood Village to Gutter, while he himself had come to seek atonement. From the outset, Aslan's objective was solely Good, the expert in the cultivation of the rare baluo fruit. As for the weak in Wood Village, as long as Melro town thrived, with Good present there, Gutter would inevitably gravitate towards it. Aslan had always been exceedingly lenient towards his subjects. It's sufficient that you, Mr. Good, have come. I have long heard of your unique methods for cultivating baluo fruit. My sole aim this time is you. As for Wood Village, I shall demonstrate through action that they will willingly submit to me, Aslan declared boldly. Good cast a surprised glance at Aslan and followed him to the southern expanse of Melro town, where a wasteland was being transformed. Within a few days, dozens of acres had been cleared and planted with baluo fruit trees. Based on Good's experience, a preliminary assessment suggested that should these 30 acres of baluo fruit succeed, the high yield could alleviate Melro town's long-standing food shortages. Good had painstakingly cultivated a small patch of baluo fruit trees on the back mountain of Wood Village, merely half an acre, which yielded 5,000 to 6,000 pounds annually, enabling him to gather a team in Wood Village. In the Barren Melro region, food sometimes held more value than gold. Observing the baluo orchard before him, which was still in the process of being cultivated, Good estimated that at least several hundred acres would need to be cleared for full cultivation of baluo fruit. The yield was beyond his wildest imaginings, sustaining not only Melro town, but also feeding the voracious inhabitants of Wood Village, and Liaoning Village would pose no challenge. Tell me, Mr. Good, do you not find my farm quite impressive? Aslan inquired with a smile. Good watched the farmers working methodically, each baluo fruit tree spaced perfectly apart, and he couldn't help but inhale sharply. It had taken him 3 years to discover that planting baluo fruit too densely would hinder yield. Yet here, the trees were arranged with precision. This could not merely be a coincidence. As more baluo fruit trees were planted, many residents of Melro town found themselves stirred, particularly those tasked with clearing the land. The prospect of receiving an acre or half-acre of their own was enticing, as it would free them from the perpetual worry of hunger. In the present-day kingdom of Cleveland, all land belonged to the king and the noble lords. There was no private ownership, akin to the well-field system of ancient times. Lords distributed land for commoners' use, forbidding sales or transfers, and imposing taxes. Lords would compel peasants to farm collectively. This was a key reason why no lords were willing to settle in the Melro region, where wasteland abounded and insufficient arable land existed for peasants to cultivate. In the kingdom, any serving lord was required to pay taxes each year, with the amount determined by the size of their territory. The entirety of Melro town encompassed the whole Melro region, rivaling even a duke's domain in size. However, the lack of cultivable land ultimately relegated it to the status of a mere town. Every new lord who arrived in such a town resorted to scraping the land bare and exploiting the common folk, for otherwise, they could not meet the tax requirements for the following year. A lord who failed to meet their tax obligations for 2 consecutive years faced disgrace and demotion to commoner status. Standing atop a protruding hill, Aslan addressed the gathered crowd. You all know better than I the extraordinary yield of baluo fruit. With diligent management, it is entirely feasible to harvest 20,000 to 30,000 pounds in a year across 3 seasons. The crowd was already aware of this fact, as baluo fruit had always constituted their primary sustenance. I hereby declare that each household may claim an acre of baluo fruit land. Families loyal to the Lord shall receive an additional acre. While the crowd was somewhat stirred, their expressions remained tempered, primarily due to the crucial matter of annual taxes. Perhaps owing to the peculiar circumstances of this world, the high yield of food corresponded to exorbitant taxes. In other regions of the Cleveland Kingdom, staple grains like rice yielded 5,000 pounds per acre each season, with other crops ranging between 3,000 to 6,000 pounds. Such elevated yields naturally led to terrifyingly high taxes. Lords near the capital could impose tax rates as high as 70%, equivalent to collecting 7/10 of the food yield. During prosperous years, this tax burden might not heavily impact a family of 5, but in the face of natural disasters or calamities, coupled with head taxes, farmers could find themselves utterly destitute. Aslan had experienced such realities in his past life and had meticulously devised these plans. In my name, Aslan, all inhabitants of the Melro region shall enjoy a tax rate of 2/3. Moreover, during times of surplus, the Lord's estate will prioritize purchasing any excess grain from households. Aslan's proclamation immediately sparked a tremendous uproar. A tax of merely half on a yield of 30,000 pounds of baluo fruit meant that a household would retain 15,000 pounds, ample sustenance for a family of 5. Lord, what of the head tax? Some in the crowd had begun to acknowledge Aslan's authority and addressed him as Lord. On this matter, Aslan had deliberated for some time before responding. The head tax shall be a flat rate of 120 copper coins per person. However, in the absence of cash, it can be offset with grain. For instance, This year's market price for baluo fruit is approximately 40 copper coins per 100 pounds. Thus, 300 pounds would suffice to cover 120 copper coins. A family of 5 would typically produce 1,500 pounds of baluo fruit annually. Despite some price fluctuations, it was a trivial burden for a household yielding 10,000 pounds. Aslan had established 2 unprecedented policies: a reduced land tax and the option to pay the head tax with grain. Historically, during the collection of head taxes, nobles and merchants would conspire to depress grain prices, forcing farmers to sell their harvest at a loss, leaving them with little to sustain themselves despite a bountiful yield. Following the implementation of these 2 policies, Aslan garnered the unwavering support of all the people in Melro town, regardless of the era or the realm. It is the humble farmer who serves as the foundation of a nation. As for the knights and mages wielding formidable power, who among them dares to claim that their family lineage does not trace back to the agrarian class? Chapter 12. 6 months later, Good observed the jubilant residents of Melro town surrounding him, feeling somewhat disoriented. This lord was indeed unlike any before him. Although Melro town boasted a population of over 500, it comprised less than 60 households. In the absence of arable land, many families had huddled together for warmth, fostering familial alliances over time. Now, with land available for division, many families began to assert their independence, striving to secure a greater share of the land. Ultimately, the number of households had swelled to 80, aside from a handful of bachelors, widows, or elderly individuals, who were unified under a single farm managed by Aslan in a tenant farming arrangement. Everyone else could collectively work the land. After deducting land taxes and head taxes, each individual could still receive a yearly allocation of 1,000 pounds of grain. With this set of measures in place, it became clear that in Melro town, as long as one was not irredeemably lazy, starvation was an impossibility. Although Aslan had minimized the land tax to its lowest possible level, he ignited the populace's enthusiasm for agriculture. The registered arable land in Melro town exceeded 115 acres, and after rough calculations, it was estimated that during the next harvest, at least 1.72 million pounds of grain could be reaped annually, supplemented by head taxes, bringing the total yield for the town to approximately 2 million pounds. In contrast, previous annual land tax revenues had never surpassed 200,000 pounds. Within just half a month of Aslan assuming control of Melro town, the yield had increased tenfold. The gazes of Wilson and Eshin towards Aslan transformed into one of respect. After all, those lords were genuine nobility, untouched by the toil of the earth. They merely dictated that peasants farm the land and pay taxes, oblivious to the local conditions or the traditional agricultural practices of the kingdom, resulting in stagnant yields. The following day, Aslan had a notice posted. It stated that if anyone in the Melro region was struggling to make ends meet, they could come to Melro town and work on the lord's private farm, with provisions for food and lodging, as well as a distribution of 1,000 pounds of grain at the year's end. After residing in Melro town for a full year, with a residence guarantee, they could become proud members of the community. Upon the announcement, many families, who had been hiding in the distant mountains, tentatively sent representatives to Aslan's lordly farm. Many commoners concealed in the mountains were those who could not survive in the cities and could not afford head taxes, forced to live as unregistered citizens. If given the chance, who would choose to remain hidden, living a wild existence in the mountains? Time passed swiftly, and 6 months later, Melro town had burgeoned to a population of over 2,000, truly becoming a significant town in the Melro region, including the entire Wood Village, which had relocated to a refugee settlement on the old site of Wood Village. Aslan orchestrated this arrangement because, come next summer, the 9 great lords of the kingdom would unite in rebellion, plunging the realm into chaos. The Melro region, a previously tranquil and impoverished land, would transform into the last refuge from the ravages of war. In his previous life, Aslan had leveraged this very turmoil to develop Melro town. However, this time, he intended not only to foster growth, but also to consolidate the entire Melro region in a sweeping motion. At the former site of Wood Village, Aslan led a small squad of swordsmen, indicating various locations for the construction of arrow towers, preparing to transform the entire Wood Village into a military stronghold, connecting it to Melro town in a defensive formation. Gyut, who was to become the future overseer of Wood Fortress, humbly accepted Aslan's directives. 6 months had sufficed for Aslan to establish his absolute authority in Melro town. With a population exceeding 2,000, The town's militia had swelled to over 320 members, solidifying its status as the preeminent power in the area. According to his recollections, the military training in this world was still rather rudimentary, relying solely on basic weapon combat, with battles devolving into chaotic clashes of numbers and formations. There was a stark absence of strategy. Aside from the kingdom's regular army, other lords typically conscripted some peasants, trained them briefly, and sent them to war. Aslan aspired to forge a formidable army. He understood that a disciplined military, one that adhered to commands and exhibited unwavering loyalty, was essential. Therefore, he planned to apply the military training techniques from his past life. Moreover, he decided to issue a recruitment decree the following day, inviting young men aged 18 to 40 to enlist in the newly formed Melro army. Each recruit would receive 5 silver coins a month, along with 3 meals a day. He tentatively set the army size at around 100 men. Wilson exclaimed, "My lord, is 5 silver coins a month not excessively generous? Typically, soldiers are paid no more than 2 or 3 silver coins, and you are providing meals as well." Aslan replied, "I intend to train true warriors, not mere militiamen like those in the town guard. I do not expect each soldier to be capable of defeating 10 foes alone, but they must obey orders with absolute fidelity. To achieve this, we must provide them with a sufficiently reassuring compensation, which will inspire them to fight for us." Wilson responded, "Then we shall defer to your judgment." Beside them, Butte listened, his blood surging with excitement. Currently, the entire military structure of Melro town was divided into 3 tiers. The primary unit consisted of Aslan's lordly guard, a small force of 20 members, each of whom was at least a novice knight, including 3 intermediate knights and 1 advanced knight. After stabilizing the situation, Aslan imparted a premier combat training method to all members of the lordly guard, enabling Arthur to break through to the rank of advanced knight, while Lancelot ascended to intermediate knight, alongside 2 other intermediate knights who had accompanied Aslan from the beginning. The remaining novice knights were promoted under Arthur's guidance, exhibiting unwavering loyalty to Aslan. The second tier was the Melro army, composed of professional soldiers whose sole duties revolved around training and warfare, destined to become the mainstay of Melro town's military efforts. The third tier was the town guard, comprising individuals with lesser talents or older ages, functioning primarily as military engineers, receiving minimal training while still required to fulfill laborious tasks. The only issue that troubled Aslan was the severe scarcity of iron ore in the stores, leaving him barely able to equip the knightly guard. As for the town guard, their weapons were a haphazard assortment, while their armor was in even worse shape. The impoverished terrain of the Melro region bore rich mineral deposits, yet Aslan refrained from mining them. The reason was simple: wealth must not be ostentatiously displayed. The Kingdom of Cleveland controlled the entire national salt and iron trade. The salt and iron trade was nationalized, and any noble lord discovered to have mined salt or iron privately faced the death penalty. Chapter 13. The army in his previous life. Aslan did not dare to covertly exploit the iron mines until he possessed sufficient strength to monitor the entire Mello region. As for the salt, beside him, Wells seemed to have heard Aslan's words and quickly whispered, "My lord, if you are to personally attend to the annual tax this time, please allow me to accompany you. I have relatives in Billy City who engage in commerce. Perhaps they can assist you in resolving numerous issues." Aslan was somewhat taken aback by this revelation, as he had been unaware of Wells' relative residing in Billy City during his past life. Perhaps Wells had allied with Aslan too late, causing his relative to relocate. That would be just splendid. Aslan nodded with a smile. The Mello region was somewhat backward, with scarce intermediate goods, rendering Aslan's exceptional talents of little use. The only advantage lay in the exquisite and ornate furniture within the lord's manor. An idea sparked in Aslan's mind. Indeed, the splendid furniture could become a lucrative economic source for Mello town. To the east of Mello town lay the Arcane Woods, where the timber produced was of exceptional quality for furniture making. From now on, God shall establish the Mello army's garrison here. All daily training will take place at this location, and sentries must be strategically positioned. This will become a critical secret of Mello town. Anyone daring to approach the fort without permission shall be executed without mercy, Aslan declared with a fierce expression. Over the past 6 months, Aslan had taken many lives, ensuring that all officials in Mello town understood that their lord was not a man to be trifled with. "Yes, my lord," came the reply. The next morning, Aslan stood upon a flat expanse outside the wood fortress, where nearly 100 individuals had gathered before him. God approached Aslan and stated, "My lord, I have assembled the troops. Aslan surveyed the chaotic assembly of over 100 men. Although they maintained a semblance of formation, their heights varied significantly, and most were engaged in idle chatter. Their arrangement paled in comparison to the orderly lines of elementary school students during physical education. The primary topic of discussion among them was whether they would indeed receive 5 silver coins each month. Gut, with a scowl, was about to reprimand the soldiers when Aslan intervened. Ascending to a higher vantage point, he addressed the crowd. Quiet down, everyone. I believe you all understand the purpose of our gathering here, and I am aware that what truly moves you is that promise of 5 silver coins. Though none dared to openly contradict Aslan, their expressions and attitudes clearly indicated that they were present solely for the allure of those coins. It appeared that over the past 6 months, Aslan's image in the eyes of the populace had evolved. He was not merely perceived as benevolent and generous, but also as a figure of discipline and authority that commanded respect and deterred dissent. Very well, I shall not waste further words. If you wish to join the Melro army, know that it is no easy endeavor. Anyone who slacks off during training or disobeys orders shall face military justice. Upon hearing the term military justice, the crowd erupted in murmurs. After all, in other regions, soldiers enjoyed a significantly more relaxed regimen during peacetime. However, upon realizing the stringent demands of the Melro army, many faces paled. Training would be arduous, and discipline exceedingly strict. Some began to reconsider whether the pay was worth the effort. Yet, Aslan did not grant them the opportunity to voice their doubts. Should you become qualified warriors and serve for another year, your monthly salary will rise to 10 silver coins. The crowd gasped once more. Compared to military justice, the prospect of a 10 silver coin salary was far more enticing. As long as they did not provoke the boundaries of military law, achieving that sum seemed quite attainable. Gut stood nearby, equally astonished, for it was known that farming in Melro town yielded less than 3 silver coins a month, even for families who owned land. 10 silver coins would be a fortune for the majority of households in Melro town, transforming the once despised soldier profession into a lucrative career. Our army will expand, and those who train diligently and fight bravely will be promoted to higher ranks, reaping even greater rewards. The benefits associated with military ranks will become evident to you in due time. Aslan was incessantly stimulating their ambitions, painting grand visions to ensnare their imaginations. Ahem. Those who wish to depart may do so now. I shall personally train you henceforth. Aslan's gaze swept across each individual. In such a destitute region as Melro, the conditions he offered were irresistibly alluring, as evidenced by the absence of anyone willing to leave. Satisfied, Aslan proclaimed, I hereby announce the commencement of your training as new recruits. All present, form 10 lines of 10 each. Those in excess shall stand behind. It took the disorganized group 5 to 6 minutes to arrange themselves properly. Aslan turned to Gut and instructed, you shall stand at the front of the line. You will also participate in the training. Gut, astonished, pointed at himself and asked, me? I must train as well. Indeed, you must participate in the training, remember the process. For it will be your responsibility to train them in the future. Yes, though still somewhat bewildered, Gut chose to comply with his lord's command. Stand as you are for 2 hours. Aslan, wielding a wooden stick, moved through the ranks, intent on imparting the military training he had experienced in his previous life. He aimed to cultivate an army that was entirely his own, a formidable force of iron and blood. Discipline was the foundational requirement. As for the knightly guard under his command, Aslan had entrusted their training to Arthur, who would focus more comprehensively on special operations. As the ranks began to take shape, Wells rushed in, breathless. My lord, we have a situation. Aslan handed the training stick to Arthur and ordered, train them as I instructed. Yes, my lord. What has happened? The lord of Jimmy Town has sent envoys. Jimmy Town, situated at the intersection of the Melro and Billy regions, was part of the Billy territory and the closest city to Melro Town, boasting a population of over 20,000. Its primary economic source was grain, making it one of the largest grain suppliers in the province of Malokas, ruled by Barren Jimmy. Chapter 14. The Tyrant. What brings them here? Aslan narrowed his eyes, surprised that rascal Jimmy had set his sights on him so soon. In his previous life, when Melro Town was just beginning to flourish, Jimmy had come to take advantage, particularly fond of purchasing grain at low prices. At that time, Aslan's army was newly established and unable to resist. Thus he had no choice but to grit his teeth and accept the exploitation by Barren Jimmy. However, this time was entirely different. Besides his night guard, The town's militia had consistently maintained a force of around 300 men, supplemented by nearly 100 barbarian warriors. Aslan now commanded over 500 combat-ready troops, not accounting for the Melro army still in training. Currently, Melro town was still not a match for Jimmy Town, but with such a formidable military force, Jimmy would have to think carefully before attempting to take advantage of Melro. He would need to weigh whether such an endeavor was worthwhile. Intriguing. Have Willock prepare. We shall go greet this esteemed envoy, Aslan remarked casually after wiping his hands with a handkerchief. Barren Jimmy was a quintessential bully, adept at agricultural development. Yet his military prowess was rather dismal. Although his territory boasted 1,000 soldiers, fewer than 300 were truly combat-ready, with the remainder being poorly equipped farmers who had not even completed basic training. Kalen arrogantly entered the Lord's mansion, which appeared to him utterly dilapidated, initially intending to mock its worn state. However, he was soon taken aback by the exquisite furnishings within. These pieces were elegantly designed, with sharp carved lines and superb craftsmanship, polished to a brilliant shine. Any one of them surpassed the Lord's own seat in beauty. Though devoid of precious gems and extravagant adornments, their grandeur remained undeniable. This was an inherent opulence, not merely a fade crafted from costly jewels. Having heard that the Lord of Melro town hailed from the capital, it seemed to indeed be the case. Only a noble from the capital would possess such precious furnishings. Kalen felt a chill. It appeared that this task would not be easy. Before long, he observed hundreds of soldiers marching fiercely towards the Lord's mansion, causing his heart to race. Particularly alarming was the leader, Leoning, renowned as the strongest barbarian warrior in the Melro region. Could it be that this lord had fully subjugated the entire Leoning tribe? The mere thought of it made Kalen's face pale. If that were true, the task assigned to him by Barren Jimmy was tantamount to a death sentence. Once the town militia surrounded the Lord's mansion, Aslan finally arrived, armed to the teeth with his night guard. In comparison to the militia's sheer numbers, the night guard could only be described as an elite force, all equipped with mid-tier standard gear that gleamed in the sunlight. Aslan leisurely entered the hall and sat down in the main seat. The maidservants served 2 cups of red tea, and Aslan simply declared, "Please," before indulging in his tea. Taking a moment to rest. After spending half the day in training, nearly losing his voice, he felt it was time to relax. In the future, he would merely need to make his presence known during new recruit training, leaving the actual training responsibilities to the night guard. The hall fell into an odd silence as Aslan sipped his tea, while Kalen, fidgeting in his seat, glanced at the fully armed knights around him. Finally, he gritted his teeth and spoke, "Lord Aslan, I am here on behalf of Barren Jimmy to pay a visit." And then? Aslan inquired without lifting his gaze. Kalen was momentarily speechless, wishing to protest that this was not how the script was meant to go. Should he not be asked about the purpose of his visit? "Our lord wishes to procure a batch of grain from your territory," Kalen said, feeling immensely frustrated. "Oh, is that so?" Aslan finished his cup of tea and replied with a beaming smile. "I am truly sorry, but I cannot assist your lord. Please see him out." Before Kalen could react, the knights of the night guard seized him by the arms and unceremoniously expelled him from the Lord's mansion. It was only when he found himself thrown outside that Kalen realized that Lord Aslan must be out of his mind. "Do you know what you are doing? Are you seeking war?" Kalen shouted in exasperation. Lancelot drew his sword sharply, placing it against Kalen's neck. Kalen began to tremble. Had he just heard correctly? Did they intend to slaughter the city? Were all lords from the capital mad? "Fine. You shall pay for this." Kalen, not forgetting his status, spat out a defiant remark before fleeing in disarray. As he escaped, his subordinates were released, their armor and weapons stripped away, leaving them worse off than common thieves. Along the way, Kalen inquired with several locals in the Melro region and received a terrifying piece of information. This Lord Aslan was a true tyrant. Within less than half a year of arriving in the Melro region, he had slaughtered several villages, claiming hundreds, even thousands of lives. Moreover, he was ambitious and militaristic, with a population of only a few thousand, yet an army nearing 1,000. Upon receiving this information, Kalen trembled even more violently, realizing the terrifying nature of their neighbor. He must report to his lord as soon as possible, urging his territory to prepare. The news Kalen had received was indeed relayed by the villagers of the Melro region. Albeit somewhat exaggerated, no village had been slaughtered, but rather some had willingly allied with Melro town. Miscommunication had transformed the figures into thousands. While the claim of 1,000 troops was accurate, though 500 of those were construction troops, Despite being within the military, they wielded tools rather than weapons. Working for wages under the lord's governance, tasked primarily with road construction and land reclamation, Aslan had never anticipated that Kalen's mission would fundamentally alter Jimmytown's perception of Melro Town, spreading the infamous title of the Melro Tyrant throughout the region and beyond. 3 days later, Aslan set off for Billy City ahead of schedule, not out of desire, but necessity. The coffers of Melro Town were rapidly depleting. Chapter 15. Jason. This time, Aslan set out with an air of unburdened ease, not even carrying any goods. 15 men on 15 swift steeds, traveling the entire journey. Before arriving at the small town of Mello, Aslan's final stop was in the city of Billy. At that time, the journey from Billy to Mello had taken him over 10 days. However, this time, he managed to complete the journey in less than 3 days. Even Aslan found it somewhat exhausting, let alone the elderly Wilson, who was well past 50. The urgency behind Aslan's haste stemmed from the news that Wilson's relatives and Billy were relocating. It had already been 15 days since Wilson had sent a letter from Billy to Mello, which indicated that they would depart in 20 days. Upon receiving the letter, Wilson rested only one night before urging Aslan to hasten to Billy. With no children or spouse by his side, he had only one brother left and wished to see him before he left the city. In a world devoid of airplanes and high-speed trains, the distances between cities are exceedingly vast. Sometimes a parting could last a lifetime. Billy was one of the largest cities in the Mello region and the Billy region, governed by the formidable Marquis Medea, a powerful sorceress. After her husband perished on the battlefield, she single-handedly upheld the family, only to see it fall into decline due to the rebellion of her foolish son. The rebellion was more akin to a farce. The Marquis's son, after a few drinks, raised the banner of revolt. By the time Marquis Medea learned of the uprising and emerged from her magical tower, it was already too late. Her son had been hanged. Devastated by the loss of her husband, Medea had focused all her energies on her son. Overcome with grief, she eventually clashed with 3 royal sorcerers, killing them in a fit of rage, which prompted the kingdom's guardian, Joshua, to intervene personally and ultimately put her down. In the aftermath, Joshua expressed deep regret, stating that Medea could have become the next guardian of the kingdom within 20 years. With the powerful sorceress Medea presiding over Billy, the city stood as the most prosperous and densely populated in the province of Moluccas. The saying 3 miles of city and 7 miles of walls describes the splendor of ancient Chinese cities and remains applicable in this otherworldly realm. Billy spans an area of 15 square kilometers, and with its surrounding walls, it reaches 50 square kilometers, boasting a population exceeding 900,000. The outer city, without protective walls, houses over 75% of Billy's populace. Upon entering the southern district of Billy's outer city, Wilson found himself utterly exhausted and, with Lancelot's assistance, sat down to rest at a nearby vendor's stall. The exertion had nearly taken a toll on Wilson's health. Upon dismounting, it was evident that he could barely straighten his back. Aslan twisted his waist to relieve some discomfort and ordered the stall owner to provide snacks and water for everyone. The so-called snacks consisted of soaked black bread, with the finest being a few slices of vegetables. Given that 50% of the populace in the Sino-continent struggles to find enough to eat, one cannot ask for much. Especially since over 90% of the outer city's inhabitants are impoverished with shockingly low living standards. Aslan drank a bowl of water and began to meditate, seeking to dispel his fatigue swiftly. The knights quietly consumed their food, eager to restore their strength. After a period of meditation, Aslan suddenly inquired about Wilson's brother's whereabouts in the southern district. Nodding in understanding, he adjusted his collar and slowly rose to his feet. Let us set forth. We must resolve this matter swiftly and rest in the city tonight. Yes. Wilson laboriously stood up. Aslan snapped his fingers, instructing a knight to carry him. As the forthcoming path led through narrow city alleys, where riding would be impractical due to the throng of people. Absolutely not, my lord. How could a mighty knight carry this old man? Wilson was deeply touched, but still refused. In that case, I shall carry you. Aslan turned, intending to lift Wilson, causing the nearby knight to crouch in shock. Lancelot forcibly assisted Wilson onto the knight's back. That's more like it. Aslan patted the knight's shoulder. As my knight, your loyalty extends not only to me but also to the territory. The mission of a knight and soldier is to protect the people and property of the realm from harm. Wilson listened, filled with respect. Here was a true lord who genuinely cared for the populace. At that moment, Wilson's heart aligned with Aslan's noble intentions. He was wholly captivated by Aslan's generosity and vowed to dedicate his life to aiding him. Aslan observed the admiration in Wilson and the knight's eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. This world lacked the philosophical musings of ancient times. The concept of humility toward the learned was non-existent. The societal hierarchy was rigid, with emperors and nobles elevated above all, creating a world defined by exploitation and subjugation. Ideas such as sharing joys with the people or water can carry a boat, but also capsize it were mere absurdities. Aslan's concern for the common folk instantly won over his subordinates, who hailed from humble origins. Although the narrow alley could be traversed directly, it wound and twisted, taking them nearly 10 minutes to reach Wilson's brother's doorstep. His brother's home lay at the end of a dead-end alley. Upon entering, a shadow darted towards Aslan. "It's a person," Aslan exclaimed, catching a plump figure with one hand. Drawing upon the Tai Chi techniques he had practiced in his former life, he effortlessly absorbed the weight of the nearly 200-pound individual. Lancelot and another senior knight, Gawain, stood dumbfounded, being practitioners of combat arts. They recognized the strength and finesse of Aslan's maneuver. However, the thought of Aslan potentially imparting elite combat techniques to them soon eased their astonishment. Jason. Upon recognizing the rotund figure, Wilson gasped. It was his nephew Jason, the last male descendant of his family. Wilson, having dismounted from the junior knight, limped toward the stunned Jason. Aslan, observing the situation in the dead-end alley, noted that roughly 7 or 8 burly men surrounded Wilson's family, particularly an elderly man lying on a stretcher, who appeared gravely ill, suggesting he had been afflicted for some time. "Uncle." The plump Jason, upon seeing Wilson, could not help but reveal a flicker of hope on his previously despondent face. Chapter 16. The local tyrant Jason's loud call of uncle immediately attracted the attention of those in the dead-end alley. The burly men dispersed, gradually encircling Aslan and his companions, each wielding a weapon. Gavin's expression darkened. How dare they approach a lord with arms drawn? The knight unsheathed his sword, a surge of fighting spirit emanating from him, enveloping the blade in a vibrant green glow. A high-ranking professional indeed. The leading thug's demeanor shifted as he beheld the unexpectedly formidable group. Despite their dusty armor, it was evident that their craftsmanship was of the highest quality, causing a flicker of concern to cross his face. In this realm, both knights and swordsmen could condense their fighting spirit upon reaching advanced professions, illuminating their weapons with a dazzling radiance and significantly enhancing their power. This was also a mark of status. Seize them all. For those who struck first, break a leg. Aslan spoke leisurely. Those capable of such brazen acts in the slums were undoubtedly of lowly character, unworthy of attention, even if they had powerful backers. Aslan would not be deterred by such insignificant ruffians, despite his current status as a lord exiled by his family. "My lord, we are from the patrol division under Captain Rian of the Southern Outer District." The leading thug, realizing they had encountered formidable opponents, observed the fully armed knights whose polished armor and gleaming weapons unmistakably conveyed their noble and powerful status. In any context, attire still bore significance, especially in a foreign world where an ensemble like Gavin's knightly gear was not something a mere provincial noble could afford. Moreover, high-ranking professionals were not to be trifled with. The patrol division captain was akin to the precinct chief in this area. If it had been the inner district's patrol, Aslan might have needed to show some deference. For those who held such positions would invariably be established nobility of Billy City, with neither emerging nor relocated nobles able to infiltrate these vital official roles. Seeing Aslan's lack of reaction, Lancelot revealed a menacing grin. Instead of drawing his sword, he unsheathed it and wielded the scabbard like a club, striking the nearest thug. After a cacophony of thuds, all 8 thugs lay groaning on the ground, 2 of them with broken legs. Before Jason could express his surprise at seeing his uncle, he was rendered speechless by the unfolding scene, instinctively wanting to warn Aslan that they had stirred a hornet's nest. "Will, don't," Jason's companion urged, subtly shaking his head. "Your servant thanks you, my lord." Aslan nodded, dismissively waving his hand. "Let us attend to the matter at hand." Will nodded in agreement. He had come to visit his brother and hoped to establish a foothold for Aslan in Billy City by helping him set up a trading guild. Although Will was unaware of what Aslan's guild intended to sell, the elderly man lying on the stretcher suddenly sat up, trembling, and embraced Will. The 2 old men, together over a century in age, clung to each other, speaking until emotions overwhelmed them, resulting in tears. Aslan entered their dilapidated home, a mere 40 square meters, yet housing 6 individuals, the Wilson couple, their 3 daughters, and young Jason. Holding his nose, Aslan noted the lack of ventilation and the unpleasant odor permeating the air. Upon learning from Will that Aslan was a lord, Jason viewed him with newfound respect. Eagerly following behind and preparing to assist by removing a pot from his sister's back to fetch water. Observing Jason's intentions to light a fire, Aslan interjected, not out of politeness but concern for the already poor air quality. Starting a fire indoors would be hazardous. Enough of that. I have heard you once engaged in trade in Billy City. How did you end up in this predicament? From Jason, Aslan learned that old Wilson had fallen gravely ill, necessitating funds to hire a priest. Consequently, Jason resorted to usury, which spiraled into insurmountable debt, compelling them to flee Billy City. Aslan inquired further and discovered that Jason possessed considerable knowledge about Billy City, making him a true local. Although residing outside the city, his primary business involved procuring affordable fruits and vegetables to sell within. While modest, he had established connections and was well acquainted with various locales, frequently mentioning the infamous Canton's Hall. Much to Aslan's annoyance, did they truly think he was ignorant? That establishment was renowned as the city's most notorious brothel. Take me to the largest and most prominent trading guilds, Aslan decisively stated. Jason's eyes brightened. He was familiar with their locations, but had previously been unable to enter due to his status. Today, however, he finally had the chance to explore. I will enter the city first. Let us meet within. Lancelot, take a few men to protect Will. Aslan remarked as he followed Jason out of the house, glancing at the 2 elderly men still reminiscing, smiling gently as he departed. Upon seeing Aslan emerge, Will's wife and their 3 daughters hurriedly prepared to bow, which Aslan acknowledged with a subtle nod before leaving. Will's spouse, watching her youngest son accompany Aslan, expressed her concern. Uncle, will Jason's outing with the Lord bring trouble? Will, knowing the true purpose of their Lord's visit to Billy City, chuckled and shook his head. The Lord is young at heart, merely seeking some enjoyment in the city. With Jason as his guide, he is in good hands. The walls of Billy City rose 20 meters high and were 6 meters thick, with an entrance fee of 10 copper coins per person. Nobles and high-ranking professionals were exempt and had designated entrances, avoiding queues. Billy City's environment surpassed Aslan's expectations. With well-planned architecture and clear roads, free from congestion, Jason led Aslan along Billy Avenue to a 4-story building, which, without the assistance of a magician, was considered tall within the city. Chapter 17. Business. The Chamber of Commerce in the province of Melro is quite affluent. However, its young master, lacking in intellect, followed the intoxicated young lord of Billy City into rebellion, resulting in a swift suppression. Consequently, the family's wealth, accumulated over nearly a century, was entirely seized by the grand nobles of Melro. At that time, he had already ascended to the rank of marquis in the Melro region. Although he did not partake in the quelling of the rebellion, his status granted him a share of 20,000 gold coins, underscoring the immense wealth of the Chamber of Commerce of Faith and Fire. Upon entering the chamber, a striking young lady approached, eager to introduce herself to Aslan. Despite Aslan's simple warrior attire, the fabric was of a quality only obtainable in the capital, far superior to ordinary materials. Moreover, he was accompanied by several fully armed knights, whose gear revealed that Aslan was not lacking in wealth. Regardless of the era, the acumen of a sales representative is paramount. Discerning a potential major client at first glance is crucial. In reality, Aslan was merely a penniless individual. The knight's equipment was crafted through his innate magical abilities, requiring only equivalent resources. Take me to the magical equipment section, Aslan proclaimed with grandiosity. Upon hearing this, the saleslady's eyes sparkled with excitement, almost wishing to nestle herself in Aslan's embrace, prompting Jason beside her to salivate. The first floor of the Chamber of Commerce of Faith and Fire offered commonplace items, whereas the second floor showcased rare weapons and equipment, and the third floor housed precious magical gear and artifacts. After perusing the magical equipment exhibition, Aslan had touched nearly every item but left empty-handed, disappointing the saleslady greatly. Bored, he ventured to the second floor, where the weapons catered primarily to knights and warriors, priced significantly lower than those on the third floor. As he grasped a knight's sword, the magical analysis engaged, instantly calculating the materials of the sword. After all, one cannot determine a weapon's quality based solely on appearance. However, the materials utilized can reveal its excellence. Moreover, different magical elements, after undergoing various processes, alter in essence. For instance, wrought iron transforms into cast iron. Despite both being categorized as iron elements, their magical attributes differ. Aslan glanced at the price tag, 20 gold coins. From the perspective of magical elements, this knight's cross sword was merely an iron weapon, while his own version was forged from steel, a stark contrast. What a piece of junk. This is inferior to the sword you wield, Aslan remarked, handing the sword to Gawain. Gawain accepted the long sword, and, channeling his combat aura, the cross knight's sword gleamed with a green light. Indeed, compared to the longsword bestowed by the Lord, it fell short, particularly in terms of aura activation, Gawain candidly admitted. Aslan nodded, casting a glance at other weapons before eyeing the knight's armor. Although it was merely the most basic tier, the technology embedded within it was still beyond what a border town like Billy could fathom. This won't do. Aslan continued to shake his head. The saleslady observed, perspiring profusely. Were it not for the superior quality of Gawain's knightly armor and sword, she might suspect Aslan was intentionally creating a scene. Aslan's true purpose for visiting was to study the market trends rather than to make purchases. Even the cheapest items on the first floor were beyond his current financial capacity. Hence his incessant criticism. The weaponry and equipment here could not possibly compare to those produced in the capital. A robust voice, imbued with a hint of amiability, resonated in the air. The saleslady quickly bowed her head in respect upon seeing the newcomer, and Jason's expression changed upon recognizing him. He whispered to Aslan, "It is Mr. Shelson Lake, the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce of Faith and Fire." Upon hearing this name, Aslan's eyes narrowed. He had been waiting for this individual throughout his visit. Shelson Lake was a commercial legend. The current scale of the Chamber of Commerce could not be divorced from his efforts. The president, Silmer Lake, had even publicly declared that the chamber could survive without him. But losing Shelson would likely lead to a drastic decline in their fortunes. This demonstrated Shelson's significance to the organization. "Oh, your discernment is commendable. You could see through it." Aslan greeted him with a smile. They exchanged anecdotes about the capital, and Shelson, recognizing Aslan's intent to conduct business rather than merely shop, led him to the upper levels. Once in the reception room, the two men sat across from one another, each accompanied by one attendant while the others remained outside in the corridor. "Young Master Sarah, what business do you wish to discuss with me?" Shelson inquired, sipping his red tea leisurely while unveiling Aslan's identity. "Oh, how did you deduce that I am the exiled young master of the Sarah family?" Aslan asked with keen interest. "The armor worn by your knights, though merely the lowest tier from the capital, indicates that few nobles in the vicinity of Billy City possess such resources. I must commend the prosperity of the Sarah family. Even an exiled young master like yourself can command such a formidable retinue of knights," Shelson remarked, his expression grave, embodying the adage that a starving camel is larger than a horse. "Haha," Aslan chuckled, unable to suppress his laughter, tinged with a bittersweet and melancholic undertone. When he departed the capital, only Arthur, his guardian knight, possessed such equipment. The others merely donned standard soldier armor, and at that time, the strongest knight was merely Arthur, a mid-tier knight. As for wealth, there was barely any, consisting solely of a meager inheritance left by his mother, while his biological father would have preferred him to perish away from home, providing no support whatsoever. "So what do you think of this set of knight's armor?" Aslan inquired with a smile. Shelson's eyes brightened, a glint of cunning flashing within. "It is indeed splendid. However, the price is exorbitant. The most expensive items are not always the most practical." "Haha, indeed. However, the finest items are invariably the priciest. Furthermore, what nobles utilize must be both expensive and resplendent. My knight's armor aligns more closely with aristocratic aesthetics," Aslan replied nonchalantly. Chapter 18. The Chamber of Commerce. The brief exchange of words between the two left Zirson in awe. The demeanor and composure of a young man from a prominent family were truly remarkable, far removed from that of an ordinary 16-year-old. His own inept nephew certainly lacked such prowess. "Is it merely the knight's equipment?" Zirson inquired, attempting to redirect the conversation. Aslan shook his head and replied, "Certainly. There are other resources at my disposal. I simply prefer to keep them discreet." Zirson immediately grasped the implication. Although Aslan had faced defeat in the family power struggles, he still possessed influence within his clan, allowing him to clandestinely smuggle goods from the capital. Thus, he could not display his resources openly, but had to act in secrecy. "Pray tell, how many sets of knightly armor do you possess?" Aslan responded nonchalantly, "Only 15 remain. I recently outfitted several subordinates." Zirsin's expression grew increasingly grave as he deduced the magnitude of Aslan's business from their brief dialogue. Just the 15 sets of armor, each valued at 250 gold coins, would total 3,750 coins. Currently, the Faith and Fire Chamber of Commerce primarily operated around the city of Billy. Aslan's first encounter with them had occurred 2 years later, when he had fully established his hold over the town of Melro, enabling him to venture beyond the region. Consequently, Aslan had misjudged the financial capacity of the Faith and Fire Chamber. While they could indeed absorb this shipment, it would significantly impact their liquidity. After a moment's hesitation, Zirsin decisively accepted the deal. Excellent. I also require some potions and alchemical materials, as I am a mage myself. Upon saying this, Aslan picked up a quill and began to jot down a list of ingredients for various magical potions and artifacts he had recently reviewed. Zirsin's apprehension deepened as he examined the list, only to exhale in relief. The items were not particularly exorbitant. However, he could not discern the purpose of these materials. The recipes for each potion and the techniques for crafting magical items were closely guarded secrets among mages. Unless the respective mage was present, it was impossible to ascertain what Aslan intended to concoct. These are manageable. The chamber will arrange for a shipment within the next few days. Lord Aslan, you may enjoy your time in Billy City. There is an inn across from the chamber, owned by our Faith and Fire Chamber, where you and your associates can rest comfortably. Zirsin affirmed. This arrangement would save Aslan the cost of lodging, much to his satisfaction, as he had only brought a handful of silver coins with him, making even meals for his party a challenge, let alone accommodation. Perfect. It will take a few days to procure the items, so let us plan for the transaction 3 days hence, Aslan concurred. The two parties subsequently signed a contract. While Aslan chose to postpone discussions regarding the procurement of iron, ore, and salt until after this transaction was concluded. Upon exiting the Faith and Fire Chamber, Zirsin was followed reverently by Jason, who was eager to remain by Aslan's side from that moment on. He had just experienced the advantages of associating with someone of Aslan's stature. The deference shown by the chamber's staff had left him utterly enthralled. Upon leaving the chamber, Aslan and his entourage proceeded directly to the Flame Lady Inn across the street, which was aptly named, for its grandeur and luxurious decor rivaled that of the headquarters of the Faith and Fire Chamber. Hearing this, Jason hastily dashed toward the city outskirts. Once inside the well-appointed room arranged by the chamber, which was a single room tucked away in a corner on the 4th floor, he enjoyed a splendid view of the entire Billy Avenue, complete with a private balcony. The surrounding rooms, equipped with twin beds, were ideal for accommodating Aslan's guards while ensuring his safety. As evening approached, just before the city gates were to close, Wirkson and his entourage arrived at the inn, accompanied by the Wilson family. Upon entering, Wirkson immediately sought Aslan's forgiveness for bringing his brother's family without prior consent. No matter, this is but a trivial matter. Your family is, after all, my family too, Aslan replied, having just finished his dinner. He had arranged for a wooden tub to be prepared in his room, intending to indulge in a bath. Wirkson had long since become accustomed to this habit. The Lord was known for his cleanliness, and it was a well-established norm in the town of Melro that he bathed daily, with his garments, excluding outerwear, being washed almost every day. This was a stark contrast to the majority of the populace, who might go days or even weeks without bathing. In fact, Aslan had begun to promote the concept of personal hygiene, particularly among his troops. Unless in times of war, he had issued a strict decree that soldiers must bathe daily. Consequently, the most commonly constructed public facility in Melro was the bathhouse. After cleansing away the weariness of the day, Aslan reclined lazily on a chair, which, while not exactly a sofa, was cushioned for comfort but paled in comparison to the sofas in the Lord's manor. My lord, I have a proposition. My nephew could establish a chamber of commerce in the outskirts, which would facilitate the procurement of raw materials at a lower cost compared to sourcing them within the city. Wirkson stated, presenting a plan he had meticulously prepared. Only after Aslan gestured for him to take a seat did he leisurely comply. This document was the reason for his delayed arrival in the city that evening. Aslan smiled faintly, appreciating Wirkson's thoroughness. His ability to plan ahead and execute tasks methodically was commendable. In the current world, industry remained underdeveloped, making it nearly impossible for residents of the outskirts to find work in the city, as the urban population had long since filled those roles. Yet, the outskirts continued to draw inhabitants, not only due to illicit trade, but also because of the abundant supply of inexpensive raw materials. Agricultural products constituted a significant portion, along with timber and herbal remedies. For instance, 30 kilometers northeast of Billy City lay the Bailea mountain range, while the vast nightlife forests sprawled to the southwest, both rich sources of raw materials. Chapter 19. The Young Lord. Most importantly, the vicinity of Billy City is rich in low-grade iron ore, and many citizens clandestinely mine it, refining it into iron ingots for sale within the city. Wilson mentioned a location that particularly piqued Aslan's interest, suggesting that, given their current low demand for steel, they could indeed procure it from outside the city. The kingdom had implemented a state monopoly on salt and iron, and it was no secret that many nobles discreetly engaged in mining or salt production. However, the kingdom strictly controlled the larger salt fields and iron mines, swiftly taking over any that were discovered to be operating on a grand scale while imposing severe penalties. Yet, for those low-grade iron mines incapable of large-scale production, kingdom inspectors would often turn a blind eye, as this was the most common occupation for the ordinary populace in the outer districts. The difficulty in refining low-grade ore required significantly more labor than that of high-grade ore, which the kingdom found unworthy of regulation. However, for the lower-class citizens, manpower was abundant and lives were undervalued. Excellent. Wilson, procure a badge for entry into the city immediately. I require it within the next few days. Said Jason. Approximately 1 ton of iron ingots. As for payment, he shall receive it in 3 days. Aslan exclaimed with delight. Unlike the nobles who disdainfully overlooked the minor profits of the impoverished districts, Aslan understood the significance of volume sales and the accumulation of wealth through small gains. He aimed to utilize the resources of the slums to develop Mellocktown. Wilson had no objections to the delayed payment, recognizing their current financial constraints. Assigning this task to Jason would also serve as a test for him. If he could not manage such a simple task, he would be unfit to lead the merchant guild. Very well, my lord. I shall make the arrangements at once. Wilson, elated by Aslan's approval, hurried away, leaving the purpose of the 1 ton of iron ingots unexamined. He even suspected that this was a deliberate challenge presented by Aslan for Jason. The Flame Lady Hotel, being the largest establishment in Billy City, naturally transformed into one of the city's most notorious dens of vice after dusk. The first floor was converted into an expansive bar where many of the city's esteemed nobles frequented to pass the time in the evenings. Aslan found the bar rather rudimentary, a massive counter, a few tables, and several private rooms, devoid of any dancers, with only a handful of minstrels providing music. Such was life in the countryside. Aslan contemplated whether he should also open a brothel. His past experiences indicated that brothels were excellent sources of information and among the most lucrative businesses. That SM. A foreign voice pierced the air, and a group of individuals swiftly approached Aslan's location, several armed and menacing, causing a commotion among the revelers, who hurriedly cleared the area. Who dare defend our young lord? Whispered some as they recognized the newcomers. It was none other than Master Justin, the sole heir of Marquis Media, flanked by the head of the patrol division, Ryan, who brought along a thug whose leg had been broken by Aslan earlier that day. Aslan was taken aback. It was impressive that the patrol leader had managed to summon this second-generation noble. You have quite the audacity to openly assault an official of Billy City, Justin began, refraining from immediate violence. He had already verified Aslan's background as a member of the Sarah family. Although a failed scion in the family's internal conflicts, he still bore the Sarah name. Should he push too far, it could tarnish the family's reputation, and they would not remain passive. Thus, the best method to deal with such a family's outcast was to impose territorial laws. As long as everything remained within the boundaries of the law, the Sarah family would merely turn a blind eye. In simpler terms, both face and substance had to be preserved, as nobility placed great emphasis on honor. Oh, and who exactly are you? Show me the official I supposedly assaulted, Aslan retorted, exuding arrogance. He felt emboldened. For Billy City was a sanctuary of magic within the Melek province. The Marquis Media, being a powerful mage, had issued a decree that any mage committing a crime, regardless of their strength, must be judged by her personally. Although Aslan was merely a novice mage, he still fell under this decree. Should the situation escalate to the Marquis, Justin would find himself in dire straits. That's the one. You brazenly broke an official's leg in Billy City. What punishment do you deserve? Justin, unaware of Aslan's magical status, continued to revel in his theatrical performance. Ryan took a step forward, green light emanating from him, while a swordsman named Gawain dashed out, only to be halted by a senior knight from the Lord's estate. Is this your source of arrogance? Justin sneered, beginning to chant a spell. A fireball the size of a fist materialized and hurtled toward Aslan. The bar's patrons gasped in shock, retreating, with some cowering beneath tables. While a fist-sized fireball might not inflict significant damage, the magic contained within, composed of compressed fire elements, would explode upon contact. The fireball spell of a novice mage held the equivalent power of a hand grenade, a testament to the respect and might of mages in this world. Aslan's gaze sharpened. Rather than retreating, he advanced, extending his left hand to claw at the fireball. Has this fool lost his mind? Justin was taken aback by Aslan's audacity. Some women instinctively closed their eyes, fearing the gruesome spectacle of an explosion. As his hand closed around the fireball, it did not erupt as expected. Instead, there was a brief pause. Dispel magic. Aslan realized he was up against a skilled mage. A middle-aged man who had appeared lethargic until now suddenly emitted a fierce energy from his eyes. Levitation. Seizing the moment as flames erupted, Aslan cast a first-level spell, causing his body to feel weightless as he shot toward Justin like a released arrow. The middle-aged man quickly grabbed Justin's shoulder, shielding him, while a yellow-hued shield appeared before them as his ring glowed. Aslan's fist collided with the shield, resulting in a thunderous explosion that toppled everyone in the vicinity. Chapter 20. Pollution. The middle-aged man retreated gracefully, and the shield before him cracked with a sharp sound, slowly spreading fissures throughout its surface. Ultimately, the earth shield, solidified from the earth element, shattered and dissipated. It was merely a single strike. The explosion had been unleashed by a fireball spell. The middle-aged man regarded Aslan with a brooding expression. This fellow appeared to possess only the strength of a novice mage. Yet his mastery and comprehension of the elements far surpassed that of mages of the same rank, allowing him to unleash powers that exceeded those typical of a beginner. The middle-aged man assessed Aslan's capabilities, and just as he prepared to conjure a second-level spell, his brow twitched imperceptibly, prompting him to immediately interrupt the incantation and disperse the magical elements surrounding him. To his surprise, Aslan exhibited a similar reaction. Had he sensed it as well? Generito, act swiftly and let this scoundrel understand our might. Just as Justin's words trailed off, a shrill whistle pierced the air, growing ever closer. The magical enforcement team of Billy City had arrived. This team, a private armed force of Marquee Media, was composed entirely of mages. Residual traces of magical elements confirmed that a battle had taken place. A slightly younger mage held a magical crystal ball, within which several magical elements writhed restlessly. The mages involved in the conflict stepped forward, and representatives from both sides accompanied us to meet the Marquee Media. The squad leader of the magical enforcement team stepped forth, speaking in a calm and measured tone. Aslan, filled with righteous indignation, stepped forward. I am Aslan Saleh, the lord of the Melek region. Upon my arrival, I was assaulted by these two individuals before me. I demand an audience with the Marquee Media to lodge a complaint regarding the utter chaos in the security of Billy City, which has escalated to the point that one dares to commit murder in public. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man let out a sharp expletive. Lord Generito, the squad leader of the magical enforcement team, quickly bowed in respect upon seeing the middle-aged man. Aslan's eyes brightened upon hearing the name. Generito was a renowned mage in Billy City, albeit with rather mediocre magical talent. One might even describe it as poor. Having practiced magic since childhood, he had reached his 40s, yet remained merely a mid-level mage. Though an ordinary mid-level mage, Generito was esteemed as the most knowledgeable mage in Billy City, rivaling even the esteemed media. It was surprising that the Marquee Media valued her foolish son so highly as to assign Generito to Justin's side. A minor conflict could be resolved later when I meet with the Marquee Media. I shall clarify everything then. Generito was astonished by Aslan's youth and the ferocity of his words, yet he was even more impressed by Aslan's magical talent. Achieving such a level at this age was no trivial feat. Justin shivered at the thought of meeting his mother. The Marquee Media indeed held him in great affection. But that affection was underscored by a fierce disappointment, leading her to be exceedingly strict, to the point that Justin often questioned whether he had been adopted. Teacher, can I not go? Justin asked softly. Generito shook his head in resignation. You must have heard how this lord spoke just now. If you do not attend, the consequences will be dictated by the other party. Given your teacher's disposition, do you think she would let you off the hook? With a face nearly in tears, Justin followed the magical enforcement team towards the towering magic tower at the heart of Billy City. The magic tower comprised 11 stories, each approximately 4 meters high. culminating in a structure of 44 meters. In a city where buildings typically reached only a few meters, this was indeed a lofty edifice. Aslan gazed at the tallest structure in the Melek province and chuckled softly. "What is it? Not tall enough?" asked Generito with a smirk. Aslan nodded matter-of-factly. In his previous life, he had constructed a magic tower over 100 meters tall using modern technology. It was only due to resource scarcity that it could not reach greater heights. Had magical resources been abundant, he could have built one 200 meters tall or even higher. The tallest building in the Kingdom of Cleveland was the Magic Tower within the Royal Palace. Standing at 57 meters, with 14 stories, the last two lacking the typical 4-meter spacing. The St. John Magic Tower soared even higher. "Boasting again, are we?" Justin wanted to retort, feeling insulted by the comments about his mother's tower, but was cut off by Generito. Indeed, the St. John Magic Tower was the highest magical structure in the kingdom. Hearing Generito's words, Justin's face flushed crimson. The first floor of the Magic Tower was a vast grand hall, flanked by crimson and purple stone pillars, meticulously carved with intricate magical patterns. Magical crystals hung from the pillars, illuminating the hall with a bright and solemn light. Aslan felt a sense of reverence akin to that of a museum in his previous life. "Why do you fight in the city?" a solemn voice echoed. Not from the Marquis Media seated at the head of the assembly, but from an aide beside her. The figure was cloaked in a voluminous hood. Upon seeing the cloak, Aslan's pupils constricted slightly. He recognized the identity of the cloak. It was not a mere person but a corpse, specifically, a death puppet. It was the husband of the Marquis Media, Saikin. In his previous life, Aslan recalled that after the death of the Marquis Media, the identity of her death puppet had been exposed. It turned out that Saikin had not died a natural death. He had been killed by Media. Her magical diary revealed her love for Saikin. Unfortunately, Media was far too occupied. Achieving her level of mastery meant that sometimes a single meditation could last a week or even half a month, leading Saikin, as a normal man, to ultimately stray. Typically, as a marquis, Saikin would have had no issues with taking multiple wives and concubines. However, while Media appeared indifferent to many matters, her possessiveness regarding emotions was unexpectedly extreme. Upon discovering Saikin's infidelity, she swiftly executed his mistress and, during a conflict, orchestrated Saikin's demise, subsequently turning him into a death puppet. She would spend 2 days each week mercilessly whipping him, day in and day out for over a decade, only ceasing this cruel habit when Justin married. Media's magical notes contained a recurring phrase, "The flower of tainted love is a vile poison, leading one to descend into wickedness." She was a madwoman, and a formidable one at that. Chapter 21. The Art of Meditation with a Respectful Bow. Generito addressed the esteemed teacher and recounted the events to the Marquis Media in their entirety. At her current age, the Marquis Media should still be a woman in her 30s, though her oversized mage's robe obscured her appearance, rendering it difficult to discern her gender. After hearing Generito's account of the circumstances, the Marquis Media let out a cold snort. Justin immediately trembled, lacking the courage to meet his mother's gaze. "Young man of the Sarah family, how do you propose we handle this matter?" The Marquis's melodious voice rang out, soothing yet penetrating. Aslan inwardly cursed, "Vixen." It was apparent that the Marquis was reluctant to discipline her son, for the situation was not particularly grave. However, to maintain the authority she had long established, she felt compelled to uphold justice and thus deferred to Aslan's judgment. "If punishment must be meted out to Justin, I shall carry it out," the Marquis considered. Yet such an action would surely offend her. Aslan smiled gently and bowed. "This matter is not of great significance. It is better to resolve animosities than to deepen them." Such a wise sentiment, indeed, reflects the magnanimity of youth, the Marquis replied, her voice like that of a golden oriole as she shifted languidly. "Justin, are you in need of money?" she then inquired, her tone ambiguous. This caused Justin, who had just risen, to collapse onto the ground in fright. Aslan shook his head. Observing the scene, the Marquis gestured for her son to rise, wishing to spare him further embarrassment. "Young man, you have been exiled by the Sarah family to the town of Melro. Do you have any plans? You possess considerable talent. Do not let it go to waste." Her words appeared encouraging, yet concealed deeper intent. Aslan's eyes brightened with realization, and he swiftly seized the opportunity. "I aspire to join the Media Magic Tower. I request nothing more than the chance to further my studies in advanced magic." The Marquis nodded in satisfaction, agreeing to his request. "Very well. I shall personally assess your studies each month. If your performance meets my expectations, I shall consider taking you on as my disciple." Aslan's face lit up with joy. He had found a formidable ally, and he was particularly intrigued by the meditation techniques practiced within the Marquis' circle. The meditation methods employed by mages are akin to internal martial arts. The higher the level, the greater the cultivation achieved. After his exile, he had lost the opportunity to access the Serra family's premier meditation techniques, and even after gaining significant power, he had only managed to acquire a singular advanced method. Upon exiting the Medea magic tower, Aslan was nearly overwhelmed with elation. Ginolito, walking beside him, patted him on the shoulder and exclaimed, "I have great faith in you. I hope you will soon become my junior brother." Aslan nodded earnestly, assuring him, "I shall not disappoint you." Hearing Aslan refer to him as brother, Ginolito could not help but chuckle. As they departed from the Marquis' residence, Rian, who had been waiting eagerly, rushed over to Aslan and bowed. "I was unaware that you, Sir Aslan, were a great mage. I apologize for any offense caused. Please accept this small token of my contrition." Rian presented a large pouch of coins to Aslan. Aslan casually opened it, momentarily dazzled by the gleam of gold within, before weighing the pouch in his hand. "My goodness, there must be at least 100 gold coins here." Rian laughed, as the saying goes, "No harm, no foul. We all serve the Marquis Medea. Let us put this matter behind us and share a drink sometime." With a stroke of fortune, as he was short on funds, Aslan willingly accepted the money. Recognizing the necessity of maintaining good relations with Rian, especially with Jason intending to establish a trading company in the southern district. In the following 2 days, Aslan secluded himself in his room, secretly receiving iron ingots from Jason at night, preparing to forge them into knightly armor. However, upon commencing the process of material manifestation through divine art, he realized that while this talent was indeed extraordinary, it was not as convenient as anticipated. Each item required his full attention, akin to crafting it himself, albeit at an accelerated pace. During his initial attempt, he had been too caught up in curiosity and wonder to notice the flaw, but now it became clear the divine art of material manifestation could not facilitate mass production. Even with his utmost dedication, Aslan could not produce knightly armor on a large scale. The prospect of creating cheap, mass-produced goods through this divine art was thus rendered impossible. It appeared that national industry was the true cornerstone of prosperity. This realization sparked a glimmer of inspiration in Aslan's eyes as he retrieved a piece of red iron ore. Acquired at a bargain from the impoverished district, it had lain neglected due to its inability to be refined. The familiar hue of the ore brought a smile to his face. It was none other than blood demon iron ore again. This time, Aslan relied solely on alchemy for refinement, eager to discern the differences between divine art and alchemy. The results were somewhat disheartening. The process was nearly identical to alchemy, though the refinement speed surpassed it by tenfold. Nevertheless, Aslan remained hopeful about the potential of divine art. Often, many concepts exist only on paper, unproduced. Once production is achieved, mass production is merely a matter of time. The once fist-sized ore was ultimately transformed into a small iron block measuring 55 millimeters. Though the blood demon iron was minuscule, Aslan's face radiated joy. This high-grade alchemical material was often added in minute quantities during the crafting of magical items to enhance the flow of magical energy. Aslan estimated that this tiny piece of blood demon iron could fetch several hundred gold coins in the market, yet Jason had procured it for just a few silver coins. It seemed he had indeed struck gold. The following morning, before Aslan had fully awakened, he was stirred by a knock at the door. Groggily, he crawled from his bed, his hair disheveled and eyes bleary, opening the door with irritation. "Is there no peace to be found in the early hours?" As he swung the door open, he was met by Ginolito, who had raised his hand to knock once more, while Wilson stood a distance away. Throughout the past 6 months, Aslan had been a benevolent and just lord in the eyes of his subjects. Yet within the city lord's manor, he was plagued by numerous bad habits and peculiar behaviors. Enough to fill a tome. The term morning grump had originated from Aslan, whose morning irritability was quite severe. Once, Lancelot's vigorous training inadvertently sent a splinter crashing through an open window, striking the still sleeping Aslan and awakening him. In retaliation, Aslan had chased Lancelot for several miles with fireball spells. "Are you attending the morning lecture with the teacher?" Ginolito inquired with a gentle smile, noting Aslan's furious demeanor. Instantly, Aslan's irritation vanished, and the water arrow technique he had been preparing to unleash dissipated. Of course, How could I miss it? Just a moment. I shall change my attire. Chapter 22. The classroom regarding the transaction with the Fire Merchant Association should inform Shelson to reschedule for the afternoon, as he intends to attend classes in the morning. In such matters, despite any dissatisfaction he may harbor, Shelson would not dare to voice a complaint. After all, it is the monthly public lecture held by the Marquis of Media. Should even a whisper of his discontent escape, the Marquis could effortlessly uproot the entire association and its associated family. Although Aslan had attained the rank of a high-level sorcerer in his previous life, he came from a humble background, and the strongest sorcerer in his vicinity was merely a mage who only pledged allegiance to him after he became a formidable figure. Consequently, in the early stages, Aslan's foundation in magic was rather poor, leaving him unable to master many advanced spells, ultimately leading him down a distorted path of sorcery. The class proved to be even simpler than Aslan had anticipated. On the second floor of the Media Magic Tower, there was a vast classroom with 7 rows of seats. Genelito indicated a spot for Aslan, which was in the second-to-last row, while he himself sat in the front row. The seating arrangement clearly indicated the power levels represented by each row. The 7th row was occupied by magic apprentices, the 6th by junior sorcerers, the 5th by intermediate sorcerers, the 4th by advanced sorcerers, the 3rd by grand sorcerers, the 2nd by mages, and the front row was reserved for grand mages and the Marquis's direct disciples. Genelito's position in the front row attested to his formidable abilities. Soon, I shall occupy a place in the front row, Aslan confidently declared. Today's lecture primarily focused on the application techniques and precautions of nature-based magic, along with several major misconceptions to avoid. Aslan listened intently and diligently took notes. Having previously stumbled into several magical pitfalls due to his unorthodox upbringing, nearly ruining himself in the process. Thus, this knowledge was of paramount importance to him, and he felt compelled to record it. While Aslan was engrossed in his notes and the lecture, the Marquis of Media noticed the young man's performance and was quite pleased. Recognizing him as a promising talent, Genelito glanced at Aslan's notes, and his lips curled into a slight smile. Everyone believed that he had become the Marquis's direct disciple due to his extensive magical knowledge. In reality, it was his keen insight that had earned him that position. He had discovered 6 of the other 8 disciples under the Marquis's tutelage. Aslan was very likely to become the 7th. Senior brother, may I ask when the instructor usually holds classes? Aslan inquired earnestly. He had resolved that once the Marquis commenced a lecture, he would make a trip to Billy City. The public lecture occurs on the 7th of each month. Any registered sorcerer in Billy City, regardless of their rank or status, is welcome to attend, Genelito replied calmly. He valued Aslan's eagerness to learn above all, for only such individuals could traverse the path of magic further. Excellent. I shall make it a point to attend every month during that period, Aslan proclaimed before bidding farewell to Genelito. Upon returning to the hotel, Aslan had yet to enjoy a sip of water when Shelson paid him a visit. As soon as he entered Aslan's room, he noticed the knight's armor set carelessly piled in the corner, treated as mere clutter, which made Shelson's brows furrow in dismay. Young Master Aslan, I apologize for the abrupt intrusion. I have prepared both the payment and the goods. Shall we proceed with the transaction? Shelson stated directly, bypassing any pleasantries. Aslan cast a surprised glance at him, gesturing toward the knight's armor on the floor. Where is it? Please, do take inventory. My sincerest apologies. There has been a situation with the association that necessitated the urgent use of this batch of knight's armor, Shelson explained, feeling quite contrite as he instructed his subordinates to organize it. Oh, what has transpired? Aslan asked nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. He preferred to accommodate others, as it would ultimately benefit him as well. Forgive me for my levity. Our merchant convoy encountered an attack and is in dire need of support, Shelson replied, as his subordinates nodded in acknowledgement, bringing forth a chest of coins. Young Master Aslan, the goods you requested are already stored in the hotel courtyard. There remains a total of 844 gold coins. Please, do verify, Shelson stated in a leisurely manner. Aslan nodded, glancing at the chest filled with coins before affirming, I would also like to request your esteemed association's assistance in procuring these items and hope you can deliver them to Melro town. Shelson reviewed the shopping list and nodded. The items were all commonplace, such as iron ore, significantly simpler to procure than the alchemical materials Aslan sought. To the extent that he wouldn't need to involve himself directly, the association has pressing matters to attend to. I shall take my leave, Shelson said as he tucked the list away, preparing to depart. Aslan rose to see him off. However, no sooner had he bid farewell to Shelson than he was presented with an invitation. Lord Aslan, my master, the district leader Rian of the outer South City, invites you to a banquet this evening. An elderly man, dressed as a steward, bowed respectfully, though his awkward demeanor suggested he had only recently learned the etiquette. Aslan nodded, casting a cursory glance at the invitation, his expression tinged with disdain as he casually replied, "Very well." The steward, having risen from humble beginnings alongside Rian, had long since mastered the art of discerning social hierarchies. He immediately sensed Aslan's dissatisfaction. Yet, given his position, he dared not voice any objection. Next time, ensure you master the etiquette before venturing out, Aslan added, just as the steward was about to turn away, causing the stewardess' face to flush crimson. Once back in his room, Aslan gazed at the last set of knight's armor in the corner, devoid of accessories, and couldn't suppress a smile. Jason, come with me to the banquet tonight. Upon hearing this, Will immediately knelt, overwhelmed with gratitude. Aslan, who detested such displays of servitude, waved his hand impatiently. This armor shall suffice as a gift. Have it wrapped, and allow me to rest a while longer. Do not disturb me unless it is urgent. Having had a restless night, Aslan's patience was wearing thin. Will swiftly gathered the armor from the floor, nearly straining his back. For the entire set weighed at least 70 to 80 pounds, a considerable burden for a man of his age. Chapter 23. The former made in truth. Most of those who knew Neji had become small landowners in the town of Melro. Their daily affairs primarily revolved around inspecting the yields of their modest plots of land. Those who possessed land enjoyed a surplus of provisions compared to their landless counterparts, leading some larger families to contemplate renting land from the lord, as cultivation practically guaranteed profit while simultaneously augmenting the lord's income. Thus, during the day, the only individuals meandering about the town were either those rare moments of leisure for farmers or the children and women, leaving few who recognized Neji. The banquet at the Rain household was merely a simple social gathering. Aslan had merely taken Jason to meet the local influential figures. To his surprise, they encountered Justin, whose flirtatious glances with Rain's mature and alluring wife revealed much to Aslan. It became clear why the otherwise inconsequential Rain had managed to associate himself with the esteemed young Lord Justin. Given the Marquis Media's pathological obsession with moral purity, he would never permit Justin to engage in frivolous romantic entanglements, while Justin found himself at an age ripe with innocent curiosity about such matters. Rain's wife, with her mature charm, was perfectly positioned to provide Justin with a form of enlightenment. For any man, first love holds a unique significance, which is why Justin placed particular value on Rain. Had Aslan not been present at the banquet, it is likely that Justin would have already succumbed to temptation. Consequently, Aslan, possessing keen discernment, took his leave. No sooner had Aslan exited the hall than Justin embraced Rain's wife, his hands beginning to wander indiscriminately. What was that fellow thinking? Justin kicked the knight's armor at his feet. While it was indeed finely crafted, it meant little to him. A glimmer of derision flashed in Rain's eyes. He held Justin in contempt, considering him a mere wastrel compared to other noble scions, a fact that might have led to his demise if not for his fortunate lineage. Young Master Aslan merely sought to conduct a modest business in Billy City, thus requiring the courtesy of introductions, Rain remarked with a smile, instructing his subordinates to stow away the knight's armor. While Justin may have looked down upon it due to his elevated status, Rain could not afford such a set of armor, given his financial situation. Humph, at least he knows how to behave. Justin nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. It was not only Rain who found the situation amusing, even the woman in Justin's embrace appeared speechless. They longed to assert that in Billy City, only the young lord lacked proper decorum. Rain offered a few empty compliments before departing the hall, leaving the two to their antics. It seemed opportune for a visit to Melro town, where it was rumored that Lord Genelito held him in high regard. Rain mused to himself. As Aslan was about to leave Rain's estate, a voice both strange and familiar called out, "Young Master Aslan." Instinctively, Aslan turned to see a woman in a long robe running towards him. Her face appeared somewhat soiled, obscuring her identity momentarily. Jason stepped forward, intending to intercept her. "It's me, young master," the woman exclaimed, wiping her face in an attempt to reveal her identity. Despite her dirty visage, the familiar contours of her face quickly jogged Aslan's memory. It was his childhood maid, Namari. Had she been an ordinary maid, Aslan would have paid her little mind. However, Namari had accompanied him throughout his childhood and had left just months before his mother's passing due to marriage. Aslan distinctly recalled how her departure had plunged him into sorrow, ultimately granting him the opportunity for rebirth. Aslan's soul had harbored an unhealthy obsession with this maid, yet after his rebirth, he had resolved to disregard her. Despite the influence of his former self, it was only upon gaining full control over Melro town and visiting Billy City for the first time that he learned of Namari's fate. Her story was both fantastical and tragic. After her husband's demise a few years prior, she had become the family's sole provider, laboring tirelessly to support her children, often training servants for newly ascendant families, for the art of noble etiquette required diligent instruction. Unfortunately, her fortunes soured when she encountered a cruel steward who, after she had trained the maids, sought to dismiss her and claim the remaining fees for himself. Bound by divine contract, he could not dismiss her, instead relegating her to the status of a lowly servant. Namari endured this plight, especially since her son had just entered the swordsman's academy in the southern outskirts. Tragically, Namari's son had witnessed the lord's wife in a compromising situation, nearly losing his life in the ensuing turmoil, ultimately succumbing to his injuries. This event awakened the dragon blood within Namari. Dragonkin, a hybrid of dragons and humans, bore a human guise yet inherited the formidable abilities of their draconic ancestry, rendering them more powerful than their human counterparts. Given the circumstances, it was likely that the family in question was indeed the Rain lineage, and calculating the timeline, the incident would unfold within the next 6 months. Aslan was acutely aware of the impending tragedy, yet he remained resolute in his decision not to intervene. He would rescue Namari, but only after she awakened her dragon blood. It has been so long, Namari. Aslan extended his hand towards her, but she recoiled, her gaze averted. Unable to meet his eyes. Young master, please. I am too dirty, Namari pleaded, her head bowed. Aslan waved dismissively. I have been searching for you all these years. I see you have come to Melro's province. Namari stepped forward to greet Aslan, her motivations clear. She sought to assert her connections to deter those who had mistreated her within the estate. Her feelings for Aslan were complex. Meanwhile, Jason stood quietly beside Aslan. Having discerned the identity of the woman from Aslan's tone, despite her current lowly status, Aslan's indifference spoke volumes of his character, further solidifying Jason's conviction in his allegiance to Aslan. Chapter 24. The foxes hooked. Their conversation was brief when the butler of the Rain family approached, and upon witnessing the scene, he regarded Aslan with a respectful bow. She was once my maid, and soon she shall come to my side. Should I learn that Noemi has suffered any indignity, I assure you, many shall perish here, Aslan stated with deliberate calmness. Noemi, who was about to depart, trembled slightly at his words. She bowed respectfully to Aslan before gracefully making her exit, her steps noticeably lighter as she left. Aslan watched her retreating figure with a faint smile. It was evident that his remark was intentionally crafted, yielding a favorable outcome, ensuring that Noemi's future would be considerably more bearable. As for altering the course of history, Aslan harbored no concerns. It was likely that Noemi's son would discover the identity of the man involved with Lady Rain. Most probably, it was Justin. Given his foolish disposition, even if he acknowledged Noemi as his, he would show her no mercy, potentially leading to dire consequences for her. Nage stood on the sole main street of the town of Melro, gazing at the surroundings that were both foreign and familiar, feeling somewhat disoriented. He had grown up in this town, intimately familiar with every blade of grass and tree. Yet, after merely half a year away, the transformations in the town left him in disbelief. Aside from the unchanged Lord's manor, the buildings lining the streets had undergone significant renovations, though still wooden structures. They gleamed with freshness and vitality. The population of Melro had multiplied several times over. As he entered the town, he chanced upon a well-drilled military unit conducting maneuvers. Though small in scale, numbering just over 200, their ranks were orderly. Nage, despite lacking insight, recognized that after months of living as a brigand, this group was not to be trifled with. Typically, they would avoid merchant caravans that boasted such formidable guards unless they possessed overwhelming advantage. Initially, Nage had been reluctant to come to this place on the orders of the chief. Despite his resentment towards Melro, he was acutely aware of the prowess of the knightly guards brought by Aslan. Moreover, Melro was impoverished, offering little of interest. However, his perspective had shifted dramatically. The streets now bustled with vendors, and although their wares were modest, they signaled a burgeoning prosperity in Melro. This was a reality that Nage found utterly unacceptable. Yet soon, a sinister smile crept across his face. The growing affluence of Melro was advantageous. It would provide the perfect opportunity for the chief to launch an assault, especially as the military presence expanded, potentially encroaching upon the territory of the Cayman bandits. With this thought, excitement surged within Nage, prompting him to explore Melro, purchasing a few necessities along the way, claiming to be a villager from a nearby area come to trade. Unfortunately for him, every action was closely observed. The town magistrate, Aslan, had resided in Melro for decades and knew every native, especially someone like Nage, whom he had watched grow. Regardless of Nage's attempts at disguise, Aslan recognized him instantly, leading him to summon Arthur post-haste. Arthur cast a casual glance at the wandering Nage, unable to stifle a chuckle. The little fox has finally arrived. At this, his companion, Vilric, hastily drew his sword, eager to intercept Nage, but was restrained by Arthur. Send a few sharp-eyed individuals to follow him and determine the location of the Cayman stronghold. Upon hearing Arthur's words, both Vilric and Aslan shivered in unison, genuinely alarmed. The Cayman bandits were notorious throughout the Melrox province, with their ranks reportedly swelling to over 1,000 at their peak, possessing the strength to assault small towns, yet they had always remained concealed, disappearing swiftly after each foray, leaving the city guard of Billy City powerless against them. The head of the household has his plans. You need only adhere to the established strategy, Arthur remarked coolly. He was confident in their ability to subdue the Cayman bandits. The Melro forces had expanded to 200, with the city guard and construction corps totaling over 600, plus an additional 200 barbarian warriors, giving them ample assurance of success against the Cayman bandits. The only uncertainty lay in the location of their lair, hence the current inaction. In truth, it was not that Aslan was unaware. Rather, he understood the formidable nature of the Cayman stronghold and intended to draw them out, eliminating their main force in the wilderness before launching a straightforward attack on their fortress. Reputation precedes one, he mused. Despite their awareness of Melro's current strength, Aslan and Vilric remained apprehensive. Aslan, displaying a down-to-earth demeanor, affectionately ruffled the hair of several children, producing a large bag of malt candy purchased from Billy City, which he entrusted to the eldest among them. This is the candy I promised you. You must share it equally. Watching the children scamper away joyfully, Aslan smiled knowingly. He did not wish to procure finer sweets, but the current production standards of this world were not much superior to those of medieval Europe. With no black sugar or similar confections yet available, thus, malt candy predominated. Aslan's approachable nature endeared him to the townsfolk, who willingly offered him their greetings. Over the course of more than half a year, the once barren town had flourished, allowing many residents to lead improved lives, resulting in profound gratitude towards Aslan. Particularly, the long-standing inhabitants of Melro had established their own fields and enterprises, qualifying them as a burgeoning middle class. As for the influx of refugees, they had never anticipated residing in sturdy homes, enjoying warm meals daily. The desires of the populace were simple. As long as they were fed and clothed adequately, they would wholeheartedly support their lord, even willingly paying taxes. Chapter 25. The Magic Lamp. Aslan smiled and nodded. His previous life as a politician had rendered his smile utterly professional, allowing him to maintain an amiable expression at all times. Gawain had the goods unloaded, particularly the newly purchased linen, which was meticulously documented for sale in the marketplace next week, ensuring the townsfolk would not endure the winter's chill. Aslan directed Gawain to bring down the daily necessities from the cart. Currently, the town of Melro lacked self-sufficiency, relying heavily on external procurement. Thus Aslan had devised a planned economy for the entire town. Many items could not simply be purchased with money. They required specific vouchers, fabric tickets for cloth, iron tickets for tools. These items did not necessitate purchase. By working for the lord and the lord's estate, citizens not only earned wages but also received these vouchers. Initially, many found this difficult to accept, yet gradually the populace embraced it, taking pride in serving the lord and the estate. This was a necessary measure for Aslan in the early stages of developing Melro, as the town's economy and industry were woefully underdeveloped. Aslan removed his gloves and tossed them on the table, rubbing his cheeks, which had begun to ache from smiling, and casually inquired, "Has anything occurred in my absence over the past 10 days?" Arthur stepped forward to report on the baiting incident, instantly brightening Aslan's eyes, who smiled and instructed Arthur to prepare accordingly. Watching Arthur depart, Aslan adjusted his collar, although his hair had turned gray. The rapid development of Melro over the past 6 months had unwittingly rejuvenated him by several years. He spoke with vigor, my lord. The carpentry workshop you requested has been established and is gradually commencing production. However, the number of carpenters in town is limited, resulting in lower output. I have arranged for a group of apprentices to learn the trade. I believe it will not be long before we can present satisfactory results. Aslan nodded in satisfaction. In this world, porcelain wares did not yet exist, and the primary dining utensils were wooden plates and bowls, while the nobility favored silver or gold items. Furniture was a luxury reserved for the wealthy and aristocrats, making the carpentry workshop primarily cater to nobles and affluent city dwellers. In essence, the workshop was poised to become a significant source of revenue for Melro. Excellent. How fares the textile factory? Aslan continued his inquiries. He waved dismissively and glanced at a specific location on the map, where he had previously developed a vast field of flax. Due to the chaotic magical elements, the yield of crops in the Melro region, aside from the burrow fruit, had been halved. Yet Aslan remained untroubled, for he anticipated that over the coming years, this magical disruption would gradually restore order, returning everything to normalcy. This restoration would be pivotal for Melro, positioning it as one of the kingdom's granaries. Increase the cultivation of flax. I hope that from this point forward, the people of the territory can wear garments produced by their own hands. Aslan and Wilkson nodded enthusiastically. Is there anything else? Aslan inquired leisurely after discussing the progress of the two factories. Melro once had a blacksmith and a tailor, albeit on a modest scale. Only after the implementation of the planned economy did these industries begin to expand. Both trades were archaic. Without advanced production equipment, they relied solely on manual labor. As for the absence of pottery production, it was not due to Aslan's lack of desire, but rather a matter of capability. The pottery craftsmanship in this world was rudimentary, lacking room for advancement. The fragile and cumbersome nature of such wares had led to their gradual market decline, as commoners found the costs prohibitive, while nobles deemed them unseemly. Consequently, pottery had lost its market viability, and the underdeveloped techniques extinguished the potential for porcelain's emergence. The construction of the cement factory was nearing completion, and a lime mine had been located, though volcanic ash posed a challenge, as the Melro region lacked any volcanoes. Aslan lamented. Early cement was a mixture of lime and volcanic ash. While its hardness may not match modern standards, it suffices for a fantasy realm, especially considering the existence of a technology known as magic. If there are no further matters, let us dine together this evening. I have brought back numerous delightful items. Aslan invited after concluding his administrative duties. Aslan readily agreed. Despite Melro's development, it remained a remote and impoverished area, often devoid of appetizing fare. Thus, Aslan relished the opportunity to dine at the lord's estate. Dinner consisted of toasted white bread with honey and simple roasted lamb skewers. Although the lack of sufficient spices rendered the flavors somewhat less than anticipated, Aslan consumed only a small portion, which did not diminish Wilkson and Aslan's appetites. As the captain of Melro's guards, Arthur naturally qualified to attend, yet he had modest culinary expectations. As long as the food was palatable, he would never waste a morsel. That night, the sky was shrouded in thick clouds, obscuring any glimpse of starlight, with the moon appearing intermittently. Aslan, feeling exasperated, set aside his notes from Billy City. Struggling to read by the feeble light of the oil lamp, even slightly impaired vision could hinder one's ability to see the path. Suddenly, inspiration struck Aslan, prompting him to dash into his humble alchemical chamber to experiment. He recalled the magic lamp from his previous life, which would not emerge for another decade or so. Conceived by a young sorcerer from the Clare Magic Tower in the capital. The swift popularity of the magic lamp throughout the kingdom had yielded substantial profits for the Clare Magic Tower, elevating it from a third-tier magical force to a top-tier one in Kyoto. The immense benefits brought by the magic lamp were evident. At this moment, Aslan realized he had been traversing a dead end. In his previous life, he had relied on earthly knowledge for advancement, yet this existence was different. He possessed over 60 years of knowledge and experience from this other world. Chapter 26. The Assassin Within the Alchemical Chamber. A silver tungsten wire was carefully positioned between two magical rods. This silver tungsten, a product of alchemy, was extracted through magic, possessing effects and durability that far surpassed ordinary tungsten by 100-fold. Most importantly, it was capable of conducting various magical elements. Yet, this was not sufficient. He extracted a white crystal that had already depleted its magical energy, hollowing it out to create a transparent glass dome. However, the dome was somewhat thick and bore irregular facets, causing the light emitted to resemble the dazzling lights of a nightclub. Nevertheless, Aslan remained unfazed. His objective was remarkably simple. He merely needed to illuminate the lamp. The final step involved creating a vacuum within the lampshade and then infusing it with magical energy. As anticipated, the silver tungsten wire gradually glowed, and as Aslan's magical power intensified, the light became ever more brilliant. He had succeeded. Aslan erupted into joyous laughter, his mirth even startling Arthur downstairs. Arthur merely glanced at the rooftop before personally deploying his men to guard the vicinity of the Lord's manor. Assembling the designed magical lamp alongside a piece of white magical crystal, he inscribed a simple conduction magic array and casually encased it in a box, swiftly crafting a rudimentary lamp. With a prototype in hand, Aslan immediately employed divine artistry to refine and beautify it. The originally irregularly faceted lampshade was transformed into a smooth, luminous thin dome, and the formerly crude design evolved into an elegant and opulent form, perfectly aligning with noble aesthetics. This seemingly inconspicuous trick ultimately enabled the Claire Magic Tower to monopolize the market for magical lamps for over a decade, until Aslan, leveraging knowledge from his past life, unraveled the secret, allowing him to enter the lucrative trade of magical lamps. Once the beautification was complete, Aslan gathered the necessary materials and produced 2 lamps in one breath. Gazing at the soft glow, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. What a splendid idea! Truly, a multitude of benefits could be derived from this. Aslan laughed heartily once more. This state of affairs persisted until the 3rd day, during which the nightly guard had dwindled to a mere fraction of their original strength. This time, they had ventured out with over 50 members of the Melro army. For the past few days, Neji had quietly observed the unfolding events. It was not that he did not wish to follow. Rather, he had been detected by Arthur shortly after joining their ranks. To avoid discovery, Neji refrained from pursuing further. However, he was certain that Aslan had uncovered something significant. Judging by the manpower losses over these days, could it be that he had stumbled upon ancient ruins? This conviction only solidified Neji's belief that Aslan had indeed discovered ancient relics, and that these ruins must have reached a critical stage of exploration. Indeed, ancient ruins were notoriously challenging to excavate. During his time with the armored bandits, Neji had heard numerous tales regarding such sites. Some prominent families had met their doom in their attempts to explore ancient ruins, while smaller families had risen to prominence through successful excavations. Thus, Neji fervently hoped that Aslan would fail in his endeavors, preferably perishing within the ancient ruins. Unfortunately, reality often relished in one's disappointment, even despair. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Neji's heart sank, a surge of anger coursing through him. It was utterly unjust. Why did Aslan have such fortuitous fortune, as if the goddess of fate favored him so? In a silent outcry, Neji resolved to infiltrate the Lord's manor that very night to discover what treasures Aslan had unearthed from the ancient ruins. In the deep of night, under a moon obscured by clouds, the quiet town of Melro was engulfed in an atmosphere of terror and darkness. Amidst the pitch-black night, a man clad in dark attire stealthily approached the Lord's manor. He effortlessly evaded the patrolling city guards, swiftly ascending to the 2nd-floor balcony. The shadow lingered for less than a moment before moving stealthily to the 3rd floor. Inside the Lord's manor, Neji's pupils constricted slightly. The once modest abode of the Lord had transformed into a lavish display of ostentation. Yet, the more extravagant it became, the more hurried Neji's breath grew. Just how wealthy was the Lord's manor now? Neji could not ascertain, but he was certain that its wealth was considerable enough to entice the leader to take action. Relying on his memories of the Lord's manor, Neji swiftly reached the threshold of Aslan's chamber. He pressed his ear against the door, listening for any sounds within. And upon confirming that there were indeed occupants, he decisively leaped to the adjacent balcony. Peering through the gap, he caught sight of Aslan diligently manipulating a rather sizable spherical object. Suddenly, the enormous sphere illuminated, casting light throughout the room, far surpassing the glow of ordinary candles and oil lamps. Neji instinctively covered his mouth. He could even sense a warmth emanating from the radiant light. This was undoubtedly an ancient magical artifact. Just as this thought blossomed in his mind, a sharp, piercing sound rang out. Swish! Neji immediately realized he was in peril. Someone had launched a surprise attack. Thud! He evaded one crossbow bolt, but another struck toward his right shoulder. Who goes there? A robust voice called out. and the once luminous room was instantly shrouded in darkness. An assassin! The patrolling soldiers, noticing the shadowy figure leaping from the balcony, shouted in pursuit. In an instant, the lights of every household in Melro flared to life, especially upon hearing that an assassin had infiltrated the Lord's manor to assassinate Aslan. Many men among the townsfolk hastily armed themselves with hoes and wooden clubs, emerging from their homes. Even those who were a bit slow to react found themselves pushed out by their wives. Chapter 27. Ancient Relics in the Tranquil Days of Melro Town. During the agricultural off-season, the populace engaged in brief military training, as the Lord's manor graciously provided 3 meals a day. Thus, many idle men would participate in these drills, saving a day's worth of provisions for their families while enjoying the luxury of meat. With the recent improvements in their circumstances, the people expressed profound gratitude towards Aslan. Although taxes were now imposed, the surplus grain left after taxation far outweighed their past struggles of hunger, making the choice abundantly clear. However, there were those who conspired to assassinate their great and benevolent lord, wishing to undermine the hope and future of Melro Town, an act that was utterly intolerable. Consequently, not only the Melro militia was mobilized, but the town's guard, comprising over 300 members, also donned their gear and scoured the streets and alleys. Many citizens voluntarily formed small search parties of 20, joining in the quest. Though Neji had managed to navigate the forest due to his familiarity with the terrain, the sight of the throngs of people, torches in hand, entering the woods in search of him filled him with trepidation. Concealing his wounds within a hollow tree he had discovered as a child, a secret hideout he had once blocked with stones. He never imagined it would ultimately save his life. At the manor, Aslan had ordered a pot of vegetable porridge to be prepared, a breakfast made from dried and ground corn, mixed with minced meat and vegetables. Reminiscent of the lean meat congee from his previous life, a dish favored by Aslan. My lord, I have failed in my duty, allowing the assassin to escape. Arthur knelt as he saw Aslan approaching with a bowl of porridge. With a smile, Aslan helped Arthur to his feet. Let this be a lesson. The ease with which the assassin infiltrated the manor is not solely your fault. It reveals significant flaws in the manor's defenses. You have labored through the night. Partake in some nourishment. Arthur had understood from the outset that they were playing a role, intentionally letting Neji slip away. Yet he was deeply moved by Aslan's empathy towards his subordinates. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. Aslan nodded, for in his past life, his reputation as a benevolent ruler had been built on his care for the people. Now, in this new existence, he wielded such influence with greater finesse. His remarks about the manor's defensive shortcomings stemmed from his disdain for its inadequacies. He contemplated reconstructing a more formidable lord's manor. However, he feared that such endeavors might provoke discontent among the populace, necessitating their support to facilitate the construction. In simpler terms, Aslan aimed to maintain his dignity while pursuing his ambitions. The assassination attempt of the night did not instill fear in the hearts of Melro's residents. Rather, it united them in resolve. After breakfast, many townsfolk engaged in conversation as they departed. Our lord is truly remarkable. Reflecting on the times before his arrival, we lived in misery, remarked the villager Hylden, a longtime resident of Melro Town. Once grateful for merely 2 meals a day, he now relished 3 full meals, and even had surplus grain to sell. MIT responded affirmatively to Hylden's sentiment. Nearby, an elder named Carl overheard their discussion and sternly admonished them. What do you mean? A new lord? Aslan will forever be our lord of Melro, and his son shall inherit this title. We must remain vigilant of any strangers entering our town to prevent such incidents from recurring. Both Hylden and MIT nodded in agreement, and soon, several young men nearby joined in, unconsciously forming a patrol group responsible for monitoring areas not covered by the town guard, thereby enhancing Melro Town's security. Less than 50 kilometers from Melro Town, a secret stronghold lay hidden, home to the Kaiman bandit group. This secluded outpost, distant from the main roads, had once been a refuge due to Melro's impoverished state, deterring passers-by. However, things had changed. Under Aslan's stewardship, the town's population and commercial activities had surged, attracting merchants and revitalizing the formerly desolate road. With the influx of people, incidents became more frequent, and several unsuspecting travelers had stumbled upon the entrance of the bandit stronghold. Their fates all too predictable. Damn, too many unwelcome visitors, muttered a scar-faced man, spitting disdainfully. Nearby lay a corpse, identifiable as that of a passerby. Indeed, that new lord possesses remarkable skill. In just 6 months, he has breathed new life into the nearly moribund Melro town. One of his companions remarked wistfully. Someone approaches. The scar-faced man suddenly tensed, while another companion swiftly concealed himself with a dagger, prepared to ambush the intruder. Brother Leah, take me to see the boss at once. I have urgent news to report. Neji stumbled forward, clutching his blood-soaked shoulder, his face pale and faltering from blood loss, perhaps fueled by vengeance. He uttered but a single phrase before losing consciousness. Ancient relics. The weight of Neji's statement was immense, and even the leader of the Kaiman bandit group, commanding 1,000 brigands, dared not act hastily without comprehending the situation. Thus, the soldiers stationed in Melro town remained on high alert for 3 days, granting the barbarian warriors precious time to don their heavy armor, which was twice the weight of a knight's, yet boasted threefold the defensive capability. Such armor could only be worn by the barbarian warriors, requiring them to reach the rank of intermediate swordsmen to maintain their combat efficacy. Chapter 28. The Armored Gate Bandits. Observing Ryan Ning, clad in heavy armor akin to a humanoid tank, Aslan chuckled as he summoned a 2-meter-long greatsword. After swinging the massive blade a few times, Ryan Ning erupted into joyous laughter. "Haha, my lord, this sword is splendid." Aslan rolled his eyes in response. This was a high-grade weapon, inscribed with sharp runes that rendered ordinary arms utterly incapable of withstanding its might. The battles to come may prove arduous. "I shall rely on you all for the future of Melro," Aslan stated earnestly. Ryan Ning nodded resolutely. Since relocating to Melro town, he had developed a genuine fondness for this place. Though there had been initial misunderstandings and significant conflicts with the townsfolk, Aslan had adeptly resolved them. Now, they slowly coexisted. As Aslan had pointed out, despite their superior strength and physique, they were, at their core, merely human, sharing the same basic needs. "My lord, rest assured. I shall wield this greatsword to teach them the ways of humanity," Ryan Ning declared confidently. Yet, he harbored a sense of unease, for the young ones remained oblivious to the identity of their foes. Aslan could not help but chuckle. Indeed, Ryan Ning was astute, blending brashness with perceptiveness. Upon hearing the name of the Armored Gate Bandits, Ryan Ning's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He had long wished to confront them. The Melro region faced 2 significant threats: the barbarian tribes and the Armored Gate Bandits. With the barbarian tribes now allied with Melro town, only the bandits remained as the final threat. "Fear not, my lord. I shall not disappoint," Ryan Ning vowed. Aslan waved his hand dismissively, confident in his strategy to eradicate the Armored Gate Bandits. "I am entirely certain of our victory. What concerns me now is how many of the barbarian tribes you have persuaded to join us. To truly develop the Melro region, the strength of your people is indispensable." After a moment of contemplation, Ryan Ning sheepishly scratched the back of his head, his tone tinged with self-deprecation. "To speak candidly, my lord, the tribe I lead was somewhat exiled, which is why we settled so close to the common folk." "Exiled?" Aslan exclaimed, taken aback. It was only when Aslan employed a scorched earth strategy against Ryan Ning's village, cutting off their food supply, that he ultimately compelled their surrender. Aslan recalled that at that time, the population of Ryan Ning's village had already exceeded 1,000. "No matter, as long as you genuinely wish to join Melro town." "I shall not object," Aslan replied without hesitation. "An elder in the house is like a treasure." Although these aged barbarians may have lost their combat prowess, their longevity attested to their strength and youth. In the barbarian tribes, only the mightiest warriors survived to old age. Moreover, having these elders at home would instill a sense of belonging in the younger barbarians, fostering loyalty through familial ties. Upon hearing Aslan's words, Ryan Ning knelt on one knee, his right fist placed over his heart, a universal gesture of fealty on the continent. He felt both exhilarated and ashamed. Ryan Ning worried that with only the elderly, women, and children remaining, they would be deemed incapable of labor or combat. He immediately dispatched his subordinates to retrieve the villagers from Ryan Ning's former home and sought permission from the town magistrate of Essen for land to cultivate. Isminer, the renowned barbarian warrior and greatsword master Tees, once told him, "While I can no longer fight, I can still till the land. It is just that suitable arable land in the mountains is scarce." Learning of this, Aslan did not dwell on it and instructed Essen to grant the request. In the past, when he had subdued Ryan Ning, the village had cultivated a vast expanse of farmland. Though their yield was slightly lower than that of the common folk due to a lack of systematic training, it was sufficient to sustain them. Most importantly, Aslan recalled that among those aged warriors were several greatsword masters, Despite their years, they could still unleash their mastery in short bursts. This was the very reason for Aslan's long-standing generosity towards the barbarian tribes. They had rendered him immense assistance in his past life. In a span of 3 days, Aslan's knightly guard and the Melro army donned new armor. The knights retained the standard issue of the capital, albeit enhanced with fortified runes, effectively doubling their defensive capabilities. The Melro army primarily wore plate armor. Though less ornate than the knights' gear, it was nonetheless formidable in protection. Regrettably, the world had yet to witness the advent of steel ingots. Had they been available, weapons and armor forged from steel would have been superior. Alas, Melro Town's blacksmith shop was too small to meet the military's demands, requiring numerous blacksmiths to toil tirelessly just to fulfill their needs. As for researching the method of steel forging, Aslan had set that aside for the time being. On the 5th day, as Aslan began to feel a sense of complacency, scouts arrived with news of a large-scale army encroaching. How many? What is their size? Which forces do they belong to? Aslan rose excitedly from his seat, inquiring as he walked. Approximately 800. It is the Armored Gate bandits, and their leader is none other than the Armored Gate himself, the scout reported without hesitation. Chapter 29. Mistakes. Aslan nodded, and beside him, Arthur and Gawain appeared elated. Did they really believe the Cayman bandits would not come? A mere 800 of them. However, Aslan quickly regained his composure, furrowing his brow. He recalled that in his previous life, when he vanquished the Cayman bandits, he had obliterated over 1,300 brigands and captured more than 1,200. Cayman, observing the dramatically transformed Mello town, was taken aback. This young master from the capital possessed some genuine prowess. After offering a word of praise, Cayman gestured, and 200-strong units from his ranks began a tentative assault. Butte raised his hand, clenched his fist, and the soldiers immediately lifted their weapons, ready for action. Without uttering a word, they commenced their attack. Indeed, action spoke louder than words. Just as Aslan arrived, he heard the thunderous footsteps of the Cayman bandits advancing. The brigands, carelessly wielding their weapons, wore expressions of fervor and disdain. They did not charge recklessly, but instead strode toward Mello town with deliberate confidence. The brazen antics of these bandits incited fury among the soldiers of Mello town, who felt insulted by the provocation. No, we are not mere soldiers, we are warriors. Suddenly, an old veteran exclaimed in anger. The bandits paused momentarily, yet their march remained unwavering. For our homeland, for our families, for Mello, Butte shouted with fervor. Fight! 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 The collective roar dissipated the tension among many, and Aslan unsheathed his longsword, positioning himself at the forefront. Witnessing their lord lead the charge, the soldiers' morale soared. 50 paces. Arthur suddenly called out. The advancing bandits felt an unsettling premonition. 40 paces. The knights at the forefront abruptly spread out. Whoosh! Over 50 crossbowmen positioned behind them, whether kneeling, crouching, or standing, began to unleash a volley of arrows in alternating tiers. The sound of crossbow bolts slicing through the air reverberated across the battlefield. The advancing bandits were caught off guard, their cries stifled as the powerful projectiles sent them flying, with several bolts piercing through 2 men simultaneously. The crossbows employed by the Mello forces were an enhancement inspired by the ancient Great Yellow Crossbow, a ranged weapon with firepower comparable to that of firearms. In the annals of Chinese history, drawing a bow was immensely challenging. However, for these soldiers in a foreign realm, who trained in combat energy, it was considerably simpler. Training crossbowmen was far less arduous than training archers, as a competent archer required years of practice to harness the bow's potential. This initial barrage of bolts significantly dampened the bandits' arrogance, causing some of the more timid ones to flee, only to be cut down by a small leader stationed behind them. No mercy for those who retreat. Cayman, who had remained in the rear, his confidence unshaken, turned pale upon witnessing the crossbow's might. You may strike as well. Once Mello town falls, we shall slaughter the city. Cayman's icy voice resonated. Understood, boss. 2 fearsome men wielding large blades stepped forward, the visible elite of the Cayman bandits. Both seasoned swordsmen. Seeing the two emerge, Aslan's lips curled into a slight smirk. Arthur, Butte, your opponents have arrived. Arthur, maintaining his composure, continued to direct the crossbowmen to eliminate the ordinary bandits. The leading bandits were primarily commoners, with perhaps a few apprentice swordsmen among them, lacking shields and facing inevitable slaughter at the hands of the crossbowmen. As for the professional bandits, they constituted the main force of the bandit group, numbering around 100, and under the leadership of the 2 formidable men, half of them surged onto the battlefield. This also allowed Gyut to resolve his inner turmoil, successfully breaking through to become the fourth high-level professional in Melro Town. The cacophony of battle cries filled the air as the bandits, intimidated by the small leaders behind them, pressed forward, albeit with newfound cunning. A few bandits lifted the fallen bodies as makeshift shields, and as the distance closed, the crossbows became increasingly deadly. Bodies, along with their bearers, were flung aside, yet the crossbow's rate of fire could not match that of arrows. After suffering significant casualties, the bandit horde reached the front lines of the Melro forces. The crossbowmen swiftly retreated, seeking refuge on nearby rooftops, a routine part of their training. Whoosh! Bolts continued to rain down, claiming bandits outside Melro Town. One particularly scarred brute leapt onto the shoulder of a bandit, and with a crack, he vaulted towards the rooftops. "Get down!" Arthur's voice rang out as he swung his sword downward. A high-level knight. Kaiman's expression shifted slightly upon noticing the knightly armor adorning Arthur. Meanwhile, the senior swordsman leading the bandit assault was also thwarted. 2. This announcement sent a chill through Neji, who had yet to recover from his injuries. This was information he had not reported, nor was he even aware of it. Neji worried that Kaiman might punish him for such significant losses. When had Melro Town gained 2 high-level professionals? When Arthur first arrived in Melro Town, he was merely an intermediate knight, as his father had informed him. As for Gyut, he was an old neighbor, and Neji was well aware of his status. They must have broken through. Previously, both were only intermediate professionals, especially Gyut. You know this man. The ancient ruins must have harbored secrets that assist professionals in their breakthroughs. Neji thought quickly, calling out decisively. He understood that Kaiman was singularly focused on advancing to the swordsman realm, and he would seize any opportunity. Indeed, upon hearing Neji's words, Kaiman's eyes brightened. Shifting his gaze back to the battlefield. Soon, he noticed Aslan commanding the fight, even occasionally cleaving down his subordinates. Who was that person? It was no wonder Kaiman's attention was drawn to Aslan. His armor was conspicuously flamboyant. Neji squinted, his heart leaping with joy as he exclaimed, "He is Aslan, the lord of Melro Town." Upon hearing this, Kaiman abandoned his intent to chastise Neji, gradually blending into the throng, making his way toward Aslan, preparing to ambush the lord of Melro Town. In that moment, Melro Town would be left leaderless, collapsing without a fight. Chapter 30. Surprise attack and counterattack. As soon as Kaiman made a slight movement, Aslan noticed him. Kaiman mistakenly believed that Aslan did not recognize him. However, even if Kaiman were to turn to dust, Aslan would never forget him. In a past life, Aslan had been extorted by Kaiman's band of thieves for 3 years. By the time he gained the strength to confront them, Kaiman had already ascended to the level of a sword master, commanding a dozen high-ranking swordsmen. To defeat Kaiman's band, Aslan paid a heavy price, including the lives of Gawain and Ryaning. Moreover, Kaiman lacked any sense of honor as a strong warrior, often disguising himself as an ordinary bandit to ambush his foes. In this life, Aslan was driven by a desperate urgency to strike Kaiman while the latter had not yet broken through to the swordmaster level, when his overall strength was at its weakest and thus most vulnerable to being slain. As Kaiman approached within 20 meters, a single burst of sword technique could allow him to reach Aslan in mere seconds. Aslan feigned ignorance, calmly directing his soldiers in battle, while occasionally glancing at Kaiman out of the corner of his eye. Kaiman drew nearer, 18 meters, 16 meters, 14 meters. When he was within 10 meters of Aslan, the distance became optimal for his assassination. No one had ever escaped his lethal grasp from such proximity. Suddenly, a fierce light shot from Aslan's eyes as he raised his left hand, arcs of electricity crackling around his arm. At last, Kaiman had arrived. Aslan's gaze pierced through Kaiman, who faltered, lowering his sword slightly. Upon meeting Aslan's eyes, Kaiman instantly comprehended that he had been recognized. Yet, he could not fathom how Aslan had identified him, nor could he recall when they had ever met. Die? With the strength of a great swordsman surging forth, Kaiman was confident that at this distance, he could assuredly slay Aslan, even with the frantic Gyuter rushing to intervene. In a flash, Aslan's electrifying left hand produced a silver coin, which spun in midair as Kaiman charged toward him, the visage of Aslan already reflected upon his heavy sword. With a thunderous boom, smoke billowed as a swift and powerful light streaked past Aslan's position, capturing the attention of the battlefield, causing all to instinctively halt. "A mage!" roared the scar-faced giant, who was engaged in battle with Arthur, his expression shifting dramatically. His exclamation sent ripples through the previously quiet battlefield, igniting fervor among the warriors of Melro's town, who, upon learning that their valiant lord was a mysterious and formidable mage, surged forth to drive the intruding bandits away. In stark contrast to the rising morale of Melro's town soldiers, Kaiman's band was demoralized, retreating step by step. As the smoke gradually cleared, Kaiman, propping himself up with the stub of his broken sword, found his right shoulder and chest utterly obliterated, blood still gushing from the remnants of his body. "How did you discover my identity?" Kaiman gasped, astonished that he had not perished immediately from such grievous wounds. "Of course, there was an insider, otherwise I would not have gone to such lengths to orchestrate this charade," Aslan replied. "An insider?" Kaiman's eyes widened in realization as he breathed his last. At the moment of Kaiman's demise, the battle cries of his band echoed around him as 500 to 600 men encircled them from all directions. The thunderous shouts resonated throughout Melro's town, where the populace, regardless of age or gender, seized weapons and rushed out. "Protect the Lord. Drive these bandits away." Aizen, clutching a staff and supported by his son, led the charge. In that instant, Aslan's once cold heart stirred with emotion. He had forgotten the loyal citizens who had fought alongside him to the bitter end. Had he not ventured to the capital, perhaps their fate would have been different. Well, Aslan exclaimed thrice, lifting Kaiman's severed head high. "Kaiman is dead. Those who surrender shall not be harmed." Arthur immediately blocked the escape route for the scar-faced giant, coldly declaring, "Kaiman is dead. Do you still wish to resist? That would only spell the doom of your remaining comrades." The scar-faced giant hesitated, only to witness one of his fellow high-ranking swordsmen pierced through the back by Aslan's silver light. Just one strike was enough to instill fear. The speed of that silver light left no room for evasion. "I surrender. Spare my life." The scar-faced giant dropped his weapon and crouched, hands on his head. The troops advancing from behind the bandits comprised Aslan's losses during their exploratory assault, reinforced by the barbarian warriors led by Ryaning. In this confrontation, Aslan had overestimated the strength of Kaiman's band, mistakenly aligning their capabilities with his past life during their peak, when Kaiman had already been a sword master, robust and formidable. In reality, the current Kaiman's band was significantly weaker compared to Melro's town. Kaiman had recklessly attacked without understanding the true strength of the town. Ultimately, this was all thanks to the assistance of Neji, the inside man. With disdain, Wilkie dragged the ashen-faced Neji before Aslan. "My lord, this traitor attempted to flee, but I was quick enough to capture him." Aslan smiled and nodded, signaling for his execution. He had no desire to converse with a dead man. "Reporting to my lord, we captured 435 bandits and killed 326, Arthur announced, his face beaming with joy. This battle resulted in a resounding victory for Melro's town. As for the wounded, in this world, there was no room for humanitarianism or war treaties. Any captives deemed too grievously injured or disabled were swiftly dispatched to meet their maker. After all, those who were severely wounded or crippled only became burdens, and could not fetch a decent price, rendering their existence unnecessary. "Excellent. Gawain, you shall receive great credit for this victory," Aslan remarked, patting Gawain on the shoulder. Only then did Aslan notice Ryaning, hiding timidly behind Gawain. "What are you doing?" Aslan instinctively inquired. Yet he soon observed that from the encircled forces, thousands of people were emerging, their numbers still growing, many of whom were elderly individuals wielding wooden sticks and joining the fray. "So many," Aslan exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 31. The Elder. As Aslan gazed at the relentless tide of barbarians emerging before him, he felt a twinge of astonishment. He recalled that during his previous life, when he had relocated the elderly, weak, and women from Laning village, the number had barely reached 700 or 800. This was several times that amount. "My lord, you commanded me to bring all our kin here. You cannot renege on your promise," exclaimed Laning, who towered over the others, peering over Aslan's shoulder. Aslan was momentarily at a loss for words. Was he truly that fearsome? One elderly barbarian, his hair as white as snow, approached Laning's side with measured steps, humbly bowing his head. "My lord, please do not burden us. We old fellows are resigned to our fate. I implore you to take in these children. Though they may be frail now, given the chance to grow, they could become your most valiant and loyal warriors." The elder knelt, offering a profound prostration to Aslan. Many barbarian warriors had tears brimming in their eyes, Laning included. The venerable figure on the ground was none other than Laning's mentor. Once one of the mightiest warriors of their tribe, and a steadfast pillar of their lineage. Alas, in his old age, their lineage had not produced any grandmasters or even skilled swordsmen, leading to a reduction in food rations that left their kin starving. Despite their relentless efforts of hunting from dawn till dusk, they could not sustain their entire tribe. Prolonged hunger had rendered the elder frail, and the children suffered from malnutrition, their constitutions deteriorating. Thus, they could not cultivate exemplary warriors, ensnared in a vicious cycle. The lineage of Lanning would only grow weaker until one day they were consumed by a more powerful tribe. Though Aslan did not know this elder personally, he had often heard Lanning and Tai speak of him in his previous life. Tragically, the elder had perished from starvation just a year after arriving in Lanning village. Gulyalu. Gawain stood nearby, his mouth agape, unsure of how to express himself. The sheer number of people from Lanning village was overwhelming, over 2,000 souls. Given the barbarians' appetite, even the elderly and children consumed 3 to 4 times the rations of an average person, and the young adults even more. While 2,000 may not seem excessive, considering their dietary needs, it equated to the consumption of tens of thousands, if not more. The population of Melro town could not possibly sustain such a demand. Lanning's gaze dimmed. He was acutely aware of Melro town's circumstances. Relying solely on Melro town would not suffice to support his kin. However, just as he raised his head, Aslan spoke up. Eisen, bring everyone inside and assess their condition. We shall hold a celebration feast. Eisen hesitated for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. My lord, our food supply cannot accommodate such a large population. Aslan waved his hand dismissively, helping the elder to his feet. Grasping the elder's wrist, Aslan felt a pang of sorrow. Truly, a hero in the twilight of his life. Judging by the elder's skeletal frame, he had once been a formidable warrior like Lanning. Yet now he was little more than skin and bones, his back slightly hunched from starvation. You have endured much. From now on, Melro town shall be your home. Aslan said naturally, assisting the elder into Melro town. Everyone has worked hard. Come to the Lord's manor for the celebration feast. The feast was modest, for Melro town had only just achieved a semblance of stability, and being able to eat their fill and stay warm was a significant accomplishment. That night, many barbarians wept as they ate, having forgotten how long it had been since they last had a satisfying meal. Eisen approached with a somber expression. Aslan had played the role of the benevolent benefactor, leaving Eisen to assume the role of the antagonist. Lanning and Yorkf, upon noticing Eisen's grim demeanor, promptly stood to greet him. As the town magistrate, Eisen now held authority over these barbarians. Greetings, esteemed magistrate. Eisen regarded them with surprise. Lanning had previously held himself aloof in Melro town, treating everyone aside from Aslan with disdain. Yet now, he was exceedingly courteous, clearly aware of his current predicament. Yorkf and Lanning exchanged glances with their kin and the townsfolk, feeling a profound sense of shame. We understand, and we shall not accept anything without contributing in return. We seek any work you may have for us, and we promise we will not be idle, Yorkf declared resolutely. Eisen nodded in satisfaction. That is more like it. Here in Melro town, all labor is compensated with wages and food rations. I believe Lanning is already aware of this. I have calculated that barbarian warriors far surpass ordinary soldiers in capability, thus the wage for a barbarian warrior will be 4 times that of a common soldier. Upon hearing that wages would quadruple, Lanning raised his fingers to calculate. With 46 qualified barbarian warriors currently in service, this salary would be sufficient to cover the monthly food needs of 500 kin, bringing him joy. As for those who are not yet qualified warriors, they will receive the same wages as ordinary soldiers, Eisen continued. This is a special allowance granted by my lord. What a benevolent lord. Yerkes praised. Lanning's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he inquired, Magistrate, if my kin become qualified barbarian warriors, will they earn the same wages as I do? That is indeed the case. But be forewarned, the assessments are quite rigorous. Prepare yourselves, Eisen added. That is of no concern. I shall rigorously train those young ones. Lanning exclaimed, filled with elation. I have calculated that this arrangement could potentially provide sustenance for 1,000 of you. There are still over 1,300 remaining. The Lord has designated a tract of land in the east for your cultivation. If you can fully develop it, there will be ample surplus to ensure your tribe lives well, Eisen remarked, harboring a tinge of displeasure in his heart. For he felt Aslan had been overly lenient with Lanning's tribe. Chapter 32 The Melro Charter. Upon hearing this, York pulled Leah Ning towards Aslan, and both knelt on one knee, pledging their allegiance to him. Aslan smiled and placed his goblet down, leaping onto the table. Everyone, quiet down. I have something to announce. The once boisterous square outside the Lord's mansion quickly fell silent, all eyes fixated on Aslan. I, Aslan Sarah, hereby declare that from this day forth, in Melro town, and indeed throughout the Melro region, there shall be no racial or class discrimination. Here, there shall be no foreign peoples, nor shall there be slaves. You shall all be known simply as Melro people. Nobles who commit crimes shall be judged equally with commoners. I assure you, as long as I live, this decree will be enforced to the letter. Thus, I must warn certain officials not to wait until I raise my sword before they awaken to the reality. As Aslan's words echoed, the square fell into an eerie silence. The barbarians gazed around in bewilderment, most unable to comprehend the meaning of Aslan's proclamation. The officials of Melro were utterly flabbergasted, doubting whether their lord had lost his sanity. Eshin looked around, somewhat stunned, and noticed Wells was in tears. Eshin opened his mouth, but made no sound. The square soon erupted into a sea of cheers. That night, Melro town was engulfed in jubilation. The prisoners with scarred faces confined within the Lord's mansion listened to the resounding cheers, enveloped in confusion and doubt. This lord appeared different from the other nobles, deeply cherished by the populace. Many outlaws, having been forced into banditry, began to contemplate surrendering. Scarred-Face felt similarly. After all, his beloved daughter was still young. And if he were to perish, how would his wife and child survive? As dawn broke, with the first light of day, York took Leah Ning and led the clansmen to the wasteland agreed upon with Ashin. Indeed, it was desolate, strewn with jagged rocks, and transforming it into arable land would not be a simple task. In the past, York would have never undertaken such labor. It demanded excessive physical exertion, and they lacked agricultural experience. Ultimately, the barbarians were a people of fishing and hunting, skilled in these arts. Accompanying them were several officials responsible for agricultural production, tasked with guiding them in cultivating the wasteland. Unlike ordinary folk, barbarian warriors did not cultivate fighting energy, but focused on strength and vitality. Once they grew old and frail, their power would diminish, which was why the barbarian tribe often abandoned their elders. Having just begun to familiarize himself with the hoe, York started to till the land under the guidance of the instructor, while the task of moving the large stones fell to the younger generation, including Leah Ning. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly. Seasoned warrior York quickly dropped to the ground to listen. It was cavalry emerging from the town, fully armored knights, over 20 of them, accompanied by 2 carts laden with goods. York had barely finished speaking when the agricultural instructor attempted to make a sarcastic remark, only to see Aslan arrive with his entire retinue of armored knights, escorting 2 carts filled with goods. The official overseeing the agricultural guidance placed his left hand over his chest, bowing his head in respect, and did not speak until the caravan had completely passed. Food in the city is scarce. I have heard that the Lord intends to take some of the belongings he brought from the capital to Billy City, hoping to exchange them for enough food to last through the winter. Upon hearing this, a hush fell over the crowd. Leah Ning said nothing further, gripping her crowbar tighter. What are you still standing around for? Get to work. We have 3 days to cultivate this wasteland. The Lord has agreed to shelter us, but we must not let him suffer because of our troubles. Leah Ning quickly pried up a large stone, intending to discard it, but was stopped by the nearby supervisor. Do not throw those stones away. I believe it won't be long before the Lord establishes walls, and these stones will be useful then. Leah Ning nodded. Though she did not fully grasp the meaning of his words, she diligently complied, gathering the stones to the side. Aslan indeed headed to Billy City to purchase grain. But the cargo on the carts was not the belongings spoken of by the people, but rather goods produced in Melro town, meant to explore markets in Billy City. Among them were several precious items crafted through Aslan's divine artifice, with magical lamps being the most valuable. Many items were once commonplace in the past, but were now exceedingly rare due to the current technological limitations of the continent. After 2 days of travel, Aslan quickened his pace, though the roads of the Melro region were quite difficult to traverse, with many areas impassable for war horses. If he could travel at full speed, Aslan estimated he could reach Billy City in less than a day. A month had passed since his last visit, and Billy City remained as bustling and vibrant as ever. Truly the most magnificent city in the Melroxus province, even more so than the provincial capital of Keck City. Instead of entering the city directly, Aslan headed straight for the outer district's Jason Trading Company, the Balanced Trading Company. Aslan chuckled at the name, appreciating its connotation of fairness. Dismounting from his steed, he arrived at the entrance just as Jason had been alerted of his arrival. Before Aslan could step through the doors, Jason rushed out to greet him. Contrary to Aslan's expectations, the balanced trading company was surprisingly modest, merely a two-story wooden structure, lacking any remarkable features. Upon entering, a musty odor assailed Aslan's senses, causing him discomfort. "Lord Aslan." Jason quickly bowed, but upon noticing Aslan covering his nose with a handkerchief, he awkwardly explained, "The smell is indeed rather strong. But this is the best street in the southern outer district, known for its security. The balanced trading company primarily serves the residents of the outer district, so a slightly poorer environment is acceptable, especially given our limited funds." Jason wasted no time in asking for money, leaving Aslan feeling quite helpless. Funds were required everywhere. After earning several thousand gold coins last time, he had left a portion for Jason, and the remainder had been invested in Melro town. Now, less than 100 gold coins remained in the treasury, and with the need to purchase grain for the winter. This urgency was precisely why Aslan had rushed to Billy City. Chapter 33. Indeed, it is quite a challenge for you. Can you ascertain whether these items might fetch a good price in Billy City? Aslan waved his hand, and Gavin promptly approached, presenting a collection of goods. All small commodities produced in Mello Town. As Jason received the items handed over by Gavin, he led Aslan to the inner chamber to rest. The craftsmanship of these ceramic wares was exceptionally exquisite. What was this surface? It was so refined that it could undoubtedly command a handsome price within the city. No, a substantial profit. Jason set down the ceramic piece in his hands, his face alight with astonishment. In terms of raw material craftsmanship, it was no less impressive than that produced in the city's workshops. Moreover, the ceramic wares brought by Aslan were far more diverse, including lidded water pots adorned with a layer of pigment, akin to the glazing technique from my previous life. Although this glazing technique was only just being mastered, resulting in a singular color, the surface was bright, smooth, and subtly luminous, appearing crystalline and exquisite enough to attract the interest of numerous nobles within the city. Upon hearing Jason's appraisal of the ceramics, Aslan shook his head in disbelief. He found these pieces rather disappointing, viewing them merely as practice products for the eventual crafting of porcelain. Aslan could not help but recall the advent of porcelain in his former life, with its silky, pristine texture that instantly captivated the entire noble class of the continent, making porcelain a fleeting trend and a burgeoning luxury. For nobles at that time, it was almost a disgrace to claim nobility without possessing at least a few sets of porcelain. Porcelain had become a veritable cash cow for Aslan and the cornerstone of his rise. Jason, feeling a weight lifted from his chest, relaxed considerably. Aslan, feeling increasingly awkward, had not anticipated Jason's remarkable capability, establishing a foothold and beginning to transport goods from Mello Town in less than half a month. The situation in Billy City had returned to a semblance of normalcy, though the young lord and Rian had grown ever closer, engaging in numerous gray market enterprises, hinting at the potential unification of the underground forces in Billy City. After some contemplation, Jason remarked on the matter. Aslan estimated the timing of the Nomirian uprising from his previous life, as if Rian had unified the entire underground forces of Billy City and had successfully risen from the outer city's patrol to become the commander of the inner city patrol. While the distinction between the two may seem minor, the disparity was monumental. To the noble elite of the inner city, the commander of the outer city patrol was still regarded as an inconsequential peasant, merely elevated to a slightly higher status, often referred to as a sycophant. It was precisely this elevation in status and the subsequent inflation of ego that would precipitate a tragic event. Aslan declined the water offered by the servant, rising instead to depart. Presently, the populace of the continent had yet to adopt the habit of drinking boiled water, most consumed water directly drawn from wells or rivers, inevitably ingesting parasites. Mello Town had begun promoting the importance of drinking boiled water. Thus Aslan largely kept his distance from external sources of water, often bringing along his own boiling apparatus when venturing out. "I must enter the city to pay a visit to my mentor and shall not linger here," Aslan stated before preparing to leave. However, just before his departure, he turned to Jason and instructed, "From this day forth, all water must be boiled before consumption. As for the reason, you shall understand upon arriving in Mello Town. This is an order, and I will have Lancelot supervise you." Jason, momentarily taken aback, nodded in agreement, finding the command peculiar. As Aslan exited the merchant guild, Lancelot, who had remained in Billy City, hurriedly approached. "My lord." Lancelot dismounted from his steed and knelt in greeting. "Is your stay in Billy City agreeable, Lancelot?" Aslan smiled as he helped Lancelot to his feet. Aslan shook his head helplessly as Lancelot's expression fell, nodding weakly in response. Aslan chuckled and patted his shoulder before mounting his steed, leading the cavalry into the city, leaving Lancelot with a forlorn expression. Upon entering Billy City, Aslan did not proceed directly to the Media Magic Tower, but rather made his way to the Genelito residence for a visit. After all, Aslan was not yet a proper disciple of the Marquis of Media and had no right to disturb her at the Magic Tower. Upon hearing of Aslan's arrival, Genelito was quite taken aback, but welcomed him into his residence with a beaming smile. Although Genelito was merely a mid-level mage, he held the title of a magic professor, possessing unique insights, particularly in alchemy and pharmacology. Consequently, Genelito was quite affluent. His estate was several times grander than Rian's. Had it not been for the city's prohibition on castle construction, it was likely that Genelito would have erected a castle. The walk from the entrance to the Grand Hall took a good 10 minutes, during which Aslan encountered no fewer than 30 maids, each more graceful and youthful than the last, particularly in their revealing maid outfits, which nearly elicited an exclamation from Aslan. The sight of long, fair legs and curvaceous forms was almost overwhelming. Chapter 34. A true player. Senior Genelito, you truly know how to indulge, Aslan exclaimed after a prolonged silence. Genelito paused for a brief moment, only to burst into hearty laughter. What is it? Which ones do you fancy? I shall procure them for you. They are merely bought slaves, and you may play with them as you wish. Even if they perish, it matters not. Aslan sighed upon hearing Genelito's nonchalant dismissal of the maid's fates. Having lived for over 50 years in this alternate world, he still could not condone the disdainful trampling of life by those in power. Though in his previous life, Aslan had often engaged in similar acts, he always cloaked his justifications with lofty rhetoric. Yet, he could never emulate Genelito's brazen disregard for human life. Enough, senior. I have come to visit our teacher and present her with a gift. With that, Aslan pushed a lavishly adorned wooden box toward Genelito, which contained glass beakers crafted through innate divine abilities. Upon learning of Aslan's intent to visit their mentor, Genelito raised an eyebrow. Perceiving Aslan's naivety in believing that referring to the Marquis Media as teacher would genuinely elevate his status to that of her pupil, Genelito casually opened the box, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the crystalline beaker set. In this world, glass was a rarity. Thus, most alchemists relied on silver apparatuses for potion-making and alchemical experiments, reserving the use of magical crystals for only the most corrosive materials. I discovered these in a ruin located in the Melro region. Regrettably, the sorcerer residing there was rather inept, at best a grand sorcerer, hence the meager remnants left behind. Many of the items had suffered severe corrosion, leaving only 2 sets of beakers and some experimental records, which I intend to offer to our teacher, Aslan explained calmly. Genelito, initially intrigued by the mention of ruins, lost interest upon realizing they were merely the hideout of a grand sorcerer. A grand sorcerer, even from ancient times, could hardly wield any formidable magical technology, especially considering that the Melro region was a renowned magical wasteland in ancient Zino. Well, since you come with good intentions, I shall inquire on your behalf, Genelito replied with a broad smile, stowing away the beakers. Although he was curious about the gift Aslan intended for their teacher, he refrained from asking further, aware that even a grand sorcerer might have retained some ancient secrets or forbidden arts. As the saying goes, the more one knows, the more perilous it becomes, a truth Genelito understood well. Fortuitously, upon their arrival, the Marquis Media had just completed her daily meditation and had no inclination to engage with her magical research that day. The City of Magic was the epicenter of sorcery in the Zino continent, and only sorcerers of the Grand Mage level or higher could partake in its tests. The purpose was simple, to prevent seasoned sorcerers from advancing or deliberately concealing their true abilities. In the realm of the Zino continent, sorcerers of the mage rank are akin to human nuclear warheads and must be duly registered. The continent operates under a non-proliferation treaty for mages, which strictly prohibits the use of forbidden spells unless faced with a life-threatening situation. Failure to comply invites collective sanctions from all sorcerers across Zino. After all, forbidden spells are not only immensely powerful, but also wreak havoc on the environment. The Melro region, for instance, had been transformed into its current state due to the cataclysmic effects of 2 grand mages' forbidden spells, a consequence that took millennia to mitigate. While the Marquis Media would not overly concern herself with testing magical prowess, The convergence of numerous mages and grand mages inevitably led to various gatherings. These gatherings served no purpose but to boast of their latest magical discoveries or flaunt their freshly crafted magical artifacts. This scenario bore a striking resemblance to class reunions in Aslan's previous life, where individuals congregated to either flaunt their wealth or showcase their offspring, leaving those without either feeling exceedingly awkward and disheartened. In a similar vein, Media's achievements in the realm of magic were remarkable. However, the Melro region was well known as a magical wasteland, and the emergence of a sorceress of her caliber was nothing short of miraculous. Despite this, her magical accomplishments and artifacts were scarce, for such advancements require time and generational inheritance to cultivate. In terms of combat prowess, Media ranked among the foremost of mages. Yet when it came to magical artifacts, those from the City of Magic likely surpassed her. Thus, upon hearing that Aslan had uncovered remnants of magical artifacts from a small ruin, Media approached their meeting with a sense of resigned hope, willing to entertain Aslan's presence. In the past, not even a senior mage could hope to meet her without first gauging Media's mood. Indeed, she was a legend in the Melro province, crucial to its magical development, but that did not render her a saint. Only upon learning of the commendable gift Aslan brought did she begrudgingly agree to meet him. Upon entering the second floor of the magic tower, in the reception hall opposite the common classroom, the Marquis Media sat regally, awaiting Aslan's arrival in silence. Students pay their respects to their teacher. Media acknowledged with a slight nod, indicating her greeting, yet she had no intention of initiating conversation. Aslan hastily presented his carefully prepared gifts, one by one, allowing a servant to deliver them. Sensing the lack of significant magical energy emanating from the items Aslan offered, Media's interest waned, her chin resting lazily on her right hand as she remarked, "Please do provide an introduction." From her tone, Aslan discerned a palpable dissatisfaction, causing a fleeting unease within him. Yet, recalling the remarkable item he had brought, he remained confident that it would surely captivate Media. The first gift was a set of translucent crystal beakers, complete with a comprehensive array of experimental apparatuses. Aslan stated this, and the servant promptly presented the entire set before the Marquis for her inspection. Chapter 35. The gift. The Marquis Media cast a fleeting glance and nodded slightly. Indeed, such exquisitely crafted crystal goblets are worth a considerable sum, yet they fail to captivate her. She possesses a set of similar crystal goblets, albeit lacking the variety and completeness of these. It was evident that even the esteemed Marquis Media, having attained the rank of a magus, could not discern the difference between synthetic and natural crystal. With a wave of her hand, she signaled for the maid to take them away. Aslan could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. The second gift was an alchemical product crafted from a tattered alchemical manual I had discovered in the ruins. The Marquis Media regarded the magical item presented by the maid with an air of ambivalence. Its peculiar design and faint magical aura suggested that, considering Aslan's youth and status as a novice mage, his alchemical talent was indeed remarkable. I call it a magical lamp, primarily for illumination, facilitating daily life. It bears no combat value, yet possesses significant commercial potential, Aslan explained earnestly. Upon hearing of its substantial commercial value, the eyes of the Marquis Media sparkled with interest. Do not be deceived into thinking that mages are merely reclusive scholars untouched by the mundane world. Both alchemy and potion-making are professions that demand considerable financial resources, not to mention the daily expenses incurred from experiments. It can be said that every mage is built upon a foundation of resources. Over time, a mage's commercial acumen and sensitivity to wealth rival that of professional traders. Otherwise, how could they sustain their considerable daily expenditures? The magical lamp featured only a single rotary switch, a mechanism not uncommon among magical artifacts. The Marquis Media gently turned the switch, and the lamp slowly illuminated, casting its glow throughout the hall as she twisted it to its limit. How does its duration compare to the illumination spell, and what is the lifespan of the lamp? She inquired with keen interest. Her simple question highlighted the lamp's most crucial commercial attributes. A white crystal can be used for 500 hours before its magical power is depleted. The glowing crystal orb, which I refer to as the bulb, can last for 2,000 hours, also powered by white crystal. Its cost-effectiveness speaks for itself, and provided the other components are not deliberately damaged, they can be passed down through generations, Aslan confidently stated. The Marquis Media nodded, her eyes glinting with interest beneath her cloak, as she recognized the vast potential profits contained within this magical lamp. "What is the cost?" she asked. "A small amount of silver tungsten wire. The lampshade is somewhat troublesome to craft, requiring crystal carving, which is time-consuming. As for the other components, the total cost should not exceed 1 gold coin," Aslan pondered before responding. In truth, he wished to convey that the lamp's cost would not surpass 1 gold coin. "It is indeed a most convenient item," the Marquis Medea remarked, instructing the maid to set the lamp aside, evidently uninterested in prolonging the discussion on this topic. "What other gifts do you have? Present them all." The maid, following the order given by Aslan, brought forth the remaining gifts one by one. Upon seeing a certain purple cloak, the Marquis Medea's expression subtly shifted. "Is this a magical robe without a sealed magic array?" she inquired, lifting it to examine it closely. "This magical robe, from its craftsmanship to the etching of the magical array, is of the highest quality. Where did you acquire such a garment?" As she removed her hood, the stunning beauty hidden beneath was revealed. Beauty transcends time, a captivating figure, enchanting enough to captivate nations. Upon witnessing the Marquis Medea, Aslan was utterly entranced. Recalling how he had once thought the phrase exaggerated, never anticipating encountering such a vision in this world. Her cascading violet locks and enchanting purple eyes filled with wonder. Grasped the cloak, utterly oblivious to Aslan's starstruck expression. A fragrant breeze wafted through the air, and Aslan suddenly regained his composure, casting his gaze down to his own feet. The magical robes worn by mages are their most potent magical artifacts, with 36 magical arrays representing the storage of 36 spells. "I am quite pleased with this gift. Please explain the remaining offerings," the Marquis Medea exclaimed joyfully after twirling before a mirror. This journey to the realm of magic was a resounding success, as this magical cloak featured an avant-garde design, complete with shoulder guards that allowed for the cloak to be drawn back, resembling traditional magical robes when it hung down, providing a means to conceal one's identity. The shoulder guards were exquisitely crafted, eschewing the rigid aesthetic of warrior armor, instead embodying the ethereal beauty characteristic of elven craftsmanship. Both in design and style, this magical cloak perfectly showcased the most exquisite aspects of a female mage. As for the remaining gifts, they were high-end products intended for market expansion. "This bottle of blue liquid is called perfume. A mere spritz can leave a person fragrant all day long," Aslan announced, spraying a bit into the air, soon enveloping the hall in an intoxicating aroma. "It has a delightful scent," the Marquis Medea remarked casually, prompting the maid to collect the items. "And what is this?" she inquired, her mood elevated as she picked up a transparent scarf made of an unknown fabric. Aslan glanced at the Marquis Medea's long, elegant legs and replied earnestly, "This is a pair of stockings, specifically designed for distinguished women. They serve to enhance the appearance of the legs, provide warmth, prevent swelling, and protect against sun exposure and perspiration. Paired with high-heeled shoes, they can accentuate a woman's most exquisite features." Observing Aslan's serious demeanor, the Marquis Medea waved her hand, sending a maid to try them on. As she anticipated further surprises from Aslan, he quickly detained the maid, explaining the nuances of wearing stockings to prevent any mishaps that might disappoint the Marquis. Chapter 36. Monopoly. As the maid stepped away to change into high heels and stockings, Marquis Medea began to assess Aslan's studies. She discovered that while Aslan's prowess was modest, his foundational knowledge was remarkably solid, particularly in the mastery of magic and the application of magical elements, surpassing even some grand sorcerers who had immersed themselves in magic for decades. The distinct sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed, and a statuesque maid emerged, supported by her companions. Marquis Medea nodded, accepting this explanation, and instructed the maid to twirl gracefully. The already tall maid, enhanced by the heels, exuded an enchanting allure. Aslan seized the moment to remark, "High heels not only elevate one's stature, but significantly enhance allure. They reduce a woman's stride as her center of gravity shifts backward, straightening the legs, accentuating the hips, and thrusting the chest forward, resulting in a posture and gait that radiate elegance and grace." Marquis Medea nodded in sudden realization. It was no wonder she sensed something different about this maid, especially when paired with those crystal stockings, which indeed possessed a unique charm. Confident in her own physique and appearance, she believed she could easily become the most beautiful queen in the realm of magic. "I am quite fond of these gifts. Now, what are your plans regarding the magical lamp?" Marquis Medea instructed her aides to neatly store the gifts, transitioning to a serious discussion about the magical lamp. She had already estimated the cost of the lamp, which would not exceed 3 gold coins, and as it belonged to the realm of magical artifacts, its future price would undoubtedly not fall below 10 gold coins. Such a lucrative enterprise was one she wished to partake in. She was merely curious about Aslan's approach. If he were to be unreasonable, she would not hesitate to exert her influence. I believe you have also estimated the cost of the magical lamp, and I wish to sell it under your name, with a profit split of 60-40, 60 for you and 40 for me, Aslan proposed after a moment of contemplation. Marquis Medea furrowed her brow slightly. Do you deem this division fair? Aslan understood her dissatisfaction. In truth, she anticipated a 90-10 split, justified by her status and power. Teacher, I assure you that within the magical lamp lies a technology that cannot be deciphered for the next decade. Moreover, you need only to provide the finished product, whereas I must procure materials and manage market development. Thus, while I claim 40%, the actual profit I would receive amounts to just over 20%, Aslan replied. A wry smile on his face. Marquis Medea fell silent. Her concern lay not with the profits, but with the monopoly on the technology of the magical lamp. If Aslan's claims held true, it would mean they could dictate the price entirely, which implied even greater potential profits. In this land, there existed no intellectual property rights. If a product was truly marketable, it would not be long before an array of counterfeit products flooded the market, drastically diminishing profits. Are you truly so confident? Marquis Medea observed Aslan with keen interest. If his assertions were accurate, his alchemical talent was indeed extraordinary, meriting his induction as her disciple. In reality, while she excelled in innate talent, her abilities in alchemy and potion-making were rather ordinary. Shamefully, she thought that if not for Genelito's significantly lower realm, she could have been his student in alchemy. Very well, I shall consider it. Spend the next few days enjoying yourself in Billy City. Should you require assistance, simply seek out Justin. You are of similar age and should find common ground, Marquis Medea declared with an air of authority. She intended to collaborate with several students majoring in alchemy to dismantle the magical lamp and thoroughly investigate whether it was as simple as Aslan claimed. If Aslan indeed possessed the high level of alchemical talent she anticipated, she would take him on as her disciple and bring him along to the upcoming grand event in the realm of magic. Regrettably, Aslan remained oblivious to Marquis Medea's good intentions, interpreting her actions as distrust. The notion of finding common ground with Justin was laughable. Aslan swore that associating with the arrogant and thoughtless Justin would only lead to folly. It was equally undeniable that Marquis Medea held her precious son in high regard, eager to bestow all her resources and connections upon this seemingly incapable lad. Upon exiting the magical tower, Aslan barely had time to catch his breath before he was confronted by Shelson and his entourage. Arthur, who had been waiting outside, rushed over with his group. As they stood before the entrance of the Medea magical tower, everyone maintained a remarkable restraint, refraining from drawing weapons. Everyone, please remain calm. Young Master Aslan, I have an urgent matter that requires your assistance, Shelson called out, attempting to diffuse the tense atmosphere. Is this how you request assistance? Aslan inquired, his displeasure evident. Shelson awkwardly shook his head. The situation is rather serious. Let us find a quieter place to discuss. Aslan nodded, but chose not to follow Shelson immediately, instead heading directly toward the town hall. He needed to have the bounty on the head of Kaimin removed, an impressive sum of 1,000 gold coins, sufficient for Aslan to procure a significant amount of food within the city. Shelson, aware of Aslan's irritation, could only grit his teeth and follow behind. The town hall of Billy City was conveniently located directly across from the Medea magical tower, easily accessible by crossing the street, for in this world, there were no traffic lights or crosswalks. As for carriages and horses, any master with sense would not dare to recklessly dash around the vicinity of the magical tower. Those who could stand before Marquis Medea were no ordinary individuals. Gawain boldly placed the head of Kaimin on the counter before the receptionist. Bounty task, Gawain stated coolly, then fell silent. The young woman responsible for reception was evidently new to the job, her cheeks flushed throughout the encounter. The striking appearance of Aslan was hard to overlook. He exuded the essence of a noble gentleman, complemented by Gawain and Arthur, who were also remarkably handsome, adorned in splendid knightly armor. Truly a paragon of nobility and charm. No, in Billy City, it should be referred to as noble and handsome. In the kingdom of Cleveland, the wealthy were merely chubby sheep raised by the aristocracy. destined to be slaughtered once the opportunity arose. Unfortunately, the young woman was so engrossed in her thoughts that she neglected her duties, leading to her dismay. Chapter 37. Disregarding the rules, not once had she contemplated the significance of the wooden box that typically accompanied bounty tasks. Thus, when she finally opened it, a piercing scream resonated through the air. The manager of the counter, a portly middle-aged man in his 40s with a hint of baldness, hurried over, wiping the sweat from his forehead and profusely apologizing. After all, the imposing presence and demeanor of Aslan unmistakably indicated that he was a noble heir, someone a mere municipal employee could ill afford to offend. "Is it possible for you to provide me with the bounty?" Aslan inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he shook his head gently. The man quickly summoned the funds, while Zirson, standing nearby, recognized the owner of the severed head. "I never imagined that the notorious Cayman would ultimately fall to young Master Aslan," Zirson remarked, recalling how their merchant guild had previously been raided by Cayman on several occasions. "Indeed, it was merely a matter of Cayman foolishly launching an assault on my territory. How could I possibly refuse such a gift?" Aslan replied with an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing this, Zirson was instantly filled with respect. The Cayman bandit group boasted thousands of robbers, with Cayman himself being a formidable swordsman accompanied by several senior warriors. Such a bounty, even if Cayman wished to present it, required the capability to claim it, for carelessness could cost one their life. The mere thought of Aslan dismantling the infamous Cayman bandit group ignited a fervent admiration in Zirson's eyes. The bounty amounted to over 1,000 gold coins, just sufficient for Jason to procure a substantial supply of grain. In stark contrast to the barren lands of the Melek region, the lands surrounding Billy City were remarkably fertile. Situated within an alluvial plain and expertly cultivated by nature mages, transforming Billy City into not only a sanctuary of magic within the Melek province, but also its granary. "Young Master Aslan, I seek your assistance with a matter," Zirson implored eagerly as they exited the municipal hall. Aslan responded calmly, "I shall assist within the limits of my capabilities." The implication was clear. Matters beyond his capacity were not his concern. He rolled his eyes in exasperation. The Cayman bandit group was the most formidable in the Melek region, whereas the Gallows bandit group was the strongest in the Melek province, possessing the strength to seize cities. In his past life, even after elevating the entirety of the Melek region, Aslan had refrained from engaging the Gallows bandit group, both to avoid fostering dependence and due to their overwhelming might. To contend with them would entail a significant price. "Are you jesting with me?" Aslan retorted, slightly annoyed. Zirson chuckled awkwardly, aware that his true aim was to have Aslan's mentor intervene, Marquis Medea, whose direct involvement, with a mere few 9th-level spells, would obliterate the Gallows bandit group. Aslan had arrived in Billy City that morning and would meet Marquis Medea by noon. Such treatment was a privilege not even afforded to his chief disciple, Nadal. This led to Zirson's misunderstanding. Aslan shook his head and firmly stated, "If my mentor wished to eliminate the Gallows bandit group, they would have been eradicated long ago." Zirson nodded, comprehending Aslan's point and fully aware of why the Gallows bandit group could thrive in the narrow space between Kex City and Billy City. Initially, the primary population of the Melek province resided in the Melek region. However, due to the repercussions of the forbidden spell, people gradually migrated to Kex City, which eventually became the center of the province, housing the governor's office for successive administrations. The current governor faced challenges due to the rise of Billy City, strategically located between the Melek and Kex regions. The rerouting of rivers had bestowed vast tracts of fertile land upon Billy, and under Marquis Medea's vigorous development, it was on the verge of overshadowing Kex City, inciting dissatisfaction from the governor. This tension led to a power struggle, creating a lawless zone in the gap between the two regions, which became the stronghold of the Gallows bandit group. Indeed, the Gallows bandit group served to ease the tensions between both parties. Billy City, revered as the magical sanctuary of the province, held a transcendent status, especially with the formidable Marquis Medea at its helm. Unable to confront them militarily or economically, they could only retreat into a corner and develop quietly. The Melek province consisted of merely 4 regions, with the Melek region being the largest, occupying half the province yet plagued by barren land and sparse population. Only a few thousand registered inhabitants, resulting in the governor's indifference towards tax collection. The remaining 2 regions combined were smaller than Melek and less prosperous than Billy, rendering the governor's role largely ceremonial. To prevent influence from these regions, the Gallows bandit group's existence served to isolate the 2 areas, hindering ordinary citizens from developing there and reducing the population drain from Keck City. Marquis Media tacitly accepted the governor's actions, yet the Gallows Bandit group's recent overreach had crossed a line. Aslan suddenly recalled that in his previous life, around this time, a significant conflict erupted between the two regions, with tens of thousands of troops facing off at the border. It now seemed likely that this was tied to the Gallows Bandit group's actions, blocking ordinary people's movements. While Marquis Media might remain indifferent, any attempts to stifle the commercial growth of Billy City would undoubtedly exacerbate tensions. Relate the events to me, and I shall deliberate further, Aslan stated, fully aware that this conflict would erupt sooner or later. He had no qualms about seizing the opportunity to enhance his presence before Marquis Media. The Gallows Bandit group had brazenly disregarded the rules, blocking all access points and permitting other bandits to assault the Merchant Guild, only to later deny any involvement. Zirson was nearly apoplectic as he recounted the events. Aslan, amused by the situation, smiled as he surveyed the bustling crowd around him, drawing Zirson close. He whispered for a brief moment, after which Zirson's eyes lit up with excitement, eagerly nodding before turning to organize a response. Aslan cast a glance at the towering magic tower, his smile growing ever wider. Chapter 38. Senior brothers and sisters. It was evident that a bandit attack had occurred. Such incidents were not uncommon, yet the scale and impact on the caravan today were rare. Aslan stood quietly before the window of the Flame Maiden Inn, contemplating his next move and preparing for all possible contingencies. He aimed to profit immensely from this conflict, breaking the barriers of communication between two regions and seizing the opportunity for rapid advancement. Knock, knock, knock. The unexpected speed caught him off guard. With a calm demeanor, Aslan opened the door to find the impeccably dressed Genelito performing an elaborate gesture of a magician's etiquette, an ancient and intricate formality seldom executed even by the oldest of nobility, yet still cherished within the realm of magicians, particularly in significant public gatherings. Clearly, Genelito's presence carried considerable weight, warranting such a grand display. Aslan, you have truly concocted an extraordinary magical artifact, Genelito exclaimed with a radiant smile. Aslan quickly downplayed it, responding, "Oh, it is merely a trifling creation." His modesty was not entirely sincere. While his invention greatly facilitated daily life, its utility in magical development and combat was nearly negligible, rendering it trivial in the eyes of seasoned scholars. How humble. The master wishes to see you. It seems we shall be brothers from now on, Genelito expressed, genuinely delighted at having discovered another promising disciple for their mentor. I will rely on my senior brother's guidance in the future. Aslan reciprocated the pleasantries as they engaged in mutual probing and flattery during their ascent. This time, instead of visiting the lower floors of the magic tower, Aslan accompanied Genelito directly to the topmost level via the lift. The initial ride in this elevator might have felt disconcerting, but one soon acclimatized. Genelito observed Aslan's cautious exploration of the lift's interior and chuckled. "It appears this is your first time on an ascendant lift." Aslan smiled sheepishly, refraining from explaining that such contraptions were commonplace in his previous life. The lift's design was rather rudimentary, resembling a construction site's freight elevator, relying solely on experience to ascertain the floor levels, or one could simply count upon arrival. The lift operated entirely on the power of a magician's magic. A waist-high marble column rose in the center of the lift, topped with a crystal sphere. By channeling magical energy into the sphere, the lift would commence its ascent. It moved slightly faster than a conventional elevator, and as they ascended 10 floors, a brief sensation of weightlessness accompanied them. Unlike others who might feel discomfort during their first ride, Aslan remained unfazed, having previously traversed skyscrapers with ease. 10 floors posed no challenge. Aslan followed Genelito without a hint of trepidation, much to Genelito's surprise. "Have you ridden an ascendant lift before?" he inquired. Aslan shook his head, unable to admit that he had grown weary of such devices in his past life. "Perhaps I simply adapt more swiftly," he replied with a smile. Genelito laughed heartily as they approached the solitary doorway in the corridor. As they reached the threshold, the door appeared to respond to their presence, opening automatically. Aslan noticed the absence of attendants. "No need to search. Outsiders cannot enter here." "Did you not sense it?" Genelito asked, clearly testing Aslan. With a flicker of thought, Aslan instinctively closed his eyes, entering a meditative state within a mere moment. At that instant, Marquis Media emerged, accompanied by 7 individuals clad in wizarding robes. Observing Aslan in silence, "Master," Aslan acknowledged. "What are your thoughts?" Marquis Medea inquired with intrigue. His eldest disciple, Natal Bakilialu, scrutinized Aslan intently, acutely aware of the swirling magical elements around him, her violet eyes glimmering with brilliance. This junior brother is rather impressive, quite fascinating. Natal's assessment prompted her fellow disciples to widen their eyes in astonishment, for they were well aware of Natal's discerning nature. Her standards were notoriously high. Thus, to receive such a commendation from her indicated that Aslan was no ordinary individual. The best remarks other disciples had garnered upon meeting Natal were merely acceptable, with Genelito himself having been labeled as rubbish. Surrounded by an overwhelming concentration of magical elements, Aslan found the atmosphere intensely rich, exponentially more potent than outside, with a vibrant display of colorful elemental light points. He had anticipated this scenario. The top of the magic tower was specifically designed to facilitate the meditation of archmages, explaining its exorbitant construction costs. A day spent meditating here yielded benefits far surpassing those in any other location. However, for sorcerers below the rank of archmage, attempting to meditate in this environment could lead to catastrophic results, particularly for those beneath the rank of magus, as the magical elements would overwhelm them like a faucet unleashed into a basin. Should Aslan attempt meditation here, the compressed magical elements would surge towards him. Thus, this was Marquis Medea's entrance examination for every disciple, to see if they could emerge unscathed from meditation. Typically, none managed to exit the meditative state independently. Rather, they were rescued by the Marquis. The challenge was merely a measure of how long Aslan could endure. Shall I initiate a wager? 1 to 7 odds for under a minute, even money for under 2, 2 to 1 for 3, and 5 to 1 for over 3 minutes. A light-hearted voice chimed in. Olga, the Marquis's second disciple, a striking young man with emerald hair and matching green eyes, clad in a verdant robe. As soon as Olga proposed the betting pool, the other disciples erupted in cheers, eager to place their wagers, save for Genelito and Natal, who refrained from betting, for they found Aslan inscrutable. Among them, a red-haired sorceress remained aloof, observing Aslan with keen interest, her stance subtly opposing Natal's. Chapter 39. The playful one. Marquise Medea twisted her body, and a marble throne adorned with intricately carved petals materialized behind her. She casually seated herself, observing Aslan's transformation. Outside, the atmosphere was charged with excitement, while Aslan remained in a state of mental closure, resolutely preventing any magical elements from infiltrating his consciousness. Instead, he harnessed the ebb and flow of these magical elements to fortify his mental prowess. The ascension of a wizard is fundamentally gauged by their mental strength, with magical power being a secondary concern. Mental strength is akin to a firearm, while magical energy represents the ammunition. Provided the firearm is sufficiently advanced, even with limited ammunition, it remains lethal. The threshold for a novice wizard's mental strength is set at 20 points. Surpassing this limit signifies the transition to an intermediate wizard. The magical energy capacity varies significantly among wizards, dictated solely by innate talent. Aslan, regrettably, was among the less fortunate, possessing merely 2/3 of the capacity of an average wizard. The method of using the impact of magical elements to train one's mental strength would not be discovered until 4 decades later by a mage named Rod, leading to a rapid proliferation of magical prowess across the continent and establishing magic as a dominant force. At present, this training method remained undisclosed, and Aslan was determined to make the most of this opportunity to enhance his abilities. While Aslan diligently trained, the onlookers were left utterly bewildered. Olga, clutching a magical pocket watch, exclaimed in astonishment, 5 minutes have passed. Natal's gaze was piercing, fixated on Aslan, while Marquise Medea's interest deepened. She slowly closed her eyes, eager to discern Aslan's actions, which seemed to be filled with joy. With a peculiar expression, Marquise Medea emerged from her meditative state, prompting Natal to call out in confusion. Teacher, humph, your little junior seems rather playful. Marquise Medea remarked with a smile, gently waving her hand to disperse the surrounding magical elements entirely. Aslan jolted awake, suddenly aware that he had been engrossed in his training within the confines of Medea's magical tower. Upon reopening his eyes, he beheld Medea and 7 unfamiliar individuals. In his past life, when Aslan had risen to prominence, Marquise Medea had been on the brink of collapse, plagued by psychological turmoil. Thus he was not well acquainted with her other disciples. At that time, only one disciple, Genelito, remained by Medea's side, while the others had fallen in battle. Aslan, as her student, had encountered his teacher and the senior disciples, and he promptly bowed in respect. Olga nodded in acknowledgement, a silent greeting, while Nadal's sharp gaze scrutinized Aslan, making him uneasy. The other 5 peers regarded Aslan with curiosity, but refrained from introducing themselves. Generito summoned you. Do you know the reason? Marquise Medea inquired calmly. Aslan nodded. Having deduced some of the circumstances. Medea appeared satisfied and gestured towards a red-haired girl beside her. She is your 5th senior sister, Melro, responsible for the maintenance of the entire magical tower. You may consult her for any queries. I have matters to attend to, so you all may leave now. Faced with the peculiar atmosphere, Aslan could only nod and follow the senior disciples downstairs. The 5th floor of the magical tower served as the dormitory for all disciples, with each having their own room and a spacious common area at the center. The common room was impeccably clean, not merely tidy, but devoid of any furniture or daily necessities aside from the ceiling and floor. Aslan counted 9 rooms, perfectly aligning with the 9 direct disciples of Marquise Medea. As the latest initiate and the youngest, we shall refer to you as Little 9, Melro announced, pointing to the corner room designated as Aslan's. Could Aslan refuse? Certainly not. Moreover, to him, a name was merely a title. He cared little about what he was called. His primary concern was the prospect of residing here for an extended period. Senior sister, I have a territory to manage. Is it possible for me not to stay here? Aslan timidly inquired. The others were taken aback, casting him strange looks. A wizard who did not wish to reside in a magical tower was indeed a rarity. Little 9, you may not fully grasp the significance of a magical tower to us wizards, Melro instinctively remarked. Aslan boldly stated, my family possesses 2 magical towers. So I am well aware, but I must be accountable for my subjects. 2 magical towers. Olga was momentarily rendered speechless. Nadal instinctively furrowed his brow, while Generito regarded Aslan with a look of incredulity. The other disciples stared at him as if he were a fool. Very well, suit yourself. Generito also lives outside. Who would want to waste time in the magical tower with his lackluster talent? Sneered 7th senior brother Catter. Generito's face flushed crimson, his eyes bloodshot. Yet he clenched his fist in silence. Aslan sensed that if Generito possessed greater strength, he would likely resort to violence, perhaps even lethal force. At that moment, Aslan realized that the relationships among Marquise Medea's disciples were far from the affectionate camaraderie often depicted in novels. Instead, they were starkly delineated, particularly in Medea's absence, creating an atmosphere rife with tension. I hear Little 9 hails from the prestigious Sarah family in the capital. We should cultivate a closer relationship, announced 3rd senior sister Vatini, her smile radiant as she clearly sought to draw Aslan into her circle. She was the very red-haired sorceress who had initially stood apart. In contrast to Nadal and the others, who came from humble beginnings, the quartet led by Vatini comprised established noble families or direct descendants of magical lineages, exuding an innate sense of superiority over commoners. This was a struggle between conflicting social classes, an unalterable reality. Logically, Aslan should align himself with Vatini, however. Upon hearing the name of the Bagger family, his expression darkened, and his gaze towards Vatini was tinged with animosity. The reason for his expulsion from his family lay largely at the hands of that lady from the Bagger family, who had exerted considerable influence against him and had sent assassins multiple times along his journey until he reached the Melro region, where such attempts ceased. Chapter 40. The Bagger family. Not only was Aslan expelled from the family, but his biological mother also perished at the hands of that woman. During his subsequent rise, the Bagger family became his principal adversary, ultimately seeking to eradicate Aslan's influence completely. Throughout his past and present, the Bagger family represented the greatest desire for destruction in Aslan's heart, even more so than the family that abandoned him, the Sarah family. Everyone sensed Aslan's unbridled malice, leaving some bewildered. What do you mean, Xiaojio? Qatar exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with menace, ready to lash out. What is the current strength of Senior Sister San and Senior Brother Qi? Aslan replied evasively. Senior Sister San is a Grand Mage, and I am a Senior Mage. Are you seeking to challenge me, Xiaojio? Qatar asked with great interest. Challenge you? No, you are all my seniors. Aslan quickly regained his composure. After all, they were still fellow apprentices, and to avoid displeasing Marquise Medea, he had to yield for now. He understood that with his current capabilities, he was no match for either of them and needed to continue his concealment. As for whether his identity would be exposed, Aslan harbored no concerns. The matter with the Sarah family's matriarch was a private family affair, unknown to the Bajir family, and his struggle with them belonged to a past life. Thus, in this lifetime, Aslan bore no grievances against the Bajir family, and naturally, no one would associate him with them. The prospect of turning the Bajir family into allies was utterly impossible, as their interests had been fundamentally opposed from the outset, leaving no possibility for collaboration. Then what was your attitude just now? Qatar questioned, displeased. My attitude mirrors that towards senior brother Generito. Aslan shrugged nonchalantly. Upon hearing Aslan's words, Generito's breath quickened, and his eyes gradually reddened. Do we know each other, junior brother Xiaojio? Vadani inquired curiously. No, but I was brought in by senior brother Generito. The way you bully him is no different from bullying me, Aslan stated with utmost seriousness. This was a persona he intended to establish before all his seniors, creating an illusion of trustworthiness. Indeed, as Aslan spoke, not only Vadani but even Olga revealed expressions of admiration. All right, let this matter conclude here, declared senior sister Nadal. In truth, Nadal and her companions held little regard for Generito, as his talent was severely lacking. Although he possessed solid magical knowledge, his capabilities were evident. And they were not researchers, hence their indifference. The other seniors dispersed with no intention of acknowledging Aslan, which furrowed his brow. What on earth was this esteemed teacher up to? Why was the relationship with his direct disciples so tense? Perhaps Aslan began to understand why, in the end. Marquis Media was left with only the incompetent Generito. Given the current tension, should Marquis Media show even a hint of indifference, these individuals would surely erupt into chaos. Initially thinking he had secured a powerful ally, he now found himself ensnared in unnecessary conflicts. Truly vexing. Aslan and Generito toured his room, which was modestly sized at about 15 to 16 square meters, stark and empty, lacking even a single chair, with a thick layer of dust on the floor. Senior Sister Wu is quite a lazy woman. She only arranges for cleaning in areas frequented by the teacher or in public spaces. Most places remain like this until the annual thorough cleaning, Generito explained awkwardly. Aslan nodded thoughtfully. He gleaned an important piece of information from Generito's words. This senior Sister Wu maintained absolute neutrality among all the seniors, likely due to her role as a manager of the Magic Tower. Neither side dared to disrespect her. Senior Brother C, who currently manages Billy City. Aslan inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Generito, whose strength slightly surpasses Aslan's, is the fourth direct disciple of Marquis Media. Generito regarded Aslan with a deep gaze, revealing his resentment towards Vadani. The army is under the control of Senior Sister, and she manages it excellently. Vadani has attempted several times to infiltrate, but has failed each time, Generito stated calmly. Aslan's expression grew increasingly profound. He seemed to have identified a crucial point that could serve as a breakthrough. The plan is proceeding smoothly, Zirson proclaimed as he entered. Yes, I am now a direct disciple of Marquis Media, Aslan casually reassured. Zirson and other merchants could not conceal their joy. Aslan gazed out at the moonlight, quietly fiddling with a wooden cup on the table, intricately carved yet elegantly coated with a thin layer of wood varnish, transforming the ordinary cup into something extraordinary. Generito's actions were swifter than Aslan had anticipated. It appeared that even glazed pottery garnered only modest responses, whereas lacquerware seemed promising. After all, the Flame Dame Hotel was renowned as a lavish den in Billy City, also serving as a trendsetter. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Although the knocker deliberately moderated their strength, it still pierced the silence of the night, particularly unsettling for Zirson and his companions, who displayed visible anxiety. Arthur opened the door to reveal Generito in a black robe, who entered with a frown. Why could this not have been discussed on the spot? Why wait until midnight? Generito's latter statement faltered as he noticed several familiar faces in the room. The reason they were deemed familiar was that Generito had spent considerable time in Billy City and was acquainted with most prominent figures. With a mere glance, Generito's eyes narrowed. For these individuals were the leaders of the merchant guilds attacked earlier that day. Their simultaneous presence here suggested that the recent large-scale assault on the merchant convoy had been orchestrated by someone with intent. Chapter 41. What does it mean? The mere thought of so many merchant guilds conspiring in the shadows caused Generito a throbbing headache. This was indeed a significant event. It seemed that this junior disciple was not to be underestimated. Having just joined the master as tutelage, he was already intent on making bold moves. What do you mean by this, Xiaojio? Generito inquired with discontent as he pulled out a chair opposite Aslan and sat down. He had been tasked with negotiating the magical lamp business with Aslan and was already displeased by being summoned at such an hour. Had it not been for Aslan's support during the day, he would have considered not coming at all. "Do not rush, brother. Please take a seat." Aslan gently waved his hand, and Arthur promptly presented a cup of red tea. The business of magical lamps was indeed crucial. Yet this matter pertained to the very survival of Billy City, compelling Aslan to treat it with utmost gravity. He began to speak in alarming tones. Generito's initial dissatisfaction gradually morphed into seriousness. He had thought Aslan intended to have him compete with several other guilds for the sales rights of the magical lamps. "Do tell." Aslan produced a meticulously organized report. "This is the data I have compiled over the past few days." Upon receiving the document, Generito could not help but frown at the very outset. In just 3 days, the commercial tax revenue in Billy City had plummeted by 12%, a truly terrifying statistic. Especially considering that Billy City was currently the largest commercial hub in the Melro province. "What are you trying to say?" Generito's mind began to clear, his eyes flashing with insight as they bore into Aslan's. "There are individuals within the Lord's Manor providing cover for the Galros bandits," Aslan stated unapologetically. Despite having anticipated this, Generito could not suppress a gasp of shock. "But we lack evidence. We cannot confront the Lord's Manor." Generito quickly shook his head, speaking with resignation. "We need not confront them. We can simply leave this matter to Senior Sister to decide," Aslan replied with a mysterious smile. Generito's eyes brightened at once. While the representatives from several merchant guilds, including Shelson, remained perplexed, clearly unaware of the sordid affairs among the disciples of the Marquis of Media. "If we maintain this status quo for a few more days, we can eliminate a few minor merchant caravans when necessary to incite panic. The results will be even more effective," Aslan said, sipping his tea with an air of nonchalance. Generito and Shelson felt a slight jolt in their hearts, finally realizing the depths of Aslan's cunning. For the sake of his plan, he was willing to sacrifice so many innocent lives, an audacity that even Shelson, having lived to this age, could not match in decisiveness. After a lengthy discussion and consideration of possible developments, Shelson quietly led the other guild representatives away, leaving only Aslan and Generito. "What is your true intention, Xiaojio?" Generito waved for Arthur to refill his tea. Aslan continued to turn the handle of his teacup, and after a long pause, finally spoke. "I wish for all of us, my fellow senior brothers and sisters, to operate as a unified entity. Only then can we ensure our strength and maximize our benefits, rather than squandering them in trivial infighting." Generito, being of a certain age, naturally found it hard to believe Aslan's rhetoric. From this night forward, he resolved not to regard Aslan as an immature youth. Coupled with his behavior during the day, Generito perceived this individual as a venomous serpent, lurking in the shadows for opportunities, ready to reveal his fangs without hesitation once the moment was ripe. Aslan understood that failing to enlist Generito onto his bandwagon today would render his future plans exceedingly arduous. Although Generito might be the weakest among the brothers, he possessed the broadest connections in Billy City and even the Melro province. "All right, I will speak candidly. The Melro province is too small and unsuitable for our growth. To advance further, we must venture beyond this place," Aslan stated solemnly. Generito was astonished by Aslan's ambition and simultaneously captivated by his audacity. For the sake of his aspirations, he had the audacity to speak of their future. "We have only just become brothers. In the Arizona province, there exists a mysterious natural liquid. I am not entirely certain of its nature, as I discovered it in my family's collection. This liquid is known as the elemental Saint Spring, which, according to legend, can enhance a sorcerer's magical talent and affinity for magical elements," Aslan said mysteriously. This was indeed true. In a previous life, Aslan had acquired it and successfully elevated his magical aptitude and talent. However, the price he paid to obtain the elemental Saint Spring had been exorbitant, a burden he still felt keenly. Initially indifferent, Generito's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing this, fixated on Aslan. "Is this truly the case?" Aslan nodded with conviction, asserting that this legend was not a secret. Any sorcerer who had reached the level of a mage would be aware of it. And he believed the Marquis of Media also possessed this tome. "I read it in a book. Perhaps we could search in the Master's library." Without a second thought, Generito seized Aslan and prepared to leave, causing Aslan to panic and block his path. At this juncture, Visiting the magic tower would not prevent them from entering, but it could easily arouse suspicion in Melro. What exactly do you intend to do? Have you considered that this may offend our two senior sisters? Genarito's face was laden with concern. If he truly offended the two senior sisters, his future days would be even more arduous. My thoughts are simple. Like fifth senior sister, I wish to maintain absolute neutrality, allowing us to influence decisions from both sides when necessary, ensuring our interests remain unscathed. Otherwise, we will inevitably fall victim to their internal strife, Aslan replied with an unusual seriousness. In his previous life, the only surviving disciple of the Marquis of Media was Genarito. Likely for this very reason, faced with a formidable enemy, they were still embroiled in internal conflicts, providing no support to one another. And potentially even turning against each other, survival was indeed questionable. They shouldn't, should they? Genarito's face turned ashen. In truth, he did not even believe his own words. For he was acutely aware that the conflicts between them were fundamentally class struggles, utterly irreconcilable. Chapter 42 Good news. Emerging from Aslan's chamber, Genarito strolled along Billy Avenue, the vibrant heart of Billy City. Even in the depths of night, the street shimmered with lights, a testament to its bustling nature. As the cool evening breeze enveloped him, Genarito swiftly regained his composure. After careful contemplation, he resolved to assist Aslan, fully aware that collaboration was essential in this endeavor. He recognized that his current limits rendered him incapable of obtaining the elemental holy spring through sheer strength alone. Moreover, should everything transpire favorably, his standing in the eyes of his mentor would significantly elevate, potentially establishing him as a pivotal figure within Aslan's emerging neutral faction. For both personal and communal reasons, he felt compelled to support Aslan. It was not a matter of reluctance to procure more resources. Rather, the capabilities of the Balanced Merchant Guild made it an arduous task to amass such a quantity of provisions within a few days. Aslan, however, remained unperturbed, knowing he would soon return to Billy City, and that meeting immediate needs sufficed for the time being. The return journey was less urgent than the outbound trip, nevertheless. The uneven terrain left Aslan feeling quite dissatisfied. He recalled the adage of great figures from history: to amass wealth, one must first pave the roads. How much funding and manpower would be necessary to repair this path? Aslan muttered in frustration. Arthur, with a resolute demeanor, replied, at least 10,000 gold coins. 1,000 workers, in a year's time. Aslan nodded in agreement as they approached Valley Wheel Mountain. They had to circumvent it, despite its modest height. Its elevation approached 500 meters, and the treacherous mountain paths proved more time-consuming and laborious than taking a detour. Arthur continued, expressing concern that his master might whimsically propose excavating a tunnel through Valley Wheel Mountain. Aslan acknowledged that, in his previous life, he had not attempted such an endeavor due to limitations in strength and resources. However, this life was different. He could not help but admire the swiftness of the warhorses in this alternate realm, capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day as a standard. Those with the bloodlines of magical or divine beasts could potentially double that speed, or even more. The prospect of a steed capable of reaching speeds of 300 kilometers per hour brought a smile to Aslan's face, reminiscent of the Bugatti Veyron from his past life. At this moment, Mello Town epitomized unity and determination. Aslan dismounted from his steed, and both Wilson and Eshin hurriedly approached him. My lord, they exclaimed. Yes. Come inside to discuss. Aslan gestured for them to enter. Both men wore expressions of restraint and gravity. Upon entering Aslan's office, he unfastened his belt, hanging it along with his sword on a coat rack, and casually tossed his noble robe over the back of a chair before stretching lazily. He harbored a distaste for the cumbersome attire of nobility. It was not only inconvenient, but also uncomfortable, especially in contrast to the comfort of a short-sleeved t-shirt. The village chief of Max Village, Johnson, wishes to meet with you, my lord. It is believed that Max Village seeks to align itself with you and become your vassals. Wilson reported with a broad smile. Max Village was indeed the most formidable settlement in the Mello region, boasting a population exceeding 3,000, qualifying it as a small town. Its armed forces were robust enough to deter even the notorious Cayman bandit group from encroaching upon it. Aslan immediately recalled the elderly man with white hair, a mid-level mage. While he may have been insignificant in Billy City, a magical sanctuary within the Moluccas province, he held considerable stature in other regions. Very well, Wilson. Make the necessary arrangements to demonstrate our regard for Max Village, Aslan instructed with a smile. If he could bring Max Village under his influence, Mello Town's population would surpass 10,000, a momentous occasion. With Mac's village as a beacon, news would surely spread to those secluded in the impoverished mountains of the Mello region. Aslan was acutely aware of the population within the Mello region. In his previous life, when he had fully grasped control over it, he had even mobilized troops for a census, revealing a total exceeding 500,000, excluding those who later migrated from other areas. Eshin, do you have any good news to share? Aslan inquired, his spirits high. Indeed, my lord. Do you recall the scar-faced bandit? He is willing to lead his men in surrender and is prepared to persuade those in the hideout to do the same, Eshin replied, beaming with pride. Aslan was well aware of the Kaiman bandit group's hideout. In his previous life, when he had vanquished the group, he had also absorbed the population from their stronghold, which consisted of 6,000 individuals, including the elderly, women, and children, with women and children comprising 4/5 of the population. Each bandit was likely to acquire a spouse, while the stronger adventurers often had multiple wives. At that time, Lancelot had even mocked the bandits, questioning whether they were merely a group of outlaws unable to find wives. Noticing Aslan's silence, Eshin grew anxious, fearing that Aslan might hesitate to accept the unstable elements from the Kaiman bandit group's hideout. My lord, those individuals are merely the relatives of the bandits, many of whom were abducted and have no allegiance to the bandit group. In fact, many harbor resentment, so there is no need to worry about their loyalty, Eshin reassured him. Upon hearing Eshin's explanation, Aslan could not help but chuckle. He had merely been pondering the current population of the Kaiman bandit group's hideout, having previously miscalculated their numbers and wishing to avoid such an oversight again. Chapter 43. The Treasure. What of the treasure of Kaiman? Aslan waved his hand, inquiring. Eshin added, that scar-faced man wishes to speak with you personally. After a thoughtful pause, Aslan rapped his fingers on the table and replied, very well. I shall meet him now. In truth, Aslan was aware of the treasure's location. He merely wished to avoid attracting undue attention, as he could not easily explain how he came by such knowledge. He had delayed this inquiry, knowing there was no escape. In the damp, cold confines of the Lord's underground dungeon, Aslan instinctively rubbed his nose upon entering. The stench of decay was overwhelming and repugnant. The scar-faced man, a high-ranking swordsman, was confined separately within the Lord's prison, under the vigilant watch of the nightly guard, ensuring a degree of safety. What is your name? Aslan inquired, standing before the scar-faced man with an imposing demeanor. The man cast a fleeting glance at Aslan, his eyes brightening momentarily, before he struggled to kneel on one knee in a gesture of respect. Alfonso, no surname, he managed to articulate with difficulty. He subsisted on a single meal each day, and his shoulder bones were restrained by iron clamps, rendering him incapable of exerting any strength. Alfonso was unfamiliar with this form of torture. He had only heard the guards refer to it as a people lock, designed to immobilize the victim's shoulder blade. Even a grandmaster swordsman, once subjected to it, would find their combat effectiveness diminished by 70 to 80%. Give me a reason to accept your fealty, Aslan said, his tone calm yet imbued with an indefinable authority. I am willing to offer my soul, in hopes of securing a stable identity for my family, Alfonso replied after a moment of contemplation. He shifted from kneeling on one knee to both, pressing his once proud head firmly to the ground. Had the iron bars not obstructed him, he would have placed his forehead at Aslan's feet. Upon hearing the offer of his soul, Aslan's expression shifted. To offer one's soul entailed entering into a master-servant contract, binding the individual as a slave, forever incapable of betrayal. Moreover, should the master perish, the slave would follow suit, a euphemism for shared demise. This was why, despite the vast number of slaves on the continent of Zino, no uprisings had ever occurred, not from lack of desire, but rather from an inability to act. And the treasure of Kaiman? Alfonso, still prostrate, did not raise his head. Should my lord grant my request, I shall naturally lead you to unearth the treasure of Kaiman. Huh? Aslan chuckled, clapping his hands together. You possess courage. Bring him to the hall. Yes. Alfonso was dragged out by the nightly guards, loyal subordinates of Aslan. Despite Alfonso's rank as a high-ranking swordsman, they had complete confidence in maintaining their authority over him. Having thrown Alfonso into the Lord's hall, Aslan leisurely seated himself before him and asked, Have you made your decision? Would you prefer more time to contemplate? Alfonso nodded resolutely, glancing at the watchful knights. He wished to express his disdain for Aslan's morbid humor. Were he to waver, the knights would surely reduce him to mere pulp without Aslan's prompting. I pledge my unwavering loyalty to my lord. Alfonso declared, flat on the ground. Aslan began to chant an incantation. With the heavens as witness, the earth as contract, and the elements of time as shackles. A vast magical circle gradually materialized beneath Alfonso. Although he had anticipated this moment, a bittersweet sensation washed over him, laden with sorrow. Do you, Alfonso, willingly consent to become the servant of Aslan Sulla? This was a prerequisite for the magical contract. Should Alfonso refuse, the circle would dissolve. Conversely, by accepting, the slave contract would bind itself to his very being, dictating his future actions. I, Alfonso, willingly become the most loyal servant of Aslan Sulla, he proclaimed with unwavering resolve. The magical circle spun rapidly, its vibrant colors merging with Alfonso's essence. A brilliant light erupted within the hall, dazzling the onlookers who marveled. Having learned of their great lord's prowess as a mysterious and powerful sorcerer, as the radiance subsided, the hall returned to its previous illumination. Aslan's demeanor shifted from cold to warm, as he waved his hand cheerfully. Take Alfonso to rest. We shall embark for the mountains tomorrow. Alfonso bowed, knowing the proper demeanor befitting a servant. Watching Alfonso's retreating figure, Aslan could not contain his laughter. What brings you such joy, young master? Arthur inquired, perplexed. Aslan approached the grand map of the Melro region, pointing to it as he spoke. Do you see this? If we can establish a route here, the Melro region shall become a second Bylai. The undertaking seemed monumental, perhaps even terrifying in its scope. Wilshin and Esching, unaware of the enormity of the task, felt a surge of excitement at Aslan's words. They had devoted their lives to liberating the citizens of Melro from their impoverished existence. To achieve prosperity, one must first pave the roads. This is a lesson you must remember. Suddenly recalling a crucial matter, Aslan asked, how is the production of cement progressing? Cement was undeniably vital for Aslan's future endeavors, essential for homes, city walls, roads, and other infrastructures. The cement factory is operational, producing 500 pounds daily, and we have accumulated over 10 tons in storage, Wilshin reported, though he seemed somewhat pained discussing it. Despite the slaves' labor requiring no wages, the materials were costly, not to mention the significant expenses for their sustenance. Only 10 tons? Aslan lamented. Given Wilshin's meticulous nature, his failure to clarify the actual volume indicated he had been exceptionally busy, and he expressed dissatisfaction with the factory's current output. My lord, what do you require such an abundance of cement for? Wilshin inquired, puzzled. To construct buildings. And what of the brick factory? Aslan pressed, disregarding Wilshin's evident frustration. Chapter 44. Building upon hearing about the brick factory, Wilshin's tone became markedly gentler. While the significance of cement remained unclear, he immediately recognized the importance of bricks once they were produced. The prospect of utilizing these materials to construct city walls promised to enhance both convenience and efficiency manifold. The mere thought of the walls encircling Melro town filled him with excitement. In this world, construction materials predominantly comprised stone, particularly for city walls and castles, which were fashioned from massive stones into brick structures. This explains why the province of Melro, despite its vastness, harbored only 3 main cities. Without city walls, a settlement could merely be termed a town, regardless of its size, and could never ascend to the status of a main city. In addition to stone bricks, there existed magic bricks produced through earth magic by sorcerers. These magical bricks were not any less costly than their stone-processed counterparts. Moreover, they boasted greater aesthetic appeal and magical resistance. It was said that the outer walls of the entire city of Billy were constructed from these magical bricks. As for the houses built by common folk, they were typically either wooden huts or straw cottages, with the somewhat better off employing clay and jelly juice to construct earthen homes. Although jelly leaves were not expensive and could be easily gathered from the mountains, the process of converting them into jelly juice was exceedingly intricate, often requiring at least half a year to erect a modest earthen dwelling, a luxury generally reserved for affluent farmers. We have already produced 256 for 154 red bricks. Wilshin exclaimed with fervor. He was prepared to propose the construction of city walls to Aslan and had even begun surveying the terrain. What about the rebar? Aslan inquired, his excitement palpable. In his previous life, after mastering the art of reinforced concrete, he had constructed numerous high-rise buildings, surpassing even several magical towers in height. Much to the chagrin of many sorcerers, we have forged 632 pieces of rebar according to the specifications of the Lord, Wilshin responded before hesitantly asking, My lord, what do you intend to do with such rebar? At over 5 meters in length, it seems excessively long for a dragon knight's lance. Of course, it is for building houses, Aslan replied, elated at the prospect of having over 200 pieces of rebar. Wyrkson and Ashin were momentarily taken aback, and Wyrkson was the first to recover, asking, "My lord, do you intend to reconstruct the lord's mansion?" Aslan shook his head resolutely and explained. The population of Melro town is growing too rapidly. Simple wooden huts can no longer meet housing demands. Therefore, I plan to construct a series of houses as rewards for those who have contributed to Melro town. Upon hearing Aslan's words, both Ashin and Wyrkson regarded him with profound respect. "My lord, your benevolence is akin to that of an angel sent from the heavens," they declared, bowing deeply in reverence. Aslan waved his hand dismissively and instructed Wyrkson promptly begin compiling a list of all individuals who have contributed to Melro town, be they soldiers, officials, or common folk. Even slaves are to be included. Ashin accelerated the planning for the new urban area where the building would be erected. "Yes, my lord," he affirmed, having long been discontented with the chaos in Melro town due to the overwhelming influx of people. Many structures had been erected unlawfully, resulting in a tumultuous state of the town's roadways that left even Ashin, a longtime resident, bewildered. Had it not been for the population relief provided by Wood Fortress, Ashin would have surely lost his sanity. Regarding the task of subduing the Kaiman bandit stronghold, Aslan felt no need to intervene personally, as he had his hands full. The new urban area had already been meticulously planned, and he selected a pre-designated residential zone located approximately 3 kilometers from the old town. He unfolded the drafted blueprints and began to explain them to Ashin and a group of the finest builders in Melro town. Meanwhile, Gawain accompanied Alfonso to the Kaiman stronghold, flanked by 200 soldiers from Melro. The thought of Gawain brought a headache to Aslan. With his ever-present gentle smile, he was a man of impeccable decorum. Although he possessed a serious demeanor, he lacked the heavy-handedness of Arthur, treating everyone with utmost courtesy and friendliness. While he could be impulsive, his absence of jealousy or resentment imbued him with a refreshing presence on any battlefield. As Lancelot once remarked, it was indeed a talent to be so unoffensive. Thus, Aslan had always preferred to delegate less serious matters to him. Having perished in the campaign against the Kaiman bandits in his past life, Aslan was now eager to witness the future accomplishments of Gawain, as history had already altered. Upon arriving at the construction site, Gawain respectfully saluted Aslan with a knightly gesture. Aslan could only nod helplessly. This was one of his greatest frustrations with Gawain, his unwavering adherence to etiquette. The soldiers of the Melro army, witnessing Gawain's actions, quickly followed suit, not wishing to incur the wrath of the etiquette-obsessed knight. Alfonso, a seasoned veteran himself, imitated the gesture despite having never formally studied knightly customs, silently marveling at Aslan's standing within the army. Hearing that the lord intended to construct houses, a large number of townsfolk arrived early to lend their assistance. Genuinely eager to help, Aslan pointed to a designated area, encircled by red lines, and said, "Here, dig a pit." Upon hearing this, everyone stood in bewilderment, gazing at the lord, unsure if he intended to construct a basement. "My lord, this," Ashin began, wishing to persuade Aslan to abandon this peculiar notion, but Arthur, having witnessed such eccentric orders before, no longer harbored doubts about Aslan's determination to excavate Gula Mountain. "Enough with the unnecessary words. Dig according to my specified dimensions and depth," Aslan finally commanded, growing weary of the explanations. Upon hearing Aslan's decree, all the workers obediently began to dig. With over 100 individuals undertaking the task, they managed to excavate a rectangular pit measuring 1.5 meters deep and 400 square meters in area, relying solely on human effort, which would take at least 2 days. In contrast, a machine could have completed the same task in less than 2 days, underscoring the significance of industrial production. Chapter 45, sending you home unbeknownst to many, as Aslan was digging the pit. A significant number of bandits who had previously been reluctant to surrender found themselves compelled to do so, fearing that Aslan intended to bury them alive. Consequently, Aslan unwittingly acquired over 200 additional slaves. After all, the tradition of burying captives alive has long been entrenched in the Kingdom of Cleveland. The 2 days passed in a blur of relentless activity, a mere fleeting moment in time. When Aslan returned to the construction site, the foundation pit had been excavated, and he handed the blueprints to Loman, saying with a hint of detachment, "I have already elucidated much over the past 2 days. Follow the drawings above." And should you have any questions, feel free to inquire. In truth, Aslan was only a novice himself, yet his prior experience in developing numerous properties in his past life granted him a modicum of expertise. Thus, he possessed a basic understanding of architectural designs, albeit lacking formal education, which rendered his own sketches somewhat rudimentary and requiring time to decipher. Loman, the oldest and most experienced builder in Melro town, had previously assisted in constructing many of the town's buildings. A vast multitude, numbering in the thousands, surged forth, pulling hundreds of carts. Though a keen observer would note that over 80% of the caravan consisted of women and children. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play. Yet this extensive procession of women was unexpectedly silent. No, it was more accurately described as a profound stillness. Many bore an air of despair and resignation. Aslan, standing quietly at the forefront of the line, did not utter a word, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the procession before him. Hywan attempted to step forward to pay his respects, but was halted by Aslan's gesture, signaling to the crowd that the man before them was the lord of this town, the very youth who had slain Kaiman. As time ticked away, Aslan remained silent, and the others dared not speak. The work at the site had ceased, and all eyes were riveted upon Aslan, who commanded their attention with an unspoken authority. Silence and joy are both contagious. However, silence, unlike joy, is imbued with a multitude of complex emotions. Contrary to the surrendering bandits and Kaiman's henchmen, every Melro townsfolk gazed at Aslan with profound fervor and admiration. It was the deeply sinful slaves who first faltered under this eerie atmosphere. As one took the lead, they knelt in terror upon the ground. Aslan did not regard them, instead sweeping his gaze towards the surrenderers who initially wished to maintain their bravado. Yet, under Aslan's piercing, indifferent stare, they trembled, especially when their eyes fell upon the yawning pit nearby. Unable to withstand the weight of this silent oppression, the surrenderers began to kneel, praying that Aslan would spare their lives. A sea of kneeling figures surrounded him, yet Aslan remained silent, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the men of Kaiman Mountain, none daring to meet his eyes. Even those few who were unafraid of death found themselves instinctively quaking within, not fully grasping what they feared. As the procession dwindled to only women and children, a few children began to whimper softly in the oppressive atmosphere. Aslan exhaled deeply, causing the entire space to feel as if it had cooled with that breath, making the kneeling bandits tremble even more violently. You are liberated. I am the lord of the Melro region, and it is my inadequacy that has caused you such suffering. Aslan's voice bore a slight rasp, evoking an indescribable sorrow. The townsfolk of Melro were reminded of their past days of hunger, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. The wails of grief resonated through the air, a sound that transcended all boundaries. Whether laughter or tears, both possessed the capacity to spread. Many onlookers joined in the weeping, a lamentation echoing throughout the land. The barbaric tribe, previously toiling in the fields, halted in their work, stunned by the overwhelming sorrow. Lian Ning and his mentor's expressions shifted dramatically, without a moment's hesitation. They seized their weapons and rushed towards the source of the cries, gripped by anxiety and fear. Could it be that their lord was in peril, causing such widespread lamentation? Yet, when Lian Ning and his companions arrived, they stood frozen in disbelief, confronted by the sight of thousands of women and children weeping, sending shivers down their spines. Everyone, Aslan called out, yet the cries persisted unabated. He had no choice but to employ amplification magic. My lord, my family has been slain by those beasts, and we are now homeless. A woman, clutching her 4 or 5-year-old child, knelt before Aslan, her expression one of profound anguish. With no home to return to, she feared that without Aslan's shelter, they would inevitably perish from starvation. Aslan regarded the child's grimy face and tattered clothing, a testament to the hardships endured under the bandits. Crouching down, he paid no heed to the dirt on the child's face, gently wiping it away. Would you wish to become my subject? The child looked vacantly at his mother, who, overwhelmed with emotion, replied, yes. We are willing. Aslan nodded, declaring, Aizen, please register them. From this day forth, any who willingly join the people of Melro town shall be subjects of Aslan Sulla. I pledge to safeguard the interests of all inhabitants within my domain with my very life, ensuring our homeland remains free from foreign incursions. Should any dare to invade, I shall lead the warriors of Melro in relentless pursuit. Upon uttering those final words, Aslan raised his fist high. Kill, for the Melro region. Kill, for the people of Melro. Kill, for our homeland. A simple declaration hung in the air, and a profound silence enveloped the scene as the original inhabitants of Melro displayed proud smiles. Chapter 46. Salary Workson gazed at Aslan with a glimmer of determination in his eyes, silently noting down the words spoken by Aslan. He intended to erect a monument at the entrance of the new district, inscribing Aslan's declaration upon it, aptly named the Guardian's Declaration. Workson, having previously experienced an abundance of leisure, now found himself utterly exhausted each day. My lord, the city lord's manor is severely understaffed, which will greatly impact the forthcoming tasks. Aslan remarked, his face etched with concern as he addressed Aslan. Aslan, feeling the weight of the situation, rubbed his temples in frustration. This was the greatest flaw of the Mello region, a lack of talent. Arthur approached with Alfonso and his family, and Aslan cast an unexpected glance at Alfonso's wife. Not out of any romantic inclination, but rather due to the unique aura she exuded, a blend of scholarly grace and cultural refinement. Aslan regarded Alfonso with a peculiar look, marveling at the juxtaposition of beauty and beast. As Arthur attempted to speak, Aslan interjected, "Is this your wife, Alfonso?" The inquiry caused a subtle change in Alfonso's expression, as he feared Aslan harbored intentions similar to those of the armored gate. "My lord, she is my wife," Alfonso declared, his tone tinged with possessiveness. Yet Aslan paid him little heed. He finally comprehended the nature of his perception. Their shared scholarly disposition mirrored that of Workson. Scholars, unlike mages, represent the pinnacle of knowledge and culture in this world, akin to esteemed professors of a bygone era. "May I inquire, madam, are you a scholar?" Aslan inquired politely, executing a nobleman's bow. Initially startled by Aslan's fervent gaze, Hilken felt a wave of relief wash over her upon hearing his greeting. She gracefully lifted her skirts, aligning her left toes with her right heel, and performed a genteel curtsy. "My father was a renowned scholar in Circe City, and I have always studied alongside him. Though I have not participated in the scholar's assessment, thus I am uncertain of my current standing," Hilken explained. Alfonso, bewildered, observed his wife engaging in cheerful conversation with Aslan, struggling to grasp why she commanded such respect from him. In reality, Aslan was contemplating whether Workson should assess Hilken's qualifications for the position of Academy Dean. Hilken seemed to sense Aslan's intentions, nodding with a smile. After being captured by the armored bandits, she had reluctantly married Alfonso. Their marriage was characterized by mutual respect, allowing Hilken and her father to continue their scholarly pursuits, free from excessive social obligations. Tragically, her father passed away within a year, leaving her without the opportunity to be assessed as a grand scholar. Despite not having taken the examination, her father had assured her that she would excel. Confidence breeds strength, and this sentiment perfectly encapsulated Hilken. In this tranquil exchange with Aslan, she stood among a mere handful of individuals in Mello Town capable of such discourse. Both Alfonso and their daughter, Eileen, gazed at Hilken with admiration. When Hilken was escorted to a quaint, independent courtyard, Eileen, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Mother, you were amazing just now. You seem even more impressive than father." Hilken affectionately ruffled Eileen's hair, replying, "My lord's assertion that knowledge is power resonates profoundly. Eileen, if you wish to train alongside your father, I shall not hinder you, but your studies must not fall by the wayside." Upon hearing the mention of studying, Eileen's expression immediately soured. Hilken, filled with anticipation, recalled Aslan's vision for educational development in Mello, which included the establishment of primary schools, secondary schools, and universities. From Aslan's educational philosophy, Hilken discerned that he differed from other lords who sought to exploit their subjects, preferring instead to nurture a populace endowed with thought and knowledge. He was a genuinely benevolent lord, invested in the welfare of his people. "Alfonso, you have made no mistake this time. Though our lord is young, he is destined to become the greatest lord in Mello, a legacy that will endure through the ages." Hilken remained unaware of the slave contract signed between Alfonso and Aslan, believing instead that Alfonso had surrendered willingly. Alfonso, smiling wryly, contemplated the immaculate courtyard before him, musing that perhaps this arrangement was not so bad after all. "I hear that all officials in Mello Town receive a salary and must purchase their daily necessities with money. Although we have saved a little over the years, we cannot afford to squander it. How much is your salary?" Hilken inquired as she began unloading items from a cart. At the mention of salary, Alfonso's demeanor shifted dramatically. As a mere slave, would the lord truly provide him with a salary? "I do not know. I have only just pledged my service to the Lord and am rather uninformed about such matters, he replied, feeling awkward and distressed. Hilken, engrossed in organizing her notes written with her father over the years, her true wealth, failed to perceive Alfonso's discomfort. Then do inquire. I have already gathered information. The market in Melro town is quite extensive, and many goods are available for purchase. Having not shopped in a long time and recently moved into her new home, she worried that the money she brought might be insufficient. Eileen, hearing of the shopping opportunity, was instantly intrigued. Growing up in a harsh environment, she only understood strength as the ultimate currency. The concept of shopping was something she had only heard about from her elders, heightening her excitement. Under the urging of the mother and daughter duo, Alfonso, still in a daze, made his way to the city lord's manor. Chapter 47. Salary Levels. My lord. From the treasures left behind in the Armored Gate stronghold, we have collected a total of 15,342 gold coins, 221 sets of various weapons, and 56,000 pounds of grain. Arthur presented a small notebook to report the findings. Aslan had already anticipated this and found the figures aligned closely with his expectations. Excellent. Aslan's satisfaction was mirrored on the faces of Aslan and Wilson, who could not help but express their astonishment. This influx of funds and provisions would alleviate the urgent needs of Melro town and even allow for significant development, particularly the establishment of the school Aslan had mentioned. When it came time to select locations for the first elementary and secondary schools, Alfonso's expression turned grave and filled with helplessness. Observing Alfonso's demeanor, many others furrowed their brows. Did the surrendered bandits have any significant movements? What had transpired? Aslan set aside the map, his curiosity piqued. Alfonso's hesitation only intensified the gravity in the room. Had the situation escalated to the point where Aslan would need to issue orders for troop deployment? My lord, Alfonso began, but the words faltered on his lips. Unable to contain himself, Ryan seized Alfonso by the collar and scolded, "Spit it out. Stop stammering. Are you not a man?" The discussion had shifted to a matter of masculinity, prompting Alfonso to steel himself and inquire, "My lord, may I ask how much my salary will be?" Clang. Guter was taken aback by Alfonso's question, stumbling to the ground. While everyone else was deliberating on future plans, he had the audacity to inquire about his pay. Ryan hoisted Alfonso up, his expression fierce. "What do you mean by that? Are you worried about being shortchanged by our lord? Your very existence is a mercy from him, and you dare to enough, Ryan." Aslan quickly intervened, wishing to prevent any altercations that might sour future colleague relations. This matter indeed warranted serious attention. Aslan was not merely a dreamer discussing ideals and futures. The key to retaining talent lay in salary and benefits. "My lord, I, Ryan, vow to follow you to the ends of the earth, regardless of the obstacles." Ryan glared menacingly at Alfonso before kneeling before Aslan. Aslan gazed at Ryan, bemused by his antics, yet he could not deny that Ryan's flattery struck a chord, bringing him an unexplainable sense of delight. "All right, this matter has been addressed. I have already categorized the salary levels based on the soldiers' pay. Take a look." Aslan retrieved a salary list from his drawer and handed it to Wilson. Wilson frowned upon a brief glance. If these salaries were enacted, the financial expenditure would be considerable. However, he remained silent, passing the document to Aslan. Upon a mere glance, Aslan's eyes brightened. The salary structure consisted of 25 levels, each divided into 6 tiers, with the highest being level 1. Level 25 offered a salary of 5 silver coins, which was the base pay for factory workers under Aslan in Melro town. As skills improved, the tiers would increase by 1 silver coin, mirroring the pay for ordinary city defense soldiers, who would also need to pass skill assessments and serve a requisite period to advance. Level 24 provided a salary of 10 silver coins, the standard pay for Melro soldiers. With similar promotion criteria, though they started at Tier 4, while civil servants began at Tier 1 of Level 24. Both civil servants and soldiers would see their salaries adjusted upon promotion to new positions, adhering to the prescribed standards for salary increases. Aslan's salary system left most bewildered, with only Wilson and Aslan grasping its essence. They struggled to comprehend the conditions for salary increases, but noted that each level corresponded to an additional 5 silver coins, with each tier still earning 1 silver coin. After reviewing the list, many were left in a daze, exchanging glances, as the salary levels had been temporarily set at level 17, which seemed to be the highest for now. However, they were uncertain of their own standings, leading to confusion. While many pondered their salary levels, Guterres' attention was drawn to the professional allowances. A mere glance sent him into a fit of laughter. Forget the salary levels. The professional stipends were enough to satisfy him. Upon hearing Guterres' remarks, others quickly flipped to the final page detailing the professional allowances. From junior to senior swordsman, each level received 5 silver coins in allowances. Upon reaching the grand swordsman tier, one could earn 30 silver coins, while the sword master earned double that at 3 gold coins, and the grand sword master reached a staggering 30 gold coins. The practitioners of Melro were left salivating at the prospect of such wealth, having never encountered such sums in their lives. Aslan furrowed his brow, questioning whether their poverty stemmed from ignorance or if grand swordsmen truly lacked for riches. Consider the armored gate bandits, whose grand swordsmen concealed fortunes exceeding 10,000 gold coins. Relying solely on these allowances, how many years would it take to amass such wealth? The room buzzed with animated discussions. Aslan, however, noticed a crucial aspect: the scholar's allowance and the artisan's stipend. While he understood the scholar's allowance, he was perplexed by the artisan's stipend. What exactly constituted an artisan? They were essentially the skilled workers in factories and workshops, commonly referred to as masters for their exceptional craftsmanship. My lord, what merit does an artisan possess to be included in the stipend list? Aslan rose to pose the question. Artisans, or workers, were typically landless laborers. Those who owned land had little time to hone skills beyond seasonal farm work. Aslan smiled at Aslan, tapping on Arthur's armor, which resonated with a crisp sound in the meeting room. What do you think of the armor Arthur wears? Exquisite. It is of the finest knightly quality, Aslan replied candidly. Aslan nodded and continued. Could the former blacksmith of Melro town forge such a piece? Aslan shook his head. And what would be the reason for that? Insufficient skill. Aslan's expression shifted, his discomfort palpable. Aslan's next words were unnecessary. Aslan understood the implication. This notion bore similarities to ancient Confucian ideals, wherein the skills mastered by artisans were often dismissed as mere tricks, yet society remained reliant upon such expertise. Chapter 48. Military organization. The ideological framework on the continent of Xino is somewhat similar, albeit infused with a touch of fantastical magical technology. As Aslan articulates, a highly skilled artisan possesses the ability to forge resilient armor and sharpen blades, as well as to create exquisite products. Aslan, with a gentle smile, embodies a demeanor that dissuades any interruption, for to do so would evoke his wrath. From a future-oriented perspective, adept artisans are poised to catalyze advancements in craftsmanship and enhance productivity. Take, for instance, the Melro army, currently equipped with the improved Melro crossbow. Though many attribute its enhancement to me, I must clarify my humble origins and capabilities. While I possess theoretical knowledge, I would require a century to refine the Melro crossbow were it placed before me. This underscores the significance of artisans. Wizards are not omniscient, and many creations rely on the artisan's expertise. Wilson, a scholar of notable intellect and insight, swiftly comprehended Aslan's message. Indeed, the future development of Melro town hinges upon the collaboration of skilled artisans. Economically speaking, consider the artisan who specializes in crafting knightly armor. How much revenue could he potentially generate for our lord in a month? Aslan's inquiry left both Wilson and Aslan wide-eyed, and even the burly Gut brothers around them were struck by the revelation. The value of a suit of armor is nothing short of substantial. A mere handful of gold coins would scarcely suffice, as fine knightly armor commands hundreds of gold pieces. Alfonso, the bandit leader, possessed a broader perspective than the Gut brothers and articulated his understanding. Indeed, selling a suit of armor for such a price means that providing artisans with a mere 5 gold coin stipend per month is quite generous. In the conference room, Arthur, typically as silent as a statue, unexpectedly voiced his thoughts, expressing the truth of the matter. Wilson, with a perplexed expression, remarked, I grasp the Lord's intention. These artisans serve as the vanguard of future technological advancement and are the most crucial source of economic output. Aslan, do you now comprehend? The more artisans we cultivate, the greater the range of exquisite goods we can sell. The cycle of profit becomes evident, and since worker salaries will be managed by the factories, my enterprises will operate independently from the Lord's estate. Thus, I shall bear the responsibility for workers' wages, which will, in turn, augment the Lord's tax revenues while alleviating the substantial burden of worker compensation. What do you all think? The military representatives, including Arthur, unanimously supported Aslan's proposal, with Aslan in agreement as well. In his eyes, the Lord's enterprises would not be subject to taxation, and the Lord would be responsible for the workers' wages, allowing him to profit effortlessly. The willingness of the Lord to pay taxes and provide for his workers is nothing short of a multifaceted advantage. After all, this is a common ailment among most lords on the continent of Zino, where private enterprises are intertwined with their territories, risking economic decline should misfortune befall their industries. Only Wilson felt a sense of unease, unable to pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Aslan's strategic maneuver significantly boosted worker morale, and it is believed that factory profits will gradually rise. In a land still entrenched in the system of slave exploitation, Aslan's capitalist framework appears remarkably progressive. The essence of Aslan's ambition is to appropriate the surplus value generated by workers' labor without compensation. The wages paid to workers are fundamentally the value of labor or its price. Compared to true slaves, those employed by Aslan remain in servitude, albeit as slaves to money. Hence, Aslan's agenda extends beyond military development to encompass various entertainment and consumer industries, driving workers to earn a living. Each hour they labor directly translates to profit for Aslan. Since the establishment of the factory, the productivity of hired workers has outpaced that of slaves, highlighting the allure of monetary incentive. This is precisely why Aslan aims to enhance workers' compensation and wages. While skilled artisans are one aspect, the driving force is the pursuit of profit. Many workers, enticed by these generous wages, express gratitude toward Aslan. Following the encounter with the armored thief gang, the Lord resolved to reform the military. Aslan proclaimed, startling those present. Aslan and Wilson, both civil officials, found themselves uncertain, straightening in their seats to glean Aslan's intentions. The military would henceforth be organized into units consisting of regiments, battalions, companies, squads, and teams. Aslan produced a pre-prepared document and began to read aloud. The rationale behind this organizational structure is straightforward. It aligns closely with the existing military formations across Zino, predominantly structured into larger and smaller units, culminating in contingents of thousands. Such a military arrangement, however, poses a challenge to Aslan's vision of a comprehensive army, as it breeds confusion and complicates command. He detests the notion of a single commander's demise leading to the army's collapse. Thus, a refined structure and a complete officer hierarchy are imperative. In the unfortunate event of a senior officer's assassination during battle, junior officers must be equipped to assume command and fight until the last drop of blood. Each infantry squad will consist of 10 soldiers, with 4 squads forming a company. And this pattern will continue. Typically, operations will occur at the squad level, with the highest-ranking officer assuming command in times of war. Aslan distributed the documents for all to review. The pay structure was laid out. Squad leaders at level 20 would earn 15 silver coins. Team leaders at level 21 would receive 25 silver coins. Company leaders at level 19 would earn 35 silver coins. And battalion leaders at level 17 would receive 45 silver coins. Each team will also have a vice leader, earning slightly less than the leader. Wilson, overwhelmed, found himself at a loss. My lord, might this result in an excessive number of officers, leading to unnecessary expenditures for the army? Just as Wilson finished, Gut leaped to his feet. As the commander of the new recruits, Gut had personally trained many soldiers and was a staunch supporter of the military representatives. Such matters, directly impacting the army's interests, were of utmost importance, a sentiment echoed by both Arthur and Galwin. Chapter 49. Hierarchical status, too many. Were they excessive? These numbers have been meticulously calculated and planned by the esteemed lord. Point out where the discrepancies lie, or is the life of us brave souls, who risk our lives on the front lines, deemed worthless? Guter, an unrefined man, stepped forward defiantly and exclaimed. This statement struck a chord. With composure, Weirson recounted the previous military organization, dismissing Guter's remarks entirely. Engaging with such words could only lead to a precarious situation for him in front of the soldiers. Which of the two possesses greater combat prowess? Aslan retorted, rendering Weirson momentarily speechless. Aslan glanced at his nephew beside him, who subtly shook his head, wishing to prevent Aslan from drawing attention. Willick had already gathered substantial information regarding this matter. This proposal was imperative. Weirson, being merely a scholar, had only gleaned insights about military affairs from books. When it came to combat effectiveness, he found himself at a loss, opening his mouth to speak yet faltering. The military is the very foundation upon which Mello town, nay, Mello city, shall thrive. I seek not the militia of lords, but valiant warriors. The likes of militia are not what I require, nor what the people of Melro demand. Power is born from the clash of blades. Without absolute strength, how can we safeguard the entire Melro region? Aslan's voice resonated with conviction, invigorating all military representatives present. Though Wirsan and Essen understood Aslan's sentiments and his stance on military matters, they recognized that military expenditure would inevitably become the largest financial burden in the Melro region. Aslan continued with a shift in perspective. This was one of his greatest strengths. He never imposed his views on others, but engaged in discussions from a shared standpoint and overarching context. The esteemed lord is wise. Everything is for the benefit of the Melro region and its people. At that moment, it was time to flatter. Alfonso knelt and proclaimed loudly. Seeing this, Rhiannon quickly followed suit to praise Aslan. The Lord is like the stars above, guiding our path, akin to. Stop! Aslan interjected, raising his hand to halt their flattery. While it was pleasant to hear, excessive praise felt overly sentimental. The others could not suppress their laughter at the two. His intention was quite clear, to provisionally agree to this proposal, with the understanding that should the Melro army fail to exhibit the required combat capabilities, he would bring the proposal back for discussion. So it is settled. Now, I shall establish the salary arrangements. Town Commander Essen shall receive a salary of 35 silver coins at level 19, Finance Minister Wirsan, also at level 19. Arthur shall grant the Melro army's captain a salary of 45 silver coins at level 17, and Gawain, the deputy captain, shall receive 40 silver coins at level 18. Lancelot, Director of Intelligence, shall also receive a salary at level 18. The other knightly guards are under my command, and I shall arrange their salaries myself. Everyone sat upright, anxiously watching Aslan, aware that they could not envy the knightly guards' compensation due to their understanding of its combat effectiveness and importance. Captain Guter receives a salary at level 19, Deputy Captain Guter, level 20, Captain Rhiannon, level 19, Willick, Commander of the City Defense, at level 19. As Aslan continued to list rewards, many were overcome with excitement and bowed to him. Please take heed. In your positions, fulfill your duties. Should anyone neglect their responsibilities, I shall enforce the Melro Constitution. As for those unable to perform their roles, I will demote them. Do you all comprehend? Aslan declared, his tone firm yet authoritative. Rhiannon felt a chill run down his spine, sensing immense pressure. A demotion would be a humiliation. Willick exhaled in relief. He had initially felt some embarrassment, but now felt considerably better, reassured that he could manage the city defense. Meanwhile, Alfonso instinctively pointed to his own nose. As he realized that everyone else had been assigned roles and salaries, yet his name had not been mentioned. What does this mean? Does the Lord not wish to bestow a salary upon him? Alfonso, what does that gesture signify? Do not think to slack off. Ensure you train and restrain these surrendering fellows adequately, Aslan directed, his gaze fixed on Alfonso. Alfonso jolted, quickly bowing. Yes, my lord. Aslan then added, should your performance meet my expectations, you may receive a salary at level 21, along with professional allowances as usual. If I am dissatisfied, however, you will receive a salary at level 25, and all allowances will be revoked. The others exchanged sympathetic glances with Alfonso, who alone harbored a glimmer of surprise. Despite being a slave, he would diligently work even if Aslan were to deny him a salary. Thus, the offer of a salary at level 21 was rather significant. What does this signify? Those like Guter, who had long followed Aslan, only received salaries at level 20. Receiving level 21 upon immediate surrender conferred upon him a status akin to that of Aslan's confidant. Yes, my lord. I assure you I will complete the tasks assigned. Alfonso replied, excitement evident in his bow. Unlike the impoverished Guter, who placed great value on a few silver coins, Alfonso possessed a substantial personal fortune, valuing not monetary compensation, but rather his standing. From the salary level assigned, it was evident that this also indicated his status within Melro town. Aslan nodded in satisfaction. The remainder of the meeting was of little consequence. Essen was in charge of new resident admissions, while Wirsan would oversee salary and food distributions. Arthur and Gawain were responsible for the military and public order, while Aslan, residing within his territory, often found himself at leisure, preoccupied with esoteric studies and magical research, effectively serving as a hands-off overseer. However, endowed with the foresight of one who has been reborn, Aslan's strategic grasp of the larger picture far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Thus, he often preferred to plan ahead. Chapter 50. The Changfeng Plain lies approximately 40 kilometers from Melro town, boasting vast expanses of arable land. Why has it not been considered by anyone? Aslan spoke up at an opportune moment. He was acutely aware of the impending noble rebellion that would soon erupt, leading to chaos and strife, followed by devastating locust plagues and droughts that would plunge the entire kingdom into turmoil, beset by both natural disasters and human calamities. This catastrophe persisted for a full year before the kingdom managed to regain its footing, suppressing the rebellious nobles and initiating relief for the afflicted populace. After the disaster, the kingdom conducted a census, revealing a staggering 30% population loss, leaving fewer than 500 million inhabitants. In this calamity, the Moluccas province, distanced from the battlefield and known as a remote and impoverished area, remained untouched by the flames of war. Free from the threat of human disaster, the sparsely populated Moluccas province became a refuge for many displaced individuals. In the aftermath of the war, the total population of Moluccas province surged several-fold, with even the most remote regions, such as Melro, witnessing an influx of over 1 million people. Aslan vividly recalled that in his former life, the initial outbreak did not allow the Bilali and Kasai regions to retain such a substantial population, necessitating the diversion of many to the Melro region. Consequently, the number of displaced individuals Aslan could access at that time amounted to less than 1/10 of what he could now potentially gather. "My lord," Aslan interjected, "the currently available arable land is sufficient to sustain over 12,000 people in Melro town. There remains much undeveloped wasteland, and hastily moving into the Changfeng Plain could incite unnecessary conflict." Aslan's expression revealed his concerns. Due to the effects of magical prohibitions, the land in the Melro region was barren, with many areas plagued by elemental disturbances, rendering it unappealing for human settlement. Consequently, Melro had become a final refuge for many non-human races within the kingdom. It was said that the Changfeng Plain housed over 400,000 such beings, predominantly half-breeds, followed by dwarves and gnomes, along with a few other races. In his previous life, Aslan had expended considerable effort to subjugate these races, and in this lifetime, he would not overlook the strategic advantage of the area. The Changfeng Plain is vast. We need only find an uninhabited spot. Furthermore, we can engage in trade with these non-human races. There is no need for military conquest. Economic domination will suffice, Aslan remarked with a mysterious smile. Wilson, sensing the implication, cast a knowing glance at Aslan and quickly noted down his words, while Aslan nodded in partial understanding, driven by his trust in Aslan. Aslan proceeded to issue an announcement, seeking volunteers willing to settle and cultivate the Changfeng Plain. After a moment of thought, Aslan added, "The land cultivated will be divided equally." "Divided equally?" Aslan exclaimed in shock. "Is there a problem?" Aslan replied, surprised by Aslan's reaction. "This is quite a significant issue. The people would consider it an honor to cultivate land for the Lord. It is not merely employment, but also an allocation of land." Aslan hesitated, almost incredulous. Aslan understood the underlying concern in Aslan's words. Unlike Aslan, he recognized that the key to developing a town lay in its population. Even if he established several large farms in the Changfeng Plain, the laborers would merely see it as a job, lacking any genuine drive to develop a town. However, with land granted to them, those who moved to the Changfeng Plain would have a sense of belonging, and soon, without Aslan's intervention, they would take the initiative to cultivate their community. "My lord's vision is somewhat clear to me, yet I propose that there should be a minimum area requirement for the cultivated land, as well as a cap on the amount of land one can acquire," Wilson suggested, receiving immediate agreement from Aslan. Aslan nodded resignedly, acknowledging that they were all constrained by the rules of this world, where the interests of the royal family and nobles took precedence over all else. "Very well. I entrust this matter to you, Wilson," Aslan declared, gesturing with authority and adopting the role of a hands-off manager. Wilson nodded, accepting the command. Aslan stretched lazily, finalized a few remaining matters, and then announced the meeting's conclusion. He donned his knight's helmet and strode confidently to inspect the construction site. Wilson and Aslan exchanged resigned glances, aware of the considerable workload before them. "How are your students faring?" Aslan inquired wearily, feeling increasingly burdened by the passage of time. It was not a lack of energy, but rather an overwhelming amount of work that weighed heavily upon him. Although the proposal had been approved, it still required refinement and evaluation by the Lord's office, which would delay its release. On that sunny day, Aslan, clad in his knight's helmet, made his rounds at the construction site. The area was modest, covering just over 400 square meters, allowing him to complete a circuit in no time. The site remained orderly, an insistence of Aslan's, as a tidy workspace significantly mitigated safety hazards. The construction progressed far more swiftly than he had anticipated, within mere days. The first layer of walls had been erected. This was why Aslan felt compelled to oversee the project personally. Even a moment's inattention could lead to misalignment or deviation, necessitating rework. Fortunately, with a multitude of hands at work, Aslan had managed to assemble a team of over 10 individuals for the construction of this small building. As long as they maintained the correct direction, their efficiency exceeded all expectations. This remarkable productivity was largely due to Loman, the architect Aslan had nurtured, who had been instrumental in the project. Observing the building taking shape, Aslan patted Loman on the shoulder. "Well done. Once this building is completed, you shall be appointed the chief architect of Melro town, and I shall raise your salary." Upon hearing the news of a salary increase, Loman's face lit up with surprise. "Thank you, my lord. Today's primary task involved pouring cement for the roof of the first floor. Once the cement set, work could commence on the second floor." Having expressed his gratitude to Aslan, Loman promptly reported on the subsequent tasks. The construction of the new building drew considerable attention from the populace, as its innovative design deviated significantly from their familiar architectural techniques, sparking curiosity and wonder. Aslan, with his hands clasped behind his back and a broad smile on his face, gazed upon the emerging structure. Despite possessing a wealth of architectural experience from his previous life, witnessing a new edifice taking shape instilled in him an indescribable sense of pride. A powerful neighing of a warhorse broke the moment, capturing the attention of many onlookers, its resonance and vigor surpassing that of ordinary steeds. Chapter 51. The Rose Knights. The sound of galloping hooves drew near, and Alfonso abruptly positioned himself in front of Aslan, sword in hand, addressing the newcomer with a commanding voice. "How audacious! You dare to ride boldly before our lord." From the sleek, ebony steed dismounted a knight clad in black armor, who respectfully saluted Aslan. "My lord Aslan, this urgent missive is from my master." Aslan accepted the letter, yet before he could break its seal, the black-armored knight swiftly remounted and departed, the entire exchange executed with remarkable efficiency. Aslan gazed quietly at the letter, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Alfonso, inform Arthur that I must journey to Billy City." Alfonso bowed respectfully and hurried towards the lord's manor. For most of the knightly guard were engaged in study and training there. However, as Aslan prepared for his departure, Aslan and Wilson arrived with an elderly gentleman in tow. "The lord has left," Aslan exclaimed instinctively. Wilson turned to the nearby stableman and asked sternly, "Do you know where the lord has gone?" "What a predicament!" Aslan lamented, hastily apologizing to the elder accompanying them. "Mayor Johnson, I deeply apologize. Our lord had urgent business to attend to in Billy City, after all. He is one of the esteemed disciples of Marquis Medea." Wilson expressed his regret, while subtly highlighting their lord's influential backing. "It appears that Marquis Medea summoned our lord. So any neglect was not intended." "Not at all." Mayor Johnson, despite his white hair and beard nearly reaching his abdomen, exhibited no signs of frailty. Clad in a coarse brown tunic, his hair gleamed as if styled with the finest pomade. He was a spirited elder, brimming with a passion for life. This venerable gentleman was none other than Mayor Johnson of Mace Village. "It is opportune. I can take a moment to explore Melrose town, for it has been many years since my last visit, and the changes are so vast that I scarcely recognize it." Johnson's hearty laughter was devoid of rudeness, instead exuding an air of cultured sophistication. The three elders gathered closely, engaging in lively conversation about the history of the Melrose region. Within Billy City, all merchant caravans united, simultaneously recruiting soldiers while applying pressure on the city hall. Now, Vartini could no longer conceal the truth. Upon learning of this, Marquis Medea flew into a rage. She summoned all her disciples for a meeting, the reason being straightforward. She was engrossed in a crucial phase of magical research and could not afford to divert her attention, thus delegating the matter to her students. Aslan incinerated the letter with an invisible flame, reducing it to black ash that danced away in the wind. Upon receiving Genelito's message, Aslan set off without delay and had only just arrived in Billy City when he received the summons from Marquis Medea. He chose not to enter the city immediately, but circled its outskirts, noting the significant increase in mercenaries surrounding Billy City. It appeared the time was ripe. He arranged for the nightly guard to be stationed at the Libra Trading Company, entering the city only with Arthur and Lancelot. Arthur, being the mightiest among them, required no introduction, while Lancelot, having resided in Billy City for quite some time, was well acquainted with its layout. He had also recently gathered a following in the outer district, establishing himself as a local force. Upon entering the city, Aslan immediately sensed a palpable tension in the atmosphere. The frequency and number of city guards patrolling had increased significantly, and the streets were rife with armed mercenaries. This time, Aslan did not wait in line to enter, but gallantly rode through a different gate, a designated passage reserved for the Marquis and her disciples. As he sped along, even if he inadvertently collided with someone, it was of no concern to him, as soldiers from the city guard promptly attended to the situation, showcasing the privileges of their elite status. Upon arriving at the conference hall on the third floor of the magical tower, Aslan found it already filled with attendees, including 9 of the Marquis's direct disciples and several renowned magi and grand sorcerers from Billy City. Denying the caravans their livelihood would threaten the very source of income for these magicians, and naturally, they could not tolerate such an affront. Marquis Medea acknowledged Aslan's entrance with a slight nod. Unlike her other disciples, only Melro and Aslan were a source of ease for her. "What are your thoughts?" she inquired, her disinterest in the matter evident, as she was absorbed in her research and reluctant to be distracted. Aslan furrowed his brow, discerning that the Marquis's displeasure was not directed at the gallows bandits, but rather at those present. This was an ominous sign. The gallows bandits must not be tolerated. "We ought to dispatch the Rose Knights to deal with them," Nadal declared bluntly. The Rose Knights, trained by Nadal after assuming command of the city guard, were an immensely powerful force, becoming the trump card of Billy City, rarely deployed without cause. That is inadvisable. After all, the gallows bandits are backed by the provincial governor. Should we act rashly, it could incite a war between the two regions, and the cost of such a conflict would far exceed any current losses, Bartini cautioned, her facade of concern masking her palpable anxiety, compelling Aslan to admire her acting prowess. Chapter 52. Negotiation. Not at all. We are not waging war against the Curse region. We are merely teaching the gallows bandits a lesson. Moreover, even if we choose not to intervene, the mercenaries formed by the city's merchant guilds will undoubtedly take action, and at that point, the situation will spiral beyond our control. Olga declared with an air of righteous impartiality, prioritizing the interests of Billy City. However, none of those present believed his words, not even Marquis Medea, who knew that Olga, despite his usual jovial demeanor, was a notorious warmonger in Billy City, always eager to charge into battle whenever the opportunity arose. Qatar chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent, as attitude often dictated the course of events. The summoned mages wore expressions of helplessness and frustration. They sought a stance from Billy City, not an actual conflict with Curse City. "Malthus, share your thoughts," Marquis Medea urged, rubbing her temples. Her enchanting eyes sparkled radiantly. Yet no one dared meet her gaze for long. The Marquis was renowned for her hypnotic illusions, and prolonged eye contact could lead to an unintentional descent into delusion. Aslan was well aware of this, yet he occasionally stole glances, unable to resist the allure of beauty. Truly captivating, he mused silently. Upon hearing the Marquis's inquiry, Malthus displayed a flicker of panic. She usually maintained an absolute neutrality and possessed commendable magical talent, but had little interest in political or military matters, thus refraining from involvement. Faced with her mentor's sudden question, Malthus felt flustered and could only stammer, "I shall defer to your decision, instructor." Aslan shook his head at her response. The Marquis sought Malthus's insights and suggestions, not evasive platitudes. If she had a decision to make, there would be no need to ask. The Marquis's mood darkened, and the oppressive magical aura around her intensified, causing Generito to begin panting. Aslan felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. "Generito, what do you have to say?" The Marquis's pointed inquiry stirred a small excitement in Generito. Such meetings rarely focused on him, as most issues were typically resolved by his peers. Aslan sensed a palpable shift in the Marquis's demeanor. The original plan must be abandoned to avert her wrath. Generito exchanged glances with Aslan, who subtly shook his head and pressed his palm down on the table, signaling him to postpone the discussion. Unfortunately, Generito misinterpreted the gesture, thinking Aslan urged him on, perhaps to leverage the presence of senior sister Nadal to temper Vartini's arrogance. "Teacher, the existence of the gallows bandits is indispensable. Why not replace them?" Generito proposed. As soon as the words left his mouth, Aslan felt a surge of terrifying magical energy erupt. Generito was abruptly thrust outside the conference hall by a mage's hand, and the sheer force of the gust left Aslan gasping in shock. He turned his neck rigidly to witness Generito sprawled on the ground, blood oozing from his mouth. A clear testament to the power of that blow. It became evident to Aslan how Generito was perceived in the eyes of Marquis Media. While other peers suggested annihilating the gallows bandits, the Marquis remained silent. The instant Generito spoke, he was sent flying. Indeed, there exists a distinction among individuals. Aslan instinctively swallowed, realizing that the Marquis did not wish to escalate matters, but sought to contain them within certain bounds. She had once unleashed an ancient magical artifact, resulting in the deaths of 2 archmages and 3 grand swordmasters from the imperial capital, ultimately sacrificing herself due to the depletion of her magical energy. Had the Marquis secured that artifact, her focus would undoubtedly be on it now. Aslan, speak your mind. I hope you do not disappoint me, the Marquis said, her gaze fixed on him, her tone devoid of warmth. Aslan felt a tightening in his chest, understanding that if his response failed to satisfy the Marquis, he would likely meet the same fate as Generito. He gulped nervously, his eyes drifting to a black swallow that had just flown through the window of the magical tower, expertly finding its nest in the ceiling. An idea sparked in his mind. Teacher, I believe this issue can be resolved with relative ease, Aslan proclaimed. Oh, do elaborate. The Marquis replied, her interest piqued, her previously stern expression softening considerably. That cannot be. We cannot afford to lose face in Billy City, Olga interjected, displeased by Aslan's remarks. Continue. The Marquis shot Olga a glance, silencing him instantly. These measures only address the symptoms, not the root cause. Hence, I propose we offer the gallows bandits a form of protection money, under the condition that they refrain from robbing merchant caravans that have paid this fee, Aslan continued. Naxos, the mage from the Fire Commerce Guild, inquired with curiosity, what would the price of this protection fee be, and who shall bear the cost? Aslan quickly responded, naturally. The caravans will shoulder this expense, calculated as 10% of their profits. Naxos nodded, finding this price acceptable. If an agreement could be reached, future caravans heading to the Kurz area would be spared from attacks. After all, it was quite common for 1 or 2 out of 10 caravans to be robbed, a risk already accounted for in their profit margins. Ensuring safety would mean only gains, no losses. Marquis Media was equally pleased with Aslan's proposal, nodding with a smile. Had Aslan suggested that Billy City bear this cost, she would have ensured that Aslan was sent flying. Excellent. This is a commendable suggestion. Who would be a suitable representative from Billy City to negotiate with the gallows bandits? Upon hearing the Marquis's approval, her demeanor transformed from icy to warm as spring, signaling her satisfaction with the proposal. Not only was the Marquis pleased, but the mages representing various merchant guilds in Billy City also expressed their agreement. The approach was straightforward, promising ease in future dealings. Vartini, with a glint in his eye, suggested, Teacher, I believe sending Xiao Jiu would be ideal, given that he devised this plan. He must have already considered a suitable course of action. Chapter 53, The Gift of Meeting Indeed. With Xiao Jiu's remarkable intelligence, he is more than capable of fulfilling this task. Nadal is also rarely aligned with Vartini on a united front. Both are quite dissatisfied that Aslan has taken advantage of the situation, winning the favor of their mentor. Particularly for Nadal, who initially resolved to join forces to tackle the gallows bandits and deliver a decisive blow to Vartini's power, she feels a sense of betrayal. When Aslan dares to say, "Is that not possible?" he can only grit his teeth and respond, "Yes. Teacher, your student will not disappoint you." Despite the fragrant breeze wafting past him, Aslan feels utterly unenthused. He is plagued by a headache. Nadal stands before Aslan, her gaze icy as she remarks, "You did well." Observing the retreating figures of his 2 senior sisters, Aslan smirks coldly. Although it seems he has offended them, he has, in fact, left a cunning and decisive impression on their minds, making them reconsider any future grievances they might have against him. Malu mysteriously approaches Aslan, eager to speak, only to find him already outside, aiding Generito to his feet. Generito, upon being thrown out, had realized the frustration reflected in Aslan's earlier head shakes and gestures. Confused and disheartened, he refrains from voicing his questions in Malu's presence, allowing Aslan to support him in silence. Xiaojiu, where are you headed? Brother Generito is still injured. Shouldn't you be taking him to the treatment room? Malu exclaims with a beaming smile as she catches up to Aslan. Hearing her words, Generito quickly grasps Aslan's hand, laboriously making his way towards the magical elevator. He knows his fifth junior sister all too well. She is the kind who never approaches without a purpose, and such a situation has never occurred before. Melro has long claimed all the magical energy within the tower as her own, unwilling to waste any on trivial matters. Which certainly means she would not open the treatment room for Genelito. The treatment room is an essential facility within the magical tower, primarily designed for rapid recovery from injuries and the healing of ailments. In this world, due to the presence of magic, medical standards and technology are virtually non-existent. 90% of diseases and injuries rely on magic for healing. While not all afflictions can be cured by magic, it alleviates the majority of worldly pains. The reliance on magic renders medical expenses exorbitantly high, and for the impoverished, illness often equates to death. Melro gently ushers Genelito into the treatment room, exercising her authority as a high-level magician, further enhanced by her privileges within the tower. Within the magical tower, she completely overshadows Aslan and Genelito. Even Nadal, present in the tower, may not be able to best Melro in a confrontation. This illustrates the magnifying effect of the magical tower on its practitioners. Melro tosses Genelito into the treatment room, her gaze fervently fixed on Aslan, causing him to feel a shiver. She remains silent, circling around him, even tugging at the hem of his trousers. Upon noticing the peculiar design of his military boots, she appears slightly disappointed. When she discovers that beneath his coat lies only a simple t-shirt, her dismay deepens. Fifth sister, do you need something? Aslan finally can't bear it any longer and asks. It is not that he wishes to resist. Rather, he finds himself unable to do so, as he has long been immobilized by Melro's binding spell. Did you not wear the transparent stockings and shoes intended for the teacher? Melro inquires with a serious expression. Upon hearing her words, Aslan breathes a sigh of relief, realizing her request concerns merely stockings and high heels. Those are exclusively made for women. Men cannot wear them. He replies, his face flushed with embarrassment. Melro nods and extends her palm towards him. Xiaojio, shouldn't you prepare a gift for your senior sister? She smiles, her expectations high. After all, she had once borrowed stockings from their mentor for research, despite her attempts to replicate that unique fabric using over 100 magical materials. She could not achieve the same result. Although she managed to create high heels, they lacked the elegance and refinement of their mentors. She is utterly perplexed about what materials could possibly yield such smooth and elastic garments as stockings. As Aslan regains his freedom of movement, he swiftly turns to flee. He has no desire to linger here, and as for Genelito, who knows how long he might remain in the treatment room. After rummaging through the room for quite some time, Aslan finally retrieves several pieces of paper wrapped into square shapes, placing them into a box before carelessly reclining on the sofa. Producing high heels is not a difficult task for a magician. It requires no particular technical skill, with the only distinction being aesthetic design. However, stockings are a rare commodity, and Aslan lacks the ability to produce such materials as lycra. Lycra is a synthetic elastic fiber that can stretch up to 6 times its original length and return to its initial state. Thus, Aslan utilizes a plant known as yuma, extracting its fibers and soaking them in a specially concocted potion to create a natural fiber that rivals lycra. The greatest challenge in producing stockings lies not in gathering raw materials, but rather in weaving those natural fibers into the shape of stockings, followed by stitching and finally heat-setting them. Given the production technology of this world, even with a magician's intervention, it would be impossible to manufacture stockings of Aslan's high quality, as they lack understanding of the entire production process, particularly the heat-setting phase. However, Aslan possesses the innate magical ability to replicate objects, allowing him to prepare the necessary materials for production. Today's meeting has truly been exhausting. Such brotherly relationships are indeed laborious. Chapter 54. Drinking. Aslan lounged on the sofa, his mind racing with thoughts of outsmarting a few senior sisters in the conference room. Knock, knock. The sound of a knock interrupted him, followed by Arthur's voice. Young master, someone is looking for you. They claim to be from Mage Mariu. Aslan glanced at the time. It had barely been an hour and a half since their last encounter. He pondered how to exploit this situation to his advantage when Arthur entered, accompanied by a man clad in a black robe. The robed man handed a letter to Aslan and bowed respectfully. My master said that once you read this letter, you will certainly seek her out. With that, the man hurriedly departed from the Flame Lady Hotel. A cold smile crept across Aslan's face. Only a fool would go. However, upon opening the letter, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Damn, this senior sister is ruthless. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the letter aside, seized a gift, and stormed out. Melro had actually detained Genelito in the magic tower, demanding Aslan come to negotiate his release. In the treatment room of the tower, Genelito was bound to a hospital bed. Melro wielded a dissection knife, gliding it ominously across his body, causing tears to stream down his face. He was not silent by choice. His mouth was gagged with a foul cloth, and his magical powers were restrained, rendering him only slightly more formidable than an ordinary person. Genelito felt deeply wronged. While undergoing magical treatment, the soothing effects had lulled him into an unintended slumber, and upon awakening, he found himself in this predicament. Meanwhile, Melro maintained an air of a wronged woman. Genelito longed to shout, "I am the victim. Aslan owes me a debt, and has chosen you as collateral." As Melro grew impatient, preparing to draw blood from Genelito with a syringe, she suddenly smiled. Sowed was quite swift. Seeing Melro put away the syringe, Genelito could hardly contain his joy. That syringe, the size of a child's arm, would undoubtedly drain him of a significant amount of blood. Aslan, drenched in sweat, arrived at Melro's chamber just in time to witness Genelito bound to the experimental table, his brows furrowing slightly. "Sister, I have arrived late. This is all I possess," he said, helplessly placing a wooden box on Melro's table. He had initially intended to leverage this gift to gain a favor from Melro, but was taken aback by her ferocity. Melro regarded the wooden box with a blend of satisfaction and tenderness. "Sowed was thoughtful. You even brought a gift for your sister." Both Aslan and Genelito cursed inwardly at her audacity. Melro eagerly opened the box, revealing a pair of elegant black, pointed high-heeled shoes. Their surface shimmering with a delicate layer of black gold under the sunlight, exuding an exquisite beauty. They were stunning, rivaling the finest works of art. The stockings, wrapped in white paper, were cast aside. Melro admired the high heels, marveling at their craftsmanship. "These exquisite goblets are truly remarkable. Sowed has a discerning eye." Suddenly, an abrupt voice broke the moment. Aslan instinctively swallowed hard and distanced himself from Genelito, sensing impending misfortune. Melro's initial joy turned into a sultry glance at Genelito, softly saying, "Brother, such a fine goblet deserves a toast in your honor." Genelito felt his mouth dry up. He realized he had misspoken again. Melro beckoned, and a ceramic pot floated toward her, its lid lifted to reveal a waft of sweet aroma, fine honey mead. Aslan quickly identified it, for in this world, the varieties of alcohol were limited. The wealthy indulged in honey mead, while the poor settled for malt beer. Red wine was a rare luxury reserved for nobles and royals. Aslan found himself perplexed, unsure of Melro's intentions. With a beaming smile, she placed the jug before Genelito and, to his astonishment, slipped the goblet onto her foot. Perfect fit. Sowed has excellent taste. Melro clumsily ambled around in front of Genelito until fatigue set in, at which point she removed the high heels and filled them with honey mead. "Fourth brother," she called out in an excessively sweet tone. Aslan shuddered, his stomach churning. "Sister, I have given you your gift. Now that fourth brother is unharmed, I must take my leave." He hastily spoke, fearing that remaining any longer would lead him to nausea, and finally understood why Marquis Medea valued her so highly. Her madness was a family trait. Melro nodded, offering a few tender words of farewell, reluctantly watching Aslan depart. Outsiders might assume it was a wife bidding her husband farewell, yet as Melro turned, a frenzied expression flickered across her face. "Fourth brother, I shall feed you honey mead. It is of the finest quality." Just before exiting the room, Aslan heard this proclamation, nearly retching at the thought. Drinking from a shoe, unthinkable, utterly repulsive. Aslan emerged from the magic tower in a daze, drawing the attention of many, particularly Qatar, whose face was alight with mockery. Let us see how this fool meets his end. If gallows were so easy to deal with, Aslan would not have had the audacity to take advantage. Qatar sneered. Bartini nodded, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Send someone to Gallows's band of thieves to inform him of the bottom line in Billy City. I trust he will not disappoint. Qatar and Panks joined in a sinister chuckle. Meanwhile, Nadal sat with Olga and Jack, sipping afternoon tea, albeit with grim expressions. After all, when Genelito had approached them, he sought collaboration to eliminate Gallows's band of thieves and establish his own, only to find Aslan had thwarted their plans. Did the senior sister truly let Aslan off the hook? Jack's gaze was icy and menacing. Olga, however, nonchalantly sipped her tea, displaying no dissatisfaction with Aslan's actions. In truth, She had also noticed the peculiar behavior of Marquis Media. Aslan's sudden change of heart likely stemmed from having been startled by their mentor's fury. Chapter 55. Black June. Upon hearing these words, Nadal and Jack could not help but chuckle, though their smiles were not of joy, but rather of anxious resignation. Only they understood that since the untimely demise of the Marquis Media's husband in battle, her demeanor, while outwardly unchanged, had gradually morphed into one of extremism, often leading to violent outbursts over trivial matters. It was not an isolated incident. Indeed, both Olga and Jack had also felt her wrath. To be precise, when the Marquis was in a foul mood, she harbored a tendency to develop an animosity towards men, her own disciples not being spared. We shall not intervene in this matter. I am curious to see how her young junior brother will persuade Gallows, Nadal mused, shaking off the dread that clung to his thoughts about their mentor. The following dawn, before the sun's first rays graced the land, the streets of Billy Avenue were devoid of life. Arthur prepared the steeds, ready to embark on their journey to the Rocky Mountains alongside Aslan. As they traversed Billy Avenue, the only sounds accompanying them were the clattering of warhorses' hooves and the sonorous snores of inebriated souls lining the streets. Cloaked in dark robes, the two men rode boldly through the streets of Billy City, the scenery remaining largely unchanged until they reached the northern district, where a stark contrast emerged. The working-class citizens, burdened with their meals for the day, hurried towards their respective workshops. The northern district was the industrial heart of Billy City and its most densely populated area, primarily inhabited by the impoverished. My lord, might it be unwise for us to venture here so early? Aslan pondered aloud. It is precisely because of the crowd that we shall raise no suspicion, and look at these individuals. What courage do they possess to assault us? Aslan observed, a hint of pity in his eyes as he regarded the throng. Outside the city, people desperately sought entry, unaware that this place was merely another abyss of despair. Billy City was partitioned into 4 major districts, with the residence of the Marquis Media located in the DC district, a true noble enclave where commoners were forbidden entry. Here, the Rose Knights patrolled daily, ensuring an order that exceeded all expectations. Billy Avenue lay between the DC and Southern districts. The drunks they had encountered were no mere commoners, but rather nobles or wealthy merchants. The Southern district served as the commercial and entertainment hub, bustling with commerce, gambling dens, and brothels, attracting over 70% of the city's daily visitors. The XE district housed all military garrisons and their families. This city was a tapestry of social stratification. After walking through the northern district for a short while, a group of cloaked figures emerged, encircling Aslan and Arthur. However, Arthur displayed no sign of anxiety, his expression impassive as he regarded the leader of the group, who was none other than Lancelot. My lord, Aslan acknowledged with a nod. The rationale for bringing Lancelot along was simple. He was unfamiliar with the route, and in this world devoid of navigation, they relied solely on rudimentary maps. To avoid unnecessary detours, Aslan deemed it prudent to include Lancelot. While Lancelot rode a warhorse, the other cloaked figures approached on foot. The guards at the city gates merely glanced at Aslan, lacking the courage to inspect further. It is still dark. The soldiers stationed at the gates were not part of Billy City's regular army, but rather temporary hires from the outer districts, earning a mere 3 silver coins a month, tasked only with opening the gates and checking the entry of commoners. Lancelot noticed Aslan and Arthur's confusion and quickly clarified, temporary workers? Aslan replied with a bemused expression. Lancelot hesitated for a moment before nodding, signifying that it was indeed close to that meaning. Has the discipline of Billy City's regular army deteriorated to such an extent? Arthur questioned incredulously. Lancelot shook his head, his expression unusually grave. No. Even the most inadequate city defense troops in Billy City rank highly in the Melrox province in terms of elite status and combat prowess. Their night patrols are executed with the utmost rigor. The issue lies in the reluctance of soldiers to manage the chaotic outer districts at such an early hour. Are they superior? Aslan remarked self-deprecatingly, casting a glance at a soldier stationed atop the city wall, scrutinizing the throng entering and exiting the gates. The security was lax externally, yet stringent internally. Soldiers monitored from the walls, and upon entering the gates, individuals passed through 2 guard posts, where the sentinels dared not lower their vigilance. All commoners wishing to enter the city were subjected to scrutiny at these posts. While ordinary citizens might overlook such details, Aslan, being a mage, could perceive the metallic surveillance barriers nestled between the guard posts, which would immediately apprehend anyone concealing metal weapons. It resembled airport security. Suddenly, a realization struck Aslan, prompting him to turn towards Lancelot. "What day is it today?" Lancelot appeared momentarily taken aback before quickly responding. "The 16th of June in the year 1045 of the Cleveland calendar." Upon hearing this date, Aslan's mind raced with urgency. He recalled a significant event that transpired during this very month in his past life, the shocking series of assassinations that engulfed Billy City, later dubbed the Black June. This chain of events ultimately ignited the conflict between the Billy and Kess regions. Although the war concluded with little fanfare, it wreaked havoc on the economies of both areas. At that time, Aslan, an outsider, had 2 years before he would enter Billy City and had paid little heed to the matter. However, after the death of the Marquis Medea, Aslan had attended a banquet where an old nobleman, in a moment of flattery towards an elderly gentleman, recounted the entire sequence of events surrounding the incident, garnering widespread admiration. After all, this event had occurred several years prior, and with the principal victim, the Marquis Medea, deceased, and the indirectly affected governor of Melro's province in exile, there seemed to be no harm in discussing it. The elderly gentleman was none other than Mullah Flada, the kingdom's intelligence chief. Aslan recalled their first encounter, where he was merely a promising young man of 24, while Flada, already in his 60s, with gray hair and spectacles, exuded an air of scholarly elegance. Yet beneath that facade lay a man brimming with energy, cunning, and guile. He was known throughout the kingdom as the Poisonous Fox, a moniker befitting his treacherous and sly nature. Chapter 56. The Intelligence Chief and the Moluccas Province Incident. The Moluccas Province Incident was merely the debut performance of Flada, who, after ascending to prominence, orchestrated several major events that sent shockwaves across the entire Xeno continent. Flada was indeed the mastermind behind the infamous Black June. That audacious maneuver significantly weakened the power of the Moluccas province, and Aslan's arrival in the capital was largely attributed to the cunning of this old fox. He had deftly manipulated the formidable lords of the Moluccas province as if they were mere puppets. Suddenly, Aslan was beset by a throbbing headache. In his previous life, he had been too insignificant to warrant Flada's attention. Yet, when he finally gained strength, he found himself lured to the capital, having overlooked the latent dangers posed by the shadowy puppet master. Now, as a disciple of the Marquis of Medea, he likely found himself on Flada's assassination list. What is the matter? Aslan shook his head, attempting to dispel the terror associated with Flada. Observing their master in a daze, Arthur, filled with concern, dared to address him. Aslan felt a warmth spread through him. "I am merely contemplating the safety of our upcoming mission. I shall vow to protect you with my life," came the synchronized response from Arthur and Lancelot. The journey from Billy City to Rocky Mountain was not particularly long. During their last passage through Rocky Mountain, they had taken the official road, resulting in an extensive detour that prolonged their travel for several days. Now, with only the 3 of them mounted on war horses, they arrived in just over a day. As for the group of black-clad individuals following Lancelot, they were barely able to keep pace with Aslan's swift steed. "Where did you find these people?" Aslan inquired, glancing at the 6 cloaked figures trailing behind him. "They are messengers from Billy City," Lancelot explained, instantly clarifying the situation for Aslan. No wonder. No one in Billy City suspected that Aslan had left, as Lancelot had arranged for a boy resembling Aslan to disguise himself and meditate in the Flame Lady Hotel, ensuring no one questioned Aslan's absence. As for the black-clad figures who departed early in the morning, they numbered in the thousands daily, making it improbable for anyone to connect them to Aslan. The last time they passed through Rocky Mountain, Arthur led the way, and his sharp memory quickly led them to the lair of the Gallows Bandits, a fortress-like stronghold constructed entirely of stone. Upon reaching the entrance of the hideout, 2 lackeys brandishing bows emerged and demanded, "Who goes there? Do you know where you are?" Aslan replied with a calm smile, "No need to be alarmed. I am an old friend of your leader, here to discuss business." "Cut the nonsense. Who are you?" The lackey, unable to recognize Aslan, grew increasingly impolite. Raising an eyebrow, Aslan replied coolly, "The Lord's office of Billy City." The lackey furrowed his brow at the mention of Billy City, recalling that someone had just left the previous night. "Wait here, I shall summon our leader." After a brief moment, Gallows emerged, wielding a sword taller than himself. The sheer size of the weapon drew a grave expression from Arthur, as its wielder was undoubtedly formidable, a master swordsman. Aslan seemed to read Arthur's thoughts and remarked casually, "A swordsman of considerable strength." With a sharp gaze, Arthur's hand instinctively moved to the hilt of his sword. "You are Aslan." Gallows, recognizing him at first glance despite their unfamiliarity, had been informed of Aslan's intentions by a messenger from Qatar the night before. Aslan, unfazed, nodded nonchalantly. "So, does Captain Gallows not invite me in for a chat?" Gallows chuckled but did not acquiesce. As a magician, the risk of allowing Aslan into his stronghold, where he could establish a spatial recognition coordinate, was too great. He would have no one to blame if Aslan later teleported to his lair. "Let us discuss something of substance. If you intend to persuade me solely on the basis of your current conditions, it is utterly futile. Save your breath." Gallows, driven by avarice, found the proposed 10% profit wholly inadequate. "Oh," Aslan replied indifferently, turning to leave. He had come merely to issue a warning, with no intention of negotiating with Gallows. Watching Aslan depart, Gallows smirked coldly. Such a feigned game of entrapment and release had long since grown tiresome for him. Only after Aslan's figure faded from view did Gallows realize the gravity of the situation. Aslan's demeanor suggested a blatant disregard for his authority, coming and going as he pleased, treating my Gallows bandits as if we were but a tavern. Clearing his throat, Gallows feigned composure. One of his more astute subordinates quickly grasped the situation and pursued Aslan. Gallows did not wish to let Aslan escape so easily, for Qatar had commissioned him to teach Aslan a lesson, promising a reward of 500 gold coins afterward, provided no serious harm befell him. Thus avoiding any repercussions from the Marquis of Media, Aslan observed the bandits surrounding him with keen interest. "Fear not, Arthur. They would not dare lay a finger on me unless they wish for death." "Huh, you think you can intimidate me? I was raised in fear, such trivial tricks." Before the small captain could finish his bravado, he was sent flying. The sight of the small captain soaring through the air was witnessed by the approaching Gallows. The mage's hand. Such power? Though merely a zero-level spell easily cast by a novice magician, it was typically employed for mundane tasks, seldom seen in combat. Yet, the magician before him wielded the mage's hand with astonishing force, a display of strength not to be underestimated. That scoundrel Qatar claimed this lad was merely an apprentice. Based on the might of that spell, I would not hesitate to label him a high-level magician. Clearly, that man had ulterior motives. Gallows forced a smile, albeit one strained by disbelief. Chapter 57. Remnants of the Rebels. Your Excellency has made a special trip. Are you not inclined to say something before you depart? Gallows remarked coldly, his right hand unconsciously grasping the hilt of the great sword behind him. Aslan regarded Gallows with keen interest. In his previous life, he had known little of this man, only that he was insatiably greedy and perpetually recruiting mercenaries. Unfortunately, he had incurred the wrath of Marquis Media. The only reason he had not met his demise thus far was due to the Marquis, who, at a critical juncture in her research of a particular magical artifact, deemed it a waste of time to deal with a petty figure like Gallows, resulting in the current standoff. Once the research concluded, the Marquis would undoubtedly settle scores. "You overestimate yourself. My master is currently preoccupied with a highly significant study and is unable to attend to you. Once her research is complete, it shall be time for reckoning," Aslan said with a mocking smile. Upon hearing Aslan's unabashed scorn, Gallows drew his great sword with a sudden flourish. "You have some nerve. Even if your senior were here, he would not dare speak to me in such a manner." Gallows's grip on the sword was tense, his fury boiling within. Yet his rationality warned him against acting against the person before him. "I shall reiterate, you think far too highly of yourself. If you wish to court death, then continue with your folly," Aslan stated, opening his mouth slightly, enunciating each word with precision. Gallows was nearly apoplectic. Such blatant insult was intolerable. "You have provoked my ire." Arthur and Lancelot swiftly positioned themselves before Aslan, prepared to risk their lives to afford him an escape should conflict arise. "Huh, you dare lay a hand on me? Think carefully. My master is exceedingly busy and prefers not to escalate matters. However, should you strike me, the situation will change entirely. For the sake of noble dignity and the reputation of the Archmage, she would assuredly intervene. Do you believe your dilapidated fortress can withstand the might of an Archmage's magic? I await your response with eager anticipation." Aslan's expression remained unchanged, still sporting that infuriatingly smug demeanor, reminiscent of a villainous overlord. Gallows advanced step by step towards Aslan, his great sword dragging along the ground, carving a deep furrow. Arthur's face was taut, his shield firmly positioned to protect Aslan, ready to counter any assault from Gallows. "Oh, do you intend to strike me? I find myself quite eager for such an encounter. We should be at an appropriate distance now," Aslan remarked. feigning a casual glance behind him. Gallows's countenance shifted abruptly, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes as he retreated rapidly into the crowd. He recalled witnessing a sorcerer from hundreds of meters away using an ice arrow to ambush a swordsman, who had no chance to react before being swiftly dispatched. Aslan laughed heartily. 8% of the profits is my bottom line. Do consider this carefully. Tomorrow I shall lead an army along with several mages to pay you a visit. I hope you will cooperate, for if I am unsatisfied, I shall have no choice but to act. As for Keck City, I trust they will not wage war against Billy City over a mere corpse, at most. They will relinquish this fortress back to them. Gallows's face turned a shade of iron, and he shouted, was it not 10%? That is my baseline. However, to enhance my standing in my master's eyes, I must naturally negotiate downwards, Aslan replied nonchalantly. Oh dear. You cannot truly believe my few seniors are of any help. Can you? Aslan regarded Gallows with an expression of patronizing concern. They possess administrative authority, but lack military power or any leverage beyond Billy City. What do you expect them to accomplish? Other than selling you a few scraps of intelligence, what can they do? Beyond Billy City, I hold sway. Even if you withstand my assault, can you contend with the magical legion of Billy City? Aslan's words pierced Gallows like daggers, causing him to awaken from his years of complacency. Dreams may be beautiful, yet reality is often harsh. Gallows realized he was merely a buffer between the colossal forces of Billy City and Keck City. Any minor provocation from either side could obliterate everything he had built over the years. The strength of Gallows's band of brigands might have been formidable against a family or individual faction, but in the face of a major city, they were inconsequential. If I accede to your demands, do you believe your senior sister will spare me? Gallows ground his teeth, torn between desire for compromise and the untenable situation before him. Keck City would not acquiesce, nor would the Lord of Billy City. If he angered both, his fate would be no better than Aslan had described. Aslan's lips curled into a slight smile as he patted Arthur's shoulder, signaling him to step aside. Observing Gallows's conflicted expression, Aslan spoke solemnly, in truth. This matter is one I intended to discuss with your superiors, for your status is insufficient. At this pronouncement, Gallows's expression shifted dramatically, though he could not conceal it from Aslan's discerning gaze. Gallows attempted to mask his unease with laughter. My superiors? Even if you are a disciple of the Marquis Media, meeting the provincial governor is beyond your reach. Your status is lacking. Unfazed by Gallows's derision, Aslan replied languidly, Gallows, you need not conceal it any longer. I possess my own channels of information. You are not merely a bandit. Gallows suppressed his smile, quietly gripping the heavy sword embedded in the ground, and stated coolly, I am certainly no bandit. I am a representative sent here by the provincial governor. This is a fact unknown to ordinary folk. Surely, as a direct disciple of Marquis Media, you are aware of this? Aslan locked eyes with Gallows, his voice firm. You are rebels, remnants of the Golan Plateau insurgents. The moment those words were uttered, not only did Gallows's countenance change, but the expressions of the surrounding brigands also shifted abruptly, instinctively assuming a combat stance. This simple, instinctive reaction confirmed for Aslan that they were indeed remnants of the Golan Plateau insurgents. Only those who had endured the trials of battle could develop such a reflex. Gallows raised his heavy sword, preparing to strike at Aslan. However, before he could execute the blow, Aslan's magical hand struck first, moving faster than the incantation itself. A transparent hand materialized before Gallows in an instant. Though invisible, Gallows instinctively raised his heavy sword in defense. Bang! The clash of the heavy sword and the magical hand resulted in a deafening metallic clang. The power of the magical hand relied entirely on the sorcerer's mental strength and mastery over the elements. Chapter 58, The Highland Rebels in His Third Life. Regardless of the inadequacy of his magical talent, his mental fortitude was formidable, rivaling that of a grand sorcerer. The magical capacity of this body, however, was insufficient to allow Aslan to transcend the rank of an intermediate mage, thus he remained in the guise of a novice. This was due to both external limitations and Aslan's desire to conceal his true abilities, particularly upon learning that Flada had set his sights on Marquis Media. Aslan was keen to avoid drawing Flada's attention prematurely. In his previous life, Generito's survival until the end was not attributed to his connections or prowess, but rather to his lack of threat due to his insignificance. The magical hand that Aslan conjured was scarcely inferior to that of a high-level sorcerer. Ultimately, his power was diminished by a third compared to an average novice mage. Otherwise, He could have unleashed the might of a mage. Thus, the slap that sent Gallows flying 10 meters was entirely within Aslan's expectations. The other brigands present hurled insults at Aslan and brandished their weapons, yet Arthur remained unfazed, tightening his grip on the crossed sword. Initially oblivious, he quickly grasped the reason for Aslan's caution as the brigands formed a battle stance. These were seasoned warriors, although many were not mere professionals. Their extensive battlefield experience would allow them to exhibit combat prowess far beyond expectation in a chaotic skirmish, compelling even Arthur to remain vigilant. In this regard, Lancelot was woefully unprepared, lacking awareness of the threat these men posed. It was not a matter of shrewdness, but of lived experience, which required the passage of time to cultivate. Lancelot promptly fired a signal arrow into the sky, the sharp, piercing whistle echoing through the air. In a nearby copse behind Aslan, dust began to stir, signaling the approach of a large force. With an aristocratic smile still gracing his face, Aslan calmly addressed Gallows, stating, "There is no need for agitation. I harbor no ill intent. Had I wished to confront you, I would have brought forth the magical legion of Billy City rather than coming alone." Gallows inhaled deeply, casting a wary glance towards the distant woods, suppressing his fear. He gestured for his men to lower their weapons and fixed his gaze on Aslan, demanding, "How do you know our origins?" It appeared Aslan and his companions had indeed set an ambush in the woods. Aslan gestured around him, saying, "Would you like me to disclose that here? I cannot assure you that those in the woods will keep it confidential." Gallows nodded, cautiously suggesting, "Shall we proceed to my stronghold?" "Very well. Are you not concerned that I might strike at you within your own lair?" Gallows could not help but admire the audacity and spirit of this young man, a rarity he had encountered in his lifetime. "I do harbor concerns. However, I believe you will make the right choice given the benefits I present. Even if you wish to harm me, your superior would not permit it," Aslan replied nonchalantly. "Haha." Gallows laughed heartily, attempting to mask his irritation while hoping to ease the tension between them. Gallows's stronghold indeed merited the title of fortress, not only for its strategic location but also for its well-organized facilities, intricately interconnected. An assault with merely conventional forces would be futile without an army tenfold that of Gallows's brigands. Once seated, well-trained maidservants presented drinks. "How did you ascertain that we hail from the Highland?" Gallows boldly inquired after downing a tankard of malt beer. "Gallows, your greatest flaw lies in the unmistakable aura of a soldier you exude at all times. Observe your subordinates. They claim to be brigands, yet their conduct is far from that of common thieves. The average city garrison pales in comparison to your elite," Aslan retorted, nearly inscribing the label of professional soldier above Gallows's head. In this world, most lords' armies consisted of militia, composed of farmers by day. When faced with a particularly oppressive lord, these militia members, gaunt from hunger, possessed little combat capability, not to mention the detrimental effect on morale. Throughout the Kingdom of Cleveland, apart from the elite forces of the major cities, how many such spirited armies existed, especially among brigands? I cannot fathom that the provincial governor would dispatch his elite here. Gallows, upon hearing this, could not suppress a wry smile. So that is the case. No wonder the city of Kex is so vigilant. They have evidently noted our discrepancies. In his previous life, Marquis Media's attempt to intimidate by targeting Gallows's band encountered significant setbacks. Although he managed to slay Gallows, a considerable portion of the brigands managed to escape. This was a remarkable occurrence at that time. At least when Aslan received this news, he had to confirm multiple times whether it was indeed the Marquis himself, the pinnacle of sorcery in the Kingdom of Cleveland, let alone a mere band of brigands. Even Kex could not withstand a forbidden spell cast by Marquis Media unless a formidable counterpart intervened. Thus, Aslan was certain that within Gallows's band, there existed individuals capable of contending with a sorcerer. Aslan recognized the necessity of aligning with Gallows's brigands to overturn the Kingdom of Cleveland. Relying solely on his own strength was insufficient. He aimed to unite all forces opposing the kingdom. The Highland rebels represented a formidable power not to be underestimated. The Highland region, situated in the northwest of the Kingdom of Cleveland, is vast and sparsely populated. Though it comprises merely 3 provinces, it occupies 1/3 of the kingdom's territory. The land is barren and the environment harsh, even more so than that of the Melro region. Consequently, the Highlanders are known for their fierce disposition, often resorting to violence over trivial disputes, making it improbable for such a robust populace to be subjugated as in other regions. On September 26, 1038 of the Cleveland calendar, They rose in rebellion, swiftly sweeping away all nobles in the highland within half a month, and within 6 months, they unified the entire region, ultimately directing their military might towards the capital. Chapter 59. The Four Pillars. Regrettably, they were ultimately vanquished by the royal family in alliance with other noble forces, scattering the army and forcing them into hiding. In a previous life, after the Marquis of Media inadvertently allowed the gallows bandits to escape, he also disseminated news of the resurgence of the remnants of the Golan rebels. It was this very information that emboldened Aslan to ascertain the identities of Gallows and his ilk. Simultaneously, Aslan could not help but lament the capriciousness of fate. Had the Marquis of Media allied with the Golan rebels at that juncture, the kingdom's efforts to suppress them would have proven exceedingly arduous, leaving them to watch helplessly as the two factions carved out their own territories. At this moment, Aslan suddenly recalled a crucial point. The wily old fox, Vladar, was likely unaware of the Golan rebels. Otherwise, he would have seized the opportunity long before the Marquis of Media leaked the information. The thought of Vladar possibly being ignorant of the Golan rebels brought a cold smile to Aslan's lips. This was indeed a splendid opportunity for him. Your smile is quite sinister. What nefarious scheme are you concocting? Gallows remarked, shuddering at the sudden grin that appeared on Aslan's face. As for your secrets, I can provide you with cover, ensuring that the city of Kex remains oblivious. Surely, you now have faith in my mentor's sincerity? Aslan invoked the name of the Marquis of Media, brandishing it like a shield, knowing full well that Gallows' bandit faction, given their precarious position, could not afford to verify his claims personally. Gallows nodded and inquired, which side do you truly represent? It was evident that he was quite aware of the internal strife among the disciples of the Marquis of Media. Aslan awkwardly rubbed his nose. My direct mentor does not belong to either of my senior sister's factions. The groups they represent wield overwhelming power, and matters of this nature are too precarious for my mentor to entrust to them. Gallows nodded, then asked, what business do you seek with my leader? You may as well tell me. Aslan replied gravely, I know the whereabouts of your king, Dwight Howard. Gallows was taken aback, exclaiming, do you truly know the location of our king? You are not deceiving me. Aslan responded coolly, take me to meet the one behind you. You cannot make this decision alone, and should this information leak, the consequences would be beyond what even my mentor could bear. Gallows' expression grew increasingly serious as he realized the gravity of the situation. Very well, then follow me. My lord is to the south of the Rocky Mountains. It will take several days to reach. The city of Billy is similarly affected. This is a strategy to disrupt the opponent's stability and economy. Gallows led Aslan southward, taking back roads, which consumed the better part of a day before they arrived at a small town in the south. Before Aslan's eyes lay a town of considerable size, adorned with towering structures and arrow towers, far more orderly than Aslan's own Melro town, judging by the scale and number of the buildings. This small town boasted a population of around 30,000, though certainly not exceeding 40,000. Yet, who could ascertain how many troops lay hidden within? After all, they were Golan rebels and could not be measured by conventional standards. Gallows explained, upon arriving in the Mulroxus province, my lord established this town. However, to be prudent, we have small contingents stationed outside, much like my little stronghold. Aslan nodded, recalling that in his previous life, he had learned that after their defeat, many Golan rebels, displaced and seeking refuge, had migrated with their families alongside the insurgents. As he surveyed the town, his eyes narrowed slightly. Is this terracing? Aslan inquired with curiosity. Terracing refers to farmland constructed in a series of steps or undulating profiles along the contours of hilly or mountainous terrain. This agricultural method is characteristic of the Golan Highlands. Gallows, surveying the neatly arranged terraces surrounding the town, stated with confidence, no matter where we are, as long as there is sufficient land, we Golan people will endure. It appeared that there were indeed capable administrators among the Golan rebels. Gallows produced a piece of white crystal, shimmering under the sunlight, casting several beams of light. From the frequency of the light, Aslan discerned that it operated on specific frequencies and angles, akin to signaling in a code, a testament to the rebel survival against the kingdom's onslaught. Gallows remarked, a familiar face. I will take him to meet my lord. The few bandits merely nodded, evidently acknowledging Gallows' considerable influence, which commanded their trust. However, as Aslan passed by the leading bandit, he distinctly sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from him. This was a swordsman of formidable caliber, whose prowess far surpassed that of Aslan's own Melro town. After arranging for Aslan to wait in a reception room, Gallows departed, clearly to seek out the lord behind him. Aslan remained patient, quietly sipping tea as a maidservant, clad in a maid's uniform, curiously observed him, even attempting to pour him tea before being stopped by Lancelot. After approximately 10 minutes, Gallows returned accompanied by a robust man in his 30s, with a powerful physique and tousled brown curls. Aslan cast a glance, his pupils momentarily narrowing. Realizing why the Marquis of Medea had been unable to eradicate all the rebels, this man was none other than Wallace Siling, who would later earn a formidable reputation in the kingdom through several wars, a master swordsman of exceptional caliber. In the realm of professions, there are 9 distinct ranks: Level 1 Swordsman Apprentice, Level 2 Junior Swordsman, Level 3 Intermediate Swordsman, Level 4 Advanced Swordsman, Level 5 Great Swordsman, Level 6 Swordmaster, Level 7 Great Swordmaster, Level 8 Swordsman Mentor, and Level 9 Great Swordsman Mentor. Chapter 60. The Highland King with the presence of Wallace, the Swordsman Mentor. The wrath of Marquis Medea can indeed be restrained. Wallace gazed at Aslan, a fierce aura emanating from him, and spoke in a deep voice. "So, you claim to know the whereabouts of our king?" Gallows quickly interjected. "This is Lord Wallace Siling, one of the 4 pillars of Golan." Aslan rose and performed a perfectly formal noble salute, showing due respect to Wallace. "I am Aslan Sulla, and I have met Lord Siling. As for the information, rest assured, it is indeed authentic." Wallace waved his hand dismissively, harboring a deep-seated disdain for the Sulla family. Had it not been for the sudden ambush by the Sulla family sorcerer during the battle on the plateau, they would not have suffered such a catastrophic defeat. Aslan was fully aware of Wallace's animosity towards the Sulla family. Nevertheless, he intended to leverage this identity, conveying a simple message. He was a discarded scion of the Sulla family, sharing the same hatred for them. Aslan shook his head, saying, "There is no need to intimidate me, my lord. Initially, I did not intend to offer this information in exchange. However, upon seeing you, I thought of it as a gift." Wallace's interest was piqued, yet his wariness towards Aslan escalated. The Sulla family was notorious for their cunning and treachery within the kingdom. After the battle on the plateau, the Highland King did not perish after being ambushed by the royal family. Instead, he retreated into the Sowed mountain range of the Golan Highlands, where he gathered strength to prepare for a counteroffensive against the kingdom's forces. Aslan spoke the truth. In the future, this Highland King, having restored his power, indeed rallied a formidable following in the Golan Highlands, causing considerable troubles for the kingdom of Cleveland. Regrettably, when the Highland King launched his uprising once more, the 9 great lords were defeated, and Wallace's side was relentlessly pursued by Marquis Medea, leading to a dire outcome for the kingdom's coalition forces. Thus, it was said that he posed a minor inconvenience to the kingdom, only to be swiftly suppressed, resulting in the Highland King's downfall and forcing the Golan people into hiding, resorting to guerrilla warfare against the kingdom. However, by that time, the faith of the Highland populace had waned. They had lost the courage and conviction to continue the struggle against the kingdom. Aslan remarked nonchalantly, "The Sowed mountain range in the Golan Highlands is desolate and uninhabited. Neither the Golan people nor the kingdom's army would venture there, making it the safest refuge." Upon hearing this, Wallace's expression softened slightly, and he expressed gratitude. "If we truly find our king, I will owe you a favor and can promise to grant your request." Aslan shook his head, saying, "My lord, do not be overly excited. Allow me to explain. The Highland King is currently recuperating, and your attempt to seek him would serve no purpose. In fact, your actions would increase the risk of exposing his whereabouts. After all, your warriors and their families amount to 50 or 60,000, and such a large-scale movement, no matter how discreet, would inevitably be discovered. Moreover, I assure you, once your envoy meets the Highland King, given his remarkable talents, he will likely request that you remain in the Melro province, awaiting further instructions." Wallace nodded in acknowledgement as he listened, but a nearby maid suddenly interjected, "Are you suggesting that our king will soon make a significant move?" The abruptness of her voice caused Aslan's countenance to shift, for her words touched upon his deepest fears. He dreaded the possibility of others discovering his ability to foresee the future. Aslan cast a glance at the girl and casually remarked, "My Lord Wallace, it is quite improper for a mere maid to interject in our conversation." Gallows felt an acute sense of embarrassment, wishing for an escape, while the young maid, resembling a quail, shrank back in silence. Despite her maid's attire, no one in the town dared to regard her as such. She was known as Mirya Siling, the town's administrative executor. What? Aslan exclaimed, astonished as he regarded the girl before him. Though her beauty could be deemed ordinary, upon observing her more closely, he noted a resemblance to Wallace, which only deepened his sense of awkwardness. It was indeed disrespectful to reprimand a subordinate in front of their superior. However, Aslan quickly recalled the terraced fields outside the town and curiously asked, I apologize for my previous rudeness. May I ask if those terraced fields outside are the work of this lady executor? Mirya nodded proudly. Aslan smiled and offered his compliments, having deftly crafted a rationale for his inquiry. With the Highland King's remarkable vision, he would undoubtedly take it upon himself to liberate the Golan Highlands. And once the opportune moment arises, he would surely raise the banner of rebellion once more. Thus, my lord, what you must do now is accumulate resources and recruit soldiers in the Melro province, so that when the Highland King rises again, you may coordinate effectively with him and potentially flank him from both sides when necessary. Aslan's assertions bore no flaws, considering the distances involved. A coordinated flanking maneuver was indeed plausible. Wallace's eyes darted thoughtfully. While he was competent in military tactics, his understanding of broader strategy was somewhat lacking. In such moments, he often turned his gaze towards his cherished daughter. Mirya nodded slightly, prompting Wallace to burst into laughter. Lord Aslan, your consideration for my interests is commendable. What is it that you truly desire? The Marquis Medea does possess some influence in the Melro province, and is indeed a formidable force in the Billy region. He certainly qualifies as a potential ally for us. Chapter 61. Discussing cooperation. Third update. Faced with Wallace's unwavering confidence, Aslan found himself at a loss for words. One should consider their own circumstances before adopting such an arrogant demeanor. It was no wonder that the Gorland rebels had fought alone from the beginning, with Wallace's disposition. Even if he were to approach the Marquis of Medea for an alliance, he would likely end up being rebuffed. Aslan spoke in a serious tone. My mission this time is quite simple. The transaction is merely a pretext, while the true aim is long-term collaboration. With whom shall we collaborate? How shall we proceed? Asked Mirya, boldly taking her seat across from Aslan, while Wallace remained silent, leisurely sipping his honeyed wine. Of course, it is my mentor, the Marquis of Medea. However, given her status, she cannot openly offer you any support. All cooperation must remain shrouded in secrecy. Therefore, she will not acknowledge any connection with you in public. It is best that we all maintain an unspoken understanding, Aslan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Are you implying that you are the sole intermediary between us? Mirya retorted sharply. That is about the gist of it. Aslan replied, showing no signs of concern. Do you take us for fools? Mirya exclaimed, rising from her seat with her hands planted firmly on the table. Aslan maintained a stoic expression. There is no alternative. Your identities are far too sensitive. Moreover, you have already collaborated with the provincial governor, and who knows what dealings you have conducted behind closed doors. This remark left Mirya momentarily speechless. Ultimately, she shot a furious glare at Gallows, whose rash agreement to the governor's demands had indeed secured them a place to settle, but had also branded them with his mark. Given the relationship between the Marquis of Medea and the provincial governor, it was indeed unwise to place too much trust in them. Let us discuss the collaboration, Mirya said as she sat down again, unwilling to dwell on the matter further. Regardless, they were operating in the shadows and were naturally wary that the Marquis could expose them. Aslan gazed out the window at the lush green fields, smiling as he pointed outside. The Rocky Mountains are a lawless territory. Originally, the Rockies were part of the Billy region, yet under the governor's interference, they have become merely nominal. Besides you, the governor has also introduced several bands of outlaws into the area. However, these ruffians have gone too far, robbing and killing, thereby disrupting the existing economic framework of Billy City, which has left my mentor somewhat displeased, he continued. Wallace scoffed. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. If they fall victim to us, that is their misfortune. If they manage to escape, that is their skill. Aslan shook his head, but precisely because of this, those merchant caravans, fearing the bandits, either avoid the narrow paths through the Rockies altogether or opt for the main road. Though it is a longer route, it is patrolled intermittently by the Billy City militia, significantly enhancing their safety. Mirya began to grasp the gravity of the situation, for she had primarily been responsible for the town's internal affairs, while her father had handled external matters. As the number of caravans taking the main road increased, trade within the Rockies would inevitably dwindle. This is indeed serious, Mirya remarked, her expression somber. Aslan rolled his eyes in response. Scholars do have a way with words. They can even turn robbery into commerce. Wallace frowned, realizing the depth of the issue. After all, their small town could not afford to be exposed, relying solely on plunder to sustain its supply of daily necessities. He inquired, "What should we do then?" Aslan replied gravely, "Every nation has its laws, and every household has its rules. We shall act as the arbiters of order. Merchant caravans may freely enter and exit the Rockies, but they must pay a protection fee. And we shall establish a secure trade route for their passage. Anyone who dares to target these caravans will find themselves in opposition to you." Huh. Lord Aslan has quite the scheme. Maria scoffed, noting that Aslan's proposal echoed the rumors circulating from Billy City, albeit with a rather convoluted presentation. "This is the first advantage that my mentor wishes to offer you in this collaboration," Aslan stated calmly. "Oh, pray tell," Wallace responded, intrigued. "There are 3 advantages for your side. First, you will have a stable source of income from now on. Second, you will establish a position of dominance over the entire Rocky Mountain region. Third, we will dispatch caravans to trade with you here, greatly alleviating your various demands for goods." "And what of weaponry?" Maria's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Maria shot an annoyed glare at Aslan. Wallace pondered for a moment. "Does this mean I would be waging war against all the bandits in the Rockies?" Aslan replied nonchalantly, "If your voice is the only one remaining in the Rockies, just how powerful would you be in unifying the entire region? I believe you understand this better than I do." Wallace sneered. "So? Would Billy City turn a blind eye to my unification of the Rockies?" Aslan nodded with a smile, assuring him that he would personally persuade the Marquis of Media, convinced that her extensive research on the matter had reached a crucial juncture, leading her to agree. "Naturally, this also reflects our sincerity in collaboration," Aslan concluded, presenting the treaty he had drafted. The contents of the treaty were remarkably straightforward. It stipulated that he would negotiate on behalf of the Billy City merchant caravans with Gallows's bandits, ceding 9% of the profits, while the bandits would be responsible for the protection of the caravans during their departure. 9%. Wallace passed the treaty to Maria after reviewing it. "The remaining 2% can be considered my merit. I, too, wish to gain my mentor's favor. In our trade, I can provide you with a small quantity of contraband." Aslan grinned widely. Maria marked iron ore on the list of goods, and Aslan merely glanced at it before nodding in approval. "By the way, I have noticed that there are numerous judges within the Melix province," Aslan remarked casually, causing Wallace, who had been laughing, to suddenly grow serious. The once jovial atmosphere in the hall turned icy in an instant, and even Aslan could distinctly sense the rising tension. As he had anticipated, the most fervent organization in the entire kingdom of Cleveland seeking the demise of the judges was not without its rivals. Yet only the Gorland rebels dared to take action. The full name of the judges was the Cleveland Judiciary, the highest intelligence agency of the Kingdom of Cleveland. In the past, the Gorland rebels had suffered greatly at the hands of the judiciary, with one of the 4 pillars, Taitian Prince, even falling victim to an assassination orchestrated by them. Chapter 62. The Tribunal. "Have you heard the news about those wretched dogs?" Wallace inquired, his eyes ablaze with fury. Prince had been his closest friend, and Wallace had long harbored a deep sense of guilt regarding his demise. Originally, it was he who was meant to lead the army. But due to Mariah's illness, he had exchanged roles with Prince, who had graciously assisted him. Just before departing, Prince had promised to bring a gift for Mariah upon their next meeting. Alas, that farewell had severed their fates. In the stillness of the night, Wallace often found himself pondering whether, had he not exchanged roles with Prince, he could have escaped, given his speed and defense. "I come from Kyoto. Thus I possess some understanding of the tribunal," Aslan remarked, his tone lacking conviction. After all, throughout history, the tribunal had remained staunchly loyal to the emperor. Even with Arslan's considerable influence, he could not penetrate its inner workings. Instead, he had established the military intelligence department to counterbalance the tribunal, which housed defectors and retired personnel. At that time, Aslan was not only immensely powerful, but also the wealthiest noble in the Kingdom of Cleveland, surpassing even the royal family in riches. Among his retinue was a personal guard who had defected from the tribunal, possessing a high rank before his betrayal and knowledge of many of its secrets. The existence of this traitor had led to a complete overhaul of the tribunal's codes and communications. While Aslan felt somewhat daunted by the tribunal of 30 years hence, he exuded confidence in dealing with its current incarnation, lacking only in strength. "Are you certain?" Mariah, though never having encountered the tribunal directly, had heard her father speak of it on numerous occasions. Upon hearing his words, her first instinct was to wonder if they had been compromised. You should not have been exposed. Had you been, they would have used that as leverage to compel the provincial governors and marquis media to hunt you down, Aslan replied, seemingly reading Mariah's concerns with ease. Mariah was taken aback by how quickly Aslan discerned her thoughts, her cheeks flushing. What do you intend to do? In matters of wits and strategy, Wallace deftly entrusted the responsibility to Mariah. My intelligence network in Billy City has taken shape, and I have vaguely detected their activities. However, lacking concrete evidence and only dealing with minor figures, I have refrained from action, Aslan boasted without hesitation. In truth, the intelligence organization had yet to catch even a shadow, and Lancelot, the head of the intelligence department, was only just beginning to grasp the situation in Billy City. Establishing an intelligence network would require more time. Despite the many lessons we have learned over the years, we are still in a state of exploration and may not be able to assist you, Mariah lamented. Believing Aslan sought to exchange intelligence. Not at all. I require your elite combat capabilities. If necessary, I shall call upon you for a counter-assassination, Aslan asserted, his gaze intense. Wallace's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he asked, is there someone worth my effort? There is, but it will be challenging. The intelligence chief responsible for the Melrox's province is likely hiding in Billy City, but he is well concealed, and I do not possess absolute certainty in locating him, Aslan replied. A look of exasperation upon his face. Wallace nodded, fully aware of the difficulty. After Prince's death, they had conducted sweeping searches across their territories. Yet most captures had only yielded minor leaders, well aware of the cunning and tenacity of those involved. I wish to borrow some personnel. I can train them into the most elite assassins, Aslan stated bluntly, noticing Mariah lost in contemplation. He felt that continuing to dance around the subject risked being seen through by this astute young lady. As the saying goes, the essence of deception lies in the truth. Upon hearing this, Mariah breathed a sigh of relief, understanding Aslan's intentions. He may have indeed established an intelligence network, yet due to his exile, he lacked formidable forces to execute special missions, leaving him in a state of yearning. What caliber of experts do you require? She inquired, a cunning smile gracing her features. Aslan's heart skipped a beat. Had the young lady discerned something? 1 great sword master and 4 sword masters, he replied after a moment's consideration. Mariah immediately donned a troubled expression. That constitutes 70% of my current combat strength. Realizing the implications of her earlier sly smile, Aslan understood that she sought to extract a hefty price from him. However, if he could indeed secure such experts, he might achieve a counterstrike during the tumultuous month of June. I desire these items. Mariah added several more items to the initial list of negotiations. After glancing over the additions, Aslan shook his head resolutely. No, the price of armor is exorbitant. The set worn by my guardian knight alone costs no less than 400 to 500 gold coins, yet you propose 100 sets per month. Do you think this is cabbages by the roadside? Despite his prodigious talents, Aslan could not conjure such a vast quantity of knightly armor, even if he worked tirelessly. It was an arduous task, and the current smithing techniques were insufficient for producing such strategic weaponry. Wallace coughed lightly, having been startled by Mariah's ambitious demands upon seeing the list of knightly armor. 100 sets would suffice to fully equip 1,000 ordinary soldiers. Then how about 50 sets? Mariah conceded, albeit reluctantly, upon Wallace's suggestion. How many do you require? She asked, irritation evident in her tone. Had it not been for her father's watchful gaze, she would have flung the teacup on the table. 2 sets for the great swordmaster and 1 set for each swordmaster. Deal, Wallace exclaimed, rising promptly as Mariah appeared ready to erupt. Knightly armor was not only costly, but also involved a level of craftsmanship far exceeding that of standard armor. Should knights charge en masse, they would resemble human tanks on the battlefield. In the past, even the elite Highland heavy infantry of the Golan army had faltered before the advance of knights. As for the other items, they would have to be halved. Aslan continued, noting Wallace's agreement to the proposal, and allowed the two to engage in their verbal sparring. Chapter 63. The actor. It is no wonder that Wallace and his band of rebels have managed to escape encirclement numerous times. It appears that this girl plays a significant role in their fortune. After lounging on the sofa for over 10 minutes, Aslan mustered the energy to take a shower. However, he had barely finished when Shelson arrived for a visit, accompanied by Nax, the sorcerer from the Faith and Fire Merchant Guild. How are things looking for tomorrow? Shelson inquired eagerly. That matter is of utmost importance to the Faith and Fire Merchant Guild. I am quite confident. I made contact today, and the Galros bandits did not exhibit a strong stance. If we strike hard again tomorrow, we will undoubtedly prevail. Aslan replied, sitting calmly in a chair across from them. Shelson and Nax exchanged glances, both visibly relieved. What do you mean by striking hard? Shelson asked curiously. Tomorrow, I will need your assistance, Lord Nax. Gather a few more sorcerers and summon all the mercenaries. We shall then temporarily hire a group of sturdy men to bolster our presence. We will surround the Galros bandit stronghold, creating an impression of overwhelming force, as if we are poised to attack at any moment. I will then enter the stronghold alone to negotiate, Aslan stated confidently. Shelson gasped in surprise, not out of concern for the money, but rather astonished by Aslan's audacity to venture alone into enemy territory. Even as a sorcerer, he would be no better than an ordinary person amidst chaos. Very well, I shall find a few old comrades to support you, Nax responded, equally impressed. After discussing a few minor matters, their expressions turned serious as they prepared to depart, while Aslan remained at ease. His actions were merely a performance to convey to Marquis Media the gravity of the situation, demonstrating that he valued Wallace highly by dispatching sorcerers and troops to assist him. Meanwhile, in the Scale Merchant Guild in the southern outskirts, Jason began to recruit temporary actors on a grand scale after receiving orders from Lancelot. They would accompany the troops, merely standing in formation without engaging in battle, earning 1 silver coin for a day's work and 2 silver coins for those donning city defense uniforms. For the impoverished residents of the outer city, as long as their lives were not at stake, they would accept any work offered. In a single night, Jason gathered over 1,000 impoverished individuals, 300 of whom wore city defense uniforms. The uniforms were simply ordinary cloaks worn over armor, primarily for aesthetic appeal. Jason was acutely aware of the dangers involved in his superior's mission, so he meticulously prepared, transforming a large batch of clothing from the slums into city defense-style attire and crafting numerous fake weapons from wood. The spearheads were painted with black paint, gleaming ominously. From a distance, they would be indistinguishable from real weapons. As for the shields and swords, as long as the swords remained sheathed, they would suffice. The following day, as Aslan and the entourage from the Faith and Fire Merchant Guild converged towards Rocky Mountain, they were taken aback by the sight of 1,000-strong city defense army arrayed before them. Could it be that Marquis Media had dispatched troops to support Aslan? Logically, such a large-scale mobilization would require Nadal's approval. However, as they drew closer, Aslan discerned something amiss. Although the front ranks were clad in city defense uniforms, their slovenly demeanor made it clear they were not regular soldiers. The soldiers at the rear were simply a ragtag group of farmers dressed in similar military-style cloaks. Aslan could not help but chuckle, repeatedly patting Jason on the shoulder. You have truly exceeded my expectations. Aslan turned his gaze to Lancelot, who had advanced to the rank of senior knight. Indeed, his innate talent for cultivation was remarkable. It had not been long since he had just entered the ranks of junior knights, and now he had already achieved the status of a senior knight. Arthur remained at the pinnacle of senior knights, and it was only a matter of time before Lancelot surpassed him. Indeed, you have not disappointed me, Lancelot exclaimed, excitedly performing a knightly salute to Aslan. With 2,000 mercenaries, 1,000 merchant guards, and another 1,000 makeshift city defense troops, they formed a motley army of over 6,000, marching robustly towards Rocky Mountain. Upon receiving the news, the Galros bandits were thrown into disarray. Was Billy City preparing a military campaign to eradicate them? Some bandit groups allied with the Galros bandits rushed to their stronghold, while Myria took the opportunity to recruit them, calling it a united resistance. As for those planning to flee to the southern regions of Rocky Mountain, their fate was dire. Wallace awaited their arrival with a large army. Given Wallace's nature, he would not handle them with the gentleness displayed by Myria. They would either be killed or enslaved. For Wallace had no intention of wasting time training such rabble. Galros observed the city defense army positioned 2 kilometers away from the stronghold, his expression grave. It appears Marquis Media holds Aslan in high regard. Myria took a deep breath, contemplating the 1,000 city defense troops, 4,000 mercenaries, and an additional 1,000 merchant coalition. Attempting to breach a stronghold with over 2,000 defenders was an exercise in futility. However, when Aslan appeared accompanied by a dozen sorcerers clad in long robes, Myria felt a twinge of doubt evaporate. What was the meaning of Marquis Media's display? Were they preparing to attack us? Galros's voice trembled slightly. Should we notify Lord Wallace? Myria firmly shook her head. They will not attack. This is merely intimidation. Aslan is showcasing their military might, reminding us of the consequences of betrayal. Galros fell silent, warily observing the army stationed at the foot of the mountain, before witnessing Aslan approach the stronghold alongside a knight, proudly bearing the flag of Billy City. Proceed according to plan. Myria sighed in relief upon seeing Aslan approach alone. Galros personally led a group out of the stronghold to confront Aslan. After a brief exchange, they invited Aslan into the stronghold. Chapter 64. The warrior nation, the noble demeanor, unique to the aristocracy, was on full display. However, beside him, Myria could hardly contain her disdain, her brow furrowing in irritation. She abhorred the so-called elegance and decorum of the nobility, finding it utterly pretentious. Why not simply speak plainly? Instead, they indulged in frivolities. Little did Myria realize that Aslan's choice to sit there sipping tea was not an ostentatious display or a demonstration of refined etiquette. He was genuinely fatigued and in need of a moment's respite. Managing a ragtag army and maintaining a cohesive formation was no simple task. To prevent the unusual dynamics from drawing Galros's attention, they had shouted themselves hoarse, and exhaustion was inevitable. Myria nodded, having meticulously inventoried the items, all of which were lavish luxuries. She would never permit such decadence to infiltrate the town, for it would corrupt the people's resolve to resist the kingdom of Cleveland, leading them into moral decay. This is the list of supplies we need to procure, she stated, sliding a document across the table to Aslan. May our collaboration be fruitful. Aslan rose and extended his hand to her. As for the potential repercussions of their alliance, Myria had already contemplated them thoroughly. With the incorporation of Billy City, Keck City would have to reconsider its previous arrogance, pondering whether it might provoke the Galros bandits to align with Billy City instead. Henceforth, Keck City could only seek alliances rather than issue commands. From a position of survival amidst the cracks, they had now maneuvered to play both sides. Myria's willingness to agree was rooted in this very reason. As for Aslan's plans, she did not wholly trust them. However, taking the overall benefits into account, she decided to play along. These 5 are the skilled individuals you requested for our collaboration, she announced, observing as Aslan set aside the list. With a clap of her hands, Galros approached, leading the 5 individuals. Aslan cast a glance at the newcomers, but when he beheld the young man at the forefront, he momentarily froze, his heart trembling for the first time since his rebirth. Yet, he maintained a facade of calm, though his right hand trembled slightly with excitement, prompting him to clasp his hands together and rest his chin upon them as he scrutinized the 5 before him. Cruz Tatian, one of the 4 pillars of the future Highland Rebellion, had become a Knight Master 7 years after the fall of the Highland King, taking up the banner of the Highland King and leading the resistance once more. Alas, he was a man born at the wrong time. Cruz encountered Aslan at the height of his powers and was ultimately subdued, extinguishing the last flicker of vitality within the Highland populace and reducing them to mere stepping stones for Aslan. Among the Highland rebels, he was the one who understood his future counterpart, the Highland King, best. It is often said that those who know you best are your enemies. 3 years of war had imparted a profound understanding of Cruz's character to Aslan. He was a man whose life was steeped in tragedy. In that fleeting moment, Aslan recalled Myria's significant role in history, though at that time, from his perspective, she was but an inconsequential figure. Tatian and Dwight were the 2 most esteemed noble families of the Highland, bound by an agreement that whoever first achieved the rank of Knight Master would ascend as the Highland King. Regardless of the era, location, or circumstances, political strife harbors its dirtiest underbelly. Prince's demise, an assassination orchestrated by the tribunal, was rooted in betrayal by the Highland King, who, fearing for the future stability of the Highlands, had leaked Prince's secrets to the tribunal. Myria, discovering this secret the year after the Highland King's death, regrettably did not survive to convey the news to Cruz. Instead, she sacrificed her life to pass on the secret to him, leaving him with nothing but her memory. Myria and Cruz had grown up together, childhood friends with an innocent bond, which is why Cruz found himself beside Wallace after Prince's fall, all due to Myria. With his biological parents assassinated, the only remaining support in his life was snatched away by treachery. Upon receiving Myria's final letter, his fury ignited a desire to annihilate both the Highland and the Kingdom of Cleveland, aspiring to become the architect of their ruin and to perish alongside them. Regrettably, he succeeded only partially. He led the Highland to its demise, thereby inadvertently cementing Aslan's reputation as a divine military figure. "My lord Aslan, are you listening?" Mirya's voice, tinged with dissatisfaction, broke through his reverie. In response to Aslan's forthright apology, Mirya merely huffed, continuing with the introductions of the 5 individuals. Leading the group was the elder Uluz, a master swordsman of peak prowess, a man in his 40s with a rugged beard and an unremarkable appearance, sporting a distinctive short brown hairstyle typical of the Highlands. His eyes occasionally revealed the wisdom born of life's hardships. He was a man with many stories to tell. Aslan nodded in approval, recognizing the depth of experience etched upon the man's countenance, which lent a sense of steadiness amidst the youthful exuberance of the others. The other 3 swordsmen were youthful, even younger than Gauros, causing Aslan some discomfort. They were all novice swordsmen. Was he to play the role of their caretaker? "This is Ru Cruz, our renowned genius swordsman of the Highlands," Mirya stated, her smile softening and her eyes brightening as she introduced him. Cruz turned towards her, his gaze tender as he nodded in acknowledgement. Aslan instinctively raised his teacup, experiencing a sensation akin to being force-fed romantic fodder. Such youthful prowess among the swordsmen. The Highlanders truly lived up to their reputation as a formidable warrior nation. Aslan offered a complimentary remark, fully engaging in the moment. Chapter 65. The couple Cruz possessed a head of golden hair that seemed foreign to the Golan Highlands, his chiseled features and tall, upright stature exuding an undeniable charm. Although not particularly muscular, no one would dare underestimate the formidable strength hidden within him. He was undoubtedly a strikingly handsome man. Mirya, with her simple looks and figure, was not quite a match for Cruz, a thought that crossed Aslan's mind with a hint of malice. Mirya pulled Aslan aside, clearly intent on discussing something important. They stood at the far side of the training ground, where they could clearly see Arthur greeting 5 individuals, though the younger trio displayed an indifferent attitude. Aslan's temper flared instantly. "Arthur, don't bother with them. If they're unsatisfied, we'll simply dismiss them. I can save a set of knight armor every month." "What are they, anyway? Notable swordmasters?" "When I was in my family, swordmasters were merely errand boys." Aslan's voice boomed, audible to nearly everyone in the training ground. Ulis raised an eyebrow, and Gallows nearly leapt to his feet, but he recalled Lord Wallace's orders to never offend Aslan. He understood Aslan's background, which kept him from openly rebuking him, despite his anger at Aslan's words. Aslan was once the legitimate heir of the Serra family, renowned as one of the 8 illustrious families of the kingdom, with a power that far exceeded their imaginations. On the surface, they had at least 3 archmages and 4 knight instructors, but the extent of their hidden strength was utterly unknown. Thus, swordmasters were not particularly rare talents within the Serra family. Cruz remained silent. Being of noble lineage himself, he understood the depths of aristocracy, especially since Mirya had repeatedly instructed him to protect Aslan, hinting that he might later leverage Aslan for revenge against his parents' enemies. "What did you say?" Russell was the first to leap up, pointing at Aslan in discontent. Aslan turned his head with a smile. "I don't want this person. Let us replace him." Faced with Aslan's devilish grin, Mirya felt helpless. She had long perceived Aslan's dissatisfaction with the other 3, and his current actions were merely an excuse to return them. "Be quiet. Do you really want me to impose military discipline on you? Have you forgotten what I entrusted to you? You bear the future and fate of the Highland people." Mirya shot Russell a fierce glare, speaking with righteous indignation. Aslan inwardly exclaimed, "What the hell?" This woman was quite formidable in her rhetoric, immediately placing such a heavy burden upon him, and judging by her tone, she evidently held significant authority among the rebels. Hearing this, Russell instantly deflated, fists clenched until nudged by a companion, prompting him to bow to Aslan in apology. "I'm sorry. I was rude just now." Arthur quickly waved his hand, saying, "It's all right. Our young master simply has that kind of character. I hope everyone can be understanding in the future." The 5 could not leave with Aslan. Their presence was primarily to familiarize themselves with Arthur, ensuring his assistance upon entering the city. Arthur greeted each of them one by one, a forceful command from Aslan, which placed considerable pressure on him. Though he was reputed as the finest in Melro town, he was merely a peak-high knight, on the verge of breaking through to a grand knight, while the individuals before him were all at least swordmasters, with one being a grand swordmaster. Thus, the earlier scene had been anticipated, yet he hadn't expected his young master to assertively support him, stirring within Arthur a sense of loyalty worthy of sacrifice for a kindred spirit. Cruz, surprised, glanced at Aslan. Being a noble, He could discern Aslan's concern for Arthur. When it was Arthur's turn to greet Cruz, he smiled and remarked, "Your young master holds you in high regard, Arthur." Arthur responded with a simple, hearty smile. "I was merely an inconsequential guard by his side until that great upheaval occurred, and after the lady was betrayed, the young master changed so much." Cruz's pupils narrowed slightly as he deeply regarded Aslan, suddenly feeling how remarkably similar their circumstances were. However, upon seeing Maria and Aslan conversing quietly, Cruz felt an inexplicable anxiety rise within him. Aslan cast a sidelong glance at Maria. "Speak your mind. I am quite busy." This statement left Maria momentarily stunned. Not because it was too vulgar, but due to the stark contrast it presented to Aslan's earlier noble demeanor, leaving her momentarily speechless. Cruz possesses exceptional talent and is likely to surpass the knight instructor in the future, so I hope. Aslan interrupted with a chuckle. "I will take good care of him. He is special, and I understand that. I will ensure he is not assigned any perilous tasks, merely responsible for my personal safety." Would that suffice? Maria's face turned a rare shade of crimson, suddenly finding Aslan's earlier elegant demeanor even more appealing. Noticing that Cruz's gaze had been fixed on them, Aslan cheerfully declared, "This young lady mentioned to me that Cruz is special and hopes I will look after you. Ah, the feeling of being cared for is truly delightful." Aslan's words caused not only Maria, but even Cruz to blush. Russell also forgot his earlier dissatisfaction, nudging Cruz with his elbow and wearing a teasing smile. Before departing, Aslan imparted a final piece of advice to Cruz and Maria. "We live in tumultuous times. Some feelings should not be hidden away. Your concern for him and her care for you. What is the point of concealing it? You may regret it later if unforeseen circumstances arise." Aslan's sudden, cryptic statement drew everyone's attention to Maria and Cruz, who all shared an unspoken, knowing smile. The reason for Aslan's words stemmed from his previous life. After Cruz's defeat and demise, Aslan had unexpectedly come across Cruz's notes, which recorded countless moments shared with Maria, even surpassing his feelings of vengeance towards his parents. The most frequent sentiment expressed was, "She is so intelligent and exceptional." From that single line, Aslan discerned that Cruz had always harbored an inexplicable sense of inferiority in Maria's presence. Hence, upon hearing Maria's request, Aslan understood that she too had feelings for Cruz. As for why they had not yet breached that barrier, it was likely Maria's own insecurities regarding her appearance and cultivation talent, feeling unworthy of a genius like Cruz. Why does this world always seem to pit one's shortcomings against another's strengths? Ah, truly a troublesome couple. As they exited the mountain stronghold, Aslan muttered, "What a puzzling pair." Arthur turned, somewhat perplexed, to look at Aslan. Chapter 66. Market Economy. Aslan could not contain his laughter. From this meeting, he discerned a tremendous opportunity, a chance to elevate the future knight mentor of the Golan rebels, Kruger, and he held great admiration for Maria's strategies. Had the two of them served under him in his previous life, while Aslan led the expedition, their presence in the capital would have sufficed to quell the restless nobles and royal family of that era, whether through martial prowess or cunning tactics. When Aslan emerged from the mountain path, he raised his right fist high before a hillside, and the 6,000 coalition troops erupted in jubilant cheers, as if declaring their victory. "Sir, I feel our plan is rather rudimentary. Why would the Galros bandits still wish to collaborate with us?" Along the way, Lancelot could not suppress his curiosity. The plan was riddled with flaws. Even he sensed something amiss. Why could the Galros bandits not see it? Galros might be foolish, but the woman named Miria was exceedingly astute, so much so that Lancelot had refrained from any displays since their first meeting, fearing he might reveal something untoward. He aimed to be Aslan's sword in the shadows, biding his time like a serpent poised to strike. "Interests." Aslan uttered a single word. Lancelot remained puzzled. Aslan glanced at the distance, feeling it was sufficient to elucidate for Lancelot. "The Galros bandits accept our friendship for 3 primary benefits. First, it resolves the logistics of daily necessities. Second, it deals with the spoils at hand. And third, and most crucially, it transforms the previous precarious survival situation into one of mutual advantage." Aslan's succinct explanation ignited a spark in Lancelot's eyes. "I understand now. Our interests align, creating mutual benefits. Should we not cooperate, we would not only face military threats from Billy City, but also continue to be treated as mere watchdogs by Keck City." After a moment of contemplation, Lancelot spoke. "That is indeed correct," Aslan remarked, brushing off the leaves that had settled on his shoulder. "Interests are the most robust chains binding an alliance. Remember this. Lancelot nodded in agreement. Let's have the coalition retreat 5 miles while the Galros bandits transport the goods. Aslan anticipated their inquiry and spoke directly. The revenue from the passage fees will be 9%. If you manage to deceive others, that is your skill, if caught. The seized goods are no concern of mine, Aslan added, promptly silencing several unscrupulous merchants. The transfer was straightforward. The merchants would tally the goods and pay the 9% ransom, after which the Galros bandits would allow the items to be taken away. Within just 2 hours, Aslan observed Miria had collected an additional 2,000 gold coins, prompting him to marvel at how robbery was indeed the most lucrative venture with no initial investment. Malu, adorned in the stockings and high heels gifted by Aslan, had also fashioned a cloak reminiscent of Marquise Medea, appearing before Aslan like a gust of wind. In contrast to the imposing yet averted gaze of Marquise Medea, Malu's ensemble epitomized the essence of a fashionable modern woman. Aslan nodded, resting his chin in contemplation as he scrutinized Malu. She playfully spun around in response. What do you think? Aslan exclaimed with admiration. Sister, you are truly stunning. Your smile could captivate a city, and aside from our esteemed teacher, you are the most beautiful in Billy City. Malu beamed at Aslan's compliment. That is indeed true. Marquise Medea is the unrivaled beauty of the Billy region, and her noble status places her above others, regardless of their looks. It seems everything has fallen into place. You have certainly not disappointed our teacher, Malu said with a grin, suddenly wrapping her arms around Aslan's neck, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise. What is Sister Malu attempting to do? Is she trying to seduce me? Aslan pondered. In recent days, your stockings and high heels have taken Billy City by storm, with even sorcerers beginning to mimic them. Malu whispered softly. Feeling the warm breath against his cheek, Aslan's face flushed slightly, and he shamefully felt a pang of attraction. If you like them, I can send you a couple more. Like, of course, I adore them, but what use is 1 or 2? Your stockings are incomparable to those imitations. They are truly invaluable. Realization struck him. Malu had attempted to hypnotize him. Suddenly, Aslan's expression turned cold as he discreetly distanced himself from Malu. Fully aware of the immense commercial potential of the stockings and heels, he remained vigilant. Since that incident of extortion, Aslan had learned of Malu's capabilities from Genelito. As a high-level sorceress specializing in mind and control magic, she could effortlessly unleash her prowess within the magic tower. Her hypnotic and illusionary spells being formidable and nearly impossible to defend against. Due to her noble status, many dared not scrutinize or admire Marquise Medea for too long, thus failing to appreciate the beauty of her high heels and stockings, especially as she was a reclusive woman. Aslan surmised that until her research on a certain item was completed, Marquise Medea would venture outside no more than thrice a month. In such circumstances, even donned in royal robes, no one would recognize her, and naturally, she could not lead the fashion trend of high heels and stockings. In this regard, Malu was entirely different. Her status ensured she frequently attended noble gatherings in Billy City, perfectly showcasing the allure of stockings and high heels, making her the darling of the noble women. 60-40 split. I take 60, you take 40, Aslan stated with a stern countenance. Malu immediately realized her hypnosis had failed, awkwardly nodding. She merely wished to gain a bit more advantage, as she was solely responsible for sales, while Aslan was the supplier. A 60-40 split was already quite favorable. Clearly, she still did not grasp the significance of a market economy, but Aslan soon found solace in this understanding. Chapter 67. The easiest money to earn from women. Market participants engage in economic activities as buyers and sellers, where relationships not only exist between these two parties, but also among the buyers and sellers themselves. Excluding the government's influence, the market economy comprises 2 sectors, consumers and producers. The interaction between these sectors elucidates the fundamental principles of supply and demand. In instances of overproduction, the market naturally assumes a dominant position. However, Aslan's approach is entirely different. He intends to implement a strategy of scarcity marketing, deliberately reducing output to manipulate supply and create a fade of scarcity, thereby enhancing the product's image and maintaining higher prices and profits. Upon making his offer, Aslan experienced a moment of regret for having bid too high. Yet he quickly reconciled with his decision, recognizing the formidable capabilities of Sister Mary and her unique status in Billy City, which justified his investment. Upon hearing Aslan's words, Mary sighed with relief, as her psychological price point aligned with his. She had initially thought to exploit him through hypnosis, but did not expect Aslan to be so agreeable. Had she known, she would have refrained from actions that could offend him. I need as much stock as possible. I plan to set the price of stockings at 5 gold coins per pair, while the imitation high heels will be priced slightly lower, at 50 silver coins. Mary resumed her business demeanor, leaving Aslan astonished as the profits from stockings and high heels reached astonishing levels. However, the production of stockings posed a challenge. Before the weaving machine arrived, Aslan's animating magic would be essential for manufacturing. Indeed, money from women and children is the easiest to earn. Aslan murmured instinctively. Mary nodded in agreement and continued, therefore, you should prepare a wider variety of styles, whether for stockings or high heels. Aslan nodded, accepting the large box handed to him by Arthur and confidently strode to the top floor. Typically, the Marquis of Media would reside on the uppermost level, which is fully equipped as a private residence, complete with a personal reception room for meetings with her disciples, while trusted aides must convene in the hall on the second floor of the Magic Tower. Aslan waited in the hall for a full half-hour before the Marquis of Media approached, her steps weary. The matters have been settled. Aslan bowed respectfully, stealing a glance at the Marquis, who remained as stunning as ever, her complexion slightly paler than usual, adding an enchanting allure to her beauty. The Galros bandits have agreed to accept a 9% profit share, yet I have uncovered a grave issue that must be reported directly to the teacher, Aslan stated, his expression grave. Oh, do tell, the Marquis of Media replied lazily, shifting her posture with an air of indifference, her confidence rooted in her status and strength. What the mage considered a troublesome dilemma was but child's play before a sorceress. The Galros bandits possess an intricate background, with a swordsman mentor backing them, Aslan said, lowering his gaze to the Marquis's long legs. Upon hearing this, the Marquis's pupils subtly contracted, though her body remained still. The existence of a swordsman mentor necessitated her caution. Once a swordsman attains the great swordsman realm, they can adeptly summon a fighting spirit shield, akin to a magical shield in strength. And a great swordsman can also utilize sword energy to strike distant targets. With these elements combined, the initial advantage of the mage is neutralized, rendering their encounters a contest of equal footing, where victory hinges entirely on combat experience and skill. The Marquis of Media held absolute confidence in battle, provided her opponent was neither a great sorcerer nor a great swordsman mentor. However, she feared an ambush. The emergence of such a formidable figure in the Billy region had gone unnoticed by her, and should she ever be caught unprepared, her escape would not be guaranteed. Do you know the identity of that swordsman mentor? The Marquis crossed her legs, her swift motion revealing a hint of darkness within, igniting a sense of anticipation in Aslan. Wallace silent. Upon hearing this name, the Marquis could no longer feign composure, instinctively inhaling sharply. Among the mages of the continent, the Marquis of Media ranked within the top 3, while Wallace stood among the top 3 swordsman mentors known for his formidable combat prowess, earning him the title of one of the 4 pillars of Golan. Rebels? The Marquis uttered a single word, and Aslan immediately understood, nodding gravely. The Marquis's composure faltered further. The Highland King was the youngest great swordsman mentor in the history of the Cleveland Kingdom, with a combat strength ranking among the top 10 on the continent. Since the Highland Rebellion, no trace of the Highland King had been found, and rumors of his demise were mere jest. If he were truly dead, the rebels would have collapsed long ago. How could they possibly remain scattered and engaged in guerrilla warfare? How many of them are there? The Marquis stood and approached Aslan directly. He felt a fragrant breeze envelop him, a unique scent harmonizing with the perfume he crafted, intoxicating and delightful. I'm unsure. They have established towns within the Rocky Mountains. The Galros bandits are merely one of their visible factions. I estimate they have been lurking there for several years, and their infiltration of the Melrox's province should not be underestimated. Aslan began to exaggerate Wallace and his faction's strength, aiming to instill greater trepidation in the Marquis, knowing that the more she feared, the more reliant she would become on his mediation. What is the scale of the town? After a moment of contemplation, Aslan replied gravely. They likely have a population of around 60 to 70,000, combined with the hidden bandit camps across the Rocky Mountains. The total number of rebels should be approximately 100,000. That damn Jacksu. The Marquis seethed, her teeth clenched in anger. He has allowed such a sizable rebel force to infiltrate. Aslan nodded in agreement, fully acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Jacksu, as the governor of the Melrox's province, bore responsibility, whether he was aware of the Galros bandits' true identity or not. His negligence was indeed troubling. Now that the rebels had grown in strength and occupied advantageous terrain in the Rocky Mountains, exterminating them would prove challenging. Even if Jack Sue and the Marquis of Media joined forces, as the cost would be exorbitant. What are your thoughts, Aslan? The Marquis inhaled deeply. Recognizing the inevitability of the situation, further anger would be futile. This composure under duress was one of the Marquis's greatest strengths, allowing her to remain calm in the face of adversity. Chapter 68. Artistic talent. Since Aslan was able to articulate these thoughts, it was evident that he had engaged with the subject and possessed some understanding. Thus, she was eager to hear Aslan's perspective. Collaboration. The rebellion has become a foregone conclusion. It is utterly impossible for us to quell it single-handedly. Yet, I harbor reservations about allying with the governor. Hence, I propose we cooperate. As long as we confine them within the Rocky Mountains, their ambitions for expansion will be thwarted, Aslan stated, albeit reluctantly. Are you not concerned about nurturing a potential threat? Lady Medea inquired, her enchanting gaze fixed on Aslan. With unwavering confidence, Aslan replied, no matter how formidable a tiger might be, it pales in comparison to the might of a dragon. This is a matter for the governor to contemplate. Our region of Billy is fortified by geography and strategic passes. A mere band of rebels cannot shake the foundations of Billy City, especially with a mentor overseeing it. Aslan's flattery brought a radiant smile to Lady Medea's face. Well then, share your plan with me. One of Aslan's notable traits was his penchant for meticulous planning. He believed that many matters, when discussed or contemplated, often fell short of perfection, with numerous minor issues easily overlooked or forgotten. Only through thorough planning could one unveil the myriad problems that might otherwise be disregarded. Lady Medea accepted Aslan's proposal document and read through it with increasing interest. After a considerable time, as Aslan enjoyed his freshly poured cups of red tea, Lady Medea's voice broke the silence once more. Excellent. This plan is commendable. I entrust its execution to you, and I hope you will not disappoint me. She carefully tucked away the proposal, her eyes glistening with intrigue. I hear you have brought a gift as well. Aslan nodded and opened a wooden box at his feet, assembling its contents. This time, it was not a table lamp but a magnificent chandelier. This chandelier, inspired by classical European design, drew its essence from the ancient practice of illuminating spaces with candlelit candelabras, where multiple candles were placed upon suspended iron frames. In contemporary designs, many chandeliers adopted this aesthetic, replacing candles with bulbs, yet maintaining the appearance of traditional candles and candelabras. The entire structure was adorned with gilded ironwork, embellished with exquisite carvings, while the lampshades were crafted from yellow crystal, exuding sophistication and luxury. As Aslan installed the chandelier on the ceiling, he presented Lady Medea with a crystal orb. She grasped the orb in her hand, immediately comprehending its function and principles. Upon channeling her mental energy into it, the chandelier's lights gradually illuminated. The warm yellow light emanating from the yellow crystal created an inviting ambience, instilling a sense of comfort and relaxation, with delicate patterns dancing upon the floor, casting reflections that added an air of elegance. How beautiful! It seems your artistic talent surpasses your magical prowess, Lady Medea remarked, admiring the enchanting illumination around her. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Aslan scratched the back of his head. Lady Medea nodded, verifying the meditation techniques she had imparted to Aslan, confirming his understanding before waving him off to leave. No one would have suspected that Aslan's eagerness to collaborate with the Highland rebels stemmed from dual motives, one for future strategic positioning, and the other to evade the various factions of rebels scattered throughout the Kingdom of Cleveland. Many of these rebels, much like the Garros bandits, had merely adopted new names to blend into different provinces. As long as the Highland King remained alive, they would function as a collective, maintaining intermittent communication. Aslan intended to leverage their extensive network across the kingdom to facilitate commerce, believing that soon, the goods produced in Melro town would permeate the entire nation. Alas, while his strategic vision was expanding, the lack of practical resources was a significant hindrance. Melro town's industry was still in its nascent stages, merely catering to local needs. Occupying the Billy region would require additional time, let alone the province of Melro. As for the Kingdom of Cleveland, it remained a strategic objective for the foreseeable future. Descending from the magic tower, Generito had been waiting for some time at the base of the ascension ladder. Upon spotting Aslan, he quickly stood up from the bench near the entrance. How did it go? Aslan gestured an okay sign, to which Generito imitated, albeit with a perplexed expression. What does that mean? He asked. Aslan smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting the context. It means it's all sorted. He casually explained, diverting the conversation. How is the auction preparation coming along? Janarito mimicked Aslan's gesture once more. Aslan, feeling a tad awkward, shook his head, and the two exited the magic tower. Just as they reached the door, they collided with their approaching senior sisters, Vartini and Nadal. Aslan bowed respectfully. Greetings, esteemed sisters. Both women responded with a simultaneous disdainful huff. You're too kind, sister. Aslan replied humbly. Vartini covered her mouth with a delicate laugh, embodying the demeanor of a noble lady. Though the glint in her eyes revealed her displeasure, Janarito hurriedly pulled Aslan away from the magic tower, eager to escape the tension. Fully aware that neither the eldest nor the third sister were adversaries they could contend with. Walking along Billy Avenue, Janarito patted his chest, still shaken, his expression grave. Aslan, we have truly offended those two this time. With nonchalance, Aslan shrugged. His objectives had been achieved, and he had gained Lady Media's trust. As long as he did not provoke unnecessary trouble, the two sisters would have to weigh the consequences of incurring their mentor's wrath before attempting to act against him. Suddenly, Aslan recalled a potential ally. If he could draw this individual into their fold, they could establish a triumvirate, enabling him to stand on equal footing with Nadal and Vartini. Chapter 69. Quirks. The incident of Black June served as the final catalyst for the war between Billy City and Curse City. Aslan needed to prepare thoroughly before the powder keg exploded. They had just been discussing the offense of their two senior sisters, and now the conversation had shifted to brothels. Are you planning to open a brothel? Janalito inquired uncertainly, confusion evident in his demeanor. It was perplexing. Aslan hailed from the esteemed 8 noble families of the capital, and as a distinguished wizard, how could he consider profiting from such sordid ventures? Janalito questioned why he kept so many female slaves, deeming it far cleaner to remain at home than to frequent such establishments. In the Xino continent, most ailments were healed through magic, stunting the development of medical techniques. Without magic, the healthcare level on the continent was scarcely better than that of street doctors in a past life. Particularly concerning were venereal diseases, which were nearly untreatable, prompting the more prudent wizards to avoid such matters. Thus, the entanglements among the nobility were met with scorn by most wizards. It was not a matter of moral rectitude, but rather a belief that such behavior was unclean and could easily lead to disease. Indeed, however, I am not opening a brothel, but rather an upscale establishment. The two are entirely different. Aslan quickly clarified, aware of Janalito's thoughts. Janalito nodded skeptically. The standards of a high-end venue were not far from those of a brothel. With a bit of refurbishment, it could easily serve as a hotel. Aslan continued, revealing his true intention to establish the most prestigious entertainment venue in the Melix province, not merely a low-end brothel. Regardless of the era, brothels were a stable source of income, and if managed wisely, could also serve as discreet sources of intelligence, provided one had a sufficiently strong background. All right, I will keep an eye on this for you. How much are you prepared to invest? Janalito asked decisively, not lingering on the topic of the brothel. Now, Aslan found himself in a quandary. Despite the profitability of the factories in Melatown, various subsidies still drained his resources, limiting his available funds to no more than 1,000 gold coins. Is 1,000 gold coins sufficient? He asked, his confidence wavering. 1,000 gold coins. Janalito's voice rose several decibels, nearly exasperated by Aslan's suggestion. Did Aslan not grasp the exorbitant property prices in Billy City after all this time? How about 2,000? I will cover the remainder for now. And once this auction concludes, I will repay you, principal and interest. However, I must operate discreetly. No one can know this is my business. And your identity must remain concealed, Aslan said gravely. Janalito nodded, still skeptical. All right, I understand what to do. Is there anything else I should be aware of? For this auction, invite Sister Marilu and mention that she will present my business alongside hers, Aslan added. Janalito's eyes sparkled with admiration. Impressive. You managed to persuade Marilu to join you. If I weren't aware of her orientation, I would suspect you had sacrificed your charms. Aslan blinked, wondering if he had just gained another crucial piece of information. On an open balcony on the 9th floor of the Magic Tower, Vadani set down her book, her beautiful eyes shimmering with golden light, a sign of her eagle eye spell in effect. Katter, holding a tray with a pot of red tea, approached. His gaze toward Vadani tinged with infatuation. We've made contact. The lords are eager to assist following your approval, he announced. deftly pouring tea into 2 cups and setting a plate of pastries before taking a seat across from her. Humph! Does he not cherish his pitiful territory? We shall destroy it, compelling him to remain by the teacher's side and lend assistance. After all, he is quite capable. Indeed, the temperature and flavor are just perfect. Catter, your tea brewing skills have improved remarkably, she complimented. That is thanks to your continuous guidance, sister, Catter replied, gazing earnestly at Vadani. Unfortunately, Vadani chose to ignore his longing gaze. She was aware of Catter's affection but was reluctant to accept it, preferring to maintain a delicate distance from her obedient junior. Though Vadani was not much older than Catter, having only a 3-year difference, she had already attained the status of a grand mage. While Catter had just recently advanced to a senior mage at 18, a remarkable achievement in the Melix province. Yet for Vadani, this was insufficient. The man she desired could not be inferior to her. Sister, are you so confident that the lords will make a move against the Melro region? Catter asked with curiosity. Coming from a family of wizards, it is understandable that you are not well versed in the sordid affairs of the noble lords, Vadani explained with a smile. The Kurz region is off the table. If a war were to erupt between the 2 regions, no matter how much land they seized, it would be futile, for the teacher would undoubtedly intervene personally. Thus, their sights are set on the Melro region. Previously, they refrained from encroaching on Melro due to the Kaiman bandits. And now they hesitate because Aslan is the teacher's student. Catter inquired, I heard that the Kaiman bandits were eliminated by the young knife. Do they not fear reprisal? Chapter 70. The Melee River. One might presume that the lords were fearful of the Kaiman bandits. However, their trepidation lay in the bandits' elusive nature. They would strike swiftly and retreat, leaving no trace behind. Yet, Shaojia was distinct. He possessed territory, and while he could evade a priest, he could not escape the confines of a monastery. As long as he secured our support, unless he was willing to surrender the entire Melro region to his mentor, he would certainly refrain from reporting to him. Such is the game of nobility. Qatar understood immediately. The lords had long coveted the Melro region, but had lacked justification to act. Thus, we shall provide them with the rationale. Watani cast a profound glance at Qatar and fell silent. Qatar sat contemplatively, his teacup held aloft until the tea began to spill, startling him back to reality. I beg your pardon. How rude of me, he exclaimed hastily. Watani waved him off, engrossed in her reading. Qatar, accustomed to her ways, quietly sat beside her, contemplating magical models and occasionally refilling their teacups. As the summer breeze gently caressed them, the 2 individuals sat across from each other, immersed in their studies. At the border between the Melro and Billy regions, the Melee River served as a natural boundary, spanning approximately 10 meters in width and less than 2 meters in depth. Its current flowed gently. On hot summer days, one could often see local children frolicking by the riverside. To the north of the Melee River lay Jimmy Town, a bustling settlement in the Billy region governed by Barren Jimmy. The town was substantial, boasting an estimated population of 10 to 20,000. Surrounded by fertile land stretching over thousands of acres, presenting a verdant landscape with wisps of smoke rising from chimneys and throngs of people bustling about. In stark contrast, the southern bank of the Melee River was a desolate sight. It was bordered by a vast expanse of rocky terrain spanning hundreds of acres. It was several kilometers southward before one encountered arable land, and even then, the soil was astonishingly barren. What should have been fertile land was merely a patch of wild grass interspersed with a small grove of Meiyang trees, an evolution of the Melro region following the imposition of magical prohibitions. These trees were drought-resistant, saline-tolerant, and remarkably adaptable to arid environments, with over 70% of the trees in Melro being Meiyang. However, the grove had been drastically diminished, with only a handful of smaller trees remaining. A few hundred meters away stood a small village, Meiyang Village, named after the adjacent grove. In stark contrast to the prosperity of Jimmy Town across the river, this village appeared utterly impoverished. Many inhabitants were barely clothed and emaciated, clearly struggling to survive. Yet none were willing to seek refuge in Jimmy Town. The reason was simple. Baron Jimmy was a notoriously harsh lord who harbored a deep-seated disdain for the people of Melro. To seek allegiance with him meant a descent into servitude, a fate they could not bear to accept. The prospect of generations enslaved was a burden many would rather face starvation than endure. This embodies the essence of the Melro people. Their resilience, forged through years of harsh living conditions, has shaped their indomitable spirit. As the saying goes, from impoverished mountains and treacherous waters arise cunning folk. The villagers of Meiyang, aside from toiling in the fields, often resorted to banditry, which had become their primary source of sustenance. They paid little heed to the potential retribution from Jimmytown, for they had long sent their families away before embarking on such ventures. The arrival of pursuing troops was inconsequential. After all, their village was devoid of worth, and even destruction would not cause them distress. On this day, the villagers engaged in their daily activities: fishing, hunting, and farming. The primary crop was cassava, a product that thrived in tandem with the Meiyang trees. Cassava was known for its rapid growth, ease of cultivation, high yield, and year-round harvest. Though it was entirely dependent on the presence of Meiyang trees for sustenance, the villagers had not mastered the art of cultivation, leading to the degradation of the grove they had once tended. Today, Rander, as was his custom, ventured into the Meiyang grove to inspect the fields and keep watch over Jimmytown across the river. Their greatest concern was not bandits, for they had become too destitute to warrant robbery, but rather the possibility of an incursion by troops from Jimmytown. At the northern edge of the grove stood the tallest Meiyang tree, a silent sentinel for countless years. Rander had been told by his father that it had been there long before their arrival. Skillfully climbing the tree, he did not immediately survey his surroundings, but instead secured a wooden plank on a sturdy branch and reclined lazily. However, in the next moment, he nearly leaped in shock. He witnessed a formation of soldiers clad in the garb of Jimmytown crossing the river, with hundreds already ashore, regrouping under the command of their officers. Enemies. The realization struck him like lightning. The forces from Jimmytown are on the move. Upon returning to the village, Rander shouted urgently, prompting many women, still clutching their belongings, to discard them and seize their children in a rush to flee. The men scrambled to gather every morsel of food, packing it for their escape. This series of swift, practiced motions and the orderly mass exodus indicated that these villagers had endured this ordeal before. Rander's father grasped his arm, uncertainty clouding his expression. Are you certain? The harvest is still weeks away. Why would Jimmytown dispatch troops to drive us away? Simya nodded, taking charge to hasten the villagers' retreat, offering assistance to those who lagged behind. Chapter 71. Crossing boundaries. Approximately 10 minutes after the villagers of Meiyang fled their homes, a military force of roughly 300 men approached from the direction of the Meili River, bearing the banner of the Lord of Jimmytown. They truly have arrived. Simya lay on a hillside less than 100 meters from the village, affording him a perfect vantage point to survey the entire area. Father, what are they planning? The observant Rander suddenly pointed toward a clearing outside Meiyang village, his voice laced with uncertainty. Simya turned to look, his expression shifting with concern. The soldiers from Jimmytown were indeed setting up tents there, while those within the village were dismantling houses. However, unlike before, the wooden planks and beams were not being burned. Rather, they were being carefully sorted and collected. What could they be up to? Simya expressed his worries. Do they intend to settle here permanently? Rander questioned, bewildered. If they construct a watchtower, they could monitor the surrounding area for miles. Only a fool would neglect this strategic position. Just as Simya and Rander departed, a squad of infantry from the Melro army escorted 2 women along the road to Meiyang village. William, a villager from Wood Village, had enlisted in the Melro army after the entire village relocated to Melro town. After 6 months of training and demonstrating exceptional valor during the battle against the Keeman bandits, he was fortunate to be appointed as a junior officer, leading the 9th squad. He vividly recalled the Lord's words before their departure, "Every Melro citizen is my kin. As their Lord, my greatest wish is to ensure the happiness of each Melro person." William was indeed content, earning a generous salary and receiving the respect of the townsfolk. Thus, he held every word from the Lord and each assigned task in high regard. The name she bore was given to her by the mayor of Melro town, Aslan, perhaps inspired by the May and Mello and Ni reflecting the May and Meiyang village. She cherished this name. In the impoverished and remote village of Meiyang, children were typically nameless until they reached adulthood. Surnames were even more elusive. Only upon reaching maturity would parents consult the most learned individual in the village to bestow names. Previously, she had been known as Arya. As the 2 women walked, they often whispered to each other, careful not to disturb the soldiers escorting them, and could only nod, wishing to express, "You know nothing." Yet, considering that Maney was merely a newly adult child on the Xino continent, one was deemed an adult at 15, she refrained from speaking. "Stop." A sharp command rang out as a squad of about 20 men suddenly emerged, dressed in standardized military attire. Their armor was rudimentary, yet their weapons were of a standard issue. This uniform suggested they were militia under the Lord's command. William had already drawn his sword, positioning himself protectively in front of the two women. "What army do you belong to? Why have you entered our territory?" William bellowed, showing no sign of fear despite their numbers being only half of his own. As he spoke, his comrades quickly formed a defensive formation. The advantage lay with them, and the disparity in combat readiness was immediately evident. "We are soldiers under Baron Jimmy. What is your intent in approaching the Baron's territory?" The captain of the Jimmy contingent felt a twinge of trepidation upon seeing the well-equipped soldiers before him, resorting to bravado in hopes of intimidating the opposition. William instinctively furrowed his brow and turned to Maney, inquiring, "Is this the territory of Baron Jimmy? Who is this Baron Jimmy?" Having survived for 3 years amidst the Kalos bandits, Maney's astuteness was evident. "Baron Jimmy is the lord of the Bilalai region. Our village is separated from Jimmy Town by the Maley River. This Baron Jimmy has undoubtedly crossed the boundary," Maney proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing Maney's words, William erupted with fury. "How dare they invade our Melro territory? They shall pay." With a fierce shout, the circular shield at his side sprang forth, securing itself to his left arm. The other soldiers of the Melro army swiftly entered combat mode, with William leading the charge against the now disbanded Jimmy soldiers. As the saying goes, actions speak louder than words. When William reached the front of the Jimmy squadron, the enemy finally reacted, shouting, "Enemy attack." Yet, before they could react further, William's sword struck down the captain, severing his head. The other soldiers of the Melro army surged forward like wolves, faced with an enemy twice their number. The valiant and disciplined soldiers of the Melro army effortlessly shattered the ranks of the small squadron. What was expected to be a chaotic melee took an unexpected turn. The Jimmy soldiers turned to flee, their escape swift and practiced. Unfortunately for them, they were up against the well-trained and physically superior Melro soldiers, all of whom were dispatched on the spot. Given their physical prowess, even the thought of escape required them to outrun their pursuers. A feat made impossible by the Melro soldiers who underwent daily 20-kilometer runs in full gear. William was left bewildered. Did we truly win so easily? The enemy was far weaker than expected, even less formidable than the Keeman bandits. Maney leapt with joy, rushing to the fallen bodies to collect spoils. Unfazed by the gruesome scene before her. "Aren't you afraid, little girl?" inquired the seasoned soldier Duru, cleaning his sword with the clothing of the deceased. Curiosity evident in his tone. Without lifting her gaze, Maney replied. Chapter 72. The Lord is a good man. Dulu remained silent, standing quietly to the side. Unsure of what to say, compared to those who had been plundered by the armored bandits, they were fortunate, at least in the past. The bandits had refrained from troubling them, and also came to her senses and began to help gather the belongings. Coins and weapons from the corpses were meticulously sorted. Even the bloodstained garments were not spared. "We do not want those," William remarked, feeling a strange discomfort as he watched the young girl, May and I, strip the clothing from the bodies. "The commander may not want them, but we certainly do. Our village is impoverished," May and I replied without looking up, her hands quickening their pace, and, realizing the urgency, organized the weapons and joined her. Moments later, 100-man squad from the Jimmy army stormed in, only to find a cluster of stripped corpses. Judging by the skilled method employed, it was evident that it was the work of the armored bandits. The captain of the squad frowned and remarked, "This is strange. Did not the Lord say that the armored bandits were executed by Lord Melro?" Indeed, the vice-captain immediately interjected. Jaden waved his hand, leading his men in pursuit of William and the others. He was an elder from Jimmy Town, with tales of his grandfather being a personal guard to the old Baron Jimmy, who had fortuitously learned the art of combat energy, a skill that had been passed down through generations. Although Jaden had only reached the rank of a junior swordsman by his 30s, this was the reality for most common people. Only the nobility could afford the luxury of education and magical studies. For the common folk, the path to ascendance lay in mastering combat energy. Jaden had earned his position as captain of a 100-man squad due to his status as a junior swordsman. And with the vice-captain being a hunter by trade, their squad was considered elite within the Jimmy army, which was why they were dispatched to investigate the missing team. And, being slightly older and more knowledgeable, realized that upon discovering their enemies were from the Jimmy army, the villagers must have fled to the second gathering point. Suddenly, Rander's eyes widened in shock. He spotted his sister, who had been abducted by the armored bandits alongside and the bride of his neighbor, Flanders, who had just been taken away. They were leading a squad of soldiers towards their gathering point. "Damn it, and has betrayed the village," Randu exclaimed. "Father, we are in trouble, and an area are bringing people our way." Simia furrowed his brow at this news. How many have come? With their Yanan. There are 12, Rander replied confidently. Prepare the women. All men, take up arms and follow me. Simia commanded decisively. With only 10 enemies. They believed they could stand their ground. They could not afford to let these intruders escape. If the gathering point were compromised, it would sever the villagers' only path to safety. Over 40 young men, armed with rudimentary weapons, followed Simia as they made their way to intercept the approaching group. Rander and Flanders walked side by side. Their expressions filled with excitement. They never imagined they would reunite with their sister and bride in their lifetimes. I do not recognize this place anymore, and admitted awkwardly, glancing around at the now unfamiliar surroundings. William offered a gentle smile and handed each girl a corn cob. You've worked hard. Take a moment to rest. We will handle the next steps. May and I tossed her burden to the ground, plopped down, and began munching on the corn cob, enjoying the taste and its filling nature. Alert! William's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted. Everyone hastily discarded their corn cobs, quickly regaining formation, catching Simia off guard as he had intended to surround them stealthily. However, upon seeing the well-trained soldiers protecting and May and I, his eyes gleamed with surprise. Who are you? William coldly inquired as a group of poorly equipped individuals emerged. May and I, with her keen eyesight, immediately recognized Simia and cried out, Father! Commander William, that is my father, the village chief of Mayong. William breathed a sigh of relief, yet maintained his vigilance. He signaled to his comrades to lower their weapons, revealing May and I, though they kept their weapons ready for any potential threat. Simia, seeing May and I approach, felt a wave of relief wash over him and gestured for everyone to maintain a safe distance. These are my spoils, May and I declared proudly, holding up her garments. At that moment, Simia's eyes glistened with emotion, and Rander rushed forward to embrace May and I tightly. Arya. May and I struggled free from Rander's embrace. Her expression earnest as she said, Brother, I have a name now. I am May and I. May and I? Rander asked, puzzled. May and I nodded firmly. Flanders stood face to face with Anne, who quietly sobbed. I am sorry. Flanders shook his head, smiling gently. Their previous grievances evaporated with those words. Thank you, brave warriors. William gestured. The task is complete. We have delivered the people safely. Ahem. Now, I shall declare on behalf of the Lord. I, Lord Aslan Sarah, hereby proclaim. All citizens of the Melro region are subjects of the Lord. Should you face hardship, you may seek refuge in Melro town. With that, William waved for his men to depart, leaving Simia in astonishment. He had expected the Lord of the Melro region to come to collect taxes, only to hear such words. May and I finally noticed that William had already left, having also left behind the captured spear of the Jimmy army. Chapter 73, The Assassination List. Simia hastily interrupted Manny's words. Sensing her exaggeration, he turned to Annie and asked, What do you think? Manny immediately felt displeased, perceiving her father's lack of trust in her. The 2 days spent in Melro town were undoubtedly the happiest of her life, with a warm bed to sleep in and ample food to eat. The faces of the townsfolk radiated joy. Annie shook her head, recalling that on the first day, she was engulfed in despair and confusion. Hardly noticing the military presence in Melro town, Manny excitedly raised her hand, exclaiming, I know this. I've roughly counted. Simia's eyes sparkled, and even the others grew curious. Especially since the nominal lord of the region was involved, unlike the dubious legitimacy of Barren Jimmy. As Manny spoke, Simia's heart sank further. 2,000 to 3,000 troops, she declared, far surpassing the population of their entire village. What about the population? How is Melro town faring now? Rander inquired. Recalling a visit from his childhood when there were few people, yet the houses were splendid, particularly the grand castle at the town center, which was the largest he had ever seen. Many. I've heard there are tens of thousands. But I don't know the specifics within the town as I didn't go inside, Manny lamented. She began to recount her experiences in Melro town, inspiring envy among many listeners. Such scenes unfolded throughout the Melro region, where the 6 lords from the Billy region faced varying degrees of resistance. Among them, Viscount Hillman was the most unfortunate, as he encroached upon an area with 4 infantry squads from Melro's forces, combined with the local populace unwilling to be displaced. Together, they forced Hillman's troops to retreat in disarray, resulting in a loss of 1/3 of his 1,000 private soldiers, an agonizing blow, as this was not merely a military loss, but also a significant reduction in youthful labor. The initial probing by the 6 lords resulted in the loss of around 700 to 800 soldiers, compelling them to halt their invasion and strategize collectively. Upon receiving news of the invasion, Aslan promptly dispatched Alfonso with urgent correspondence to Billy City, emphasizing the gravity of the situation that required the direct intervention of Lord Aslan. By the time Aslan received Aslan's letter 2 days later, he instructed crews to head to the Rocky Mountains, declaring that the moment had arrived. Before departing, he issued combat orders to Galwan. The decision to target Baron Jimmy stemmed from Aslan's past experiences in combat against him. Among the 6 lords, Jimmy commanded the largest force of 2,500 troops, yet his combat effectiveness was the weakest, with only a few hundred truly battle-ready soldiers. Eliminating those key forces would likely lead to the surrender of over 70 to 80% of the remaining troops. During a previous assault on Jimmy Town, after defeating Jimmy's main forces, the remaining troops capitulated, allowing the army to enter Jimmy Town, where thousands of slaves surrendered. Compared to other lords, more than 30% of Jimmy Town's population comprised slaves. Due to their vast numbers, Baron Jimmy had not implemented slave contracts for all, for he was not a sorcerer capable of binding everyone. Thus, attacking Baron Jimmy promised not only the victory, but also a substantial gain in population, which would demoralize the other lords. Lancelot, utilize the method I taught you to capture those rats, Aslan instructed, then sat quietly at his desk, using the Chinese language of his past life to note the individuals targeted for assassination in the infamous Black June. Among them, 80% were heads of prominent families within Billy City, the backbone of the region's power, forming the ruling class alongside marquee media. The assassination of these figures would inevitably plunge their families into chaos, easily leading to a fervent choice for war under the guidance of those with ulterior motives. No amount of prestige from marquee media would be able to prevent it. The first individual marked for assassination was the chief executive of Billy City, Elistan Roland, whose family controlled 1/3 of the municipal officers and dominated the grain trade in the city. Aslan rubbed his temples, weighing the pros and cons. Elistan effectively restrained Vartini's influence in the city hall, preventing unchecked power. Moreover, some of Elistan's family were loyal followers of Vartini. Elistan must be preserved. Aslan marked a check beside his name. The next name brought a complex expression to Aslan's face. Count Yesser Pendragon of Billy City, currently the commander of the city's defense forces, also known as the strongest knight under marquee media. What truly complicated Aslan's feelings was Yesser's daughter, the legitimate wife of Aslan in his previous life, Artoria Pendragon. Their union had been purely political, leveraging Melro's substantial influence to solidify their family's standing in Billy City. Aslan's feelings towards Artoria were exceedingly intricate. She was a woman of earnest character, loyal and upright, embodying the honor and pride of a knight, while possessing a strong sense of self-respect and competitiveness, often neglecting her surroundings in her pursuit of victory. She was eager to solve problems independently, confident in her abilities. Aslan's premier martial arts training method had originated from her, reportedly an enhancement of her family's advanced techniques. She was a woman who despised indecisiveness, with an aversion to failure. Aslan suddenly smiled. Lancelot, upon seeing the name beneath Yesser's, instantly understood. Chapter 74. Stirring the grass to startle the snake indeed. Artoria is the youngest Grand Knight of Billy City, possessing formidable strength. Raised by her father as a male, she has lived her life in accordance with masculine behaviors. It is said she is an exceptionally beautiful woman. However, her personality has caused many nobles in Billy City to keep their distance. Upon hearing Lancelot's words, Aslan could not help but chuckle, then marked a tick next to Yesser's name. By the way, is there any way to acquire a little lion? Aslan suddenly inquired. Lancelot looked at Aslan in confusion, unsure why he suddenly wanted a little lion. It should be possible to purchase one in the southern district, Lancelot replied uncertainly. Well, then we shall go buy one tonight, Aslan said, an indescribable smile creeping onto his face. He vividly remembered that Artoria had a passion for small animals since childhood and had once raised a little lion, which led her to regard lions as a symbol of strength. Each time she went into battle, a golden lion king, a 6th-tier magical beast with significant growth potential, followed her. In this new life, Aslan felt that he owed the most to Artoria. In their previous life, their political marriage was devoid of affection, compounded by Artoria's strong personality. Simply put, she had a somewhat tomboyish demeanor, lacking the femininity that Aslan preferred, resulting in a rather ordinary marital relationship. Out of knightly loyalty, Artoria consistently stood by Aslan's side, fighting in battles as his strongest commander without equal. In the final battle, she led the Round Table Knights in a fatal charge to create an opportunity for Aslan to escape. It was then that Aslan truly realized how significant this woman was to him. Without Artoria, there would be no war god Aslan. After marking several critical names for protection, Aslan handed the document to Lancelot. Unlike Vlad, who relied on slowly cultivating informants, Lancelot's approach was much simpler. He paved the way with money, leveraging the diverse elements of Billy City. A rudimentary intelligence network soon formed. Although basic, it was functional. While executing significant tasks might prove challenging, causing disruptions was relatively effortless. This was also the reason for Aslan's current financial struggles. That night was destined to be sleepless. Under the cover of darkness, many individuals in the outer city were inexplicably abducted, especially in areas closest to the outskirts, where they were silenced, as these individuals were merely ordinary civilians. As long as matters did not escalate, the patrolling officers usually turned a blind eye, avoiding unnecessary trouble. Not only in the outer city, but many residents in the inner city were also mysteriously assaulted, with some incidents escalating into confrontations that attracted the intervention of the patrol officers, resulting in several individuals being discovered with illegal weapons and subsequently detained. In a certain sewer of Billy City, 5 or 6 individuals convened, all clad in black and masked. 6 individuals were captured on my end, said the man on the far left, his expression grave. Mine is more troublesome. About 10 were caught. An entire nest was taken from the outer city. It seems we are all in similar situations. Any news? Could it be that Billy City is behind this? The central figure shook his head decisively, his tone somber. If it were Billy City, it would not be the patrol officers taking action, but rather the Rose Knights or the Magical Legion. It feels as though this is directed at us. Have we been exposed? Someone questioned, uncertainty etched on their face. Silence enveloped the group of masked figures. Arthur refilled Aslan's cup of red tea, inquiring curiously, "Young master, are you not concerned about stirring the grass and startling the snake?" Aslan raised his teacup and took a delicate sip. "It is precisely my intention to stir the grass and startle the snake." Arthur was utterly perplexed. He could not fathom why Aslan would choose such a course of action. Although we have only caught a few small fish, it has compelled the hidden snakes to surface. What do you think they will do next to ensure our plan continues? Aslan asked with a smile. After a moment of thought, Arthur replied uncertainly. They will hide deeper and act more cautiously. Aslan nodded. Under normal circumstances, that would be the case. However, these are not normal times. My lord, the smaller fish on the perimeter have been cleared, but the few larger fish we discovered remain untouched. Seemingly frightened, Arthur reported. Aslan nodded, gesturing to Lancelot. This issue, Lancelot can elaborate on better. Arthur promptly relayed the earlier question to Lancelot. Lancelot observed Aslan intently examining the documents he had brought, then nodded. Billy City has enjoyed prolonged peace. It has been many years since such a tense situation has arisen. The agreement between the Gallows Bandits and Billy City has made the trade routes into Rocky Mountain increasingly accessible and prosperous, a situation that the provincial governor finds intolerable. He initially placed the Gallows Bandits in Rocky Mountain to curtail Billy City's commercial growth, yet now they have inadvertently provided Billy City with a safeguard, facilitating safer and easier trade routes. Arthur had not anticipated the severity of the situation. And what of the Gallows Bandits? They are holed up in their fortress, fancifully claiming to unify the northern Rocky Mountain, having bolstered their ranks by 3,000 soldiers and preparing supplies for city defense. Given this scenario, neither Billy City nor Keck City will direct their ire at the Gallows Bandits. An all-out conflict between the two cities is inevitable, Lancelot replied seriously. Arthur remained puzzled. The root cause of the conflict seemed to lie with the Gallows Bandits, so why would it escalate into a war between the two cities? To divert internal and external tensions, Aslan interjected, closing the documents. Billy City has long stood atop Keck City. Not only is the provincial governor dissatisfied, but the entire upper echelon of Keck City's nobility harbors significant grievances. This accumulated resentment has finally erupted in light of recent events. Will there truly be a war? Arthur asked, his eyes shining with intrigue. Chapter 75, For Love? Having been a knight for quite some time, he had never experienced such a large-scale war. Nor had he even witnessed one. Under normal circumstances, small-scale conflicts might occur, but a grand confrontation was unlikely, as warfare was detrimental to the development of both regions. Whether it was the Marquis of Media or Governor Jack Sue, both would strive to contain conflicts within a certain scope, Aslan explained. Thus, The court must instigate a conflict. Assassinating the high-ranking officials of Billy City was the simplest and most effective method. Once the situation was stirred, even if the Marquis of Media sought to suppress the ensuing hatred, it would prove impossible. If the noble officers beneath him acted impulsively, a single thread pulled could unravel the entire tapestry, leading to a complete loss of control over the battlefield. The court leaked the information regarding the assassination of the high-ranking officials in Billy City to Governor Jack Sue. Given his character, he would undoubtedly seize this opportunity, thus necessitating the court's intervention, although it remained unclear to his subordinates why this moment was chosen for action. Brotherhood in discord, Aslan remarked cryptically. Previously, Vlada had been uncertain about the underhanded deeds of the Marquis of Media's disciples, but following the joint assault on the Melro region by the 6 great lords, he had become largely convinced. After all, the disciples of the Marquis were not to be underestimated. Neglecting them could easily lead to unforeseen consequences. Therefore, a singular retaliatory action, without resorting to lethal force, could easily incite internal strife, further complicating the situation in Billy City. This is why we must rattle the grass. How else can we flush the snake out? If the snake does not emerge, how shall we eradicate it? Aslan remarked enigmatically. Just as Aslan anticipated, most of the personnel at the court's lower levels were apprehended, many of whom were seasoned assassins. Initially bewildered, these assassins found themselves unable to resist amidst the crowd. Once shackled with the Pai-Pa lock, they lost all chance of counteraction. Peter, a veteran of the court, was a great swordsman skilled in close-range assassination. His most glorious achievement was slaying a sorcerer in a single strike while the target was unprepared, and he had claimed the lives of over a dozen swordsmen, making him a notable figure within the court. The reason for his capture was that a companion he had been drinking with days prior had met his demise. On the way to his imprisonment, he was suddenly halted, and an unfamiliar, new type of restraint was fastened to his shoulder. In that instant, he understood its purpose and realized his exposure. Just as he contemplated resistance, 2 intermediate swordsmen overpowered him. How could Peter, stripped of his fighting spirit, withstand the onslaught of 2 fierce intermediate swordsmen? Such incidents unfolded across Billy City, with the professionals tasked with arrests being entirely borrowed from the Golan rebels by Aslan. There were over 400, including more than 20 great swordsmen, around 100 high-ranking swordsmen, and the remainder were intermediate swordsmen. Wallace had given no thought to Aslan's request for personnel. He consented without hesitation, albeit with the stipulation that half of those borrowed would be returned afterward. Wallace did not elaborate on the purpose. Aslan did not inquire further, agreeing to send a batch of low-ranking individuals first, anticipating that their fate would be grim. Aslan's operation was executed with remarkable swiftness, effectively dismantling most of the court's presence on the outskirts of Billy City, rendering their subsequent plans unfeasible. To ensure the success of the operation, the court had no choice but to summon reinforcements from outside. The new recruits, unfamiliar with the environment, were also easily identifiable due to their unfamiliarity. Consequently, the upper echelons found it increasingly difficult to relay orders without exposing themselves, effectively drawing the snake out of its hole. Aslan's strategy was both simple and direct, bordering on rudimentary, however. His knowledge of the court's coded language and signals allowed him to easily identify targets by focusing on these 2 elements. With calculated intent, Aslan, accompanied by Cruz and Arthur, strode confidently toward the southern district, intending to acquire a small lion as a gift while also paying a visit to his father-in-law from a previous life. After all, in his former existence, Yusef had perished during the Black June incident, and Aslan had only heard his name without ever having seen his face. Visiting Yusef as the 9th disciple of the Marquis of Media was entirely fitting. The Pendragon family was an esteemed old noble house in Billy City, ranking among the top 3 in terms of power, and it was undoubtedly the foremost military force. Aslan was curious as to why such a formidable family would remain steadfastly loyal to the Marquis of Media. No, it should be questioned why Yusef would be so unwavering in his allegiance to the Marquis. Was it for love? Aslan quickly shook his head. The 3 of them walking through the Sycan Pet Street in the southern district. Sycan was, of course, the name of the Marquis of Media's husband. And the naming of the pet street was self-evident. This place not only sold various small animals and pets, but also magical beasts and slaves. Upon entering the district, one was immediately struck by the sight of numerous iron cages, predominantly large ones, housing mainly exotic slaves. Beautiful and elegant elves, robust and fierce orcs, and cruel and savage half-orcs, Almost every exotic race known to Aslan could be seen here. Compared to the myriad of mysterious and powerful races depicted in fantasy novels from his previous life, in the Xino continent, they were akin to minority groups. While their populations were not insignificant, they languished in obscurity under the absolute dominion of humanity, hiding in remote mountains and impoverished regions. A society devoid of the legacy of civilization is destined for extinction. Aslan suddenly uttered this remark. Arthur nodded thoughtfully, while Cruz discreetly noted the statement down. This was a task assigned to him by Melro. Every word spoken by Aslan was to be recorded, except for those he could not comprehend. Do you understand? Aslan inquired further. Cruz shook his head resolutely. Although he belonged to the nobility, Highland nobles were perceived as nouveau riche in the eyes of other noble families, lacking the heritage and wealth that they possessed, especially in knowledge. This was precisely why Melro had arranged for Cruz to accompany Aslan. To annihilate a race, the simplest method is to obliterate their civilization and destroy their beliefs. The principle of strike at the heart holds true. Humanity has excelled in this regard, which is why for centuries, the Xino continent has echoed only with the voice of mankind. Chapter 76. Young Master Aslan. Although Aslan spoke casually, his mind was already contemplating how to bring these foreign tribes under his command. He recalled that in his previous life, on the eve of leading an army to conquer the entire continent, the oppressed foreign races united to establish a coalition kingdom, waging war against the human nations of the continent for 5 long years. This conflict drained the accumulated resources of the kingdoms of Xino, providing the foundation for Aslan's later expedition to unify the continent. Despite the decline of the foreign races' civilizations, their innate racial talents remained intact. If harnessed properly, these gifts could be utilized to train specialized combat personnel. While Aslan pondered over the foreign races, Arthur selected a young lion that appeared quite promising. Its golden fur shimmering radiantly, and its eyes sparkling with golden light. What do you think of this little lion, young master? Upon the first glance, Aslan was momentarily taken aback. A golden lion cub. In his previous life, Aslan had seen a golden lion raised by the royal family. This mutated beast possessed extraordinary talents, with an unknown growth potential and formidable combat strength. It was said that the royal golden lion had been kept for over a century, reaching a terrifying 8th tier, serving as a guardian of the palace. The golden lion cub evolved from the earth magic lion, with approximately 1 cub emerging for every 1,000 earth magic lions. The earth magic lion itself was a mere 1st tier beast, at most reaching 2nd tier, possessing only slightly better defense than an ordinary lion. How much for this lion? Aslan inquired with a smile. The shopkeeper, visibly pleased, replied, 20 gold coins. This is a golden lion cub. It's in high demand with limited supply. Upon hearing the price for the golden lion cub, Aslan's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly realized that if it were truly a golden lion cub, it could not possibly be priced at just 20 gold coins. Do you take me for a fool? When did earth magic lion cubs become so valuable? And a golden lion cub at that. Aren't you afraid of selling your life along with it? Aslan scoffed. The pet shop owner, suddenly embarrassed, realized he was dealing with someone knowledgeable. All right, my young master. I'll give you a discount, 18 gold coins. Aslan raised 5 fingers. I'll take it for 5 gold coins. Most earth magic lion cubs are priced at 2 or 3 gold coins. Yours looks appealing and should delight any young lady. The shopkeeper's expression fell, clearly pained. Fine. Today, I suppose I've met my match. You can take it for 5 gold coins. With a snap of his fingers, Aslan signaled Arthur to make the payment and procure a small cage for the lion. Cluser took the cage, bewildered, as he gazed at the little lion in his hands. Here he was, a renowned sword master, reduced to carrying a pet. The Pendragon family, reputed to be the foremost knight family in Billy City, boasted a vast estate, significantly larger than that of Genelido, covering over 100 acres. Aslan's visit prompted the Pendragon family to exercise utmost caution. Given Aslan's increasingly delicate standing in Billy City, thanks in part to the esteemed Marquis Media and his recent offenses against the influential sisters Nadal and Watini, the family, representing military interests, leaned towards Nadal's side, necessitating careful handling of Aslan's visit to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. The elder butler Torum was tasked with receiving Aslan. A man with graying hair, yet a vigorous demeanor, he appeared far younger than his years. A sword master, Cluser whispered to Aslan, a serious expression crossing his face. Aslan maintained his composure, greeting Butler Torum with a smile. How have you been lately, Butler Torum? He asked nonchalantly. Torum understood Aslan's identity as the discarded son of the 8th honor family and felt no obligation to treat him with deference. If not for the Marquis media's endorsement, he likely would not have personally welcomed Aslan. Age has caught up with me. I can hardly compare to you young folks, Torum replied, attempting to assert his seniority. Aslan smiled faintly, perceiving the disdain in Torum's eyes. He refrained from excessive warmth, as his purpose was merely to meet his future father-in-law, whom he had never encountered in his past life. As for the other Pendragons, Aslan cared little. He had once made the entire Pendragon family bow before him and could do so again. Torum, feeling slighted by Aslan's nonchalance, noted the young man's lack of gifts, a significant faux pas among the nobility. With a stern expression, Torum led Aslan to a side chamber, clearly intending to slight him, as that room was typically reserved for lesser guests or those delivering gifts to Count Yesser. Upon entering the side chamber, both Arthur and Kluser could not suppress their discontent. After instructing a maid to serve Aslan red tea, Torum left without further ado. Aslan watched him depart with a cold gaze. Interesting, he mused. I thought you might have a secret mission to convey to the Count. And with so many people in the hall, it could be unsafe. Please do not take offense. Torum's reasoning was impeccable, almost grandiose. Aslan nodded, his expression unchanging. That makes sense. Torum's demeanor shifted to uncertainty. He genuinely feared Aslan might have brought an important task, given his favorable standing with Marquis media. Aslan leisurely sipped his tea, waiting approximately 10 minutes before Count Yesser arrived in haste, accompanied by others. Young master, I apologize for the lack of formal welcome. Please, sit down. May I inquire what task the Marquis has entrusted you with? Yesser inquired directly, skipping pleasantries. Aslan continued sipping his tea until his cup was empty. Only then did he leisurely place it down and meet Count Yesser's gaze. Yesser, a man in his early 40s with striking golden hair slicked back and shining from the hair gel, was quite handsome, though he paled in comparison to the charming Kluser. However, Yesser's composed demeanor and mature gravitas set him apart. He would have been considered a dashing gentleman in the past, captivating many young ladies. Chapter 77. Peculiar Behavior. Count Yusef. I have received confidential intelligence indicating that there are spies from Kex City embedded within the city defense army. Aslan initially intended merely a casual visit, but the situation has escalated to this extent, leaving him no choice but to confront the matter head-on. Yusef furrowed his brow slightly, remaining silent while casting a piercing gaze upon Aslan. Were Aslan merely an ordinary noble youth, regardless of his esteemed background and demeanor, he would undoubtedly betray signs of unease under Yusef's formidable presence and sharp scrutiny. Yet, Aslan stood resolute, unshaken, embodying the calm of a mountain and the serenity of drifting clouds. Given Aslan's past experiences, Yusef was hardly a worthy opponent. A mere commander of the city defense army, a master swordsman at best. In his previous life, Aslan wielded immense influence, and those who sought his audience were knights and sword instructors of the highest rank, holding military titles of at least 1,000-man commander. In the continent of Zino, 4,000-man units comprised a single regiment. The city defense army was minuscule in comparison, merely a little over 1,000 men, akin to a mere captain in Aslan's eyes. If he were to be intimidated by such a figure, it would mean he had lived a life unworthy of his stature. The two men exchanged silent glances for over 5 minutes before Yusef finally spoke. Do you possess any evidence? Aslan chuckled softly, shaking his head in response. Beside him, Torum was about to utter a sarcastic remark when Aslan's casual yet pointed question stifled him. Does a teacher require evidence to act? A flash of anger crossed Yusef's eyes. Yet he refrained from reacting, merely casting a cold look at Aslan. Very well, let us reconvene tomorrow. I shall await the esteemed presence of the 9th young master at the city defense army's camp. Aslan nodded, rising to take his leave, though a bitter smile emerged as he exited the door. Having heard from Artoria about her father's difficult temperament, Aslan gained a deeper understanding today. It was no wonder that a steward like Torum existed. A servant mirrors the master, Aslan mused. Yusef's peculiar anger was noted by Kluser, who confirmed that there was no one around before casually remarking. Aslan rolled his eyes in response, likely lamenting the mistrust of Marquis media. Arthur expressed his confusion, yet soon realized the inconsistency in such a sentiment. As a follower, such an attitude was unwarranted. Even if Marquis media genuinely harbored suspicions, it was entirely justified, stemming from genuine affection. Aslan's expression turned peculiar as he remarked, it is quite possible that Yusef was once a suitor of Marquis media, only to be ultimately overshadowed by the Sijin family. Undeterred, Yusef chose to remain a follower of the Marquis. After Sijin's demise, Yusef believed he was guarding a blossoming flower, unaware that Marquis Media had grown increasingly distant and estranged from him. Aslan muttered under his breath. He knew he could not directly inquire, but merely stating that spies from the judiciary were lurking in the city defense army would compel Marquis Media to grant him permission to investigate. As for the city defense army's disposition, the Marquis was indifferent. The Rose Knights had already formed, their combat prowess far surpassing that of the city defense army. Coupled with the magical legion, should the city defense army dare to rebel, Marquis Media could swiftly quell the uprising. The reason for her caution was her ongoing research into magical artifacts. Until she mastered such items, she had to tread carefully to avoid drawing the attention of those with ill intentions. If spies from Keck City were involved, the Marquis would hardly be concerned, as such occurrences were commonplace. However, if it were the judiciary involved, the situation would be markedly different. As they passed a vast training ground, the sudden sound of slicing wind caused Aslan to instinctively halt. Cruiser and Arthur turned their gazes toward the golden figure at the center of the training ground. The wind of the sword howled, as each swing emanated an unmatched momentum, embodying the spirit of 1,000 charging warriors, despite being a solitary figure. Is this what it means to be a knight? Cruiser murmured reflexively. Arthur's eyes sparkled with admiration. Artoria, Aslan exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. He turned towards the practicing Artoria, but Cruiser and Arthur were momentarily taken aback, too late to voice their concerns. Lady Artoria, greetings. Aslan addressed her with a knightly salute rather than a noble's bow. Greetings, my lord. As he regarded the young lady before him, Aslan beckoned and retrieved Cruiser's golden lion to present it to her. I am Aslan Sulla, lord of the Melro region, the 9th disciple of Marquis Media. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, and please accept this modest gift as a token of my respect. Artoria received the small lion with a look of confusion. Though she had undergone knightly training since childhood, as a noble herself, she understood the necessity of accepting gifts during initial visits as a matter of social etiquette. Typically, such offerings were symbolic and not of great value. Do we know each other? Artoria instinctively inquired. Now we do. It is an honor to meet you. The beautiful Lady Artoria, Aslan replied, performing a noble gesture as he gently lifted her hand, intending to kiss the back of it. However, upon finding his hand empty, he could not help but burst into laughter. Haha, Artoria, you truly have not changed a bit. Artoria was even more bewildered, as she had no recollection of Aslan. At that moment, Torum arrived, witnessing the scene with a look of perplexity. Does the young lady know this individual? Upon noticing Torum's arrival, Aslan shifted from his earlier aloof demeanor, smiling and nodding at Torum before taking his leave. Torum stared blankly at the bewildered Artoria, questioning the nature of the encounter. Artoria's gaze then shifted to the golden lion in its cage, her eyes gleaming with joy. Once outside the Pendragon estate, Cruiser voiced his curiosity. My lord Aslan, I do not understand. Arthur concurred with a nod. Do you not find Lady Artoria to be remarkably exceptional? Aslan replied, his smile unwavering. To achieve the pinnacle of knighthood at the tender age of 16 is indeed impressive. Cruiser considered this before responding. Is it merely impressive? It is outstanding, Aslan countered, his tone earnest. Chapter 78, The Guardian Young Master. Why did you merely deliver the gifts and leave? Why not engage in more conversation with Miss Artoria? Is it because of Torum? Arthur inquired, puzzled. Having that little lion is sufficient. Do you think Artoria is like other noble young ladies, so enamored with tea and leisure? A competent knight must not only master martial skills and fighting spirit, but also possess expertise in horsemanship and military tactics, Aslan stated with utmost seriousness, casting a sidelong glance at Cruz. She is younger than you. By the time you reach her age, she will be a 7th-tier Grand Knight, he added. Cruz's face flushed crimson as he sensed the palpable malice in Aslan's words. The transition from 6th to 7th tier is a significant hurdle, one that pertains to whether one can externalize their fighting spirit. Achieving this breakthrough is no easy feat. In response to Cruz's retort, Aslan simply reiterated, she is younger than you, at merely 20 years of age. Cruz is considered one of the most exceptional talents not only in the Kingdom of Cleveland but also across the Xino continent. He has never before been subjected to such disdain. Knights must master various disciplines. To want. She is younger than you. Cruz fell silent, realizing that continuing the conversation with Aslan would provoke him to draw his sword. In the temporary grand square of Melro town, designated by Aslan as Melro Square, spanning an impressive 400 0.000 square meters. It can accommodate up to 1 million attendees for grand banquets. When this vast area was first allocated, Aslan was quite displeased and furious, deeming it a tremendous waste. Today, 500 Melro soldiers, 500 city defense troops, and 200 heavy armored guardian legions gathered, alongside over 1,000 construction troops, all donning pristine uniforms, their tools replaced with sharp weapons. Over 2,000 soldiers stood resolutely in the expansive square, exuding an aura of intimidation that reverberated in all directions. The heavy armored guardians, composed entirely of formidable warriors, donned armor weighing 100 pounds. Resembling human tanks on the battlefield, they fearlessly collided with knights, representing the finest elite under Aslan's command. The title of Guardian was bestowed upon them by Aslan. Leaning, do you understand the meaning of Guardian? Werkson was tasked with overseeing the oath-taking ceremony, under Aslan's orders. With the ominous June approaching, he could not afford to be absent, and he held a low opinion of the 6 lords from the Bilalai region. Such enemies did not require his direct involvement. Leaning looked around bewildered at his companions, who bore similar expressions. Guardian, one who protects and defends. Warrior, a brave fighter. Werkson recited the prepared speech from Aslan. Thus, the heavy armored guardians are the strongest shield of our Melro region, committed to safeguarding the populace and territory. The knights shall serve as the mightiest spear and sword in the hands of the Lord, expanding the realm, while the guardians serve as the most steadfast armor and shield, protecting every inch of land and every citizen. As Werkson declared this, Leaning felt his breath quicken. The surrounding barbarians were so stirred they nearly leaped with excitement, and the citizens of Melro were filled with fervor. Do you now understand your duties? The nearby Gavin called out, raising his voice. To defend our homeland unto death. To protect Melro unto death. Leaning shouted. Then all the heavy armored guardians echoed his fervent cries, the barbarians astonished that their lord would grant them such high honor. Alfonso led 500 city defense troops stationed at Wood Fortress, the essential route to Melro town. Even if the entire army perishes, you must not retreat a single step. Remember, brothers of the city defense troops, your families await behind you, Gavin proclaimed, gripping the hilt of his sword as he stood on the platform. Alfonso promptly knelt on one knee. I vow to guard Wood Fortress unto death. Even if I fight to my last drop of blood, I shall not retreat. The 500 city defense troops followed suit, kneeling in solidarity. Gavin nodded, turning to the construction troop nearby. Good. Willick, respond. At your service. Good, and Willick immediately stepped forward and knelt. Gavin's expression turned peculiar as he finished his statement and handed over Aslan's handwritten letter to the 2 men. Initially unable to accompany the army into battle, their discontent evaporated upon hearing Gavin's words. We shall vow to guard our lord's home unto death. March forth, Gavin bellowed, raising his sword high. The army roared in unison, collectively turning to march out of Melro town. With over 2,000 soldiers turning at once, their steps synchronized. The atmosphere of iron and blood instilled an unspeakable sense of security among the citizens of Melro. They firmly believed their troops would undoubtedly vanquish the enemy. Children, prearranged to participate, rushed forward, offering wildflowers to the departing warriors, each saluting them before they left. It was a gesture made easier for the soldiers, as kneeling in full armor was quite a challenge. Shirkin held on to Eileen tightly, fearing that if she let go, the girl would dash out to find her father. Each return of Alfonso signified the devastation of countless families. Yet today, Shirkin felt an inexplicable pride. Mother, I want to join the army when I grow up, Eileen declared earnestly. Before Shirkin could respond, nearby children echoed her sentiments. I want to be a soldier when I grow up, to protect our homeland alongside our Lord. Such voices rose and fell, and while younger children merely expressed wishes, those who had just reached adulthood formed groups heading toward the Lord's manor, eager to enlist and defend their nation. Previously, they were motivated by the allure of a soldier's salary. Now, they sought honor and conviction. Werkson and Aslan watched the scene unfold, their eyes misting with emotion. The hearts of the people are united. The rise of the Melro region is imminent. Chapter 79. The Guardian's declaration. Due to the inability of Jimmy's 100-man squad to catch up with William and his companions, they were forced to seek alternative courses of action. After a moment of contemplation, Jade ultimately nodded in agreement. The practice of usurping credit for kills exists universally. As long as one refrains from raising the slaughtering blade against the populace of their own territory, it is permissible. This must be the new settlement of Mayong village. No wonder they were elusive, hiding quite effectively. After surveying the surroundings, Volk decisively stated, "What do you think? Is there a chance they might escape?" Jade calmly inquired. "Given our determination to eliminate the usurpers, we must not allow anyone to slip away. Having surveyed the area, it is evident that they are surrounded by cliffs. There is no escape. The only route up the mountain is this one," Volk replied with a cold smile. Jade furrowed his brow slightly, acknowledging that this meant they could only proceed with a direct assault. "We are the elite of Jimmy's army. Surely we need not fear a handful of peasants," Volk asserted confidently. "Very well." The troops of Jimmy's army began their march towards the settlement of Mayong village. Unfortunately, they were soon met with a barrage of stones, each the size of a human head. From their high vantage point, dozens rained down, instantly claiming the lives of several soldiers. Jade wielded his long sword, cleaving through the falling stones and forging a bloody path forward. However, unbeknownst to them, a stranger, a young man, had silently joined their ranks, his movements remarkably agile, maintaining his position at the rear. "We've been discovered," Volk snarled, flinging his leather cap to the ground in fury. Jade scanned the vicinity and shouted, "Form ranks and take a head count." Randall lingered at the back of the formation, following suit, but keeping his eyes fixed on the nearest exit, poised to break free at the opportune moment. This is untenable. Those individuals are utilizing the terrain to their advantage. An assault would incur too great a cost. "We require reinforcements," Volk hissed, his voice laced with desperation. In the recent attack, his own brother had perished, fueling his desire for vengeance against the assailants. Regardless of age or innocence, "Make arrangements," Jade instructed, having grasped the root of Volk's fury. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. "That boy over there." Upon hearing this, Randall surged forward towards the mountain pass, with Volk reacting swiftly to pursue him. Having grown up hunting in the woods, Volk was swift. Yet Randall proved swifter, leveraging his familiarity with the terrain to navigate obstacles, quickly evading Volk's grasp. "That boy has sprouted 4 legs. He runs too fast. Forget about it. Let us set up camp here and await our reinforcements before we strike," Jade remarked nonchalantly, unconcerned about the boy's escape. In the Melro region, their sole concern was the Lord of Melro. However, given the considerable distance to Melro town, even if the boy reached there, it was doubtful the Lord would mobilize forces for them. By the time the Lord arrived with troops, the area would likely be reduced to ruins. Jade was confident that the Lord of Melro would not engage in battle with Barren Jimmy over a mere handful of corpses. Within Mayong village, a palpable gloom enveloped the inhabitants. Although Randall had successfully broken through and acquired the rudimentary map drawn by Maney, locating Melro town was not the issue. Their concern lay in the insufficient time. The journey from Melro town to their current location would take at least 3 or 4 days, not accounting for Randall's travel time to Melro town. "Do not despair, we still have a chance. Our only task now is to endure until the Lord of Melro's forces arrive," Simia encouraged the others. Despite having repelled Jimmy's army once during the day, it was evident they had established camp at the mountain's base, demonstrating their intent to not spare anyone from Mayong village. "What if the Lord of Melro does not come to our aid? I see no reason for him to rescue us. We are merely a few hundred souls, including many elderly and children. Are we truly worth waging war against Jimmytown?" An elderly man, filled with pessimism, stood and questioned. Simia fell silent, unable to provide assurance, for he knew little of the Lord of Melro. However, Maney had insisted that Randall venture forth to seek assistance. "The Lord of Melro will come to our rescue. He must," and, who had just arrived with provisions, declared defiantly. "You have only spent a couple of days in Melro town. How can you claim to know the Lord so well?" The elder retorted, clearly dissatisfied, and was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. In Melro town, there stood a guardian's declaration, spoken by the Lord of Melro himself, which now stood prominently in the central square. It contained but a single proclamation. Though she had not witnessed it firsthand, Maney recalled hearing the words from the mayor of Aslan, which had etched itself deeply into her memory despite being uttered only once. "I, Aslan Sarah, vow to protect the interests of all inhabitants within my territory with my life, ensuring our homeland remains unscathed by any external forces. Should any dare to infringe, I shall lead the warriors of Melro to pursue them relentlessly." This was the guardian's declaration of the Lord of Melro. Although they were not his subjects, Maney proclaimed, "We are still Melro people." As the mayor of Eisentown has said, her youthful voice resonated throughout the mountains, startling countless birds into flight. "Melro people," Simia murmured to himself. unable to suppress the thought. Chapter 80. Love for the people. Though William possessed only rudimentary military knowledge, it was sufficient in a world devoid of the internet and rife with ignorance. We would defend our position here, with personnel strategically placed on both flanks. As soon as the Jimmy army approached, everyone was to hurl stones down upon them. Many began to assign tasks in simple, comprehensible terms. Many were bewildered. Yet by the time they completed their preparations, dawn had broken. The Jimmy army at the base of the mountain made no movements. Ultimately, they were still a militia composed of civilians, and they refrained from launching a midnight assault. Although the initial night raid had mostly ended in failure, it served to gauge the strength of Mayong village. Was the daytime rockfall merely coincidental? Unfortunately, they were unaware that the rolling stones were merely gathered from the immediate surroundings. Jed paid little mind to these matters. He had instructed the sentry soldiers to rest soundly until dawn. The day passed quietly for both sides. Devoid of any unexpected incidents or confrontations, it was unervingly tranquil. Rander sprinted ahead, occasionally glancing at the map. Renowned in the village for his speed and agility, he was selected for the sentinel duty. After running throughout the night, Rander lost track of the distance covered. Yet he felt he had never run so far in his life. As the morning light began to break, he leaned against a large tree, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted, feeling as though his lungs would burst. After a brief rest, he prepared to set off once more when he noticed a thick cloud of dust swirling along the mountain path. Approaching cautiously, he discerned not only the dust, but also the sound of singing. Indeed, it was the sound of song, sung in their unique Melro dialect. Rander's eyes brightened suddenly, and he inhaled deeply before charging toward the source of the melody, oblivious to the fact that his animal skin shoes had long since worn out and his feet were stained crimson. If he delayed, the villagers would be in peril. Gawain led 20 knights at the forefront, followed by heavily armored guards, their weighty armor still allowing them to keep pace with the trotting steeds. Bringing up the rear was the Melro army, lacking the stamina and speed of the barbarian warriors, lagging behind by 10 miles. According to William, they should reach the Maloyang village settlement after another day's journey. Gawain glanced at the hastily drawn map and frowned slightly. The map was exceedingly poorly rendered. Despite William's previous explanation, Gawain's brow furrowed every time he looked at it. "Captain Gawain, someone is approaching us," a knight whispered, drawing closer. Gawain raised his head just in time to see a figure stumbling toward them, clad in tattered clothing, with feet stained red, looking disheveled and on the verge of collapse. "Stop him. Slow the entire army," Gawain commanded, raising his whip. 2 knights understood immediately and galloped toward the approaching figure. As Rander saw the knights drawing closer, his eyelids grew heavy and his movements slowed. Just as they were about to reach him, he accidentally kicked a stone and fell forward, utterly spent. When Rander regained consciousness, he found himself beneath a green roof, lying on a simple bed, covered with an animal skin blanket. Nearby, a fire danced with vibrant flames. Rander remembered the village and suddenly shouted, sitting up with effort, but as soon as he did, searing pain coursed through his body, compelling him to fall back helplessly. The flap of the green tent was lifted, revealing Gawain, who held a tray bearing a bowl of porridge made from bulrush fruit and a herbal ointment for his wounds. "You are awake. Have something to eat," Gawain said, placing the tray on the nearby table and offering the porridge to Rander. Rander stared blankly at Gawain, particularly at the shining armor he wore, which was far more splendid than that of an ordinary soldier, a stark contrast to the armor worn by the Melro soldiers. "Sir Knight, are you a knight of Melro town?" Rander managed to ask, struggling to sit up, his gaze filled with hope. Gawain nodded, propping up a pillow to support Rander's back, forcing the porridge into his hands. "I am Gawain Sarah, a knight of Lord Melro's guard. You can rest assured now. Eat something." Tears welled up in Rander's eyes as the warmth radiating from the wooden bowl melted his heart. He could no longer contain his emotions, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his injured foot, nearly causing him to cry out. And he realized that this knight was attending to his wounds. "Sir Knight, this is too much. I am of humble status," Rander implored urgently. Gawain glanced at him, smiling gently. "It is nothing. The Lord has declared that every Melro citizen is his own kin. As part of the Lord's army, it is our duty to protect every Melro inhabitant." Having followed Aslan for so long, Gawain had absorbed much of Aslan's compassion for the people. However, while Aslan's motives were politically driven, Gawain's actions stemmed from the chivalric code, genuinely caring for every citizen. In that moment, Rander wholly believed many's words. The Melro lord was indeed the greatest, most considerate lord in history, devoted to the welfare of his people. Thank you, Sir Knight. I hail from Mayong village. I came to seek assistance from the lord. The army of Jimmy Town is besieging our village, Rander lamented. Gawain paused momentarily, then smiled. How fortuitous. I have come at the Lord's behest to combat the invading Barren Jimmy. Thus, you need not worry. Your family will be safe. Rander exhaled in relief, and his stomach rumbled involuntarily. He was genuinely hungry. His fainting spell was not merely from fatigue, but also from hunger. First, eat something. We shall set off tomorrow morning. I am eager to discover who has the audacity to attack the Lord's subjects, Gawain said, finishing the application of the ointment, patting Rander on the shoulder, and rising to depart. Chapter 81. The knights charge on the mountain path before Mayong village. The air was filled with deafening cries of battle. When the 500 enslaved reinforcements arrived, Jed wasted no time and launched an immediate attack, denying the slave army any opportunity for respite. During the initial assault, they were repelled by a barrage of falling stones, leaving numerous corpses in their wake before they could even glimpse the village gates. The stone throwers atop the mountain proved to be quite troublesome. Vok nodded thoughtfully and suggested, why not have the archers shoot them down? Jed regarded Vok with a look of incredulity, gesturing towards him and himself. Where shall we find the archers? Do you think my aim is good enough? Vok, a seasoned hunter, confidently replied, I can do it. Just let me handle it. Jed retorted dismissively, you alone won't be able to suppress them. Vok felt momentarily embarrassed. Both he and Jed were inexperienced officers, lacking even basic military terminology and strategies, merely urging charges or threatening execution for failure, devoid of any tactical acumen. It's fine. If I kill a few, they will surely be frightened, Vok said nonchalantly. While they were insignificant in military terms, their understanding of the human spirit, having emerged from the lower strata of society, far surpassed that of the nobility. Jed suddenly burst into laughter. Look, Vok exclaimed, his archery skills honed from years of hunting proving exceptional. From a high vantage point, he struck true, and soon several villagers from Mayong were felled, instilling fear among the others. The charging slave soldiers, invigorated, pressed forward to the village front, but they found their path blocked by many, who had fortified the entrance overnight. At that moment, the spears provided by William came into play. Simya, wielding a spear, thrust it through a pre-prepared opening, splattering blood as he engaged the enemies attempting to clear the obstruction. Minnie trembled as she surveyed the battlefield, her father, bloodied, wielding a spear in combat. Both sides faced layers of obstacles, and through the openings above, they fought relentlessly. Although Mayong village had the advantage of terrain, their numbers were severely depleted. Moreover, having lacked food for an extended period, the villagers struggled to find sustenance, making the prospect of a hearty meal nearly impossible. After more than 2 hours of battle, many villagers were too exhausted to lift their spears, their hunger slowing their movements. Sensing the enemy's faltering momentum, the slave soldiers became more frenzied, driven by the promise of victory, which would grant them food and the company of women. Minnie could no longer contain her tears, crying out loud. Yet she did not surrender. Amidst her weeping, she picked up the spear of a deceased neighbor and rejoined the fray. Simya, already drenched in blood, glanced at Minnie. His mouth agape, yet no words escaped him. He found no reason to dissuade her, for he understood that if the village gate fell, they would all be doomed. From his elevated position, Vok raised his longbow with excitement. See, they are afraid. Jed also laughed heartily, raising his weapon. Prepare the troops. Just as he finished his command, a volley of arrows descended, transforming Vok into a pincushion. Jed's eyes widened in shock as he beheld a troop of knights charging towards them, replacing their crossbows with long swords. United assault. Galwin's voice boomed. 20 fully armored knights charged at a 100-strong contingent of Jed's army. Jed shouted, everyone turn and raise your spears. Maintain formation. In that critical moment, Jed displayed his best leadership skills as the soldiers swiftly formed a square, raising their spears against the oncoming knights. Raise shields. Galwin commanded. All knights brandished their one-handed shields, positioning them to shield their bodies, their forms bending slightly to minimize the area of exposure. The war horses, shrouded in darkness beneath the shields, instinctively quickened their pace, striving to break free from the gloom, thus enhancing the knights' charge. With less than 30 meters separating them, many soldiers of Jed's army trembled, their faces pale, as the thunder of hooves grew nearer. Time seemed to slow, and the mud kicked up by the horses was starkly visible. Many expressions had not yet shifted when a thunderous crash erupted. Countless spears splintered, while those that did not break collided with the knight's armor, sending soldiers flying. Gawain raised his shield, smashing the nearest soldier's head, having penetrated the enemy lines. His knightly sword, empowered by battle energy, gleamed as it cut through the air, leaving a river of blood in its wake. Following the initial charge, no knights fell. Only a few bore minor injuries. This was the sheer dominance of a knight's charge over all infantry. The knight's sturdy armor and shields rendered them impervious to most weapons, while their enhanced physicality allowed them to withstand extraordinary blows. In an open area, Gawain turned his steed, which panted heavily, wisps of steam rising from its flanks. The once silver armor was now drenched in crimson. He glanced at his fellow knights and inhaled deeply. Knights, raise your weapons, charge, kill. Though merely a squad of 20 knights, they exuded the aura of a 1,000-strong army, their presence awe-inspiring, even causing the slave soldiers, who had reached the village gate, to hesitate. As they faltered, Gawain surged forward into Jed's 100-strong unit. This time, they were not as fortunate. Their formation was already in disarray, and before they could regroup, the knights tore through them with devastating force. Gawain's sword danced swiftly, unhindered by spears, its lethality intensified. When he turned his steed once more, less than 30 soldiers remained of Jed's 100. This was merely the result of 2 charges from the knightly squad. The soldiers of Jed's army shattered. Some began to flee, while others knelt in surrender. Gawain did not dispatch pursuit units, for he knew that the heavily armored guards led by Ryaning were close behind. Only those who had clashed with the heavy infantry understood that they were the true terrors of the battlefield. Chapter 82. Reading I am Gawain Sala. A knight under Lord Aslan Sala of the Melro region, tasked with vanquishing any foe daring to invade Melro and assault its people. Gawain's voice, bolstered by his fighting spirit, resonated through the heavens. The fleeing Jed, upon hearing this proclamation, instinctively shuddered. The Melro lord had truly sent forth his troops. Had he lost his mind over a mere band of commoners? Just after cursing, he beheld a cadre of towering humanoid figures, each exceeding 6.5 feet, advancing with heavy strides. With each footfall, distinct imprints marred the ground. This cannot be a jest. Jed's body quivered even more violently, beginning with 2 figures, then 4 emerging from behind, followed by 8. The throng grew in size. Their pace was notably slow, even less than half that of the recently charging knights. Yet, the oppressive weight of their footsteps was scarcely inferior to that of the knight's charge. I surrender. Upon witnessing the colossal 2-handed sword raised by the leading armored warrior, Jed hastily discarded his longsword, crying out in terror. Was that truly a 2-handed sword wielded by a human? It was undoubtedly over 2 meters long and 30 to 40 centimeters wide. A single swing could cleave a man in twain. Gawain stood resolutely, confronting the remaining Jimmy soldiers at the village's edge. Upon sighting the knight brigade at the foot of the mountain, many erupted in jubilant cheers. The reinforcements from the Melro lord had arrived. Long live the lord. Exhausted, the villagers of Mei Yong collapsed to the ground, while the surrounding women clutched one another, weeping tears of joy. Spare the surrenderers. Gawain raised his longsword towards the Jimmy soldiers on the mountain, calling out loudly. The enslaved soldiers exchanged glances. Surrender. Death is preferable. I've had enough. We're not slaves up there. One of them cast aside his weapon, grumbling. Subsequently, more and more followed suit, raising their hands in surrender as they descended from the mountain. Before long, over 300 enslaved soldiers and more than 30 Jimmy soldiers collectively crouched on the ground, hands clasped atop their heads. Gawain scrutinized the village above, slightly furrowing his brow. This was the first time he had encountered such a fortified blockade at the entrance of a stronghold. The village chief of Mei Yong was remarkably decisive, without reinforcements. They would surely have perished, with not even a chance to break through. After securing all captives, they hastily erected tents at the mountain's base and, after waiting for several minutes, the Melro army finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Compared to the 4-legged, savage beings, the elite human troops of Melro appeared thoroughly exhausted. Regardless of the opposition, they could not keep pace. Good, panting heavily, pointed at Gawain in exasperation. We missed the fight. Why did we bother coming? Gawain smiled faintly. This is merely an appetizer. Let us rest well for a day. A fierce battle awaits us the day after tomorrow. Satisfied, Good settled onto a folding stool nearby. He had no desire to have journeyed so far only to receive orders to clean up or escort prisoners. They were the field army of Melro, not the secondary city defense forces. However, In comparison to knights and guards, they indeed belonged to the second tier. As the group dined together, Rander, with William's assistance, limped over. "Thank you, noble sirs, for saving my life." Rander gazed at the intact village atop the hill and exhaled in relief, promptly kneeling before Gawain and the others. Gawain set down the fruit he held, slightly vexed. "Always kneeling. If mere kneeling could resolve problems, you would not qualify to be one of us Melro people. We Melro people only raise our weapons to protect our interests." Upon hearing this, Rander resolutely stood tall, defiantly asserting, "What I just did was not merely kneel. It was a heartfelt expression of gratitude to you, my lord. I shall train diligently and protect my homeland like you, Lord Gawain." Gawain nodded in satisfaction, while Good let out a dismissive sound. Nearby, Lian Ning extracted a fruit from the fire and shoved it into Good's mouth. "Ah, it's scalding." "Lian Ning, are you trying to kill me?" Good quickly spat out the fruit, glaring fiercely at Lian Ning. "What do you want, a fight?" Lian Ning raised his arm, showcasing the sinewy muscle before Good. Good immediately deflated. Lian Ning's arm was thicker than most thighs. Rander could not help but chuckle. "I want to engage in a contest with you. I heard you've broken through to become a great swordsman." Good asked nonsensically. "Yes, I have." Lian Ning replied without lifting his gaze. Gawain and Good exchanged pained expressions. Lian Ning was indeed a marvel, previously unable to satiate his hunger. Lacking the energy to train properly, things had changed. Now, he feasted daily and had meat to eat, naturally leading to his breakthrough. Lian Ning said with an innocent expression. Even someone as refined as Gawain felt an impulse to raise a finger in response. "Rander, how old are you this year?" Good asked irately. 16 or 17. "What does it matter?" He tossed a fruit carelessly. Rander accepted the fruit, scratching his head, and replied, "We're rather poor. Merely having enough to eat each day is a struggle. Who has the energy to remember one's age?" Good fell silent, recalling his own life before planting fruits when he also lived under such circumstances. There is still hope. "Would you be interested in studying at Melro Town?" Hearing Gawain mention studying, Rander paused momentarily before his face lit up with joy. "Can I really, Lord Gawain?" Gawain nodded affirmatively. "Of course. As long as you are a Melro person, you are eligible to attend Melro Academy. However, upon completing your studies, you must serve in the military for 3 years before you can leave." Rander nodded enthusiastically, but soon his expression turned troubled. "Lord Gawain, my sister is smarter than I am. Can she attend school instead? I am willing to serve in the army, whether for 3 years or even 30. Lian Ning, with a sturdy hand, clapped Rander on the shoulder. "Good lad. Your sister is fortunate to have a brother like you." Chapter 83, The Feeling of Home, 4th update. Meanwhile, the gates of Mayong village finally swung open, and Zimya arrived with nearly 100 able-bodied villagers to pay their respects. However, as they entered the camp, they were met by several soldiers standing at the entrance, where a large pot simmered on a table, surrounded by the delightful aroma of steamed corn cakes. Before they even approached, Mani could discern what it was from the enticing scent. Having spent 2 days in Melro town, she was already familiar with this delicacy and joyfully ran up to the soldiers, performing a somewhat clumsy salute she had observed from the Melro soldiers. "Has the little girl been to Melro town?" one of the soldiers asked as he handed her a wooden bowl filled with meat soup and a corn cake. "Is one enough for you?" Mani, feeling ravenously hungry, blew on the hot soup, disregarding the heat, and took a sip. Instantly, she felt invigorated. "Yes, I have been. I was once a captive of the Kaiman bandits," Mani replied with a playful grin, revealing her small canine teeth. "May I have another?" The soldier nodded with a smile, handing her another cake while pointing to the villagers standing at a distance. "Are those your people? Tell them to line up and have something to eat first. The officers are also having their meal." All eyes were fixed on the corn cakes in Mani's hands, and the aroma of the meat soup made their mouths water. It had been ages since any of them had tasted meat. "Mani, how did you manage to get food?" Zimya, her father, who was equally famished, could no longer contain his curiosity. "Lord Gentry prepared all this for us. Hurry and send someone up the mountain to bring Mom down. Everyone gets a share. But they must line up and not cut in or cause trouble. Otherwise, the soldiers won't give you anything," Mani explained. Glancing at the villagers who were too weak from hunger to move, she took another hearty sip of the meat soup. "Never mind, let me go call them. You all line up first, and remember not to cut in. Maintain order and no loud noises in the camp. Most importantly, don't block the entrance and disturb others." Zimya said, somewhat skeptical, as he led the group over, reiterating Mani's instructions. The cooks placed 2 corn cakes in Zimya's hands and pointed to a nearby table laden with bowls of meat soup. Just take one. The soldier spoke with a familial tone, devoid of any arrogance, reminiscent of an older brother coming to the aid of a younger sibling who had been bullied, radiating warmth akin to that of a home. Unbeknownst to him, Zimya, a man of iron resolve, found tears welling up in his eyes. He had not cried when his elder brother starved to death, nor when his daughter was taken, but today he wept, moved simply by the prospect of a hearty meal. Tears are contagious. It was unclear who initiated it, but soon, over 100 strong men were crying softly, their collective sobs resonating in the air. A patrol of soldiers passed by, casting a glance before turning away. "They have suffered terribly," remarked a soldier from Wood Village. "We were once like them, until Lord Gentry arrived, and we found ourselves in better days," an old soldier from Melro town mused. "I have sworn by the graves of my starved parents that from now on, I will fight for Lord Gentry, no matter how formidable the enemy may be. Even if I know I shall perish, I will fight for him to the last drop of my blood," another soldier declared with unwavering conviction. Hearing their conversation, Zimya instinctively lifted his gaze towards them. The soldiers simply smiled and nodded before continuing their patrol. Perhaps Mani was right. As Mani descended the mountain with all the villagers, young and old, they were met with the sight of the burly men weeping, leaving them bewildered. The elders and children were frightened, fearing something terrible had occurred, with some even turning to flee. The old cook banged a spoon against the iron pot, exclaiming impatiently, "Aren't you all men? Do you not realize you're scaring the people?" Zimya, hearing this, glanced at his wife and children not far away, his face flushing with embarrassment as he quickly stood up, swallowing the last of his food in haste, and hurried over to direct the villagers to line up for their meal. Once all the villagers were arranged for their meal, Zimya intended to express his gratitude to the cooking soldiers. However, the soldiers waved him off dismissively. "We are all from Melro, no need for such formalities." Old Soldier Jim gestured for the others to clean up before striding away. "Are you all right, Dad? That is wonderful." Rander, supported by William, limped over. "Is your foot okay?" Zimya asked anxiously. "It's fine. The wound has been treated, and I'll be back on my feet in no time," Rander replied nonchalantly. "Commander William," Mani exclaimed, her spirits lifting as she hurried towards him. Seeing her approach, William's face lit up with genuine warmth. Hearing William's words, Zimya felt an even deeper admiration for the Lord. "Thank you for saving us, Commander," Zimya said, attempting to kneel in gratitude, but William firmly prevented him. "Haha, truly. Like father, like son." Good's laughter was hearty. Since having a son in middle age, his life had improved, and he felt rejuvenated. William, noticing the assembly of officers, quickly straightened his posture and saluted. "This is Commander Gavin, the overall commander of the army. This is Commander Ryaning, the commander of the heavy infantry. And this is Commander Good, the commander of the Melro army." Chapter 84, The Slave Soldiers, 5th update. Zimya clumsily bowed to the officers before him. These commanders evoked a distinctly different impression from the military personnel he had encountered previously. They exuded warmth, particularly the jovial Good, who occasionally jested with him. As for the stout Ryaning, his appearance and physique undoubtedly matched the description of the barbaric warrior spoken of by his daughter. It was quite remarkable that Lord Mello was willing to embrace even those of foreign descent. Such magnanimity was indeed commendable. "We seek to ascertain the scale, strength, and combat capability of the Jimmy Army," stated Gavin with candidness. "The town of Jimmy boasts approximately 2,500 soldiers, of which 1,800 are slave soldiers, the very same who recently besieged the village. Overall, the Jimmy Army possesses a slight superiority in combat prowess, primarily due to their superior weaponry," Zimya reflected, straining to articulate this much given his limited experience. "I cannot think of anything else." Gavin nodded with a smile, acknowledging that this information aligned closely with what the Lord had conveyed. "This is indeed crucial. Thank you immensely. What plans do you have next?" Zimya's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he grappled with his decision. The inquisitive Mani interjected, "Lord Gavin, can we join Mello Town?" Zimya shot her a sharp glance. "Certainly. Mello Town welcomes every Mello citizen to settle here," Gavin replied with a nod. "You must be Rander's sister," Good exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with interest, despite her grimy appearance. Mani's bright, large eyes were undeniably captivating. "Yes, Lord Good," she affirmed. Ryaning could not suppress a chuckle and playfully nudged Rander, who, misjudging his own strength, toppled to the ground with a gentle push. "Your brother wishes to enlist in Mello Town's army solely to secure you an opportunity for education," Gavin remarked with a smile. Manny instinctively pointed to herself, then glanced at her brother, her eyes welling with tears. I am a girl. Let my brother pursue his studies. And I can work in the town. Is it truly possible for me to attend school? Simia felt his last shred of hope shatter. The prospect of education symbolized a chance to acquire knowledge, and with it, the possibility of escaping future hunger. Absolutely. Mello Town has established not only schools, but also a swordsman academy and a knight academy. All subjects of the Lord may attend, but upon graduation, they must serve the Lord for 3 years before choosing their own path, Gavin explained earnestly. He refrained from mentioning additional benefits, knowing well what truly mattered to these individuals. After enduring a lifetime of hardship, mere sustenance would not suffice to ignite their enthusiasm. What truly inspired them was the glimmer of a future where their descendants might rise above their station. Parents may endure suffering, yet none wish for their children to share in their plight. As long as there exists a glimmer of hope, parents will invariably strive for their children's betterment. Gavin nodded with a smile. Also, please refrain from calling me Lord Gavin. It feels rather peculiar. Mello Town does not employ such eccentric titles. Simia offered an awkward smile, casting a reproachful glance at Manny, who responded with a playful stick of her tongue and a mischievous grin. The following morning, as dawn was yet to fully break, 500 Mello soldiers stealthily encircled the entire Meiyang village, taking advantage of the early sun still rising. Clad in full armor, they moved with such silence that one would scarcely believe it. Aslan had ingeniously incorporated a layer of leather along the edges of the armor to muffle the sounds of clanking during movement. Gavin stowed away his monocular, his face etched with disdain. The arrogance of these Jimmy soldiers is astounding. They even have sentries soundly asleep. We have certainly overestimated them. Good chuckled, a hint of envy in his gaze as he eyed Gavin's monocular, rumored to possess the ability to see great distances, akin to a magical eagle's eye. This was bestowed upon Gavin for this expedition. Even Arthur does not possess one. Why linger? Let us charge in. Reining exclaimed eagerly. Gavin shook his head. We have claimed the spotlight. The remainder shall be left to our brethren of the Mello army. Good beamed at this prospect, though Reining was less than pleased. The glory has been seized by your knightly squad. We guards merely sweep up the remnants. The sentinel soldiers, caught in slumber, were swiftly dispatched by the Mello soldiers, with William leading a squad of infantry into a temporary camp, securing the weapons within and casting a cold glare at the men before him. He had learned from Jed that the distinction between Jimmy's officers and the common soldiers lay solely in the presence of the Jimmy Barren's crest upon their uniforms. These men were predominantly loyal retainers of the Barren, and even among the slave soldiers, the squad leaders shared this allegiance. Found him. Squad leader. That is the one. One soldier pointed to a large man sprawled across the ground, his mouth smeared with the remnants of last night's meal. Humph. William scoffed, swiftly drawing his blade and severing the man's head. The victim did not even have a chance to utter a sound as he perished. Warm blood splattered forth, awakening the nearest sleeping Jimmy soldier, who, groggy and disoriented, opened his eyes to a chilling sight. Armored figures brandishing glinting weapons, all regarding him with cold, predatory gazes. Osborne, having been born a slave and raised as a slave soldier, bore no affection for the Jimmy Barren, had it not been for the Lord's control over his family. He would have fled long ago. Thus, upon seeing the intruders, he hastily raised his hands and fell to his knees, adopting a submissive posture. I surrender. Please, do not kill me. Though William had anticipated such compliance, he was nonetheless astonished by how readily Osborne capitulated. Tossing a length of rope, Osborne adeptly bound his hands, then pointed to his feet, silently communicating his need for restraint. William waved his hand, signaling that binding was unnecessary, wishing to avoid any complications during their escort. Chapter 85. Alliance. The recent infiltration into the enemy camp unfolded with unexpected ease. In a camp of over 600 individuals, aside from the slain officers, the rest surrendered with minimal resistance, particularly the slave soldiers who surprisingly complied. This cooperation was undoubtedly aided by the guidance of the traitor, Osborne, who actively persuaded many of the instinctively rebellious slave soldiers to bind themselves, demonstrating his commendable rapport among them. Upon receiving William's report, Gallon engaged him in conversation. I hear you performed admirably this time. Are you a slave? Osborne's countenance immediately darkened at this remark, and he lowered his head in resignation. Gallon nodded and drew his dagger, severing the ropes binding Osborne's hands. Initially taken aback, Osborne's face shifted from shock to confusion, ultimately blossoming into joy as he exuberantly exclaimed, only to be swiftly kicked to the ground by Galen. Silence in the military camp. Osborne promptly fell silent, standing respectfully behind Galen. A fleeting glance from Galen revealed Osborne's discernment. The other slave soldiers gazed at Osborne with envy, many instinctively straightening their postures upon meeting Galwin's gaze. "My lord, what about the others?" "They were enslaved due to the persecution of Baron Jimmy," Osborne inquired, facing the hopeful gazes of familiar companions, mustering his courage to ask. "Is this a matter for you to manage?" Galen coldly retorted. Surveying the surroundings, Galen spoke with commanding authority. Indeed, upon hearing his words, the slave soldiers exhibited unprecedented cooperation, evoking in Galen a profound admiration for Aslan that flowed like an unceasing river. Everything unfolded precisely as the Lord had anticipated, without a formal confrontation. They had unwittingly gained over 800 potential slave subjects. This was undoubtedly the grand boon of population that the Lord had alluded to. Meanwhile, Baron Jimmy, entangled in negotiations with other lords, was suddenly approached by his anxious confidant. The other 5 lords could not help but chuckle at this. Baron Jimmy was a man of grand ambitions, employing the term expedition for an assault merely a river away in the Melro region. One could only admire his audacity. However, Viscount Hillman received delightful news. The vanguard of Baron Jimmy had been obliterated. "What? How is that possible?" Baron Jimmy exclaimed in disbelief. "How long has it been? The Mello Lord's forces are at our doorstep. Is such shock warranted? How many troops were in the vanguard? 500 or 700? Is there truly cause for such lament?" Hillman, recalling Jimmy's mockery from the previous day, joined in the derision. At that moment, the entire conference room fell into a heavy silence, stunned by Jimmy's words. 1,200 troops annihilated. How substantial must the Mello Lord's forces be? If they could wipe out Jimmy's vanguard, they could undoubtedly overpower their own troops and even threaten their towns. Have we been deceived? "This is entirely different from what was initially conveyed," remarked Lord Lake, caught between Hillman and Jimmy, his expression one of astonishment. Compared to the other lords, Lord Lake commanded the least territory, with a population of fewer than 10,000 and an army of merely 500. Yet his combat prowess was unmatched. Owing to his father, Old Lake, who had once served as an officer in the city defense forces and had fought alongside Yusef. In his later years, under Yusef's arrangement, Old Lake had settled here for a peaceful retirement. Though he had passed, many of his veteran comrades survived, seasoned warriors who, despite their age, remained elite fighters. The other lords began to murmur, particularly those who had not suffered significant losses, who began to waver in their resolve. After all, the land of the Mello region held little value. There was no need to attract the attention of its lord. "It is too late for you to reconsider now. Do you believe the Mello Lord will let us off the hook?" Baron Jimmy quickly regained his composure, speaking coldly. "To defeat the Mello Lord, we must unite. The combined forces of the 6 lords would number at least 5 or 6,000, tenfold that of the Mello army. We could crush them underfoot. He is a disciple of the Marquis of Media. If we defeat him, with Miss Vadeni shielding him, the Marquis can only summon the Mello Lord to her side. But if we are defeated, do you think the Marquis would punish her disciple for the sake of some inconsequential border lord?" Jimmy coldly articulated. "Harbor no delusions. The Mello region is impoverished. You are well aware of how barren the land is. How can he sustain such a large army? It would be more problematic if he didn't come to extract tribute from us. Therefore, we must unite and confront the Mello Lord openly, instilling fear in him so that he dares not covet our lands in the future." One could not deny Baron Jimmy's eloquence and incisive analysis, as he struck a chord with all the lords present. "We can form a coalition without issue, but we fear the Mello Lord may evade battle. After all, the Mello region is vast. We cannot expect to march all the way to Mello town." Viscount Hillman lamented. After a lengthy contemplation, Baron Jimmy spoke. "I shall immediately travel to Billy City to enlist the aid of Miss Vadeni. Even if the Mello Lord wishes to evade confrontation, it will be impossible." Chapter 86. The Written Decree, Second Update. In the face of the coalition formed by the 6 great lords to attack the Mello region, Aslan found himself one ally short without Vadeni's backing. Had it not been for Vadeni's involvement, the Mello army would have been sufficient to deter the 6 lords in the previous 2 battles. However, with Vadeni's intervention, the situation grew considerably more complex. From the outset, Aslan had regarded the defeated Baron Jimmy with disdain, which led him to boldly arrive at the city defense army's camp early in the morning. Aslan's mission was straightforward, as he had reported to Marquis Media, to investigate spies within the court. His conviction that the city defense army harbored traitors stemmed from the events surrounding the tragic demise of Yusef during the Black June incident. Given Yusef's prowess as a master swordsman, assassinating him was no trivial task, without the involvement of formidable sword instructors. The only way to ensure successful assassination lay in the hands of those closest to him, who also possessed the strength of a master swordsman. The individuals closest to Yusef were none other than Artoria and the old steward Tolim. Both were unlikely suspects, as they had shouldered the responsibilities of the Pendragon family following Yusef's death. Thus, the only possible assassin could be a trusted confidant from the city defense army. Accompanied by Lancelot and his specially trained search team, Aslan's primary objective was to uncover any hidden signals left by the court within the military camp. Instead of receiving Aslan at the gate, Yusef had arranged for his deputy, Hector, to greet him. "Greetings, young master. I am Hector Journal, deputy commander of the city defense army." A robust man appeared before Aslan, his right hand resting on his chest as he bowed slightly. Upon seeing Hector, a glimmer of recognition flickered in Aslan's eyes. It was as if fate had guided him to this moment. Today marked the first encounter Aslan had with Hector. Yet in his past life, he had crossed paths with this individual countless times. Hector, once known as the foremost guardian of Vlada, had later assumed the name Hector Mullah, achieving the rank of sword instructor. Did he truly need to seek out spies now? At that moment, Aslan felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for his rebirth. Although Hector felt apprehensive, he maintained a facade of warm hospitality. "Not at all, young master. Everything is for the stability of Billy City. Should you require anything, I shall assist you with utmost diligence." Aslan engaged in polite conversation with Hector while delegating the task to Lancelot and his team. This time, Lancelot and his companions, shrouded in hoods that concealed their identities, swiftly divided into 6 small units to search the perimeter of the camp. Hector observed the movements of these shadowy figures, his pupils narrowing slightly. As a seasoned spy who had been embedded in Billy City for nearly a decade, he could discern from their swift and precise actions that they were indeed a professional espionage unit, albeit one still inexperienced and newly formed. When had Billy City established such an anti-espionage force? Could it be that Marquis Medea had commissioned Aslan to create it? This was significant news that required immediate reporting to his superiors. It was no wonder that so many hands had been captured recently. It appeared that Aslan was behind it all. Unbeknownst to Aslan, a twist of fate had inadvertently revealed his presence. Yet, it seemed irrelevant now, for he understood that should he prevent the calamity of the Black June incident, he would surely find himself on Vladar's kill list. As Aslan conducted his search of the city defense army's camp, the weary Barren Jimmy finally arrived at Billy City, making a beeline for the town hall. Vadani did not possess a residence in Billy City. Her most frequented places were the magical tower and the town hall. After waiting less than 20 minutes at the town hall, Vadani gracefully descended the spiral staircase, clad in the latest fashionable high heels, accentuating her tall and slender figure. Barren Jimmy's gaze momentarily lingered, only for him to quickly bow his head in reverence. "I am Jimmy of the Jimmy estate. Honored to meet you, Miss Vadani." Vadani inclined her head slightly, gesturing to a nearby public conference room. "What brings you here in person?" Jimmy discreetly presented a modest gift, a neatly wrapped tube containing approximately 100 gold coins. Vadani smiled faintly as her attendant swiftly accepted the gift. "There has been a situation, and I seek your guidance." Miss Vadani. Upon entering the conference room, Barren Jimmy's expression was marred with sorrow. "Oh." Vadani waved her hand. Her interest piqued as she regarded Barren Jimmy. "The Mellow Lord has mobilized his forces," Barren Jimmy reported. Vadani furrowed her brow slightly, recalling that Aslan was still within the city. "And then? The Mellow army is formidable. We have already lost 4,000 troops. If this continues, I fear." Vadani could no longer maintain her composure. Although she was 90% certain that Barren Jimmy was exaggerating, even having that inflated figure still suggested a loss of over 2,000 troops. The Mellow army's strength was indeed alarming. When Vadani had outlined her plan, she had investigated the situation in Mellow Town. After Aslan became the lord of the Mellow region, the population had indeed been steadily increasing, reportedly surpassing 10,000. How many troops could a city of that size muster? 1/10 would yield but 1,000 soldiers. How could a mere 1,000 troops defeat 2,000, not to mention the forces of the 6 lords? How many troops does the Mellow army possess? Vadani's gaze turned icy. Barren Jimmy's expression grew grave. "I am uncertain, but there are at least 700 to 800 troops outside my territory. And I've heard that there are over 1,000 guards in Mellow Town. What is the current population of Mellow Town?" 2 to 3,000, I believe. Baron Jimmy replied uncertainly. Hearing this, Vadani finally exhaled, finding it within a reasonable range. What do you require of my support? Vadani regained her initial air of noble elegance, inquiring with an unruffled demeanor. She could not fathom that these lords would relinquish such vast territories. The nobility constituted the largest land-holding class on the Xino continent, and their thirst for land was insatiable. We simply require your written decree, Miss Vadani. With it, we can compel our allied lords to send forces to assist us in defeating the Mello Lord. Chapter 87. The Demon, third update. This time, he aimed to decisively annihilate all the armies of Melro town, transforming the entire Melro region into their private sanctuary. It was their first encounter, both in this life and the previous one. In the past, Aslan had overwhelmed Jimmy Barren with sheer strength, leaving the latter without the dignity to kneel before him. In this lifetime, Aslan, still harboring disdain from their former existence, regarded him with even less respect. Jimmy Barren merely cast a curious glance at the youth before him, astonished by the grandeur surrounding him, particularly the two fully armored knights accompanying him. Judging by the craftsmanship and style of their armor, it was evident that it would cost no less than several hundred gold coins. Knights adorned in such splendid armor undoubtedly possessed extraordinary prowess. As they passed each other, Jimmy Barren, adhering to noble etiquette, nodded in Aslan's direction as a gesture of goodwill. Were Lancelot present, he would undoubtedly inform Aslan that this was their adversary, Jimmy Barren. Aslan reported the findings of his investigation to Marquis Medea, particularly detailing the minor individuals he had encountered, yet he refrained from taking any prisoners. He departed without uttering a word, deliberately leaving Hector in a state of suspicion, allowing Marquis Medea to dispatch someone to monitor those minor players. You have performed admirably this time. You have spared me considerable worry compared to them. Marquis Medea regarded the list presented by Aslan. Although it appeared to contain only a few insignificant names, the mere identification of those linked to the judiciary was sufficient. With these minor figures, she felt confident in tracing back to the larger fish. Do you think Count Yesser will be involved? I distinctly remember his face revealing anger and embarrassment when I suggested inspecting the city defense forces camp. I am concerned. Marquis Medea waved her hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly. He is merely a failed suitor, still clinging to unrealistic fantasies. Her indifferent tone commanded Aslan's respect. Indeed, she was a woman capable of personally eliminating her husband. Women can be quite unpredictable, and this sentiment was particularly apt when applied to Marquis Medea. Had she not exhibited even a hint of ambiguous sentiment, Count Yesser would have been eagerly following her. Now, with her position solidified, she sought to cast him aside. I see, Aslan replied with a hint of realization. Suddenly, Marquis Medea furrowed her brow, instinctively rubbing her temples as beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Teacher, Aslan instinctively called out. Marquis Medea abruptly lifted her head, her eyes dark and fierce. Aslan was taken aback. Damn! A loud bang resonated as the great door slammed shut, intricate and terrifying magical runes appearing upon it. Aslan swallowed nervously, observing the ominous darkness intensifying in Marquis Medea's eyes, even as dark mist began to seep forth from them. He could not help but draw in a sharp breath, filled with an unprecedented sense of worry and concern. Teacher, remain calm. I will stay by your side to help you through this ordeal. Indeed, upon hearing Aslan's words, the darkness in Marquis Medea's eyes somewhat subsided. Aslan let out a sigh of relief. He had witnessed a similar condition in his previous life, where a mage, while meditating, suffered a spiritual wound. Such wounds could potentially heal over time, but some mages, unable to recover, succumbed to madness, becoming mindless monsters known as demons. Aslan vividly recalled an encounter with a sorcerer burdened by deep-seated grudges, who ultimately transformed into a demon, a creature solely driven by slaughter. Demons are terrifying entities. They retain all the magical prowess of their former selves and can unleash mid to high-level spells without incantation, increasing their magical power significantly. He remembered well that the sorcerer, upon becoming a demon, reached the level of a grand sorcerer, capable of casting numerous mid to high-level spells instantly, coupled with formidable magical resistance, rendering them as powerful as a magic master. If Marquis Medea were to become a demon, everything suddenly made sense to Aslan. It was clear why the kingdom's guardian, Joshua, placed such importance on her, ultimately leading an ambush against her. At that time, she was already on the brink of collapse from repeated blows. Aslan also recalled the mysterious disappearance of Marthiel during the dark month of June. Upon entering Billy City, he had indeed heard tales of Marquis Media's 8 disciples. Yet the 5th, Sister Marthiel, had never been mentioned, rumored to be a taboo in Billy City. It was likely that she encountered the unstable Marquis Media during this period, and the latter, having killed her most cherished disciple, realized the gravity of her actions. How unfortunate! Aslan silently cursed to himself, just as Marthiel's knocking echoed from outside the door. "Teacher, I have brought your items." Aslan trembled slightly. He understood that he was teetering on the edge of life and death and needed to remain composed. He had to soothe Marquis Media's emotions swiftly. "Aslan, take Marthiel and leave." Marquis Media's voice trembled, clearly aware she was nearing her limits. Aslan longed to flee, yet he refrained, knowing that if he did, the last bastion of her resolve would shatter, leaving him no chance against a flying magic master. With righteous determination, he proclaimed, "Even in death, I shall stand by your side, teacher." Marquis Media's dark gaze lingered on him, yet he dared not show a hint of fear. All those with mental instability are acutely sensitive to the emotions around them, and the current Marquis Media was no exception. Aslan's gaze was unwaveringly resolute, constantly encouraging himself that the woman before him was not a demon, but a radiant beauty awaiting his affection. "I feel myself slipping." Marquis Media's voice trembled, laced with an indescribable fragility, evoking a sense of pity in all who beheld her. Chapter 88. Exhaustion of Mental Energy. My head aches terribly." The Marquis Media cradled her head in her hands, her entire being slumped upon her throne, her face etched with distress. Aslan's eyes brightened with a sudden recollection from his previous life, a method for alleviating the turmoil of a magical soul, with a success rate of 50%. "Teacher, I have learned a technique to stabilize emotions and relieve headaches through massage. Why are you still dawdling?" The Marquis Media abruptly rose, her body bending forward, her eyes wide open, and with that fierce cry, the dark aura around her intensified. Aslan felt a jolt of fear. His back was soaked with sweat, and an overwhelming urge to urinate surged within him, nearly paralyzing him with terror. The prospect of a gruesome demise, particularly one that left him as mere compost for the earth, filled him with dread. Yet, retreat was not an option. He mustered his courage and approached. "Teacher, please relax. Excessive agitation is detrimental to your health." As he positioned himself behind her, he took several deep breaths to calm his own nerves. His gaze fell upon the alabaster skin of the Marquis's neck beneath her violet hair, and a fleeting moment of admiration flashed in his eyes. Though his hands remained steady at her temples, his fingertips began to rotate with a rhythmic grace, gentle yet firm. The Marquis seemed unprepared, letting out a soft hum that was ambiguous. Whether it was a sound of pain or a hint of relief was unclear. Aslan maintained his composure, slowly channeling his mental energy, which flowed from his fingertips into her soul in a steady, deliberate manner. Although he could not perceive the exact location of the soul's injuries, instinct guided him, and fortuitously, the wounds resided in her head. With Aslan's adept massage techniques, her headache began to dissipate, and her initially tense body relaxed. Aslan's mental energy soothed the site of her injuries, gradually calming the agitated magical soul. This process continued for a full half-hour. The dark aura in the Marquis's eyes slowly faded, her clarity returning. Though her face bore signs of fatigue, her eyes shone with a sense of enjoyment. The Marquis furrowed her brow, pondering whether she had been too hasty. She had not anticipated that this young man possessed such remarkable skills. His adept use of mental energy was so masterful that even she had not yet attained such proficiency. This little fellow had surprised her once again. As the mental energy continued to ease the source of her soul's pain, a wave of indescribable comfort began to envelop her. Suddenly, a heavy weight pressed upon her head, and her hands that had been resting on her shoulders fell limp. An unnameable fury flared within her, and as she turned, the individual who had been precariously leaning against her slid to the ground. The anger in her eyes vanished in an instant. Had her mental energy been excessively depleted? Gently, she lifted her hand, and with a flick of her wrist, the unconscious Aslan was lifted by her magical prowess and placed upon the reception table. This unexpected turn of events softened the Marquis's gaze towards Aslan. With a wave of her hand, the door to the parlor slowly opened, and Melro rushed in, breathless with urgency. "Teacher, are you all right?" The Marquis nodded reassuringly, gesturing towards Aslan on the table. "Fortunately, with little Nine's assistance, I managed to endure." Melro cast a wary glance at Aslan, her expression grave. "He isn't." The Marquis shot her a sharp look, exasperated. "What nonsense!" Aslan exhausted his mental energy in helping me suppress the magical soul. Melro stifled a laugh. Her curiosity piqued as she approached Aslan, instinctively furrowing her brow as she reached out to tug at his robe. He's drenched in sweat, and is that the smell of urine? Melro's face contorted in disbelief. Little Nine must have been terribly frightened, so much so that he wet himself. The Salera family, one of the 8 honors, can deduce my condition with just a glance and devise a response in such a short time. The Marquis chuckled softly. I nearly fell for this little fox's trickery. Melro's gaze lingered on Aslan, filled with a complex mix of emotions. Her scrutiny bore suspicion but was also tinged with relief. Had it not been for Aslan's ability to suppress the awakening of the magical soul, the teacher would have been in grave danger. He certainly has guts. But why did he still lose control? She mused with intrigue. The Marquis regarded Melro with a strange expression, her tone earnest. Remember, no matter the circumstances, we sorcerers must never allow our mental energy to be entirely depleted. In severe cases, it could lead to madness. In fortunate circumstances, it results in something akin to what happened to Aslan, soiling oneself. Melro's eyes widened in disbelief as she absorbed the gravity of the Marquis's words. Excessive depletion of mental energy was akin to a form of suicide. Before the body succumbed to asphyxiation, the brain would perish first, leading to a loss of control over bodily functions, resulting in incontinence. Upon hearing the Marquis's warning, Melro's expression shifted. As a woman who cherished her beauty, she would never allow such an incident to occur. If it were to happen, she would rather perish. Teacher, why did you suddenly summon Little Nine today? Melro inquired with palpable curiosity. The Marquis's gaze drifted towards the unconscious Aslan, softened by her thoughts. Indeed, Aslan was quite remarkable. Perhaps she should foster a closer relationship with him moving forward. The Marquis's words caused Melro's eyes to widen in astonishment. Teacher, are you not always advocating for maintaining absolute neutrality, advising against close ties with other apprentices? This time, as she engaged in business with Aslan and Gennari, Melro had intended to report to the teacher. The judges have already extended their reach into Billy City, infiltrating even the city defense forces, the Marquis continued. Melro's expression was one of utter shock. How did the teacher know of this, while she, the one responsible, had received no such information? I have never been lax. Chapter 89. The little fox. This information was acquired by Aslan. It is imperative to verify it immediately. Although it involves merely 2 or 3 kittens, I cannot fathom that the tribunal would relinquish such an extraordinary opportunity, remarked Marquis Medea with a hint of indifference. Mount Loki, the Marquis reminded, somewhat exasperated. Malthus is indeed diligent in her endeavors, yet her perspective is confined to the narrow confines of Billy City. She can adeptly manage affairs within the city, but matters beyond its borders present a formidable challenge. It is not a matter of intellect or laziness on Malthus's part. Rather, it is a deficiency in strategic foresight. In any realm, one can find numerous exceptional generals, yet those who attain the title of marshal are exceedingly rare. Tactical disputes can be resolved with skill, but when it comes to overarching conflicts, one must adopt a strategic approach. Only upon the Marquis's reminder did Malthus come to this realization. Alas, among all her disciples, Nadal and Vadani possess the finest strategic vision, however. Both are entangled in complex matters. Nadal is wholly devoted to the military and the commoners, even attempting in recent years to elevate the common folk above the nobility. At this juncture, the Marquis could not suppress a gesture of frustration, rubbing her temples, not due to another outburst of magical energy, but rather from the absurdity of Nadal's fanciful notions. Malthus could only cast an awkward glance around. The fact that over 80% of the Rose Knights hail from common origins is ample testament to Nadal's determination. Vadani, on the other hand, is indeed more grounded. Yet her views are excessively extreme, believing that nobility should inherently dominate the commoners, even going so far as to wish all free men were rendered into servitude. Such an approach is bound to culminate in disaster. The Marquis continued to lament the shortcomings of her 2 most distinguished disciples. Teacher, are you straying from the topic? Malthus awkwardly interjected. Silence. I am discussing serious matters, the Marquis retorted. Malthus, with a casual demeanor, took a seat beside the Marquis, their relationship being more akin to that of mother and daughter than master and apprentice. Now, it is your turn. Being an orphan, you are as pristine as a blank canvas. Alas, strategic vision is not merely cultivated but also requires innate talent, the Marquis expressed with a profound sense of resignation. Upon hearing herself likened to a blank canvas, Malthus recalled her actions in Billy City and felt a flush of embarrassment. As for her other peers, they either exhibited severe specialization or were otherwise inept beyond their magical talents, the Marquis lamented. Malthus wished to argue that the teacher's expectations were perhaps too lofty. In reality, each of her peers, if given the opportunity, would shine brilliantly, particularly within the Melro province, or else they would not have been nominated for the tribunal, save for Ginolito. Aslan, however, is quite remarkable, possessing a long-term political vision and strategic insight, coupled with considerable talent. The Marquis's face lit up with joy at the mention of Aslan, inciting a twinge of jealousy in Malthus, who cast a furtive glance at his lower half, contemplating whether to take advantage of him later. Do not entertain such thoughts. We shall need him to balance your two troublesome elder sisters. Rely solely on yourself, and it will not be long before you are devoured to the bone. The Marquis warned, knowing Malthus's temperament well. Teacher, I am not convinced, Malthus pouted, a hint of playfulness in her tone. Do not be obstinate. He handled the Loki Mountain incident exceptionally well, uncovering the hidden forces behind the Galros bandits and providing us with this opportunity, the Marquis continued. A cold glint emanating from her eyes, reminiscent of eternal ice, instilling despair. Are you planning to take action, teacher? Malthus inquired eagerly. Indeed. The tribunal will undoubtedly seize this chance to instigate a conflict between Billy City and Curse City. The simplest and most expedient method is to assassinate the prominent figures of Billy City. Following the list I provided you, we shall remove their entourages while devising a means to divert their guards on the day of the incident. Had Aslan not fainted at that moment, he would surely have been alarmed by the Marquis's words. The Black June incident was indeed orchestrated by the tribunal, yet its seamless execution owed much to the Marquis's behind-the-scenes machinations. The others may pose little challenge, but the situation with Count Yesser is rather delicate. I fear the tribunal's assassins may lack the strength necessary. After all, Count Yesser has already reached the pinnacle of the Grand Sword Master rank, and according to intelligence, he is expected to surpass the Knight Mentor within the next 5 years. No, more accurately within 3. When that time comes, I shall take action myself. Once Yesser is eliminated, you must swiftly resolve his loyal confidants, inciting them to wage war. When the city defense troops depart, we shall enact a grand reshuffling of the nobility in Billy City. No destruction, no establishment, the Marquis declared, her eyes ablaze with fervor. Once the plan succeeds, from that moment forth, Billy City shall echo with but one voice, that of Marquis Media. It must be noted that Aslan has overlooked a critical aspect. From the very beginning, the Marquis never intended to merely be the lord of a single region. Her ambitions extend to the entirety of the Melro province. Only by consolidating the resources of the entire province can she hope to construct a grander magical tower, thereby advancing beyond the great Magus and healing her own soul's wounds. From the outset, Aslan erred, for many of the occurrences he believed he witnessed with his own eyes are not necessarily the truth. The conspiracies lurking in the shadows surpass his imagination. And what of the Pendragon family? After all, they have entrenched themselves in Billy City for centuries, their foundation solid. To completely uproot them would indeed prove challenging. Furthermore, if Count Yesser were to be assassinated, then sharpening our blades against the Pendragon family would likely instill fear in the populace and the newly elevated nobility of Billy City. Malthus, while lacking in strategic foresight, is not inferior in intellect to Vadani or Nadal. Quite simply. Did you not mention that Little Nine has been in contact with the Pendragon family's young princess and seems to take great interest in her? Let Aslan unite with her. And then we can encourage the Pendragon family to relocate from Billy City to the Melro region. Would it not be better to leave this troublesome family for Aslan to contend with? The Marquis suggested, glancing at Aslan with a sense of inevitability. Malthus nodded enthusiastically, realizing that Aslan truly is their fortuitous star, resolving numerous dilemmas in one fell swoop. This matter must be handled with utmost caution. Aslan, the little fox, is quite shrewd. We must not allow him to discern any flaws. Chapter 90. Kindred Spirits. When Aslan awakened, it was already evening, and he found himself dressed in a fresh set of clothes, lying in his designated chamber within the magical tower. He had been engaged in a mental massage for the Marquis of Media, who was on the brink of losing control until his own mental energy was exhausted, causing him to faint. It seemed that the teacher had managed to stabilize the situation. Aslan muttered to himself. Had the Marquis lost control, he would now be a lifeless corpse. The door to the room swung open, and Marlu entered, cradling a stack of garments. You're awake, she remarked. Placing the clothes beside Aslan's bed, her tone rather neutral. Aslan nodded in response, too dazed to speak, his head still clouded, uncertain of the true circumstances in Billy City. Aslan's plans had been meticulously crafted for the city's benefit, with every detail interconnected. Regrettably, his good intentions were futile in the face of the Marquis of Medea's designs. Those he sought to protect were, in fact, individuals the Marquis deemed necessary to eliminate. Melro regarded Aslan with a complex expression. Had he really only been in Billy City for such a brief time to amass such power? Was he truly so much more capable than her? It was apparent that Melro had already come to perceive Aslan, borrowed from Wallace, as one of her subordinates. Aslan's complexion shifted slightly upon hearing this. He finally grasped that events had unfolded beyond his expectations, signaling a significant upheaval that even Melro, the reclusive figure, had sensed. Aslan remained oblivious to the Marquis of Medea's grand scheme and had not yet considered that Melro Lamiath, famously known as the recluse of Billy City, was, in fact, the chief of intelligence for the city. This messenger had been dispatched by Lancelot, who had set up an urgent information route along the path to Melro Town and back to Billy City. Letters originating from Melro Town would travel swiftly, with the messenger changing horses and riders mid-journey, ensuring that the correspondence reached Aslan within a day. Aslan accepted the letter, sealed with red wax, a mark he had established for documents of utmost urgency. Only in extraordinary circumstances was such a red seal permitted. As he broke the seal and glanced at the contents, he could not help but curse vehemently. Those 6 scoundrels were clearly courting disaster. After reading, he crumpled the paper and tossed it into the brazier, expressing his frustration. He had underestimated them, failing to foresee their audacity in opposing him so resolutely. Cruz, remain here. Lancelot will assign you a task. This time, your sole responsibility is to protect Elliston. The rest is not your concern. Cruz nodded and curiously inquired further. After a moment's contemplation, Aslan agreed, deciding that Russell and the other 3 should continue to stay close to Lancelot for any unforeseen needs. That night, the gates of Billy City remained closed, yet Aslan, being the 9th disciple of the Marquis of Medea, insisted on leaving the city under his own terms, accompanied by Arthur and Ulus. As word of Aslan's departure spread, various factions in the city began to take notice, and rumors began to swirl. The Marquis of Medea stood atop the magical tower, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. "Teacher," remarked the great swordsman who had accompanied Aslan, noting that he had not left with him. It appeared that his protective focus was on Elliston. Melro expressed her frustration. Given the recent turmoil in Melro Town, it was perplexing that he had not brought along his strongest ally. In recent years, Elliston had formed an alliance with Yusef, alongside other long-standing noble families, creating an implicit opposition to the Marquis. However, Yusef had yet to ascend to the rank of Knight Mentor, resulting in a cautious stalemate. Yet beneath the surface, covert machinations were afoot, with both Nadal and Vartini pretending to cooperate with the Marquis while secretly having formed their own alliance. Did they truly believe the Marquis was oblivious to their schemes? I will have Sycan take action against Elliston. I hope that great swordsman understands the gravity of the situation. The Marquis's tone was icily resolute. Inside the chamber, Nadal quietly perused documents brought from Melro Town, detailing the current state of affairs there. The population of Melro Town had exceeded 30,000, a figure that astonished Nadal, but what shocked her more was the scale of its military. Preliminary estimates placed the army at over 3,000, including more than 20 knights and 200 barbarian warriors. To have subdued a barbarian tribe, Nadal mused quietly. What caught Nadal's attention most was Aslan's treatment of the common folk. Many knights in his ranks hailed from humble origins, and aside from those who initially followed Aslan, the army was largely composed of commoners. The sight of Alfonso, the brigand, further complicated her feelings. Establishing an academy open to all the subjects of the Melro region was a bold move. Nadal's breath quickened at this revelation. Since the human race had dominated the continent, the monopolization of knowledge by the nobility had been an accepted norm. Even the most progressive of nobles, such as the Marquis of Medea, had never bent on this matter. This fellow must be a kindred spirit. It seems I must lend him a hand this time. At the very least, he will owe me a favor, Nadal declared confidently. If she were to assist him, it would only be prudent to wait until Aslan found himself in the gravest of peril to extend her aid. Within the fortress of the city guard, upon learning of Aslan's departure, Hector, burdened by guilt, found himself restless, fearing that Aslan had uncovered something significant, rendering him anxious and on edge. Chapter 91. Wartime Conscription. Second update. Aslan galloped out of the city of Billy, urging his horse onward. The 6 lords advancing into the Melro region had simultaneously retreated, yet they showed no intentions of ceasing their hostilities. Instead, they gathered all their forces at Jimmytown, evidently preparing for a decisive confrontation along the banks of the Merry River, relying on their numerical superiority. "I was careless this time," Aslan lamented. Arthur remained silent, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. The coalition formed by the 6 lords amounted to no less than 5,000 to 6,000 troops, while Gawain, who stood against them, commanded a mere 700 to 800, faced with an adversary 10 times their number. Even the elite soldiers of the Melro army could not instill confidence in Arthur. History has repeatedly demonstrated that quantitative changes can lead to qualitative transformations. Otherwise, humanity would not have emerged as the dominant force on the continent of Xino. Humanity's strengths lie not only in their adept use of tools and capacity for learning, but also in their vast population. At dawn, Aslan found himself within the surveillance perimeter outside Melro town. Due to the ongoing war with the lords of the Billy region, the watch was exceedingly strict, with no soldier daring to slack off. Pairs of soldiers took turns on duty. Upon seeing the white smoke rising outside Melro town, both Wilson and Aslan breathed a sigh of relief simultaneously. Aslan rode with urgency, his face devoid of the usual smile, thus ignoring the respectful greetings from his subjects along the way. However, the citizens deemed it only natural, with such grave events unfolding in their territory. If their lord were to greet them with a beaming smile, it would indeed be a cause for concern. Upon entering the lord's manor, Aslan tossed his whip onto the table and inquired with a serious expression, "What is the current situation?" Aslan promptly stepped forward, stating, "Reliable reports indicate that the 6 lords have amassed 5,000 troops, and this number is still increasing. Furthermore, other lords with familial ties to the 6 are also beginning to mobilize their forces." The last statement from Aslan made Aslan's eyes widen in astonishment. Such an occurrence had never transpired in his previous life. Could it be the butterfly effect? Nevertheless, Aslan remained calm, quickly regaining his composure. "How many soldiers are available from the new recruits?" he asked coolly. "400 from the Melro army and 600 from the city defense troops," Wilson replied decisively. Aslan calculated the available forces. Even if he committed all his troops, he would only have a little over 2,000 soldiers at his disposal. As for the construction corps, he had no intention of deploying them in battle. Their lack of combat training and advanced age severely limited their effectiveness on the battlefield. "In what condition is the front line?" Aslan inquired again. "This is the latest battle report." Wilson handed the report to Aslan. He examined the information from Gawain with a grave demeanor. The coalition of lords in the Billy region had gathered over 5,000 men, poised to cross the river at any moment. However, their lack of sufficient boats prevented them from launching a large-scale crossing, leaving them hesitant to advance, fearful that a small force would be annihilated by the Melro armies stationed on the riverbank. Yet, they were already felling trees to construct boats, and an overwhelming force would soon be upon them. Aslan picked up a quill and inscribed a date and tactical plan. He intended to utilize the terrain to obstruct their crossing. If he could delay them for just one more week, he would lead reinforcements to their aid. Indeed, Aslan required a week's time to mass-produce Melro crossbows, allowing the new recruits of the city defense to become familiar with their use. Simultaneously, he planned to deploy the formidable weaponry from his previous life, the 5-shot crossbow. Commence recruitment immediately. Preference will be given to those with military experience. Each new recruit will train another, and we will take as many as we can. Aslan was no longer concerned about the inadequacies of the soldiers' training. After all, many of the soldiers under various lords were farmers by day and only took up arms during wartime. Aslan and Wilson swiftly conveyed the decree, and before long, a conscription announcement was posted outside the lord's manor. However, unlike the coercive drafts imposed by other lords, the Melro town conscription was voluntary, detailing the dire circumstances the town faced, particularly the dangers that soldiers would encounter. The civil servant of the lord's manor read the announcement aloud. Though his voice grew quieter with each passing word, he believed the lord to be mad for issuing such a conscription notice, and it would be surprising if anyone volunteered to serve. The gathered crowd fell into a profound silence, caught in a dilemma. On one hand, they wished to support their lord. On the other, they feared the prospect of death on the battlefield. The balcony door on the 2nd floor of the lord's manor swung open, revealing Aslan clad in armor. "We have fought hard to reach this day, yet some wish to see us suffer." In their eyes, The Melro region is merely their playground, and the people of Melro are their slaves by nature. Now, with the 6 great lords' armies closing in, I have nowhere left to retreat. At this point, Aslan fell silent, allowing the weight of his words to resonate, silently urging the crowd to awaken to their national pride and sense of honor. Lord, what will happen if you are defeated? Suddenly, someone asked. In an instant, all eyes turned to Aslan, eager to know how their lord would respond in such a dire situation. I will lead the warriors of the Melro army to fight to the last breath. I vow that we shall either perish together with Melro town or triumph. Aslan declared resolutely. He wanted to scoff at the notion. Even in defeat, the 6 lords would not dare lay a finger on him. I will follow you to the death, my lord. The elders of Melro town were the first to respond, primarily hailing from the original wood village and the native residents of Melro town. Almost every family had members serving in the military, imbued daily with the knight's patriotism and the ideals of Aslan, akin to a form of indoctrination. Under this influence, their awareness surpassed that of the newly arrived populace. Without our lord, we would not be who we are today. We fight for Melro. The rallying cries came predominantly from the middle class of Melro town, who had stable incomes and whose lives improved daily. Should Melro town fall, they risked losing everything to the other lords. As beneficiaries of the current order, they had no choice but to stand resolutely alongside Aslan. Chapter 92, The Quintuple Crossbow, Third Update. The final response came from the Melro people, who had migrated due to the assault by the 6 great lords. Lacking a foundation and a sense of belonging, they were nevertheless acutely aware of the lords' attitudes towards their kind. Captured Melro individuals were often condemned to a lifetime of servitude. They fought for freedom. They fought for Melro. 3 distinct groups, 3 distinct slogans. This encapsulates the current societal structure of Melro town. War is merely a continuation of politics, and political strife is fundamentally a matter of unequal distribution of spoils. The middle class, the free citizens, the immigrants. Alternatively, one might refer to them as landowners, wealthy farmers, and tenant farmers, merely the serfs laboring for their lords. They all shared a commonality. They must exist within the ecological framework established by Aslan and Melro town. Aslan's lips curled slightly in satisfaction. He had achieved his desired objective. He never sought to deceive the populace without offering tangible rewards. Empty promises were of little use. The most straightforward and brutal method of conquering the hearts of the people was through actual benefits. As long as the populace was well-fed and warmly dressed, they would unwaveringly follow their lord. Aslan exemplified this principle perfectly. Many citizens of Melro town began to enlist for military service in this time. Aslan did not impose any restrictions on numbers. Everyone of suitable age was welcome. He was uncertain how long this war would last, and felt compelled to amass troops to the best of his abilities. Old Third, you should enlist as well. Your second brother is at home, so it's all right, Old John asserted, firmly grasping his 16-year-old son's shoulder. Old John's eldest son was currently serving in the Melro army, and due to his promotion to squad leader, the lord had granted their family an additional acre of land. Coupled with the acre his elder brother received for his military service and their inherited land, they had become a modestly esteemed family of landowners in Melro town. They possessed 3 acres of self-cultivated land, and after paying their taxes, they still had a surplus of grain. For the upcoming wedding, Old John exchanged some of their grain with the lord's estate for 2 new outfits for his daughters-in-law, bringing great joy to the household, which was filled with warmth and harmony. Such a life was once unimaginable for Old John. Before Aslan arrived in Melro town, his greatest concern was how to marry off his 3 sons. Now, he need not worry about that, as women eager to enter the John household were plentiful. On the day of the 2 sons' weddings, the lord even sent gifts to express his congratulations. Father, please rest assured, I will not bring shame to our family. Young George earnestly promised, unlike his father, who deeply admired his elder brother's imposing military attire, capable of wielding a sword in service to the lord. Such families were not uncommon, especially those with existing military members. If not for the lord's strict regulation prohibiting brothers from serving simultaneously, many families would likely send all their male members to the army. As for the neighbors of military families, they had long coveted the benefits enjoyed by soldiers. However, the limited recruitment quotas and stringent eligibility requirements had left many disappointed. With another round of recruitment underway, they would not let this opportunity slip by. The newly arrived immigrants observed the enthusiastic Melro citizens volunteering for military service with bewildered expressions. When did enlisting become so appealing? For the sake of Melro town, Some young men shouted the rallying cry for enlistment, and as many responded, the recruitment office quickly became overcrowded. Those who were slow to react found themselves unable to get inside. Aslan entrusted the remaining matters to Wilson and Essen, heading directly to the military factory in the back mountain, which housed the largest blacksmith workshop in Melro town. This workshop now employed dozens of blacksmiths and nearly 100 apprentices. Over 90% of the Melro army's weaponry was produced here, with only a few components sourced from other workshops, which Aslan manufactured using his divine crafting abilities. The Melro crossbow, a formidable weapon capable of piercing infantry armor with ease, featured an intricately designed mechanism. Aslan insisted on standardizing weapon parts, which had hindered mass production of the crossbow until now. Fortunately, the compact size of the mechanism made it manageable for divine crafting, and Aslan produced 500 crossbows in just half a day, handing them over to the workshop supervisor. He then immersed himself in the heavy weapons workshop. The term heavy weapons workshop does not refer to the heavy armaments wielded by soldiers, such as two-handed axes, but rather to siege engines like catapults and crossbows. In the Sino-continent, due to the presence of magic users acting as human artillery, cities with walls were rare, and most battles were fought in the open fields, with siege warfare primarily led by magic users who would breach walls before handing over the assault to the army. This was also the reason for Aslan's rapid ascension in warfare during his previous life. The large-scale deployment of catapults and crossbows transformed the landscape of conflict in the Sino-continent. Originally, Aslan did not intend to reveal the quintuple crossbow so soon, but the nature of this war left him no choice. Inside the workshop, a quintuple crossbow was being assembled under Aslan's supervision. Thanks to his memories from a past life, the production of the quintuple crossbow proceeded at an unexpectedly swift pace. Had it not been for the furniture factory that trained so many skilled carpenters, the time required for successful assembly would have doubled. My lord, according to your directives, we are working diligently to produce the quintuple crossbows. The other 3 teams are already in place, and we should be able to assemble 4 within a week. Khan, the supervisor of the heavy weapons workshop, said with a joyful expression. Under normal circumstances, assembling a quintuple crossbow would take no less than 2 months. It is not a matter of if, it is a necessity. A week from now, when I set out, I must see 4 quintuple crossbows ready. Aslan asserted with unwavering authority. Yes, my lord. However, these weapons have not undergone practical testing, and my subordinates are concerned. Aslan waved his hand dismissively. I understand your apprehension, but there is no time for practical testing now. You must use the first crossbow as a standard for adjustments. I assure you that these crossbows have already been deployed in the capital and have proven their worth. Chapter 93. The other races. The war machine of Melro's town has been set in motion. Even Wilson and Aslan, who have long been responsible for the planning and development of Melrose, could not have anticipated the town's immense potential. The factories and workshops originally planned by Aslan have produced a considerable quantity of weapons and armor in just a few days. Initially, Wilson was unable to accept Aslan's massive stockpiling of iron ore and processed iron ingots. However, during this mobilization, the warehouses were opened, and the previously stored resources were immediately put to use. Notably, the 5-meter-long steel bars were cut in half and fitted with spearheads, transforming them into formidable polearms. The only drawback was their weight, but soon 2 infantry formations of 500 soldiers each were fully armed. The spear infantry formations trained in 2 combat skills, maintaining their battle line, which required them to stay tightly packed whether on the march or in combat, and thrusting, which involved a simple yet crucial motion of raising the spear and thrusting forward. This fundamental action was repeated hundreds of times daily. The soldiers trained with the heavy spears, performing 200 to 300 thrusts each day. It was not that Aslan wished to limit their training, but rather that they had reached the physical limits of the soldiers. In just 7 days, these soldiers had become adept at maintaining formation, and their thrusting techniques had developed into effective combat maneuvers. Upon witnessing the spear infantry formation, Arthur remarked that if a knight were to charge without sufficient momentum into the spear formation, their demise would be inevitable. Meanwhile, Galwin led the Melrose army in tactical maneuvers, persistently wearing down the coalition forces attempting to cross the river. The 100 crossbowmen were divided into 3 ranks. The first row would shoot, then crouch to reload, while the second row quickly followed with their shots. Once the third row finished firing, the first could shoot again. Over the course of 7 days, the Melrose army had claimed the lives of over 500 enemy soldiers, while only 200 to 300 from the coalition managed to land. Faced with a charge from heavily armored guards, the coalition forces suffered near total annihilation, with no opportunity to surrender. Thus, the coalition forces had launched several attacks over the past week, all of which ended in failure, resulting in the loss of over 1,000 men. Much to the dismay of several lords, reinforcements were due to arrive today, and once they joined forces with the troops sent by the lords, including those of Viscount Zorn, they would land in 3 groups to see what the Melro's army could muster. This time, the losses have been significant, Viscount Hillman declared fiercely. Once we defeat the Lord of Melrose, I shall scour the town for every last copper coin. Gallen's lips were cracked, his eyes sunken, and he appeared to have lost weight, yet his gaze was resolutely steadfast. The battles of this past week had transformed him, and he sensed he was nearing the pinnacle of knighthood. As he gazed at the coalition camp, his brow furrowed slightly, and he sighed in resignation. They have indeed arrived. Nearby, Good and Ryan were no better off than Galwin. A week of intense combat had left them mentally and physically exhausted. Let us withdraw. The only course of action now is to await the Lord's reinforcements. As the Melrose army retreated, the coalition forces erupted in cheers. They had endured days of frustration, vastly outnumbering the enemy, yet being held at bay by a mere few hundred foes. Now, with the arrival of reinforcements from the territory and other participating lords, their combined forces swelled to 15,000, boasting claims of 30,000 troops. The coalition gathered with great fanfare, their banners flying high, creating a formidable sight. On a low hill overlooking the battlefield, dozens of tents had been erected, and the hilltop was already crowded. News of the conflict between the Lord of Melrose and 10 lords from Billy had spread widely, igniting excitement among the nobility in the region, who had not witnessed such a large-scale war in many years. Do you think the Lord of Melrose can win? Someone asked curiously. It's a bit precarious. After all, that's an army of 30,000. Even the city's defense forces would find it a formidable challenge, responded a self-assured young nobleman, eager to share his military insights. A golden-haired figure nearby frowned slightly and astounded everyone with her words. From the banners and tents, it appears the coalition's strength is around 15,000. Their formation is disorganized, with over 80% of the soldiers being militia. If they were to confront the city's defense forces directly, the coalition would not last 20 minutes. Upon hearing the golden-haired maiden's remarks, some were inclined to object, but upon seeing her exquisite visage, they faltered, offering sheepish smiles as they retreated. The maiden, Artoria, merely 16 years of age, already possessed the strength of a knight commander and led a 1,000-man unit of the city's defense forces. She was a true military talent, unlike the pretentious dilettantes around her. My lady. As Artoria's gaze fell upon a knight, he felt a sudden panic and quickly corrected himself. Commander. Satisfied, Artoria nodded. One wonders if it is a waste of time for us to observe this battle, mused Adon, though he did not voice his thoughts. Artoria could easily guess his meaning. He regarded the coalition's militia forces with contempt, viewing their conflict as little more than a brawl between village leaders. We have arrived too late. We've missed the Melrose army, Artoria lamented. Hearing the mention of the Melrose army, Adon could not help but express a measure of respect. Over 700 men had held back 5,000 for an entire week without allowing them to cross the Merle River. The commander of the Melrose army was indeed a talent, albeit serving the wrong lord, Adon reflected. No, you are mistaken. I am more curious about the Lord of Melrose and what manner of leader could cultivate such an army. My father often says that a bear leads bears, Artoria commented. Adon remained unconvinced but refrained from voicing his counterarguments. He owned to assert that the effectiveness of the Lord's army had little to do with the Lord himself. While the nobles debated the pivotal factors of victory and defeat, some had even begun placing bets. Meanwhile, in a Melrose grove on the opposite side of the region, a gathering of several dozen individuals stood in stark contrast to the pampered nobility atop the hills of Billy. Each person here exuded an air of ferocity. Many bore scars on their faces and bodies, lending them a fearsome appearance. I just saw barbarian warriors, and there seemed to be quite a number of them, perhaps 100 or 200, exclaimed a robust young man. His ears were pointed, albeit slightly shorter than those of traditional elves, and his physique was muscular and powerful, a stark contrast to the delicate slenderness typically associated with elves. Chapter 94. The knight's shield. That man, inheriting the traditionally handsome visage of the elves, possessed a distinctly masculine aura that set him apart from the somewhat effeminate elves. Gareth, do you ever tire of your incessant chatter? Am I blind? A towering figure, over 2 meters tall, clung cautiously to a branch of a nearby myung tree. striving to maintain his balance. Belmerd, a quintessential barbarian warrior, was naturally adept in land combat. However, his fighting prowess waned by at least 20% once he ventured onto water. It's infuriating how some people are utterly blind. On the other side, a stout dwarf, adorned with a long beard styled into several braids, stood barely a meter tall, his limbs robust, a quintessential representation of his kind. Reza, I dare you to repeat that. Belmerd glared menacingly at the dwarf. Enough bickering. Our objective this time is Lord Melro, particularly his Melro army, as it concerns the future of countless non-human tribes in the Chongfeng Plains. A hoarse voice resonated, and a diminutive figure floated gracefully in midair, draped in an elongated robe that appeared to be at least 4 to 5 meters long, nearly grazing the ground. The small figure's utterance silenced the previously raucous gathering instantly. All eyes turned to observe the allied forces crossing the river and assembling their troops. Just before the assembly was complete, a knight, leading dozens of cavalry brandishing the envoy's flag, swaggered towards Myung village, which had long been fortified into a military stronghold by Gaowen. Though primarily constructed of timber, breaching it would require several times the manpower. The knight rode with a haughty demeanor, circling the Myung encampment 3 times, proclaiming, I represent 10 lords from the Billy region, here to negotiate with your esteemed army. Gaowen regarded the knight and his retinue with a disdainful smile. Open the gates. The reason they were mere cavalry and not true knights was simple. The armor they wore was a haphazard assortment, and shockingly, none bore a knight's shield. In the Xino continent, knighthood is a profession steeped in rigor. To be deemed a knight, one must possess a lineage unmarred for 3 generations, qualifying one for entry into a knight academy. After completing the knightly curriculum, one must serve as an apprentice to a knight, only to be bestowed a knight's shield upon surpassing the novice level and receiving the knight's blessing. Only those awarded a knight's shield may rightfully be called knights. Ordinary cavalry may bear shields, but only round ones, as the Irish shield is reserved for knights alone. Unlike the floral emblems of yore, the violet emblem of Melro town was encircled by long swords, an emblem of sword and flower. Sean, a family knight of lordlike, strode into the encampment with an air of superiority, fully aware that his adversaries would not dare to take his life. Present arms. The sound of 20 knights saluting resonated, including Gaowen, as they paid homage to Sean with the knightly salute. Sean blinked in surprise. He had never anticipated the presence of 20 knights. The knightly shields bore 2 distinct emblems, one representing the kingdom's most populous capital knight order, while the other was unfamiliar to him. This was the second instance he had encountered a flower and sword emblem, the first being the Rose Knight Order of Billy City. I represent the lords in urging your surrender, and likewise Lord Melro, for the army approaches. Do not engage in futile resistance, as it would only lead to unnecessary casualties. Out of respect for knighthood, Sean refrained from his earlier arrogance, speaking with measured composure. Gaowen smiled and shook his head, countering. What is the second tenet of knightly spirit? Honor. Sean responded without a moment's hesitation. To fight for honor, even at the cost of everything. This was the creed to which knights steadfastly adhered. Gaowen extended his hand, and immediately a knight brought forth a chair. Sean was momentarily taken aback, struggling to find words as he grasped Gaowen's intentions. Perhaps you could inquire with the lords behind you? They may offer a different perspective. Gaowen resolutely shook his head. The Lord has already led the army here. We shall join forces today. Otherwise, I propose a knightly pact. What pact? Sean inquired, perplexed. Once the Lord arrives, we shall engage in a grand duel, Gaowen stated nonchalantly. Sean's eyes lit up. This was one of his tasks, should urging surrender fail. He would strive to incite a decisive battle amidst the rocky terrain. The expanse of Melro was vast, and should Lord Melro resolve to abandon Melro town and retreat with his forces, continuously engaging in guerrilla warfare would present significant challenges. He merely wished to set the stage favorably for the arrival of his lord. Sean rose and performed a knightly salute, expressing his admiration for Gaowen's unwavering loyalty. In his eyes, Lord Melro was destined to lose this battle, yet Gaowen was willing to risk his life in defense. Having chosen war, he owed Gaowen the utmost respect. Upon Sean's entry, the previously organized coalition began to disperse, resting in place. However, contrary to expectations, none of the 10 lords crossed the river, entirely delegating command of the battle to an elderly man with a shock of white hair, still standing tall. Almost the entire noble circle of Billy City recognized the elder, Lord Lake's old steward, once the guardian knight of the late Lord Toil. He had previously served as a 1,000-man commander in the city defense forces, a battle-hardened commander who had participated in more campaigns than Count Yus. His most renowned battle was the Tyrrhenia campaign, where his 1,000-strong unit faced an enemy 5 times their number and emerged victorious, earning him fame. Quickly, news spread among the nobility that reinforcements for the Melro army would arrive by midday, leading to a climactic confrontation on the rocky battlefield. This was in perfect alignment with the warlike traditions of the Xino continent. As the sun reached its zenith, casting its fierce light, the dust from the dilapidated official road leading towards Melro town obscured the sky. Chapter 95. A 1 and 3 beauties reinforcements have arrived. A spontaneous exclamation rippled through the crowd atop the hill, igniting an unforgettable scene. At the forefront marched the Melro infantry. Their steps synchronized as they rounded the bend of the official road. Clad in polished armor, each soldier held a sword at their side, their faces etched with unwavering determination. Following the infantry was the officer team, led by Aslan, eschewing his magical robe, chose to stand shoulder to shoulder with his men, ready to charge into battle. He understood that only by leading from the front could he inspire his soldiers to face the enemy without fear. His presence alone would significantly bolster their morale. In the age of cold weapon warfare, the spirit of the troops often determined the outcome of battles. Behind the officers stood 1,000 crossbowmen, each wielding a Melro crossbow and carrying 2 quivers of bolts on their backs. Their eyes were sharp, filled with fervor that surpassed even that of the Melro infantry. Bringing up the rear were 2 formations of spearmen, each 1,000 strong, primarily composed of recruits who had struggled to maintain their formation. Yet, under the influence of the crossbowmen and infantry, they remained composed and advanced in unison. The 4 formations displayed remarkable discipline, their footsteps echoing in perfect harmony, casting an oppressive atmosphere over the battlefield. 600 elite infantry, 1,000 crossbowmen, and 2,000 spearmen. Altorlia's expression grew grave as she spoke. Upon hearing her words, many nobles could not help but take notice. The elite Melro infantry showcased little to be concerned about. Yet the sight of the 1,000-strong crossbowmen struck a powerful chord of awe. Has Melro town mastered the production of crossbows? A noble gasped. Just then, 2 more contingents arrived at the hill, each comprising 500 men. Recognizing them, the nobles instinctively parted ways, for they knew these forces well. One was the Rose Knight Order, affiliated with the military under Nadal, and the other was the Bila City Patrol Guard, under the municipal authority of Watani. What an impressive display. Together, both sides fielded over 20,000 troops. Nadal dismounted from her steed and approached Watani, who wore a distinctly troubled expression. Watani had aimed to undermine Aslan, but was taken aback by his unyielding resolve to confront 10 lords head-on. Regardless of the battle's outcome, Watani knew she would face dire consequences. Under her watch, Bilis had ignited such a large-scale conflict, which was utterly intolerable to the stability-seeking Marquis of Media, particularly given that the war involved her youngest disciple. This was a direct affront to the Marquis. This is a mess of Little Nine's own making. I had hoped she would surrender and acknowledge her mistakes. The lords would likely show leniency considering our relationship, yet Little Nine proved too stubborn, Watani said, barely suppressing her anger. She longed to shout, has Aslan gone mad? Has he rallied every able-bodied man in the territory? If they were to face defeat in this war, what future would await Melro town? Such explanations are best left for the instructors, Nadal scoffed, striding confidently up the hill. Olga followed suit, chuckling softly. Sister, Kater whispered, keep a close watch on the Rose Knight Order. With our backs against the wall, we must cripple Aslan. The Rose Knight Order will surely strike at a crucial moment. But I refuse to grant my senior sister that opportunity. Watani replied firmly. Kater nodded and briefed Pinks of the patrol guard to keep a vigilant eye on the Rose Knight Order. Under Watani's leadership, the patrol guard had grown formidable, predominantly comprising swordsmen equipped with top-tier weapons and armor, comparable to those of the Rose Knight Order, with each soldier armed with a crossbow. Their combat effectiveness would not falter in the absence of a charge. How brazen! Altorlia murmured as she observed Watani and Nadal, feeling a twinge of pity for Aslan. In the midst of such turmoil in Melro, her 2 senior sisters were still preoccupied with their petty rivalries. At her feet, a golden lion cub began to circle around her, drawing a smile from Altorlia as she gently picked it up. I never imagined even Bila City's female knight commander would be stirred into action, Olga remarked, her eyes shining as she gazed at Altorlia. Nadal and Watani also exchanged surprised glances at the sight of the young woman, renowned as the pride of Bilis City. Bilis City had earned a resounding reputation. Known as the Queen City, a one and three beauties. The one represented the Marquis of Media, while the one knight denoted Altorlia, the future knight commander, likely to ascend to the rank of knight instructor. The three beauties referred to the Marquis's three female disciples, faced with Altorlia, who ranked above them. Both Watini and Nadal instinctively felt a pang of discomfort. "Ah, Miss Altorlia remains as stunning as ever," Olga exclaimed, stepping forward to stand beside Altorlia, her intentions transparent. Nadal was more than pleased with Olga's pursuit of Altorlia, as a successful union would only strengthen her alliance with Count Yus. "It is truly unexpected that this lordly war has gathered all our brethren. Aside from an instructor's summons, such a gathering has not occurred in years." A sudden voice, imbued with a blend of boldness and sweetness, resonated through the air, invigorating all who heard it. Everyone turned to see Melro and Janelito approaching, leading nearly 100 individuals clad in matching blue robes adorned with the emblem of the Media Magic Tower. This was the Magic Corps under the Marquis of Media. Upon sighting the Magic Corps, both Nadal and Watini's pupils widened in alarm. "Sisters, am I too late?" Melro greeted them with a radiant smile. "It seems our instructor holds Little Nine in high regard, allowing you, their reclusive scholar, to step out of the Magic Tower," Watini remarked with a smile. Though her words carried a sting, yet her tone exuded a warmth that felt refreshing. Melro smiled faintly, inwardly cursing, "As if I had a choice." Chapter 96. No retreat. Melro was dispatched by Marquis Media, who, upon witnessing the war between Aslan and the 10 lords of the Bili region capturing considerable attention, remained remarkably composed even as Nadal and Vatten took their respective troops away. This unprecedented calmness instilled a sense of dread in Melro, for she understood that her mentor was genuinely enraged this time. The opportunity had arisen. The court would undoubtedly seize this moment, leading 1/3 of the Magician Legion towards the Merry River battlefield. Melro, momentarily taken aback, glanced at Marquis Media. With the Rose Knights and the Inspection Corps having already departed the city, and the Magician Legion also significantly diminished, the defenses of Bili City were at their weakest, an opportune moment for an assassination. Marquis Media spoke coldly, underscoring the situation. Melro instantly comprehended and turned to make arrangements. If her mentor's predictions held true, then over 90% of those on the assassination list would undoubtedly meet their demise. As Melro contemplated the matters within Bili City, the voice of Janelito broke through. Aslan had donned armor. His voice was neither jarring nor particularly captivating, yet it captured the attention of all present in an instant. Aslan, mounted on a white steed and clad in silver knightly armor, eschewed a full-face helmet in favor of a simpler version that shielded his head while revealing his visage, accentuated by V-shaped antennas on his forehead, creating a somewhat incongruous appearance. Grasping his knightly lance, he began to traverse the front lines, the tip of his weapon clashing against those raised by the soldiers ahead. Suddenly, Aslan's steed halted, reining in tightly as the horse reared, letting out a piercing neigh. The lance pointed directly at the Lord Coalition 500 meters away. The enemy's vastly superior numbers loomed before us. Could we possibly retreat? We cannot. For behind me stands my family, my wife, my children. These vile invaders seek to plunder our wealth, seize our lands, and reduce our loved ones to slaves for their amusement. Aslan's voice, enhanced by magic, reverberated across the battlefield, reaching not only the soldiers of the Melro army, but even those of the Lord Coalition. Only the nobles upon the hills wore peculiar expressions, for what Aslan articulated was commonplace in the conflicts between lords. Was it necessary to vocalize such truths? Then, a deafening battle cry erupted. "Kill! For Melro! Kill! For our homeland! Kill! For our lords!" Aslan galloped forward, directly into the midst of both forces, his lance aimed at the Lord Coalition. "Indeed, thus we fight today. For Melro, for our homeland, for honor. I hereby declare, should I fall in battle, let Captain Arthur of the Melro army take my place. Should Arthur fall, let Vice Captain Gawain take his place. Should Gawain fall, let Captain Good take his place. Should the squad leader fall, let the class leader take his place." This declaration of war stunned not only the soldiers of the Lord Coalition, but left the watching nobles on the hills utterly speechless. Adon's face flushed crimson, and Artoria gazed at Aslan with a peculiar gleam in her eyes, while most knights present felt their blood surge with fervor. "Melro army, heed my command. We shall not retreat. No retreat. No retreat." This fervent roar was met with overwhelming enthusiasm from the Melro forces, each soldier seemingly invigorated as their eyes burned with determination. hands gripping their weapons tightly. Some veterans even tore strips from their garments, binding their weapons to their hands. The lords were prepared to fight to the death. There was no reason for them to hide. Once, they had been the same, though they could not recall when everything had changed. Mr. Ulus, we entrust our lord to you. Should we truly face defeat, please ensure our lord escapes. We shall use our lives to carve a path for you. Arthur slowly raised his cross-sword, its bright blade reflecting his resolute countenance. Gawain and the other knights mirrored his salute. Ulus suddenly felt an immense weight upon his shoulders. This was a solemn trust among men. These brave souls entrusted their future to him. Fear not. Even if I perish, I shall ensure Lord Aslan reaches safety. With a firm fist thumping against his chest, Ulus vowed to uphold this promise. Commander Thor of the coalition discerned that the morale of the Melro army had peaked. Direct confrontation would be unfavorable for them, so he resolved to avoid their strength and adopt a defensive posture. However, the lords across the river simultaneously issued orders to advance. In the eyes of these military novices, overwhelming numbers would suffice to crush the Melro army. Moreover, Aslan's recent bravado and declarations were like a thorn embedded in their throats. Removing it would bring them satisfaction. The sound of horns blared, and the soldiers of the Lord coalition began their slow advance. In stark contrast to the orderly ranks of the Melro army, the coalition's formation appeared haphazard, struggling to maintain cohesion. Fortunately, Thor, a seasoned veteran, positioned all shield-bearers in the front lines to counter the archers of the Melro army. Aslan did not immediately lead his troops into a charge. He had 1,000 crossbowmen at his disposal. Raising his hand gently, the crossbowmen stepped forward, quickly forming 3 lines, drawing their bows and leveling their weapons in a seamless and visually pleasing manner. Sir, the enemy shields are already prepared. I fear, Arthur cautioned. 5 tube crossbows ready. Shooting angle set at a 75-degree front, Aslan calmly commanded. 4 black carriages, pulled by slow-moving horses, arrived at the operational position, their surrounding black wooden panels being removed amidst the collective intake of breath. The immense crossbow, though differing in several aspects from the Melro crossbow, was instantly recognizable to the crossbowmen. What formidable power must an arrow from such a massive crossbow possess? The Melro crossbowmen dared not contemplate it, while the advancing soldiers of the Lord coalition remained oblivious to the terror they were about to confront. Nobles atop the hill and the foreign tribes of the Chongfeng plain collectively widened their eyes, mouths agape in astonishment. Chapter 97. The Fierce General, 4th Update. With a slight tremor in his voice, Genelito excitedly inquired, "Is this the dragon-slaying crossbow?" Nadal instinctively nodded. The continent of Xino does not possess such a war machine as the crossbow. However, it boasts a formidable equivalent known as the dragon-slaying crossbow. This device is not only exorbitantly costly, but also tremendously powerful, so much so that even a dragon would shy away from its lethal prowess. This appears to be a newly developed war weapon, an enhancement upon the traditional dragon-slaying crossbow, articulated Artoria after a moment of contemplation. The nobles present gasped in astonishment at this revelation, while the disciples of Marquis Medea wore peculiar expressions. Recalling the Marquis's assessment of Aslan, his artistic talent surpasses his magical prowess. The observer raised his thumb, signaling to the advancing coalition army. 500 meters. Aslan remained unfazed, as steadfast as a mountain. 400 meters. He slightly tugged on the reins, his gaze sharpening with unprecedented intensity. 300 meters. The observer shouted. Aware that the maximum effective range of the 5-shot crossbow is 300 meters, within which its terrifying penetration power remains intact, beyond this distance, its efficacy diminishes. Aslan raised his hand and called out, "The crossbowmen will commence their attack 1 second after firing. Await my command." Hywin immediately comprehended the directive, taking command of the crossbowmen. 250 meters. Aslan bellowed. Attack. The tremendous twang of the crossbow strings split the air, resonating clearly. Hywin witnessed arrows, akin to long spears, being unleashed and internally counted. 1. Thwack, thwack, thwack. With a resounding crash, 20 colossal arrows, comparable to long spears, pierced into the ranks of the coalition army. Due to the oblique trajectory, many soldiers were struck down before they could even comprehend the assault. The rear of the arrows bore tail fins resembling missiles, though fashioned from razor-sharp blades. The massive arrows continued their lethal flight, penetrating through 7 or 8 soldiers before finally halting. However, the overwhelming impact and fearsome blades sent entire sections of soldiers sprawling. Many fell without ever grasping the situation, while a few fortunate souls, merely knocked down by their comrades, experienced momentary dizziness before rising again. Yet, upon regaining their senses, they were greeted by a horrifying sight. Debris and severed limbs littered the ground. Instinctively, they sought to flee, but the incoming bolts swept them away, their consciousness gradually fading. The coalition soldiers collapsed in waves, akin to grain being harvested. All spectators inhaled sharply, for they had witnessed large-scale archery battles before. Yet the efficiency and terror of the Melro army's lethality was a sight to behold for the first time. Torres' expression shifted dramatically. He had contemplated numerous possibilities, but never anticipated such a devastating outcome, as soldiers began retreating in panic under the onslaught. Enforcers, slay those who flee. The enforcers, comprised mostly of novice professionals, swiftly dispatched the retreating soldiers to stabilize the situation. Tor quickly ordered a strategic withdrawal, estimating the distance with precision, 350 meters. The two armies once again distanced themselves, poised for confrontation, the brief bout lasting no more than 10 seconds. The coalition left behind a ground strewn with corpses, with rough estimates indicating at least 1,000 fallen. Tor furrowed his brow, feeling helpless. This was the first time he had encountered such an adversary, necessitating time to strategize. Yet, the lords behind him offered no respite. As soon as the troops had retreated and the formation steadied, 3 urgent flags were dispatched. The orders commanded the coalition to charge. Once they reached the Melro army, their crossbowmen would lose all combat capability. While the plan sounded splendid in theory, Tor was certain that without suffering heavy casualties, they would not reach the Melro front lines. After a prolonged silence, Tor finally spoke. Your cavalry will be in grave danger. After all, the Melro army still maintains its overall structure. Scene performed a knightly salute, resolutely asserting, at the very least, we can divert part of the Melro army's main force. Standing firm at the forefront, Aslan gradually withdrew his eagle-eye technique, mounted his steed, and proclaimed, Knights, our adversaries approach. As his words resonated, 600 coalition cavalry split from the left flank, interspersed with a dozen knights and several dozen squire knights. Arthur and Highwind did not join, as they were occupied with commanding their troops. Among the knights accompanying Aslan was Bose, a native of Melro town, raised by Wilson, who had taken him in. Growing up in such an impoverished environment, he had developed a robust physique, standing nearly 6 feet tall, showcasing an imposing stature. When Lian Ning first laid eyes on Bose, he mistakenly believed he possessed the blood of a barbarian. The most remarkable aspect of Bose was that he had awakened combat energy without any formal training. Although it was merely at an initial level, coupled with his innate strength, he held his ground against intermediate swordsmen. He was a disciple of Arthur and his most cherished pupil, now a high-ranking knight. Though this was of little significance compared to the fact that he had only engaged in systematic combat energy training for a mere 6 months. I am willing to lead the charge for our lord. Bose raised his crescent halberd, exclaiming, this weapon, measuring over 3 meters in length and weighing more than 120 pounds, was specially crafted by Aslan for Bose, imbued with sharpness and agility-enhancing magical runes. Capable of cleaving, slicing, and thrusting. I have high expectations for you. Aslan greatly admired Bose, recognizing him as his future foremost general. Once on the battlefield, he would become an indomitable force, unmatched by any of the same rank. Aslan led 19 knights in a charge against the coalition's 600 cavalry, prompting the previously motionless heavy infantry to stride forward. The speed of the war horses was incomparable to that of men, and soon the distance between the two factions dwindled to less than 200 meters, where the coalition cavalry began positioning their long spears under their arms, gradually raising them. Aslan too brandished his spear with one hand. Unlike most knights on the continent of Zino, who tucked their spears under their arms to maximize force upon collision, he had his own seasoned combat approach, honed through many battles in his past life. Chapter 98, The Charge in Person, 5th Update. Lord Melro personally led his knights into the fray. This sudden shout drew everyone's attention away from the crossbowmen. 20 against 600. Was he courting death? Nadal furrowed her brow slightly. Exclaimed Artoria, her expression one of disbelief. The 20 knights charging forward abruptly accelerated. A remarkable speed that closed the distance to the coalition's cavalry in an instant. Boss raised his crescent halberd, swinging it like a devastating whirlwind, the terrifying force flipping over the cavalry that stood in his path. Sean attempted to block this monstrous onslaught, but as he raised his shield, it was shattered. the splintered pieces flying past a nearby cavalryman and decapitating him with brutal precision. The sheer power of the shield's flight was nothing short of monstrous. Sean and Boss clashed for the first time, with Sean's shield reduced to ruin. He barely steadied himself and moved towards the flamboyantly dressed Aslan. Upon noticing Sean's approach, Aslan lunged forward with his spear, but Sean swept his sword horizontally, deflecting the spearhead. Aslan, leveraging the force of the deflection, spun the spear in his grip, driving the butt of it forcefully into Sean's chest. With a gasp, Sean spat out a mouthful of blood, but fortunately, he had already passed by Aslan, avoiding further attack. In this brief encounter, Boss surged ahead with Aslan following closely, their coordinated strikes bringing down coalition cavalry one after another. Although Aslan was merely a novice mage, his body had been honed with magical elements, granting him physical prowess comparable to that of a seasoned knight. Coupled with auxiliary spells like enhanced strength and lightness, his combat effectiveness rivaled that of high-ranking knights. Aslan lost count of how many cavalry he felled, his hands tingling and trembling from the exertion. The force generated from the collisions of cavalry was extraordinary, even with his extensive combat experience from a past life. Aslan found it challenging to withstand the onslaught of so many foes. Among the 19 knights charging with him, only 14 remained by his side, while 5 lay lifeless in pools of blood, their horses lowering their heads in sorrow, hoping their masters would rise once more to fight alongside them. Whining, cut them down. Aslan's fury ignited as he turned his steed, shouting loudly. Sean, battered and bloodied, paid no heed to the number of cavalry still around him. His armor was dinted, blood oozing from his nostrils and mouth. Just as he began to feel grateful for surviving, a horde of armored giants charged at him. One, towering nearly 2 meters tall, swung a colossal sword that resembled a door. Sean felt the world spin. His body lifted off the ground as he witnessed a half-bodied figure and his beloved steed cleaved in two by that fearsome giant. I am going to die, Sean thought, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief wash over him, not anticipating such arduous combat. The cavalry collided with the heavy infantry, who wielded not the massive sword of Rioning, but elongated, weighted polearms. Each strike of the heavy polearm severed both horse and rider, blood splattering everywhere. As the first line of heavy infantry retracted their weapons, the second line followed suit, their movements synchronized like a surging tide. When Rioning finally caught sight of Aslan, the cavalry that had obstructed his view lay slain. 600 cavalry, along with a dozen knights, clashed head-on with Melro's 20 knights and 200 armored giants, leading to their utter annihilation. It was not that they wished to flee. Rather, upon crashing into the formation of heavy infantry without breaking through, they had sealed their fate. Aslan placed the fallen comrade on his horse, draping his cloak over the body. Boss and the other knights, eyes ablaze with fury, joined Aslan in retrieving their fallen companions and their weapons. The spectators fell silent, the nobles pondering how to confront Lord Melro in battle or how to curry favor with him. The surrounding knights and swordsmen gazed at Aslan with complex expressions, wishing to serve such a master, if only to avoid dying unceremoniously on the battlefield. Wait, isn't Lord Melro a mage? That charge just now was more formidable than that of a knight. This remark instantly shifted everyone's gaze to Nadal and Vartini, both of whom were nominally Aslan's seniors. Nadal frowned, convinced that Aslan had indeed employed magic, though she could not discern its nature from such a distance. The first spell must have been a mass acceleration spell, followed by a combat-enhancing auxiliary spell, Artoria speculated, resting her chin thoughtfully, her expression grave. Almost all the knights present, upon hearing Artoria's insight, experienced a collective epiphany. The leader of the Rose Knights, standing beside Nadal, leaned in to explain. Lord Melro possessed not only a unique prowess with crossbowmen, but also demonstrated profound expertise in cavalry tactics, particularly in the equestrian skills and martial techniques displayed during that charge, which commanded deep admiration. As Artoria spoke, her eyes sparkled with appreciation. In the city of Billy, she was a figure of high esteem. Yet encountering Aslan made her realize the vastness of talent beyond her own. Feeling somewhat uneasy at Artoria's praise for Aslan, Olga adjusted her address, saying, Miss Pendragon, do you think our young master can win? Artoria glanced at her, her tone indifferent as she replied, it's a 50-50 chance. Old Knight Tor is also a veteran of the battlefield. The onlookers were left in disarray, eager to question Artoria's confidence in declaring the odds even. The coalition had just suffered the loss of 1,500 troops, theoretically still possessing 15,000. 3 times the strength of Melro's forces. Chapter 99. The final showdown. Aslan launched 2 consecutive counterattacks, shattering the morale of the allied forces. If not for the steadfast presence of the old knight Tor, the coalition of lords would have undoubtedly collapsed. From within the woods, the diminutive elder calmly remarked, "We shall proceed as planned." Lord Melro is destined for victory in this battle, though the cost remains uncertain. Gareth appeared to hold the elder in high regard, yet he could not discern the source of Lord Melro's advantage. "Master Merlin, I still do not comprehend," he said. The old man was a prophet of the gnome clan from Chongfeng Plain, a grand sorcerer and the mightiest warrior of the region. The others exchanged solemn nods, fervently wishing for Lord Melro to become ensnared in a quagmire of war with the lords of Bailey, thus diverting attention from Chongfeng Plain. Sadly, their aspirations were mere fantasies. Aslan would never permit the Melro region to descend into chaos. He intended to leverage the foresight of the prophet to vigorously develop Melro, preparing for the future unification of the Kingdom of Cleveland. Having been reborn, Aslan's vision and ambitions soared to new heights. He aspired to become the supreme ruler of the Kingdom of Cleveland, using this as a stepping stone to accomplish the grand endeavors unfulfilled in his past life. The crossbowmen advanced steadily, all soldiers having readied their Melro crossbows, one hand gripping a quarrel, prepared to reload and shoot in seamless succession. Their training aimed for the remarkable feat of firing 10 bolts within a minute. The most significant enhancement of the Melro crossbow was the incorporation of pulleys, greatly increasing its firing speed compared to its predecessor, the Great Yellow Crossbow. The Melro forces commenced their advance, inciting a stir among the allied troops, who were compelled to witness Tor slay nearly 100 foes to stabilize their formation, albeit at a sluggish retreat. The 2 formations pushed and pulled, creating a distance of over 50 meters. Observing the continued display of offensive flags over the Merry River, Tor cursed silently, raising his knightly sword and proclaiming, "Charge! Should we win this battle, all slave soldiers shall be freed. Not only you, but your wives and children shall no longer be slaves. They will be subjects under the Lord, enjoying all the liberties of free citizens." Tor rode towards another formation, where the soldiers were better equipped and possessed greater combat prowess, though their overall numbers were merely a third of the slave soldiers. Defeating Lord Melro and breaching Melro town will grant you 3 days of unrestrained revelry. The gold you seize will be yours, as well as the women. Whatever you can grasp will belong to you. The slave soldiers erupted in fervor. Freedom was their lifelong dream. The free soldiers cheered as well, for their intent in joining the war was not to pledge loyalty to the Lord, but to pursue gold and women. Upon hearing Tor's war declaration, Aslan smirked coldly and shouted, "Did you all hear that?" "We did." The officers and soldiers of the Melro army roared in unison, their synchronized and menacing voices reverberating like a war drum, striking fear into the hearts of the allied soldiers. It was the first time they had ever heard such a thunderous chorus. "What shall we do?" Aslan raised his long spear and bellowed, "Annihilate them. Kill, kill, kill." The formerly fervent allied soldiers found themselves sobered by the intense bloodlust. The Melro army began to advance, and many allied soldiers followed suit, their yearning for victory overshadowing their fear of death. Whoosh! The Melro crossbowmen unleashed their arrows, retreating after each volley to reload and shoot again. Their movements were simple yet methodical. The allied soldiers fell like wheat before the scythe, but the slave soldiers behind them continued to surge forward with wild cries. In a mere 40 seconds, the distance of 350 meters closed dramatically. Within that time, each crossbowman managed to shoot 7 bolts, an extraordinary feat. Crossbowmen, retreat. Form ranks. Arthur calculated the distance. They were 50 meters away. The crossbowmen quickly fell back one by one to the next line of troops, leaving gaps for the elite infantry to fill. They raised their shields in layers, forming a formidable wall. The spear infantry at the rear swiftly took positions, thrusting their long spears through the gaps in the shields, creating a fearsome barrier akin to a porcupine. With only 10 meters separating the 2 forces, Aslan stood behind the shield wall and commanded, "Steady." A resounding crash echoed as soldiers collided with the shield wall, quickly skewered by the spears. Yet, more allied soldiers, driven mad by fury, continued to crash against it, causing the shield wall to tremble. Spears and swords swung in the gaps of the shield wall, blood splattering as the numerical advantage slowly revealed itself, pushing the shield wall back. Aslan waved his hand, summoning the previously retreating crossbowmen to open another quiver containing a different type of arrow. These arrows were larger than standard ones, featuring slight, curves with barbs and blood grooves. While their armor-piercing capability was limited, their lethality was immense. Once struck, a target would quickly lose their combat ability. These were known as falling arrows. The crossbowmen maintained a distance of 150 meters from the battlefield. At Arthur's command, a torrent of arrows rained down from the sky. As the arrows lost their momentum and followed a graceful arc, they descended upon the allied forces' position. Altarillia, who had been silently observing, suddenly rose, her face a mask of disbelief. What manner of arrows are these? The cries of battle echoed around them as Aslan inhaled deeply, raising his long spear and declaring, "Knights and guards, charge with me." Less than 20 knights and 200 guards surged forth from the ranks, targeting the enemy's left flank, while the right was continuously depleted by the crossbowmen. With a thrust of his spear, Aslan propelled a slave soldier backward, and with a sweeping blow, he struck another attempting to advance, blood spraying in the air. Bowers remained steadfast at Aslan's side, his crescent halberd spinning with ferocity. Chapter 100. The final battle. Tor glared in fury at Aslan, who had breached their defenses. The tide of war had turned. And even if victory was to be claimed, the staggering losses would surely incite the lords to exact their vengeance upon him. Regardless of the outcome, Tor was destined for death. With others already seeking his demise, he had no intention of allowing them an easy victory, especially not Aslan, the instigator. With a swift gesture, he commanded the remaining 100 crossbowmen of the coalition to advance towards Aslan under the cover of elite infantry. Fire! At a distance of less than 100 meters, Tor decisively gave the order to attack, indiscriminately targeting both allies and foes alike. A deluge of arrows rained down, leading to the demise of several soldiers surrounding Aslan, while an arrow narrowly grazed his helm. Upon looking up, he saw Tor's crossbowmen had reloaded and were prepared to shoot once more. "By the heavens, are you truly no longer a knight?" Aslan cursed, leaping from his steed and rolling aside to evade the onslaught of arrows. Bowes, adorned in armor with several arrows embedded within, fearlessly charged towards Aslan, shielding him with his own body. Beneath his knightly armor, Bowes wore a padded gambeson, a protective garment crafted from cotton cloth, which had evolved over time. As firearms emerged on the battlefield, traditional heavy armor became obsolete. Thus, during the Yuan dynasty, a new type of armor was developed, utilizing fabric on the exterior while reinforcing vital areas with metal plates. This was the precursor to the gambeson. The gambesons produced in Melro town were made from a fiber known as beeswax vine, renowned for its remarkable resilience, further augmented by a specially concocted solution, rendering its defensive capabilities formidable. Aslan had once tested it, finding it comparable to modern lightweight bulletproof vests. This fiber was sewn tightly into the garment, soaked in water, laid flat, and then dried, ensuring it did not expand. When donned, this gambeson provided warmth in winter and absorbed the impact of blows. As Aslan observed Bowes' imposing figure, he grasped a nearby spear from a fallen warrior, shaking it vigorously. With a powerful flick, the spear soared through the air like a released arrow, piercing through 3 or 4 crossbowmen before coming to a halt. Aslan refrained from casting a fireball due to his dwindling magical reserves and the necessary incantation time. Instead, instant spells like Mage Hand were most suitable for the chaos of battle. Though 100 meters may seem distant, it was negligible for a mage. After launching several spears and claiming the lives of numerous crossbowmen, the remaining soldiers of Tor's contingent fell into disarray. "Capture the leader first," Aslan bellowed. Bowes seized another coalition soldier to use as a shield, charging towards Tor with Aslan hot on his heels. Olga watched Aslan unleash devastation with Mage Hand on the battlefield, finally grasping why Marquis Medea favored this spell so greatly. Had the Marquis wielded Mage Hand with Aslan's ferocity, he would have surely met a grave fate by now. Aslan and Bowes worked in tandem, relentlessly pursuing Tor. Realizing his miscalculation, Tor swiftly merged into the throng of soldiers, prompting the coalition to surround the two. "Do not pursue." Aslan halted Bowes' advance as they engaged the knights pressing forward, retreating strategically. However, Aslan sensed something amiss. The magical elements around him began to pulsate violently. This was an ominous sign of an impending magical explosion, yet no mage was present. An unprecedented sense of peril washed over him. With a thunderous roar, a colossal explosion erupted, sending the knight beside Aslan instinctively raising his shield to protect him. The knight was thrown into the air by the unexpected detonation, and Aslan was knocked over by the shockwave. The explosions continued in rapid succession, engulfing the area surrounding Aslan. The entire battlefield fell silent, soldiers from both sides instinctively halting their assaults. Yet, as the gravity of the situation dawned upon them, the Melro forces descended into chaos. "Protect the Lord." A soldier's cry pierced the air, prompting a rush towards the explosion site. However, he stumbled over fallen bodies, neglecting his dropped weapon as he staggered toward the devastation. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the ground was strewn with corpses and remnants of armor belonging to Aslan's protectors. "My lord." The Melro forces were driven to madness. Uncertain of Aslan's fate, yet their faith began to unravel. Their lord, the harbinger of their happiness, was potentially lost. Their future lay in ruins. Arthur let out a furious shout, his battle aura surging as he transcended into a formidable knight, wielding a shield in one hand and a crossblade in the other. He charged forward, toppling a high-ranking knight and swiftly beheading him with a reverse swing of his sword. The other two elite swordsmen finally reacted, but Arthur fought with reckless abandon, swiftly dispatching the three who sought to encircle him. Gawain's eyes burned with rage, yet he retained his composure, roaring for the Lord's vengeance. The Melro crossbowmen could no longer remain calm. They swiftly fanned out to the flanks, forming small squads for autonomous cover and assault. In that moment, the unleashed ferocity and madness of the Melro forces struck terror into the hearts of onlookers. One elite Melro infantryman was pierced through the abdomen by 3 long spears, yet did not collapse immediately. Instead, he let out a roar, the spears slicing through his midsection, blood staining their shafts. With a fierce swing of his sword, he severed the heads of 3 coalition soldiers, who met their end with expressions of fear. Having slain his targets, the soldier succumbed to exhaustion, his legs giving way as he half-kneeled, gazing towards the explosion site, unable to collapse due to the spears. Kill them all. The Melro forces had completely lost their sanity. If they had initially adhered to tactics and strategy, they now fought with sheer desperation. A wound mattered little to them, for they were determined to take down their foes first. The Melro forces, adopting a sacrificial fighting style, shattered the resolve of the coalition soldiers, who could not withstand the onslaught of these bloodied, relentless warriors. They are not human. They are demons. Chapter 101. The Final Showdown 3. This is the 3rd update. Seeking recommendations. Arthur had lost count of how many had perished, staggering towards the area of the explosion. His mind was a blank slate. He was uncertain of his next course of action. All he desired was to see Aslan alive or dead. Meanwhile, on the opposite bank of the Merry River, the air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries. Johnson from Mac's village led countless Melro warriors, armed with rudimentary weapons, charging towards the camp of the allied lords. Upon learning that Aslan was to lead an expedition, Johnson, aware of the vast disparity in troop strength, initially chose to retreat, unwilling to abandon the people of Mac's village. However, Johnson wavered. News had spread of the Melro army preparing to engage the lord of the Bailai region. Yet fear and trepidation were absent among the villagers. Their sole concern was becoming part of Melro town. In less than a year, they had witnessed the town's transformation. Despite lingering poverty, life had become increasingly prosperous, with no more emaciated citizens. Instead, faces were aglow with happiness. As Melro town began to flourish, the consumption market in the Melro region subtly opened. The successful large-scale cultivation of bulrush fruit had allowed the town to amass food reserves, and households began to stockpile surplus, eagerly trading with neighboring villages for daily necessities. To the surrounding villages, this was a sign of prosperity. Ultimately, Johnson resolved to support the Melro lord, recognizing that while it is easy to provide assistance in times of plenty, it is far more challenging to deliver aid in dire circumstances. With this in mind, he meticulously devised a plan to ambush the Allied forces' headquarters. Johnson understood that upstream on the Merry River lay a shallow crossing, deep enough only to the knees, enabling the army to pass with ease, albeit distant from the main battlefield and situated in a secluded area with complex terrain unsuitable for large-scale movements. He chose this as the point of breakthrough, planning a swift march that would coincide with the most critical moment in the battle. Yet, the sudden eruption of battle cries signaled trouble as over 4,000 Melro warriors emerged from the woods, wielding their rudimentary weapons, many only armed with sticks bound with stones. Such a rudimentary army would usually be dismissed, yet within their camp, only a handful of guards remained, a mere 100 combined from 10 lords, facing the onslaught of thousands. The lords decisively retreated into Jimmytown. Johnson's surprise attack effectively severed the final escape route for the Allied forces, seizing the makeshift docks and commandeering countless riverboats. Soldiers who had retreated to the riverbank were left paralyzed by the unexpected turn of events. Arthur rushed into the explosion zone, witnessing a soldier desperately clearing away corpses. He recognized the lifeless knight among the fallen. It was a former disciple he had personally trained, who had risen to knighthood alongside Baus. As he surveyed the grim scene, a flicker of hope ignited within him, prompting him to assist in moving the bodies. On the observing hill, all noble lords stood in stunned silence, unable to react to the drastic shift in circumstances. Marth's expression turned icy as she shouted, "It is the corpse explosion technique. Someone among the allied forces has used a magical scroll to design the small nine. They seek the life of the small nine?" At this moment, Nadal and Vartini also grasped the gravity of the situation, particularly Vartini, whose complexion turned ashen. If Aslan were truly dead, she would bear the guilt of plotting against her fellow apprentice, and the Marquis of Media would not let her escape unscathed. The Marquis had once stated that while brotherly rivalry was permissible, a sliver of mercy must always be afforded. Even the gravest of transgressions necessitated her execution of the death sentence. However, with the present circumstances, Vartini would face severe consequences, even if she survived. Guard unit, immediately secure the scene and identify the perpetrator behind the small nine's design. Vartini commanded before hastily making her way toward the battlefield, joined by her fellow apprentices, with Marth leading the magical legion in pursuit. Among them, Nadal's expression was complex. She secretly wished for Aslan's demise, for in such a scenario, the Marquis of Media would surely redirect her wrath towards Vartini, eliminating her long-standing rival. Artorius seized the reins of Adong's steed, galloping toward the battlefield, equally eager to ascertain Aslan's fate. It was not that she harbored any feelings for Aslan, but rather a fascination with the training and tactics of the Melro army. Within the explosion zone, as the bodies were cleared away, suddenly a figure emerged, steadfastly rising from the pile of corpses. Urus, cradling Aslan, clawed his way out from beneath the carnage. "The Lord is injured. Quickly, fetch a priest." Urus, drenched in blood, urgently called for assistance for Aslan. Just as Arthur took Aslan into his arms, a delicate hand halted him. "Hand the small nine to me. He will be fine." Marth had appeared by Aslan's side. Arthur sighed in relief upon seeing Marth, as dozens of mages descended from the sky. With their aid, the Lord would undoubtedly survive. "Young man, what is your name?" Arthur inquired of the first soldier who had rushed to assist in clearing the bodies. Reporting to the captain, "My name is Joss." Arthur nodded, directing him towards the retreating battlefield. "Go inform Gawain that the Lord is still alive." Joss acknowledged with a nod and dashed off towards Gawain's position. Arthur issued this command out of fear that Gawain, in a moment of rage, might decimate the encircled allied soldiers. Arthur had no doubt that Gawain would act thus. If anything were to befall Aslan, not only would Gawain slaughter the captives, but Arthur himself would lead an assault on Jimmy Town, executing all the lords hiding within, in tribute to the young master's spirit. Chapter 102. Melro Bayao. After being rescued by several mages, Aslan slowly opened his eyes. He gazed at the verdant tin above him and suddenly sat up. A sharp pain coursed through his body, inducing a profound dizziness. While his ears remained partially deafened, a lingering effect of the violent explosion. What has become of Bas and Ulus? Aslan strained to sit upright, anxiety lacing his voice. This time, he had truly underestimated the situation. He had not anticipated that such individuals within the coalition dared to set up a corpse explosion spell scroll in advance. That was a high-level necromancy spell. Crafting such a scroll required the prowess of a grand sorcerer and cost thousands of gold coins. The loss of 10 Lord soldiers could hardly equate to such an expense. The tribunal. Aslan's gaze sharpened instantly. That cunning fellow, Vlada, had indeed been astute. Quickly turning his attention toward him, hearing Aslan's voice, Melro and several senior brothers and sisters rushed in, halting him as he struggled to rise. "What do you intend to do?" Melro demanded, a frown creasing her brow. "I must see my subordinates." "Arthur, Gawain." Aslan broke free from Melro's grasp, swaying as he stood. His voice a strained cry. He vividly recalled the moment of the explosion when Ulus shielded him, while Bas and the other knights formed a protective barrier around him. Upon hearing Aslan's call, Arthur hurried in. "My lord, I am here." Arthur promptly supported Aslan, signaling to a nearby attendant to fetch a cloak for him. Yet, Aslan halted him. He intended to confront the soldiers despite his injuries, to assure them that their lord would not forget them, even in adversity. With Arthur's assistance, Aslan emerged from the tent, the sights around him rendering his eyes misty. All around were injured soldiers. Those with lighter wounds sat outside the tents, while only the gravely wounded had the privilege of shelter. My lord, a soldier, upon spotting Aslan, struggled to stand and salute. Aslan steadied him. You have all worked hard. My lord, it is a relief to see you unharmed, the soldiers exclaimed, each rising to pay their respects, their joy genuine and heartfelt. Aslan nodded to them, but soon furrowed his brow. The bandaging on their wounds was rudimentary, as if hastily tied with strips of cloth. Who was responsible for tending to the wounded? Aslan's tone bore a hint of anger. He had overlooked this aspect of their care. Yet he was more incensed by such negligence in bandaging. My lord, Arthur gently called out, casting a glance to the side. A few bloodied women approached, their faces etched with fear. One of them seemed vaguely familiar to Aslan. Greetings, my lord. The leading woman knelt, while Aslan's expression remained stern. Did you tend to these wounds? Aslan's demeanor softened as recognition dawned. These women were those he had rescued from the bandits of Kaiman. Yes, my lord. We were tasked with such duties in the bandit camp, the leader, Lanaya, replied. Aslan nodded, pointing to a soldier's bandage. Your method of dressing wounds is inadequate. Improper care can lead to infection. With that, Aslan crouched down and carefully unwrapped the bandage from the soldier's thigh. As he had suspected, the wound had become infected, eliciting sympathetic glances from the seasoned soldiers nearby. On the continent of Zino, there were no antiseptics or anti-inflammatory medications. Hence, once a wound became infected, it was almost tantamount to a death sentence, often resulting in amputation or worse. Aslan invoked a basic water spell, cleansing the wound anew. The water conjured by magic was free of bacteria and ideal for cleaning. He followed with a light spell to purge disease, its primary function being disinfection. Bring me my medicine box, Aslan commanded. From within, he produced a large glass vial of white powder, carefully pouring it out. This may sting a bit. Bear with it. Aslan murmured softly. The soldier, already overwhelmed with gratitude, gritted his teeth and nodded. Aslan meticulously sprinkled the powder onto the wound. It quickly integrated with the blood, and soon the profusely bleeding injury began to coagulate. This was the hemostatic powder he had formulated in his previous life, named Melro. Melro effectively inhibited the release of inflammatory substances, improved microcirculation, and modified vascular permeability. In treating wounds, it could significantly alleviate local redness, swelling, and pain, as well as promote blood circulation and reduce swelling. Additionally, Yunnan Bayao possessed antibacterial properties, preventing infection. Aslan expertly secured the bandage, explaining, "This is how to dress a wound. Do you understand?" Lanaya nodded earnestly. Having bandaged wounds for years, she quickly grasped Aslan's technique and found inspiration therein. Arthur, bring out all the medicine powder, Aslan instructed. This is the hemostatic powder I brought for this expedition. He secured the glass vial, speaking with calm assurance. Arthur nodded and departed. For it was Aslan's rule that no outsiders could enter wherever he rested, be it the Lord's manor or the camp. Thus, Arthur was left to fetch supplies alone. By the time Arthur returned with a wooden box about 2 feet in size, Aslan had treated 3 more soldiers, each with different injuries and varying severity, explaining his methods for each case. This powder is quite valuable and difficult to prepare. Please do not waste it, Aslan said, handing the box to Lanaya with earnestness. Lanaya accepted the box with utmost seriousness, her eyes filled with reverence. The surrounding soldiers were overwhelmed with gratitude, tears in their eyes. Unbeknownst to him, Aslan had earned another wave of loyalty, leaving Mary dumbfounded by the scene, sensing that something was amiss. Nader looked at Aslan with a gaze full of warmth. The rumors of Lord Melro's benevolence toward his people appeared to hold true.